Michael's face contorts as pure, unadulterated rage begins to boil over. Those losers actually had the nerve to bring a demon along. A soul-crushing pressure explodes outward, suffocating the very air. Even Vu felt it that raw, jagged bloodlust was the real deal. Why is this guy suddenly tripping so hard? Well, I guess the Vatican-hating demons isn't exactly breaking news. Gigyu definitely wasn't vibing with Michael's narrow-minded views. Seriously, tons of demons are basically team human these days. Gigyu felt a sudden urge to fix this guy's outdated boomer mindset. Bro, for a high-level player, are you seriously this clueless? Demons can be useful. Vu cringed at Zigu's audacity. He just learned that yesterday. Michael's voice goes ice cold. Are you making fun of me right now? Gigyu feels a massive uh-oh moment coming on. Wait, what? Power like a nightmare surges from Michael. How dare you say that to me? You know damn well the Vatican once fell to those demon scum. At this point, Gigyu realized he had officially messed up big time. I legit didn't know. Now I feel like a total jerk. Unfortunately, there was no undo button for this disaster. I thought you might be different from those other demon-tainted hunters, but I guess talking to demon-loving trash is just a waste of time. Michael's crimson-stained body suddenly erupts into a blinding, holy radiance. The sudden flash is so intense that Gigyu is forced to shield his eyes. What Gigyu saw next completely shattered his common sense. Everyone froze as wings sprouted from his back. A literal angel. This was insane. This guy had been hiding his true power all along. A wild thought flashed through Zigu's mind. Is he stronger than Shudong? Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Association Hotel in Los Angeles, things looked grim. Zigu's name flashed on the screen, but the call just kept going to voicemail. The caller hung up, staring at a mountain of unanswered missed calls. T6U was pacing back and forth, vibrating with pure anxiety. Damn it! Where the hell did that idiot Ziggu disappear to? We're supposed to be heading back to South Korea, like, right now. His anxiety was redlining, and there wasn't a single thing he could do. I never expected things to get this incredibly messy. Back at the scene, Ziggu was facing a completely transformed Michael. He stood before an aura so radiant it was practically melting his retinas. While Ziggu struggled against the pressure, even his swords were losing their minds. An angel? Master, you're kidding me. A dark chill surged through Ziyu's soul. This insane energy. It can't be. He's leagues stronger than Sujong. Facts. Michael stood there, eyeing his prey coldly. A second later, only a feather remained. He blitzed Ziyu before he could blink. Barely blocked it. That power is real. He's just smirking, enjoying the little game. Ziyu shoved the blade back, creating space. He hung midair for a brief moment. Then he skidded back, burning the earth. Time to reclaim that main character energy. Two flashes of light collided with fury. A blinding spark ignited their violent dance. Ziyu's gaze turned cold. Zero mercy today. No intention to fight? You're a liar. Michael chuckled behind his massive white wings. What's going through your head, kid? He spread his arms like a saint. Relax. The Vatican's grail hides our battle. He grinned. So we can go wild. Michael lunged again. Nobody can stop us. Brunhut countered the invisible rapid-fire strikes. A green explosion rocked the entire field. His wings soaked up the lethal damage. Michael just laughed at the pathetic effort. He spoke with that typical high-class ego. Wingless bugs belong under my heel, period. Ziyu ignored the trash talk, raising steel. A portal flickered open mid-jump behind him. A hand emerged, boosting Ziyu's lethal leap. Understood, my lord. Ziyu's voice was ice. Total savage mode. Funny talk for a guy acting demonic. He was ready to end this holy freak. Michael didn't flinch. I know you're good, but I'm hyped. So let's just scrap. Their clash turned the world black and white. Color only returned when the light faded. The lush forest was now a graveyard. Ziyu stayed sharp. This monster is solo. Simple strikes, but they hit like nukes. His instincts were screaming. Something was wrong. This whole thing felt way too weird. The clash intensifies. Ziggu feels it deep in his gut. This isn't a real life or death battle. Ru finally voices the obvious. This guy isn't trying to kill us. He's just testing our limits. Suddenly, Elle breaks her silence. Master, may I speak with him? Can I talk to that man? Ziggu shrugs and gives the green light. He raises the blade, and she appears. A white-haired, blue-eyed goddess. She stares Michael down with pure elegance. The guy is completely shell-shocked. My lady, he can't believe it. He never saw this twist coming. The Saintess. Her presence changes everything. Elle's appearance kills his will to fight. Greetings, Saintess. I humble myself. I sensed your massive divine energy. It was radiating from that sword. Ziggu watches with a judgmental stare. Talk about a total 180, right? Unbelievable. Rue totally agrees. He was bloodthirsty 2 seconds ago. Now Zigu is getting seriously suspicious. Is she really a saintess or what? Any ideas on this, Rue? Why ask me? You tell me. Elle is internally screaming right now, but she keeps a perfect poker face. Why call me that? Do we meet? Michael bows with deepest respect. He gestures toward her divine light. Your holy power is simply undeniable. That's all the proof he needs. He's 100% convinced. Who else could you be? Zigu rolls his eyes at the logic. So you're just guessing then? You sounded so sure, man. Elle looks just as confused as him. Then Michael drops a total bombshell. It sounds crazy, but seeing you, he speaks from his very soul. Something feels incredibly off here. One look at him and everyone's giving the major side eye. Is this love at first sight? Because this guy is giving off major red flags. Michael is standing there looking like a straight-up royal prince. Actually, that's a terrible way to put it. How do I even describe him? It's like a deep, spiritual connection. Almost like they share the same blood. Suddenly, Elle pings Giju's mind. Master, we need to talk. She didn't even argue with that weird feeling. This is getting awkward. I can feel the bond between them, but there's something else lurking. She just straight up admitted that this crazy feeling is legit. From the moment he spoke, I knew things were totally sus. Sensing a blood connection? Yeah, this guy is definitely not normal. Juju stops overthinking and leans in to interrogate the main attraction. Yo, Michael, are you human? Or some kind of secret angel? He looks completely clueless and points to himself with zero hesitation. An angel? What are you tripping on? I'm just a human. Given the light show we just saw, I'm not buying it. Then explain that stunt. Was that a skill or some broken talent? Juju drops a friendly threat to keep things real. You'd better spill the tea to Elle right now. I'm not dumb enough to fall for your cap, bro. Michael's poker face starts to crack under the pressure. I am. He looks totally lost and stammers out, a human, I think. Juju and Rue are speechless. Does this guy seriously not know who he is? Michael pivots, acting all polite. My bad for being a jerk earlier. But for some reason, fighting you makes everything feel clearer. Elle hits Juju with those desperate puppy dog eyes. Master, listen. The more I talk to him, the more my lost memories return. She just dropped a massive lore bomb on him. And because of that, I finally remembered something huge. There's a way for me to break through without any materials. First breakthrough for LL's memento, 1 out of 1. Ego fragments, 10 out of 10. Ego souls, 1 out of 3. Holy sword, 0 out of 1. Gigyu's jaw hits the floor at this game-changing news. Even though I have the ego soul ready, I was stalling because that holy sword is impossible to find. But now she's saying we can evolve right this second? This is too perfect. Gigyu literally laughs out loud. Let's get this bread. He zooms across the room and gets right in Michael's face. All his suspicion vanishes, replaced by pure, chaotic hype. Hey, Michael, you're a great guy. Let's just pretend today never happened. His face doesn't look peaceful at all, but hey, misunderstandings happen, right? I need a hotel, a gate, and I need them right freaking now. Even Du had to intervene. Master, please, get your face under control. Brunhut was genuinely concerned. Boss, your shy act is actually kind of terrifying. Zigu's bizarre behavior left Michael completely frozen for 5 whole seconds. Finally, he rasped out, "What's your game? Are you still playing the innocent card?" Zigu dashed back to the Alliance Hotel in Los Angeles under the midnight sky. Before he could even breathe, T6 blasted him with pure, unadulterated rage. Where in the absolute hell have you been hiding? Zigu stiffened, frantically throwing out a lame excuse to save his skin. You know, just taking in the local sights? But something was wrong. He could feel the heavy, strange energy radiating off him. Yo, did something go down while I was out? And why the heck are you screaming so loud, man? T6 gripped his hair, looking like he'd aged 10 years in an hour. Things just got messy. Real messy. Finally, T6 dropped the bombshell he had been dreading to deliver. Scout teams were deployed to 20 gates all across the globe. Those words hit Zigu like a massive lightning strike on a sunny day. Stunned silence followed as T6 gave a grim, heavy nod of confirmation. The air grew cold. Zigu gritted his teeth, refusing to accept this bitter reality. Panic set in. Then we have to blast back to Korea. Like, right now. Can't we just warp? Just use the teleport gate, damn it. His hope sank when T6 replied, "We aren't the only ones racing home. International warp permits are a nightmare. It'll take at least 2 days." Zigu felt the trap close. "We lost our priority slot because you were late. Everyone is fleeing to Korea's gates. The backlog is insane. Damn it." Suddenly, a wild and dangerous spark lit up Zigu's eyes. Zigu grabbed T6 like a lifeline. Speed is everything right now, isn't it? T6 hesitated, nodding slowly. Well, yeah, But we're totally stuck, kid. With a smirk that screamed trouble, he said, I've got a way. Cut to a secluded mansion hidden far away from the world's prying eyes. Inside the training hall, a dimensional rift began to tear wide open. Two men in black suits stepped out, one sighing under the immense pressure. T6 stared in total disbelief at the sheer power Gigyu was displaying. Wait, you can actually hop between multiple locations with your own gates? Gigyu chuckled. Relax. My range is still a little limited for now. T6 couldn't hold back his shock. What was that thing inside the gate? The imagery was haunting, massive, lethal hawks ruling the skies above. An undead army below. That's enough combat power to level an entire guild. Gigyu focused on the mission. We're warping to Korea. It's an emergency. But are we going to get arrested? The legal paperwork for this is a nightmare. T6 flashed a confident, devious grin to calm the kid's nerves. Chill. I left Seong-hun behind to handle all the boring legal junk. Poor Seong-hun was likely screaming, why do I have to do the paperwork? Even Du winced at the cruelty. Man, you are one cold-blooded boss. Touchdown in Korea, and he is already cooking up a wild scheme. Tomorrow, kid, you are hitting the front lines for the raid. But I am ghosting. You gotta split the squads to balance the power. Then he pins the coordinates for the operation on the map. Gangnam Station is the drop zone tomorrow, so go hit the sack. Gigyu flips. Wait, tomorrow? This is a freaking code red situation. The pro just sighs. He has seen this disaster movie before. Rushing in blind is just a one-way ticket to a graveyard. When the stakes are this high, we play it smart and steady. T6 scratches his neck, getting all sentimental before the big storm. His gaze hardens as he drops some real-world advice. Go hug your family today, kid. You will need that strength. Tomorrow is a coin toss, and this world is officially going south. Gigyu feels the weight of it. The vibe is definitely lethal now. Fine. They split ways as T6 vanishes into the shadows first. Catch you on the flip side. He clears his throat, acting all shy about his real motives. Gotta check if Sujin is okay before heading back to the Union. Rue's blood starts boiling with pure annoyance. This total scumbag. Brunhut shuts him down with an instant, cold warning. Watch your mouth, Lord. No swearing on my watch. Gigyu cannot help but cheer for his wingman in this moment. Then you better give it your all, Tiger. T6 scoffs. I am just visiting her, you little brat. Time flies when the world is literally ending around you. The army is locked and loaded in front of the gate. Cho Chang-yeon, the Blue Dragon big boss, takes the center stage. Listen up. Here is the game plan for this massive raid. He lays it out. Blue Dragon leads the charge into hell. We are the heavy hitters, so we are clearing the path first. We go in early to make sure nobody gets slaughtered. Crane and Boneflower guilds follow the rear with Union support. Zigu's eyes narrow. This plan is safe, but it is slow. Suku, the guy who builds portals, is trapped deep inside, which means something nasty is keeping him there as a prisoner. If things go south, the conclusion will be absolutely devastating. Right now, his life is hanging by a single, fraying thread. Zigu's mind goes dark. Is he all ready? No, stay focused, Gigyu. Suddenly, Cho Changyan points him out. You, Kim Gigyu? The elite legend steps up, leaving Gigyu totally confused and dazed. Why is this high ranker suddenly talking to a guy like me? Is he testing if I have the guts to lead this mission? He kept silent, his gaze scanning the area like a sharp hawk. Whatever he spotted made him freeze, his eyes locking onto something. Then he spun around, dropping a heavy, insulting verbal bomb. I just hope you won't become a total burden to us. That cold move left Gigyu standing there, completely and utterly baffled. Wait, what? What is this guy's deal? Even Runherd and Elle were feeling those majorly awkward vibes. Man, that is some serious cold-blooded disrespect right there. Talk about a world-class jerk. Someone from the back suddenly stepped up to defend that behavior. Hey, don't take it to heart, man. He is just a little bit on edge today. Gigyu had no choice but to give a forced, awkward laugh. Well, being a natural superstar always brings out the haters. Whatever, I think I am already used to it. Of course, it is not like you actually did anything wrong. This was 100% on T6 and his ego. The Union views him as a player nearing the highest rank. Jo Sang-yong signaled the first team to move out now. All right, Vanguard team, move in. Main team, prepare to enter in 20 minutes after us. Gigyu watched them vanish into the portal, plotting his secret plan. This strategy is stable, but wastes time before finding the target. He squinted, scanning the crowd. Looks like he must go solo. His first target is that blue-haired guy, but he needs help. But I already burned bridges with the Ken Guildmaster before. Gigyu shifted his focus to the girl with the black ponytail. That is Zubin, the big boss of the Boneflower Guild. Their eyes locked, caught in the act. Zubin immediately looked away, her face turning bright red as she hid. Grunhut was watching the whole thing. clearly enjoying the drama. Yo, Elle, did you see that juicy moment? Elle replied with her usual cool and calm tone. I saw it. What kind of answer do you want, sir? Meanwhile, the rest were completely clueless about the vibe. Belmi-jun checked his watch, counting seconds since the vanguard entered. The moment the clock struck, he barked out the command. 20 minutes are up. Main team, let us move. The heavy thud of boots and clashing armor filled the air. No one knew what nightmare awaited them behind that gate. Soon, only the faint echoes of their footsteps remained there. On the other side, a world under a blood-red sky awaited. Belmi-jun's face went pale. He had never looked this horrified. There lay his comrades, dead alongside a heap of slaughtered monsters. What in the absolute hell happened here? Rue sensed a chilling vibe radiating from the gate. Master, heads up. This portal is straight up bad news. A notification popped up, one so insane, it defied logic. This was a great demon's lair, a ban-level threat. The moment their boots hit the ground inside, Rue's voice cut through the air with an urgent warning. Master, stay sharp. We just stepped into hell. This massive energy signature was unmistakable to him. They were standing in a high demon's private playground. Ziyu gripped his blade, looking for some kind of confirmation. Ban. One of the 72 legendary demon gods? This gate was on a whole different level of crazy. He clung to one tiny, desperate shred of hope that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't peak tier yet, since it hadn't fully merged with their reality quite yet. But let's be real, it's still gonna be a nightmare. Surveying the carnage, Belmazoon couldn't help but whistle. Insane. Even with an ambush they cleared this many, he couldn't sense a single monster heartbeat left nearby. I probably shouldn't even say this, but thank God the Blue Dragon Guild got here first. At least this entire zone is totally monster-free now. Suddenly, something caught Hun's sharp eyes in the distance. A flag fluttered proudly amidst the scorched, ruined battlefield. He instantly tracked the path the lead team took. The blue dragon flag is right over there. Looks like they veered off toward the left flank. One shout had the entire squad spinning around. We're taking the right path. Move out, now. They squeezed into a narrow pass between towering cliffs. Suddenly, someone decided to strike up a chat with Gigyu. You're the young punk Zubin's been hyping up, right? He turned to see Hisuk flashing a kind, grandmotherly smile. Confused, he stammered. You mean guild leader Zubin? She nodded, confirming exactly who she was talking about. She talks about you constantly, rare, since she hates men. Zubin was right behind them, hearing every single word. Grandma, cut it out already. She rushed forward, her face turning bright red. She's joking, Gigyu. The boy just nodded along, clueless. Rue tried to chime in. Shut it, Rue. So mean. Zubin finally managed to suppress her frantic crush vibes. This is Gypsophala's advisor. She's been my lifelong mentor. The two shared a friendly and formal handshake. Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Gigyu. Du's brain was lagging. Like, since when did life get this trippy? A heavy chill killed the vibe before they could even talk. Their gazes snapped sharp. Game faces on. Losers! Maybe we should chat when we aren't about to die. Dubin was still buffering, totally missing the red flags. The silence was deafening. Then, they felt it. The storm arrived. Everyone froze. They were just waiting for the beat to drop. Suddenly, Belmazoon's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A literal tide of monsters was charging down the only path. He didn't waste a second. He screamed out the orders. All right, squad. Gear up. It is officially go time. Tanks to the front. Block that path. The heavy-duty shield squad moved up in perfect sync. Thud! The ground groaned as the massive shield slammed down. A glowing magic barrier flickered to life in an instant. Lucky break. The wall held just before the monsters crashed in. But these things hit hard. The impact caused straight-up explosions. Look out! Some winged freaks are hopping the fence. They were drooling, looking at the team like a buffet line. Not on our watch. A grenade sent one monster straight to hell. Belmont-jun was still calling shots, keeping the chaos organized. Team 3, clear the sky. Everyone else, hold the ground. That unbreakable shield wall was starting to look like cracked glass. Wipe out anything touching the barrier. Now! Don't get cocky. We have no idea how strong these are. Ziyu knew the warm-up was over. Time to get messy. Let's go, people. Let's show them who is boss. Before Hun could even blink, the guy next to him vanished. The monster strikes were so heavy, the shields were literally sinking. They were barely holding on. This was a nightmare scenario. Crap. These things are beasts. The front line is cooked. Hope was fading fast. The team's spirit was starting to snap. If this keeps up, we are all going to be toast. Suddenly, a streak of light blurred past their eyes. The monsters they were struggling with just dropped dead. Wait, what? What just happened? Everyone just stood there, looking around like lost puppies. Every single monster was wiped out in a flash. Of course, the one responsible was none other than Zigu. He perched on the cliff, sword planted, watching the carnage. After seeing that, he realized the grim reality of this fight. Grandherd was hyped. Whoa, that is a lot. We keeping them? Rua did not care. I just defend, he said, flexing his skills. But Zigu was not laughing. He saw the real danger approaching. It is not just power, it is the numbers. We are going to lose people. Io's voice suddenly snapped the master right out of his deep thoughts. Zigu felt it too, that massive surge of energy radiating from the distance. Something was hauling tail toward them, though he couldn't see it clearly. A bizarre flash of light suddenly tore across the blood-red sky. Then, a massive lightning strike slammed directly into the heat of battle. No one knew if this newcomer was a savior or their worst nightmare. For one breathless moment, the entire world seemed to stand still. Tiny sparks of electricity were still dancing across the scorched, cracked earth. The impact was so violent it carved a massive crater into the ground. Zigu reacted first, perching on the edge of the pit to investigate. The energy felt bizarre, almost alien. Even Ao could sense the strangeness. Like they were telepathically linked, Io knew exactly what Zigu was thinking. You're right, Master. That is definitely the power of a god. He squinted at the mysterious figure who had just crashed the party. Pure white wings like a swan? Yeah, it had to be him. The high and mighty foreigner with the angel wings had finally arrived. Hey, I'm here to back you guys up, it's Michael. But Michael suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He saw at that trademark, devious, and totally toxic Zigu smirk. Whoa, what's with that creepy look on your face? I knew it. You've got some kind of crazy plan, don't you? Oh, he was definitely cooking up a massive rebellious scheme. We can totally use this guy to our advantage. The master didn't even try to deny the accusation. The very second Michael made his grand, flashy entrance, a brilliant, twisted idea popped into Zigu's mind. That guy, huh? I can definitely use him as a pawn for my plan. Suddenly, John June hurried over, calling out Zigu's name. Hey, player Kim Gigyu. His face was pale, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. Who? Who in the world is that winged guy? Down in the crater, Michael was charging a blinding orb of light. One blast later, and every monster touched by it simply vanished. Zigu gave the captain a short and blunt introduction. Vatican guy. Hard to deal with, but he's stupidly powerful. It felt like John June's entire worldview was being shattered. The Vatican actually has a player that's this insane? Seizing the moment, Zigu made a sudden personal decision. Vice Guild Leader, I'm splitting off from the group right here. His teammates froze mid-action and whipped their heads around in shock. Seong-hun stepped up first, trying to block his path. That's suicide, Kim Gigyu. Zubin nodded along frantically. Exactly. You saw those monsters earlier, didn't you? It's too dangerous. But Zigu stayed cool as ice, showing absolutely zero fear. Seriously? Are you guys really planning to crawl through these monsters like snails? I am way faster solo. Finding the others is my only priority. Anger boiled within him. His family was still trapped out there somewhere. While they debated the plan, the pressure was mounting every single second. Belmonson stared at Zigu, completely speechless and totally conflicted. The one and only legendary player, Zigu. He could not agree. I appreciate your concern for our missing leader, but going alone is pure suicide. You know the risks here. The guild master vanished right after venturing into this hellhole solo. Zigu shrugged. Fine. Who said I was going alone anyway? The vice leader blinked. Wait, did I hear that right? Zigu pointed his sword toward the chaos. Do not worry. Michael was busy dropping literal lightning on the monster hordes. I am just going to drag that guy along with me. Mid-slaughter, Michael felt a sudden icy shiver crawl down his spine. He stopped cold, eyes scanning for whatever just cursed his soul. What the heck? I have got a seriously bad feeling about this. Bin stepped forward, desperate to prove she could handle the heat. Take me too. I am going with you guys. She tried to sound convincing, pleading with her whole heart. I know you two are basically walking cheat codes in combat, but just 2 people? That is not enough for this nightmare. Zigu had one cold reason to shut her down instantly. He vanished, reappearing in a blur. If you want to join, you need to at least be on this level, kid. He leaped into the air, dual swords gripped and ready. Twin blades out, he charged the monsters head-on. One sword erupted in a demonic, violet-colored flame. True fire element, it literally turns your body into living heat. Spirit fusion, he is merging souls of the same attribute now, combining different spirits to unleash one massive explosive strike. The other blade glowed with a blinding, holy radiance. Divine authority, he is wielding the power of the gods themselves. Zigu raised both blades, his eyes turning cold and ruthless. One strike to end it all. The earth itself trembled. A massive explosion of light swallowed the entire battlefield. The doubters behind him stood frozen, jaws hitting the floor. As the light died, only two massive destruction paths remained. He sliced through a lizard and the system pinged. Health points increased. You have just consumed Chimera blood. Alert! You have successfully devoured the Chimera's soul. He paused mid-action. Wait, I just ate its soul? Ziggu stared at the message, slowly realizing the hidden meaning. An evolution skill just activated. Check your status window now. This is it, the brand new power of his sword, Ru. Meet Ru, the legendary demon sword lord of all devils. Level 109. Stats, insane. Resistances, completely off the charts. Magic stats peaked. New skills, devour, ego sync, and evolution unlocked. Summoning, infinite willpower, and the terrifying death sword at hand. I've consumed the forbidden fragments of kings and high demons. Devour mode active, siphoning blood and souls like a boss. Ego shift, turning stolen souls into loyal sentient weapon spirits, transforming fallen enemies into my own personal phantom army. Ziggu stared at his revamped stats in pure, cinematic awe. Wait, I can harvest egos without eating people now? No more cannibalism? That is a massive quality of life buff. Evolution just got a whole lot easier, Io cheered loudly. Congrats, Master, but Ziggu wasn't feeling the cheap flattery. I'm the one who leveled up, why congratulate her? He scoffed, turning his attention to a very grumpy Michael. Damn it, Michael muttered, looking completely and utterly fed up. Michael was stuck following this rebellious, overpowered, crazy kid. Why am I with you? I feel like your puppet, Ziggu smirked. Admit it, you love following a living legend. Michael sighed. I'm only here to finish my secret mission. Michael held up a finger, his expression turning dead serious. First, eradicate every demon scum the Vatican hates to death. And second, his eyes darkened with a strange, hidden longing. I need times that person times to finally notice my true power. Zigu's reaction? Pure, cold indifference. Zero cares were given. Michael laughed it off like it was just friendly banter. Let's move. Your friend isn't going to save himself, hero. But Ziggu stopped him right in his tracks immediately. Hold up. Are you seriously leaving all this loot behind? Ziggu pointed at the massive pile of precious mana stones. You're leaving this treasure? Are you actually being stupid? Waste not, want not, unless you enjoy being stone broke. Michael blinked, totally stunned by Zigu's petty, rebellious greed. We're in a hurry, we can't pick up shiny rocks. Ziggu grinned. Don't sweat it. 1 second. Open the gate. With a single word, reality itself began to tear apart. Michael froze. A dimensional gate? Right here, right now? A gate? What the hell are you, kid? Ru worried. Is showing your hand this early actually wise? Ziggu just shrugged. The secret is getting out anyway, Ru. Might as well flex it now and save us time. Grandhurst was itching for a little dramatic spotlight action. Is it finally my turn to wreck some fools, Master? Michael stared, his mind reeling from the sheer, terrifying shock. This boy wielded the combined powers of God and devil. Another gate? Seriously, who is this freaking guy? Logic? Thrown out the window. Fear? Non-existent. The duo stands before a massive, gaping crater. Jackpot. This is definitely the place. This is it? You bet it is. Ziggu scans the area with cold, calculating eyes. Battle scars everywhere. Sukaharu is definitely down there. Michael's sweating. How are we supposed to enter this? It's a bottomless pit. I've got wings, but you. Ziggu just shrugs. I can fly, but why bother? His genius plan? Just jump. Pure, reckless insanity. This pit is a shortcut to another dimension. Ru confirms it. Yup, there's a portal down there. Wicked demon magic. Impressive you spotted it, Master. Michael's brain is officially melting from the shocks. You can even sense dimensional rifts now? Man, this crazy stuff is just Tuesday for you. Ziggu glares at the black sword in his hand. Before it can complain, he starts scribbling wildly. Master? Michael stares, completely and utterly confused. Ziggu smirks, totally proud of his big brain move. If you missed it, the enemies definitely will too. Just leaving a little I was here note. Meanwhile, Ru is drowning in pure despair. Did you seriously just use me as a Sharpie? Messy work done, they stare back into the abyss. All right, time for the main event. In a blink, both of them vanish into thin air. A total leap of faith into the unknown darkness. Let's go. Which lucky demon is waiting for us? Suddenly, a system alert blares in the void. Alert, you have entered the territory of Votus. Identity confirmed. You are recognized as a lord. Authority granted to initiate an invasion war. Inside a dark, suffocating, and dusty underground tomb, two silhouettes emerge as the system voice echoes. Warning, You have trespassed into Votus's domain. User status verified. Rank: Lord. The cold, mechanical voice continues its broadcast. You now hold the power to start an invasion. Ziyu looks up, repeating the heavy words. An invasion war, huh? He glances at Michael, who's busy warming up. Michael, did you hear that system voice too? Michael blinks, confused. The systems? What now? Let me drop a quick reality check. You've entered the demon energy zone. The Overlord's eyes are on you. Something like that? But deep down, I'm thinking, something feels totally twisted here. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Duh, of course it's different. The Kingblade starts talking smack. That chump isn't on your level. I just nod like a pro. Makes sense, I guess? My brain starts connecting the dots. Since I control these damn gates, technically, being a gate lord means I've got that boss status potential. The blade keeps dropping lore bombs. Wait about Vothus's turf, I ask. Who even is this demon scrub? He's no archdemon, it replies, but he's got archdemon level heat. 0 special powers, just pure hands. He climbed the ranks on violence. I gulp. That means he's a beast. Correct, it says. Silence falls over the party. Michael snaps. Hey, you glitched out? Let's move. I shake it off. Sword on shoulder. I lead on. Watch my back. I'll clear front. Then, the world starts spinning. My feet just stop moving. I'm trembling, hitting the dirt hard. Michael panics. Yo, you okay? My face goes ghost white, head pounding. Feels like my skull might pop. Elle screams, Master, status critical. King's chill. Totally normal reaction. Demon energy is basically death juice. Lethal vibes everywhere. And you're barely balancing on the edge. I lean on my sword, thinking, one slip and it's game over? Bingo. Michael leans in close. You good? I stand up. Fine. He's suspicious. He reached out, eyes locked on mine. In that split second, a voice echoed. Master, your demon eyes. I scrambled for an excuse. It's just, you see. He stayed silent, staring with pure suspicion. Brain dead and desperate, I blurted out the dumbest lie. They're just colored contacts, okay? He scoffed, unimpressed. You really think I'm that stupid, kid? Elsewhere, icy winds howled as shimmering crystals rained down upon the frozen earth. Heavy footsteps approached as a voice broke the silence. Never thought a big shot like you would show up here. A modestly geared man stepped forward, introducing himself with professional ease. I am Choi Chang-ian of the Blue Dragon Guild. I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter. The bearded man across from him let out a booming, hearty laugh. The towering warrior finally spoke up. China hasn't forgotten the help we received from South Korea in the past. Hi, General Dao Chen here. Consider this us returning the favor. Chang-ian sighed deeply. Well, different gate ranks require different levels of cooperation. Stroking his beard, Tao Chen asked, Why split your forces? Wouldn't one united team be stronger? Chang-ian groaned. I refused to head into battle dragging useless dead weight behind me. Dead weight? Tao Chen questioned. Chang-ian dismissed it. Never mind that. Turning to his troops, Chang-ian barked. 10 minutes till move out. Check your gear and supplies. Yes, Commander! The army roared in unison. Walking away, Chang-ian called back to Tao Chen over his shoulder. I can't trust cocky brats who think they're gods just because of their guild backing. My men alone are enough to clear this raid. Dao Chen stroked his beard, deep in thought as the general departed. Deep in the silent dungeon, eerie blue lights flickered against the walls. As they pushed forward, Michael refused to drop the subject and kept pestering. Seriously, those eyes. I repeated my mantra. Colored contacts, dude. No way, those are demon. I cut him off. Colored. Contacts. He crossed his arms, shaking his head with a know-it-all smirk. Honestly, man, you're getting weirder and more mysterious by the second. Too tired to argue, I gave him a deadpan, lukewarm response. Whatever, you figured it out. Now shut up and walk. His tone shifted to serious. All right, jokes aside for a moment. Are we even heading in the right direction? You've been marching forward without a single second of hesitation. I kept my pace, answering without looking back. We're following the strongest scent of demonic energy in this place. Our target is the gatekeeper lurking up ahead. He trailed behind, trying to act cool. I'm pretty sensitive to demons myself, but your tracking is insane. I gotta admit, it's top tier. My sudden halt nearly made him trip over his own feet. Right there, I whispered. He gripped his weapon. Let's go. Staring into the abyss, I sensed it, a succubus. I can feel its energy radiating. He blinked, confused by the term. I don't speak Korean, man. What's a sukku? Ignoring his stupidity, I channeled every ounce of power into my legs. Before he can blink, the kid rockets off. Wait, hold on, he stammers, left behind. Michael blurs past too, yelling, Don't leave me! The world becomes a psychedelic blur of flashing colors. Damn it, you crazy bastard, he grumbles, chasing. He tracks the fading light trail, cursing his luck. How is he this insanely fast? Suddenly, he slams his heels down, skidding hard. A massive, choking cloud of dust erupts everywhere. He finally halts, right behind the protagonist's back. Hey, why the sudden stop, man? He gasps, but then his face goes pale with terror. Massive, tangled cocoons block their path. What's this? What are these cocoons? Why are there so many? He stammers out. It's a literal city made of cocoons. Beside him, the lead finally breaks the silence. Suk-yu is trapped inside one of them. He closes his eyes, focusing his inner power. Snap. Eyes open, and he's in combat stance. Rue, L, we're going in right now. Rue screams, "Whoa, whoa, hold up a second!" He frantically analyzes the situation. Master, stop! Votus is lurking right in there. A demon fortress is crawling with deadly traps. We'll be dodging snares for an eternity. The boy looks back, puzzled. Then what's the plan, smart guy? Does staring solve problems now? I'm going. Michael watches, totally lost in the sauce. Who is he even talking to right now? Rue roars. Are you a complete idiot? Did you forget the system's massive alert? The system voice? The hero asks. Suddenly, the memory flashes back. Authority granted to launch an invasion war. Invasion war? Then, he shouts it aloud. I initiate the invasion war. The system's divine voice booms through space. The invasion war has been officially initiated. Michael gapes as his body glows with power. Teleporting to the invasion zone. Prepare for battle. Both are digitized in a flash of light. Wait, what the hell is happening? Vanished. The basement emptied as the system's cold voice echoed. Winner takes all. In this game, there's no second place. Trang-Eon's crew glared silently at the rivals across them. Zubin's squad wasn't exactly feeling the love either. Pure tension. Looks like we're meeting way sooner than planned, Trang-Eon smirked. Indeed, they replied. But Trang-Eon smelled something fishy. Where is Kim Gigyu? He barked. Tao Chen wondered. Kim Gigyu? He kept pressing for answers. Don't tell me he's already kicked the bucket, right? Bellman June dodged his gaze, stuttering. It's not that. Suddenly, a shout from the back. Yo, over here! Scrawled on the ground. Just jump down, you cowards. Let's link up in another dimension together. Bellmond and Trang-Eon huddled over to check it out. They stared into the bottomless pit, questioning their entire lives. Wait, so he actually jumped down first? Trang-Eon suddenly burst out laughing. Unbelievable, he chuckled helplessly. Of course he'd go solo. Seriously, I'm liking that guy less and less now, Dao Chen asked. Wait, did I hear right? You guys are talking about Morningstar, huh? He turned around and asked, you know that kid? He's that dead weight I mentioned earlier, he replied. Trang-Eon noted. Looks like he always plays by his own rules. The man doubted it, thinking to himself, that young man doesn't look like the reckless type. Trang-Eon called out to the other group. Look, I don't trust that Kim Gigyu guy. Since you trust him so much, you guys jump first. Pointing at the massive pit, he dared them. Nah, I'm not built for that kind of leap. Zubin flared up instantly. Hold up, you keep talking about. Easy. A teammate pulled her back, trying to de-escalate. Zubin, now's not the time for internal beefing. She turned back, totally unsatisfied. But Grandma! Then, the system's voice blared out. The territory war trial has officially begun. Teleporting all participants to the designated battlefield now. Shook. They started glitching out, just like the others. Wait, what? Zubin's crew panicked while Belmont questioned. Territory war? Poof. The entire squad vanished instantly. The chaos at the pit turned silent. Digital codes flickered against the twilight. They landed, totally stunned. Faces twisted in confusion. A desolate wasteland, zero life signs. Where now? Hong scanned the desolate horizon. I definitely heard something about territory wars. Dao Chen turned, looking serious. Wait, a war between freaking demons? Why the hell are we here? He shrugged. Heck if I know. But what if a demon's lurking here? A figure emerged, grabbing their attention. Ziyu and Michael arrived, looking hyped. So the territory war is elsewhere? Blind fighting ruins everything, Lu explained. This setup is to minimize damage. Zubin cheered. Hey, big bro Ziyu. Seonghun smiled. Welcome, player Ziyu. Hong asked, who's the guy with him? A Vatican fighter, sent to Korea. He smirked, sensing some insane power. He's only here thanks to them. He pointed his sword, shouting loudly. Hey, you're paying for that later. Everyone ignored his annoying, delusional rant. Lam Nong Guild is taking lead. You guys better not trip us. Just focus on staying back and supporting. Ziyu just tilted his head, confused. Then he spoke with total indifference. Just you guys, you'll get wrecked. Hong froze, doubting his own ears. Say what? Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the earth. They all spun toward the sound. Everyone immediately dropped into combat stances. Thick dust clouds choked their vision. The violent vibrations just wouldn't stop. The ground beneath them started shattering. A swarm of mantis monsters erupted. They lunged forward in a frenzy. Dust swirled as they all panicked. Wait, what's that? They're staring at the chaos, whispering in total disbelief. Just how many of these freaks are there? You seriously expect us to fight this entire mob? Eon's face turns pale. He's completely paralyzed. Hundreds of enemies plus 3 commanders? This is insane. 0 options left. A cold shiver hits his soul. No way, we're cooked against these massive numbers. Shaking, a cool voice cuts in. Move aside, kid. You're literally blocking my lane, dude. He turns around, looking like a deer in headlights. Huh? A deep, bored sigh hits the air. Then, a stone-cold voice commands the scene. Gate open. Boom. A massive portal rips open right beside them. Zubin's jaw hits the floor. A freaking portal? Belmedjin just smirks like a total boss. Heh, exactly what I expected from him. Thump. A heavy rhythm of marching feet begins. Zubin's eyes dart everywhere as they advance. Everyone's heads snap up toward the sky. Majestic eagles are literally dominating the clouds. The Chang'eon squad is absolutely tripping right now. Suddenly, a badass knight on horseback charges through. Out steps the undead king, grinning like a villain. Trang Waihong stumbles back. No way. This is impossible. An endless sea of skeletons and shadow warriors looms. They march past toward the swarm of mantises. What kind of insane fever dream is this? Finally, a cold, white-haired angel makes an entrance. Waihong scowls. Honestly, he never liked this guy's vibe. Kim Gigyu, the guy who supposedly cheated to the top. Thinking about that nepotism rise makes him furious. Plus, the association is totally simping for him. Fine, I'll admit it, the mask was a big brain move. Back then, I thought he was just a puppet. But after seeing this army, he's totally frozen. Staring at this legion, he's like, what the heck? A skeleton army this huge? That's a total cheat. Then his eyes lock onto the Iron Knight. A Death Knight? From that famous territory war? His face goes dark. This is shocking enough, but Trang Eon stares at the undead king's wicked grin. And there's a high-tier lich with godlike power. Eyes up. Those aren't just eagles. A swarm of griffins. He just stood there, led by a freaking griffin king. Brain.exe has stopped working. This summon is totally insane. Dao Chen looked like a noob. I'm speechless, he finally muttered. This isn't humanly possible anymore. The gate began to shrink. He looked at them calmly. You guys ready for this? Taking attendance now? Ham Yen bowed. Ready, master. Next name called. Kamale. Then he summoned Anael. Michael was left completely baffled. He's bossing around actual angels? Just who is this guy? He dropped his blade. Il. Golden light pierced the clouds. El descended in angelic glory. She commanded, let's move out, Ham Yen shouted. Yes, ma'am. Ella stayed dead silent. I finally remember it all. Light blades appeared, material-free evolution. El absorbed the holy radiance. The army clashed with mantises. Griffins dove to provide support. Eon hissed, we can't lose. Blue Dragon must take charge. He pointed his sword high. He roared to his guild. Show them top 10 power. The guild charged, screaming wildly. Thundering footsteps shook the ground. Kid, you're more than looks. But your mana has limits. I'm stealing the spotlight now. Dao Chen looked up, shocked. Belmanjun shouted, let's go. Then he glanced back suddenly. Sparkling white wings filled everything. An angel soared toward battle. Trang Yang stood frozen, eyes glued to a single, drifting feather. Then she appeared radiant, cold, and absolutely dominating the view. She didn't even turn as she addressed her shadow. Try not to trip over your own feet, okay? She finally uttered that legendary name. Michael, hand on heart. He gave the perfect knightly salute. Your wish is my command, Saintess. She shot him a look, instantly correcting his tone. Forget Saintess. My master named me El. Use it. Her wings unfurled with a lethal, shimmering hum. I'm just the blade executing my master's divine will. El vanished in a blur, tossing back. Help if you want. Meanwhile, those oversized mantis freaks were spawning like crazy. El dove straight into the chaos, face cold as ice. One clean strike, and a giant bug arm went airborne. The monster shrieked in absolute buggy agony. She raised her blade, summoning a storm of pure static. The bloody sky churned as black clouds choked the horizon. Boom! A massive lightning pillar pulverized the insect horde. Even the undead army got a sudden reality check. Fall back. This light is literally burning us alive. Every eye was glued to the horizon in awe. Tao Chen's jaw hit the floor. Wait, An actual angel? Stroking his beard, he muttered, "Is this for real? A master who controls both angels and demons? Insane," he gasped. "And that level of raw power? It's illegal." He stopped cold, noticing Trang Yan looking totally love-struck. "My goddess!" Dao Chen squealed, his heart doing backflips. She lowered her blade, face still a stone-cold mask. Michael gripped his hilt, his gaze dark and bottomless. Massive energies collided, shattering the ground beneath them. The troops were tossed like rag dolls in a cosmic blender. Runhurt gnashed his teeth. "Are you kidding me?" He stumbled back, pure panic flashing in his eyes. "I never wanted to team up with these losers, but this whole situation just went south fast. And now, I'm stuck between a rock and a goddess." He wanted to talk trash, but his voice failed him. Suddenly, El's blade erupted in a blinding, holy light. It gathered enough energy to split the world apart. She swung and the entire world just flat out exploded. A pillar of pure destruction tore through the fabric of reality. Thick smog swallowed the screams of the dying field. The beast looked up, eyes bulging in pure terror. His expression pales, his gaze darkens. That monster took the hit head on, but it is still standing. That massive blow did nothing. Its lost arm was just a fluke. The trick won't work twice. Dust chokes the air as the shattered ground screams. Heat waves roll. I am forcing a desperate evolution. My power is surging. In the distance, Tao Chen stands calm. His voice is low, heavy with warning. "It has been ages since I felt like a burden just by trying to help." Tao Chen's eyes sharpen. He has entered total predator mode. He bellows with authority. "Guildmaster Choi Chang-rong, look ahead!" Chang-rong flinches, turning his head in absolute shock. I am looking." The words die in his throat. His entire world freezes over. The horizon explodes. The earth quakes as dust storms roll in like tidal waves. A colossal, wicked claw slams into the dirt. A deafening, bone-shaking shockwave erupts. Behind it, a massive, terrifying legion of monsters marches forward. Endless, suffocating ranks approach. They close in with slow, agonizing dread. Then, the winged horrors dive for the kill. Chang-rong grits his teeth, eyes burning with a rebellious fury. How are there still so many of them? He takes a deep breath and roars his command. "Everyone, get ready for the battle of your lives." Every face is grim, hands white-knuckle their sword hilts, breath hitches. The true nightmare has finally arrived. Instantly, a volley of glowing arrows paints the darkening sky. Grand Herd steps forward, his voice dripping with pure, cold disdain. "To think we actually missed this many pests. How utterly pathetic." His palms begin to glow. Michael channels his internal power and strikes with everything. He pants heavily, his jaw locked in a tight grimace. Veins bulge on his arms. "I cannot do this! One shot won't kill them all. They are scattering too fast. There are too many." Opposite him, Elle begins to tremble. Her eyes ignite with a terrifying, murderous light. "You filthy insects!" she screams with pure rage. She dives headfirst into the middle of the swarm. Her blade flashes like lightning tearing through the sky. "How dare you bugs get this close to my master?" The swarm is shredded. Monster bodies fall like rain. They explode into a million gory pieces in mid-air. Michael watches Elle's berserk, lethal assault in total awe. For some reason, she looks absolutely pissed off right now. He freezes in place. Then, out of nowhere, a massive wave of spirit energy gathers in the distance. It streaks toward her like a lethal arrow of pure light. Elle spins, parrying the lethal strike. Her face is ghostly pale, gasping for air as her mana fades. Below, the remaining warriors launch a desperate counterattack. Explosions rock the field in thick smoke. Zubin freezes, eyes wide with disbelief. Something's off. Belmazoon growls through grit teeth. "They aren't even looking at us." Dao Chen's heart skips a beat. "No way," he roars, covering Morningstar. "He's the target. Protect him." Dao Chen's fist trembles with pure rage. "Damn it, I thought this was a hunt. This is a full-scale territorial war. An army led by a true alpha." The monster horde surges forward. Against a massive summon army, you always kill the summoner first. Suddenly, Ryu erupts in blinding light. Fire spirals in a soul-shaking vortex. Perfect synchronization with the elemental spirit. Everyone shields their eyes from the glare. Pillars of flame incinerate the swarm. Screams echo as they turn to ash. Only shimmering crystals remain on the ground. Zigu tilts his head. "Why hold back? You're making me look bad, master." "Calm down," Ryu says. "This is plenty. Fire is way better for roasting bugs. Plus, I'm saving my true ace. Legends keep their best moves for later." Zigu's eyes flash with pure pride. A smirk creeps across his face. "Well, that's just a basic skill for me. But yeah, It's pretty overpowered. Talk about an easy win. Ryu drops low. Time to end this. Boot thrusters ignite with a sharp hiss. He streaks like lightning across the field. Tao Chen stands frozen in absolute awe. The monsters shriek as they're torn apart. A summoner fighting on the front lines? That's literally a total cheat code. Guess I have to admit he's elite. Teeth clenched, his eyes blazed with pure fury. Through the howling gale, a commanding voice boomed. Chilling the air, he roared, "Blue Dragon, strike! Move it! Unless you want a beatdown for watching. Get out there and delete at least one monster," Belmzoon growled, eyes locked in. "We're moving out." Crimson stained the sky as the wind spiraled. Earth shattered as something rose from the abyss. A colossus emerged. The territory boss has awakened. Gangnam Station. Reinforcements stand ready, awaiting the signal. A hand slowly cracks open a cold lunchbox. 10 hours since the raid team entered that gate, Seongpyo sat frozen, his gaze heavy with worry. And here we are, still stuck waiting. Morningstar Guild and the Kim clan leader, Seongpyo. Dong-hee shrugged calmly. Well, that's just life. Backup duty is always a race against the clock. Who knows when another gate might just pop. That's just how these irregular gates work, man. He went quiet, letting out a heavy sigh. Is that so? He faltered, forced a laugh, and spoke quickly. Right, Seongpyo's family is still inside that gate. Look, this prep is just formality. They'll be fine. Seongpyo relaxed. True, they've got Gigyu with them. The gate glows. With Gigyu, victory is certain. System. Summoning cruisers. The beast appears in light. It shrieked in agony. Jang Eon froze, completely horrified. Another summon? What the hell is this guy? Daechun gripped his blade. Snap out of it. Stop gawking. We've got a job to do. Just assume he's capable of anything by now. Jang Eon exhaled, centering herself. You're right, sir. Gigyu stepped forward, staring down the massive beast. No more holding back. It's go time. With a flick of his wrist. Bind. Spirit chains erupted like bolts of lightning. They locked onto the monster, squeezing tight. Wind shrieked as the air itself tore open. Gigyu spun, delivering a devastating, clean strike. Firepower exploded. Flames engulfed the beast's head. Pure fire element, absolutely incinerating the target. Screams echoed through a wall of black smoke. He touched down, sticking a perfect landing. The beast's eyes burned like dying embers. The beast let out a guttural roar, lunging with razor-sharp claws. Rue pulsed in his grip as shadows spiraled around the blade. Zigu's voice dropped to a cold whisper. Here's your prize. Chaos collided. A spear of dark mana shredded the beast's chest. It went limp instantly as the earth buckled under the shockwave. Every jaw dropped. They couldn't believe their own damn eyes. The entire world went silent. It was creepy as hell. Even heavyweights like Elle and Michael froze mid-step. Pure, unadulterated shock was written all over their faces. A massive, jagged scar was ripped deep into the earth. Then, a giant crater opened up like a hungry mouth. The monster's massive frame was literally sliced clean in two. Void black blood sizzled and boiled in the scorched air. System. Mantaus, commander of the Vothis Legion, is finished. Alert. You've successfully turned the boss into a soul ego. He stood there gasping for air, chest heaving like crazy. His eyes were wide, staring at the carnage in disbelief. Wait, was I always this much of a beast? Suddenly, Zigu's whole body started shaking uncontrollably. He stumbled back, hands clutching his chest in pure agony. Rue's voice echoed. Master, I finally see what's happening. It's the demonic energy here. It's supercharging your stats. That last blow, it was fueled by the hellish atmosphere, but it's wrecking your balance, pushing you to the edge. Rue warned, easy now, use that again and you'll break. Ziyu gritted his teeth, fighting the tremors in his limbs. Why the hell didn't you tell me that sooner? Rue's voice wavered. I didn't think it would be this bad. Then he froze. Wait, Master. It's already here. The ground shook. What? Is the area boss waking up? A massive frost wave erupted, choking the very air. Brandhut's eyes narrowed. This energy. The earth is screaming. Spiderweb cracks raced across the field. What's going on? He screamed in terror. Is something even worse coming? Belmazoon turned ghost white, sweating bullets. Look at the ground. The fissures widened fast. How much more can this take? A thunderous boom ripped through the air. Reality itself trembled. Tornadoes of debris swirled everywhere. Somebody help! Ziyu got blasted back, looking around in pure horror. He coughed. What the hell? The ground just freaking exploded. Rue stayed calm, shadow phase active. Turning body to smoke, he lunged, turning into a dark mist and flying clear. He hovered there, waiting for the thick dust to settle. Zigu's eyes locked onto the center of the crater. Right there, A massive, creepy cocoon sat in the pit. Look at that boss cocoon. It's freaking massive. Zigu's jaw dropped, voice trembling. Is it supposed to be this huge? Yeah, he's a unit, but this is just overkill. He muttered darkly. The explosion must have triggered this mutation. If I'm right, this thing could blow and erase this entire dimension. He froze, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Wait, what? Then why are we just standing here chatting? King hesitated. Master, just hypothetically, in a worst-case scenario. His voice lowered, full of hidden meaning. What if you can't win? King pressed on. You know what I'm talking about, right? Jigu's eyes narrowed as his expression shifted. Say what now? King fumbled for his words again. Master, I mean, what if? I'm just talking about a total 1 in a million shot here. What if you hit a point where winning seems impossible? Jigu stopped cold, eyes flashing with suspicion. Hold up, what are you trying to say? After a long pause, he finally whispered back. Look, what I'm getting at is, King's voice suddenly turned dead serious and firm. Never mind, forget it. His eyes suddenly went dark. You're saying, a soft voice made Ziyu spin around in total shock. Master, Io said, her face heavy with exhaustion. I've used everything. I can't hold this evolved form much longer. He smiled, eyes full of pride. You did great. Io and the 3 angels faded back into the blade. She whispered, Forgive me, I couldn't be more help. Stop. You did more than enough, Ziyu said sincerely. His voice grew commanding. Now, go inside and rest up. A void gate flickered open. Thank you, Master. Suddenly, King snapped him back to reality. Master, the giant cocoon up ahead was starting to pulse. It began swirling violently. Something was waking up inside. Heads up, Master, it's coming right for us. Ziyu instantly raised his blade to block the strike. A deafening crash rang out. No way, this is insane. The blade passed through, but the silk was untouched. How the hell is this thing so tough? Ziyu's hand gripped his vibrating sword with everything he had. The cocoon kept spinning into a chaotic vortex. It's cloning. A whole wall of cocoons is closing in. A rain of jagged arrows suddenly tore through the air. They shredded through the sky, piercing everything in sight. Even those nearby monsters are getting wrecked. Lethal spears keep erupting from that cursed cocoon. He grimaces, his expression turning stone cold. It is blindly attacking friend and foe alike. A chilling voice rings out. Hurt, you alive? Grand Hurt stands firm against the spear rain. We are undead, so I am totally fine. My undying legion will never stop growing here. Ruling snickers. Look at this arrogant show-off. That only works with enough demonic energy nearby. But he is clearly hitting his absolute limit. He mutters grimly. This situation is pure chaos. Zigu's gaze darkens, realizing time is almost up. Remaining griffins flee into the blood-red sky. They are safe high above the soaring spikes. He panics, searching for the control squad. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupts from afar. A massive shield? Up there in the sky? Michael is giving everything to protect them. The sanctuary. He stares in total disbelief. His lips tremble. Michael is actually doing it. Where did that insane mana come from? He is actually rivaling your power, Master. Below them, the cocoon pulses with rage. Sharp spikes suddenly pivot towards Zigu. He maneuvers through the air with ease. He effortlessly glides past the incoming death. Zigu's eyes turn lethal, blade raised high. A lethal strike pierces toward the cocoon. The strike only leaves a tiny, pathetic scratch. He stays calm, asking with cold determination. So, everything goes boom if this pops? Rue replies. First, this entire zone vanishes. Then, a supreme boss monster finally awakens. Darkness swallows the city in a hazy mist. Does everyone die if the gate collapses? A massive dungeon break will level everything. Zigu grips tight, cursing this insane reality. Suddenly, blood trickles down from his nose. He freezes, dazed, as Julian shouts out, Master, look, you are bleeding everywhere. He stumbles, coughing up a spray of crimson. His eyes roll back, veins turning red. Damn it, the power balance is shattered. You will literally die if you keep pushing. Below me, the cocoon is spinning like a horrific, jagged blender. Zigu pulls a massive jump, but his body is a noodle, vision blurring into nothing. Did I just get wrecked? Zigu is just floating there. Brain is fried if salt skill is a bust. Then I need a plan B, but what? He recalls his attack on that shell. It tanked an evolved salt skill without a single scratch. No basic move will ever pierce that beast's armor. He stays calm, even L is totally out of mana. Michael's face pales, pushing his strength to the absolute limit. Zigu's aura leaks, and 2 boss commanders still remain. He shuts his eyes. Is this the end for us? A dungeon break will unleash this hell on the city. Thoughts of his mother and sister flash by. Zigu snaps awake. Wait, I meant in a rare case. The king points his blade forward. A stern voice. If a hopeless moment ever arrives, when the master believes there is zero chance, use me and drive my blade deep into your gut. He screams in panic. Stop, wait. Master, you absolutely cannot. System sounds an alert. Your soul bond with a Gozu has finally expanded. Level cap broken, a jagged spike hammers down. It slams the shield, birthing a web of deep cracks. More protective layers shatter with a loud roar. The shield. Michael burns his last mana to protect the team. Sweat pours down his pale face. Damn it, I am out of mana. Teeth grit, his eyes fill with fear. At this rate, Michael stops cold. Behind, through the choking black smoke, monster swarm lunges forward. Razor-sharp pincers aim directly for his throat. Damn it, Michael gasps. I realize too late there is no blocking this. Just as death reaches the fragile shield, they hesitate, then abruptly turn their heads. A piercing howl tears the air. The two bosses flee into the sky, terrified, as if facing a true god. A heartbeat later, they crumble into gray ash. The entire room fell dead silent. Crushing pressure sent everyone into panic. Michael turned pale, drowning in confusion. Huh? A hand oozing dark energy reached out. What the heck just happened? Gigyu sat atop a giant spike, eyes cold. Trash, he spat. You know nothing of power. Moving without my permission? How bold. Grunhut gnashed his teeth, growling in defiance. Gigyu laughed chillingly. Kneel and bow down. Wicked energy erupted. The king is back. Jigu's body warped, unleashing a monstrous aura. Massive jet-black wings tore through the air. Michael gasped, eyes wide. Kim Gigyu? He froze. That form, that insane power. His hands shook, losing his weapon's grip. Jongyong stared up, trembling in terror. Is that really Kim Gigyu? Face pale. He struggled to even flinch. But that crushing force kept him paralyzed. This power, I can't move a muscle. Everything suddenly went dark. A massive energy source shifted behind him. What is that? Zubin stood paralyzed. This is every ounce of energy here. All the energy in the area. Mana and demonic force converged into one point. It's all gathering in one spot. Nearby, Brunhut gritted his teeth. His body shuddered. My energy, it's being drained away. Undead soldiers and monsters were swept away. They collapsed. I can't hold the summons anymore, Bellman spoke up, his voice quivering, as expected of the great Kim Gigyu. But Tao Chen's eyes filled with doubt. Shaking, he muttered, No, it's not. The Morning Star wouldn't do this. Violent energy surged toward a massive cocoon. It's the cocoon. It's devouring everything, sucking up all local energy. Aura-drenched spikes shattered every shield. The very fabric of space trembled. The legendary shield shattered into pieces. A terrifying shockwave sent everyone flying back. My shield. Gone. The blast was massive. We hit the dirt hard, scarring the earth. Agonized screams echoed across the ruins. Spikes rained down like a deadly storm. Total chaos. Dust blinded the entire field. Everyone was mangled. Pure, bloody carnage. Pushed back, the squad was finally collapsing. Tao Chen struggled up, coughing blood. Wounded and shaking, he barely spoke. Is everyone still alive? Tao Chen's eyes filled with pure dread. Absolute horror. What now, damn it? He froze, his lips trembling. Look! A shadowy figure rose ahead. What the hell is that thing? A colossal titan surged toward the field. They watched, paralyzed by the beast. Silence fell. The air turned suffocating. It's over. This is finally the end. Victory? No, this is just death. Soldiers vomited from the sheer pressure. Mana plummeted. The final boss was here. 10 minutes? No. 5 until lights out. A cold voice spoke. If they fight, everyone here is basically dead meat. Michael collapsed. His shield and soul were broken. His life was fading fast. Dao Chen scowled. Is this my grave? If we stop that monster here, then dying today isn't so bad. Sharp pincers tore through space itself. The beast lunged, crushing the survivors. Zhang Yun braced his sword, sensing power. This crushing weight? Just from wind? Ziyu hovered above. Is this it? His voice cut like ice. Too far. A pale hand appeared, a sharp snap. A dark void swallowed the red sky. The demon's body began to vanish. Dao Chen and Zhang Yun stood frozen. Pure disbelief filled their wide eyes. The demon's head was simply disappearing. What the hell just happened? Yo, did Morningstar just pull a pro gamer move? An azure light streaked towards Zigu like a lethal arrow. Pretty sure that filthy demon just tried to take him out. The sudden wind pressure forced my eyes shut for a second. A heartbeat later, Dao Chen finally managed to look back. But in that tiny window of time, half the demon's massive body had been completely vaporized. Zigu just glanced down at the carnage, cold as ice. Arms crossed, he looked like he was actually enjoying this. His purple eyes were glowing with a sick sense of glee. Zigu smirked. Look at you, finally using those brain cells. Vathis. One of his wings snapped back like a hydraulic press. Then Zigu blasted off like a jet engine on pure nitro. He shredded everything in his path, including Isak's massive frame. The impact sent a massive shockwave through the entire area. Zigu slammed down, pinned Vathis, and shoved his head down. He was still smiling, but his voice was pure venom. Did you really think you could hide from me? Using a flashy distraction to pull a disappearing act? Cute. Vothis, he spat, as the creature drenched itself in sweat. Zigu's grip tightened until Vothis's shell began to crack. It flailed wildly. Wait! I was tricked too. I'll tell everything. Zigu's eyes went wide with mania. Pass. I've got better ways. Vathis froze. You're a bit small to fill me up, but whatever. Pure, unadulterated terror and despair washed over Vothis's face. He thrashed like a fish, but it was game over. Wait, don't let me kick the bucket yet. Vathis begged for his life. Don't end me like this. Hearing that name just flipped Zigu's berserker switch. His eyes flared as he bared fangs. Shut your mouth. That's a name I buried a long time ago. Cannibalism, the ultimate act of devouring your own kind. The begging stopped, replaced by a soul-shattering, sky-piercing scream. System alert. You have successfully assimilated Vothis's essence. Territory battle victory. Vathis has been neutralized. That sky-sized mountain of flesh now had a gaping hole. Down below, Zigu stood amidst the swirling dust and smoke. Finished with his snack, Zigu casually wiped his mouth. He straightened up and surveyed the wreckage. All right then. Now, what exactly was I looking for in this dump? The witnesses stood there, completely paralyzed by the sheer brutality. Dao Chen and Cheng Yong immediately braced for a fight. Someone whispered, Yo, what the hell is even happening there? Suddenly, a mysterious shadow flickered across the sky above. Zigu drops in like a freaking meteor. He's dragging a broken shugu like yesterday's trash. Zigu just lets go, dropping him cold. Not a single scratch on the guy. Terrifying. Bellman June and the squatter shook. President? Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the area. They stop and drop to their knees instantly. Silence falls until Brandhut finally speaks up. Welcome back, my lord. Vice Overlord. Zigu's cold eyes lock onto him. Brandhut stays bowed, too scared to look up. Bam! Half his head gets deleted like a toy. Zigu stalks closer, muttering under his breath. Vice Overlord? Seriously? Give me a break. He grabs the guy by the throat. His murderous aura is straight up suffocating. You're way too chatty for a skeleton. Think that gate makes you immortal? Wrong. I'll still wipe that smirk off, fool. Brandhut's skull regenerates in a blink. You've clearly lost your mind, sir. Give our master his body back. Now. Zigu just glares, ready to kill. His eyes are glowing a different color. You think this is a joke? Sparks of lightning dance on his fingertips. That blue necklace starts glowing in response. A shimmering blue barrier wraps around the team. The mist clears, revealing Ren and the angels. L levels his sword. Give the body back, Ru. Ren snarls, radiating pure, unadulterated hatred. Hamian screams, Monster, leave our master's soul. Runhurt joins in. Wake the hell up, Ru. Ziyu grabs his face, laughing. Is that it? He glares at the angels with pure malice. Boom! A massive shockwave blasts them all back. El gets rocked, and the squad goes flying. The angels are helpless against his overwhelming power. Ren tries to resist, but gets swept away. Ziyu stands tall with a sword through him. He pauses, looking confused. What the hell? He stares at his hand. Wait, why? Why did I hold back on those pests? The angels struggle to even stand up. Zigu just keeps rambling to himself. Those who dare show me such hostility. His words sent a cold shiver down Ren's spine. Honestly, you all should have been monster food by now. Zigu stared down at his own blood-stained hands. Wait, what? For a split second, a sudden doubt flickered through his mind. Who? Who am I again? The clarity finally returned to Zigu's clouded eyes. Lightning surged from the sword, impaling his chest, blasting that eerie corruption right out of Zigu's body. Faint red sparks flickered from his trembling fingertips. Gigyu collapsed, his form finally returning to human. Elle gazed at her master with deep, searching eyes. Suddenly, a venomous voice hissed from behind her. We have to drag him straight to hell. Trang Yang stepped forward, brandishing his blade. You guys saw that freak show too, right? Elle whipped around, glaring at the ungrateful mob. He shouted, desperately trying to rally the crowd. That thing over there is no longer human. We need to take him out while he's still weak. She met his words with a chilling, deadly silence. It was the terrifying calm before the storm. Her eyes turned pitch black, radiating pure, murderous intent. Her feet dangled, slowly descending toward the earth. Michael touched down, folding his massive wings. He stared at the scene in utter, speechless shock. Michael watched Elle facing down a mob of armed cowards. What the hell is even happening here? Trang Yong kept screaming, targeting the unconscious boy. Finish him! Send him to hell before he wakes up. Hun stood up in protest. What's wrong with you? Zubin roared in fury. How can you be so heartless? Belman Jun stayed quiet, carrying the wounded on his back. He's a monster, Trang Yong yelled. He attacked his own summon. He turned to Dao Chen. You're with me, right? Dao Chen hesitated, his gaze wavering with doubt. He knew Morningstar saved them, but the truth stung. Dao Chen raised his spear. He's too dangerous to leave alone. Elle let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Ungrateful rats. Forgotten who kept you alive until now? Michael's heart raced, his pupils shrinking in terror. A devastating aura exploded from Elle's entire body. Master, forgive me for acting without your orders, but right now, I'm ending these fools. Her eyes just went full void. Dark energy is literally exploding now. Look at these ungrateful little punks. Lightning is arching off Elle's body. Trang Yang is barely holding on. What kind of insane power is this? Even Zigu's goons are getting wrecked. That jerk has completely lost it. Please, you're the real jerk here. I'm memorizing every one of your faces. It looks like mana, but this aura. Michael tries to wake the young lady. One person walks in, totally fearless. Zubin's jaw just hit the floor. Grandma Heksuk is walking past everyone. Grandma, she doesn't even flinch. Blade at her throat, she's unfazed. Elle talks down to the old woman. Elle warns Heksuk to stop moving. I don't attack people without a reason. One more step and you're done. Her eyes cleared, but she's still lethal. I won't be showing mercy twice. Heksuk just ignores her threat entirely. She looks at Zigu on the ground. Are you sure he's okay like that? Heksuk drops a cold truth bomb. Your master is going to die soon. Elle's heart just skipped a beat. She's fuming, but she's also doubting. The old lady just stands there casually. Wait and see if I'm lying. By then, it'll be way too late. Are you really okay with that outcome? Elle's killing intent suddenly vanishes. She's scanning the old lady's face. Their eyes meet in a sharp standoff. Deep inside Zigu's subconscious, he wakes up in an endless night. He's just floating in total midair. He sits up and looks around. Where the heck am I right now? He narrows his eyes, thinking hard. This feeling. Wait, I know this place. Suddenly, Rue's voice breaks the silence. Welcome to the abyss. Thinking something stupid again, aren't you? Gigyu scrambles, searching like a madman. Rue? Is that your voice? Rue. His voice echoes like a ghost. Still nothing. Damn it! Time's up. Master, forget today ever happened. I can't face that soul-crushing void again. You're losing me. What does that mean? Listen closely. You, me, and times. Static, asterisk. Rue, I can't hear you. Speak up. From the darkness, massive red scales emerge, trapped by a giant serpent eating itself. Master, I'm just a shell without you. Eyes snap open. Master, you're alive. Cold eyes glare down. Awake already, brat? Gigyu groans, nursing a killer migraine. Wait, you're Jubin's advisor, right? He looks down, a massive sword wound. Gone. He's been completely patched up. You're the one who saved me, right? She shrugs. I barely lifted a finger. Want to know who really saved your skin? Suddenly, his hand glows. Her voice rings. Look over there. It was Michael. He turns. Michael's standing right there. He looks totally drained. Mana level, 0. What the hell happened while I slept? Michael? Zigu mutters, totally dazed. Hexup turns her back on him. Listen, kid. This nightmare isn't over. Once we're out, come find me. She narrows her eyes, wheels turning. She watches Zigu's retreating figure. That's Kim Sejin's brat, no doubt. She stares at his face, wondering. Could he be the son of Kronos? A fragment of the Holy Grail? Everyone's rushing the gate like crazy. Zigu and Michael stand off to the side. My Grail shard. I used it on you. Confusion hits Zigu like a freight train. A trophy? Stuck inside my body? Suddenly, Du butts in. Kid, that's the least of your worries. Wait, is this some kind of hidden power? Vivid flashes of Michael's healing touch flood his mind. Even Elle can't help but nod in agreement. 0 flashy effects, just pure energy surging through his palms. Zigu cuts a sharp side-eye toward the guy. Seriously? Is this the legendary Vatican relic everyone's hyped about? Reliving that epic block from Michael gets his blood pumping. Chill out. This zone's locked down by the Holy Grail's barrier. Vatican tech at its finest, keeping us safe. He strikes a pose, totally done with the melodrama. Cut it. It's just a tiny fragment. It'll regenerate before they even notice. Boom. Michael snaps his eyes open, back to serious mode. Rewind. Back when Elle was literally raining lightning down everywhere. Hexuk stands her ground, staring down the storm without flinching. Want to save your master? Then stow that power before you blow it. Hexuk's gaze pierces right through Elle like an open book. You've burned through way too much life force in that scrap. Keep wasting it and your master is toast. Total fact. Her blade stays level, but her voice takes a softer edge. Look, can you just trust me for once? Hexuk's weathered eyes plead with Elle, sparking with desperate hope. She looks up, her eyes wavering with a flicker of doubt. Finally, Elle caves to the pressure and lets her eyes shut. Her aura fades out. Fine. I know what has to be done. Hold up. Sword mode first. Her physical form begins to blur. Elle vanishes as lightning coils together like a golden serpent. The bolts fuse, forging the shape of a legendary blade. Hexuk reaches out and snatches the newly forged weapon. She raises the steel, catching her reflection in the metal. Don't take this the wrong way, she whispers to the blade, but I'm about to do something crazy with you. I'm going to plunge this straight into your master. Feeling Elle's shock, Hexuk quickly tries to keep her cool. Relax, I've got this under control, she insists. She glances down at Zigu, crumpled on the floor like trash. That gut wound is gnarly enough, no need for a fresh hole. Hexuk whips her head around, her eyes searching the area. She narrows her gaze, hunting for her next target. And now for the main event, she mutters. She shouts over to Michael, catching him totally off guard. Michael jumps, but Hexuk doesn't waste a single second. You're Michael, right? Look, I don't care who you are to him. Your history with Kim Gigyu is none of my business. Her eyes burn with an intensity that strips Michael bare. But that power you're hiding, I see right through it. Heisuke drops a bomb. Can we use it? Total madness. His words hit like reality. Mind blown. Everyone's jaw hit the floor. Back to reality. Someone's voice echoes out. I'm still lost. No clue what's happening. Ziyu and Michael stare. What is that? He's baffled. How does that lady know? About the grail and my secret stash? Walking like a boss through the crowd. Michael's tripping. Who is this old lady? A legend? Ziyu spills the tea now. My first time meeting her. Not sure. But one thing is totally clear here. She's the Miss Society's top-tier advisor. Michael snaps his head toward the guy, whispering low. Man, I really wonder now. Are you a god or a devil? Ziyu points to himself. Wait, me? Michael gives him a big thumbs up. I was the only Grail candidate before. But you? You handle it like nothing. Treated that fragment like a cheap toy. Your sync rate is literally off charts. Eyes locked on Ziyu. No more games. Who are you? Flashback hits him hard. Seeing Shudong sitting right there again. Why awaken those cursed demon eyes now? They are the mark of the devil. Staring at the sunset. Searching for answers. Hell, I don't even know what I am. Hun touches the spike. Ready to roll. Sudden voice echoes through the whole area. Warp to the reward zone? Yes or no? He turns back and shouts to everyone. Guess this cocoon is part of the boss. Time to teleport and grab the loot. The squad leaves. Loud and hyped up. Finally! We actually pulled it off, guys. Miss my mom. Ziyu copies Hun's move. Here goes nothing. Palms pressed against the jagged, dark thorn. The system pings with a new alert. Absorb the gate, yes or no? Ziyu stares at the screen. Totally helpless. I am the one left behind. Again, ready to devour this gate? Rue's voice carried a comforting warmth. Fine, let's just do it. EO is getting all hyped up again. I want to absorb it right now. He raised his hand, muttering to himself. Rue, do you really remember absolutely nothing? He gave a chillingly calm response. I told you already, didn't I? Every single memory will just fade away. Suddenly, Rue's tone shifted completely. Actually, I have backup plans. Details later. Gigyu noted the glowing ring. Understood. Gigyu felt worried, but Elle stepped in. Relax. She just overtaxed her magical power. Lightning crackled as Elle drew her sword. Memories of her soaring through fire and wrath returned. She just needs some time to heal. Gigyu heard that and agreed internally. A voice suddenly called from behind him. She will recover with enough rest. Hey there, Kim Gigyu. Changyon's squad suddenly blocked Jigyu's path. He eyed the man with pure suspicion. Well, if it isn't Chairman Choi. Changyon's face twisted with deep hesitation. He faltered, words catching in his throat. His men looked away, dodging eye contact. His expression was a chaotic, changing mess. Nervous, then prideful, it was actually hilarious. Then, the entire squad bowed to Gigyu. Thanks, we owe you our very lives. Changyon's voice rang out quite firmly. Blue Dragon Guild officially sends its thanks. Gigyu froze as Ao started whispering nonsense. Master, don't buy his fake act. That snake wants you 6 feet under. The king agreed. What a clown show. Roast his family. He can't say anything. Gigyu stepped closer, looming over him. Don't mention it, it was just convenient. A slight smirk played on his lips. Gigyu glared at Changyeon's bowing head. Today never happened. Understood, Chairman Choi? Sweat poured down as he bit his lip. Silence shattered as Changyeon's voice strained through the air. Copy that, he muttered. The system droned, warping them to the loot zone. In a blink, every player vanished. L was low-key fuming for Zigu's sake. Master, why'd you let that trash walk? Those punks literally tried to erase you. He just let out a tired, helpless sigh. Look, I couldn't exactly end them right there. Grand hurt. Don't let Vu's bad attitude infect you. Vu played the total innocent card. Hey, I didn't say a thing. Zigu's face went stone cold. Dark schemes were swirling in his head. This works. Now they owe me their lives. Besides, I can't take them all on yet. My recovery is still way behind schedule. Plus, those two high ranks are major trouble. Vu suddenly piped up again. Master, talking smack doesn't actually cost mana, you know? He snapped back immediately. Zip it, you annoying ghost. The guy responded with zero shame. Flame them, not me. Suddenly, a rift tore open across the city. A drowsy teen was blinded by the portal's glare. He blinked awake, staring at the impossible rift. His eyes went wide, paralyzed by the sight. The crowd scrambled up to witness the gate. The portal. Boots finally stepped onto the concrete. Cheers erupted as the heroes made it back. Mission clear. The raid team was finally home. Ambulances now, someone screamed, pointing wildly. Too many casualties. Get them to the hospital. Min Yang lugged Suku toward the medics. Suku! Where's Hunter Kim? Pai yelled. Daquan pointed back. Right there, in the rear. Haneun watched them with bated breath. The first light of dawn broke through the skyline. Morning rays washed over the towering city. In a quiet room, the shower began to hiss. Jigu stood under the spray, finally exhaling, letting the water wash away the dungeon's grime. He stood frozen, mind drifting. Why can't I solve this? Suku's caught, yet still exists. What is his ultimate endgame? Ruchin snaps him back. Let's just grill him directly. He's just a lingering ego. Zigu finally jolts awake. Wait, did I zone out? He eyes the glowing ring. The answer strikes like thunder. Correct. I devoured his soul. Zigu raises his hand, questioning. Hey, one more quick thing. Eaten is a metaphor, right? Ruben replies with cold indifference. No, I literally ate him. Io adds, he enjoyed it. Zigu's brain hits a dead end. Darkness swallowed the bathroom whole. The door was bolted shut. Towel-wrapped Zigu storms the stall. He raises 2 fingers, steady, eyes burning with fierce resolve. Then his gaze hits. The toilet. Tragic retching echoes from inside. Sunny day at the estate. She wore a troubled expression. Ren's no ordinary dog. Unless you're totally blind. Anyone could see the truth. Dudung's memories flash back. Zigu always brings Ren along. She'd ask him every time. Where's the dog? Zigu. Zigu blinks, looking totally clueless. Just give me a second. I'm bringing him home now. Dudung silent frustration. He'd even forget him outside. You're a player summon, right? Yeah, must be that. She held Ren close, pondering. I hate you being in danger, but if Zigu's safe, fine. Dudung's face is tight. She's about to drop a bombshell. Enough secrets. Today, the truth finally comes out. He can't hide it anymore. Ren is no ordinary dog. Dudung marches forward with ironclad resolve. She slams the door open, ready to scream, Brother! But then, something catches her completely off guard. Zigu is sprawled out, looking absolutely drained, like he just crawled back from a brutal shift. He hasn't even pulled off his tactical gloves. Dudung freezes, the fire in her eyes fading. She stays silent, gently pulling the blanket over him. She slips out of the room like a ghost. Her big confrontation will have to wait for now. 6 p.m. strikes. A loud ringtone shatters the silence. Zigu bolts upright, fumbling for his phone. Hello? Dinner? With Zubin? Fine. I'm coming. I'll wash up and head out. Zigu hangs up. 6 p.m.? I've been out for 8 hours? Ru appears with a smug, knowing look. Try 30 hours. You've been dead to the world. You're a total sleep addict. Zigu's jaw drops. 30 hours? Why didn't you guys wake me up? Ru shrugs. Rest is a weapon too, Master. Runhurt nods. Indeed, your body needed the recovery. Ru adds a little spicy bit of info. Your sister checked in to see if you're breathing. Zigu explodes. You definitely should have woken me then. Later at the restaurant, a massive feast awaits. Zigu dives in like he hasn't eaten in years. After the first few bites, he finally looks up. Wait, where is Chairman Choi? It'd be great if he could join us. Secretary Seong-hoon sighs, putting down his drink. He's busy cleaning up the trash in the guild. He explains the grim reality of the situation. The Kane Guild took some devastating hits this time. They're planning a joint funeral with the Blue Dragons. Zigu turns to his sister, his tone softening. And how about your side? Any casualties? Dudong looks calm. We're okay. No one died. Zigu lets out a long, heavy breath of relief. Thank God. Ru watches him with glowing eyes. Why so gloomy? Death is just part of life. Birth, aging, and passing. It's just the cycle, Master. Grand Herd snapped back instantly. Yo, Ru. Ever heard of reading the room? Sehun exhaled like a massive weight just vanished. Pure luck we shut that gate down fast. Nobody knows when these rifts will tear open. Guessing the body count is basically impossible now, Ziyu asked, her voice trembling slightly. Sehun confirmed it. Only Gangnam Station is clear. Jigu cursed internally. Suddenly, Yu Jung called him. She read him. Thinking of another gate, Jigu? Sehun sweated. Thought you were done. Jigu panicked. Master, you are trashed. Go now. You die. Grand Herd agreed. Master, seriously, just sleep. Jigu groaned. Fine, fine. You win, brats. What about Sukwu? Yu Jung smirked. Nice subject change. Sehun's reply chilled him. He is still out. No physical wounds, yet he is in a coma. Who knows what those monsters did to him? The association has him under high-security medical watch. Jigu fell silent, eyes darkening with worry. Ru tilted his head. Spacing out again? Master? They said they have 0 clues on Sukwu. If they do not know, go ask directly. Jigu's eyes snapped wide. Wait, you are right! A portal ripped open. Yushik, someone roared. Jichun was waiting. Finally, took you long enough. In the middle of nowhere, he asked. For this? It was floating. Now it is a sunken island. How big is it? Bigger than Earth? Herd guessed. Jigu rubbed his neck. Sorry for the mess, Pops. Jichun grinned. Kid, the bigger the better for me. Finally, the old man waved him off. All right, I am heading out. Do not die yet. Managers cannot slack off for too long anyway. Grand Herd chirped up with a big smile. Catch you later, old man. Peace out. Bye-bye. Zichun laughed. See you later, kid. Jigu just stood there, laughing at the chaos. Memories of the early days flooded back in. This place started as just one dinky pyramid. Now, a colossal tower loomed over everything. Jigu stared up, completely lost in thought. Look at this insane monster of a place, Yu sighed. That old man was purely nuts. Grand Herd beamed. This is freaking awesome! As night falls, the sky bleeds crimson. A strange light pierces the dark void. Found it, Zigu mutters to himself. Ru was right, it's still here. A headless nightmare looms ahead. The fallen husk of Vothis. Ru sighs, forced to admit it. In the hunger of territory, wars. Winners strip the losers bare. Zigu approaches the broken beast. Time for the final touch. Can I force his ego back? System. Select the designated ego. Active. Ego Vothis assigned. The corpse begins to glow wildly. Light spirals into a fierce vortex. The storm swallows Zigu whole. The cocoon implodes and shatters. Vothis awakens. I am Vothis. He drops to one knee instantly. I serve only you, my king. Brunhut watches with pure hype. Whoa, he looks human now. The king shoots that down. He's just a head, idiot. Ziyu looks him in the eye. Vothis, glad to have you back. Sorry to work you so soon, but I need a huge favor. Vothis bows in total submission. Command me, my king. Your word is my law. Ziyu grins, rolling up sleeves. First things first. His face goes stone cold. I'm kicking your ass. Vothis freezes in pure terror. Wait, my king? Zigu stays chillingly calm. Don't take it personally. You owe my friend big time. Ru cheers with wicked joy. Zigu leans in, watching him pale. Relax. This won't take long. I'll be gentle, I said. Narrator, he lied. A massive fist comes crashing down like a meteor. Wuxia looks strangely satisfied. What a weirdo. This is pure, unadulterated peak fiction right here. Grand Herd is absolutely vibrating with hype right now. Oh, great master. Everything you do is just straight fire, sir. Our resident masochist, Wuxia, is currently a floor mat. Ziyu finishes the beatdown. Are you happy now? My power's unruly. Ziyu shrugs, giving a mid-tier review. Kinda sad we can't just pulverize this guy for good. Wuxia nearly pees himself. But hey, future beating opportunities. Grunthard chimes in. Exactly what I was thinking. Boss? Ziyu leans in. So, Wuxia, ready to spill the tea? Wuxia, shaking like a leaf. I was always going to obey. Zigihu crouches down, staring into Wuxia's soul. Interrogation time. Talk. What's Andreas planning with these gates? Wuxia folds. Andreas. He made us an offer we couldn't refuse. Zigihu is confused. An offer? Spit it out, now. We're gonna jack the players' bodies and conquer Earth, Zigu realizes. So that's why the gear looked weird. Rue isn't buying it. No way in hell. Impossible. Andreas could never pull off something that insane. Period. Wusha's eyes go completely hollow and lifeless. He isn't bluffing. Andreas alone is weak. But Zigu smells something fishy. This math isn't mathing. Spawning this many massive gates at once is totally impossible. Rue nods in agreement. Yeah, totally sus. Wuxia drops the bombshell. He's doing it all, using the legendary legacy of Paimon. Zigu freezes. Wait, the legacy of Paimon? It's everything. He was even his very demonic essence. Rue jumps in. Master, listen to me carefully. This isn't just about snatching some random player's body. The weight of the situation finally hits Zigu hard. When a demon hijacks a human vessel like that, those who couldn't even tap into their potential suddenly unlock 100% of their devastating power. Zigu still has some major doubts, though. Even if that crazy possession plan actually works, Earth still has monsters like the Demon King and Seong-ho. He pictures those absolute units, Seong-ho and Sudong. Plus, Ziyu figures his own logic is flawless. If I already beat him, his success rate is 0. Wuxia bows deeply, showing total and absolute submission. You nailed it, my king. Sadly, I actually met you. We all figured it out. This bet? Totally worth the shot. His eyes flash with pure mischief. Andreas spills the tea. They grabbed a total Earth legend. Some powerhouse currently chilling in America. Jiju heads back to the tower. Ji-chun grins. So, feeling the vibe? Pretty sick, right? Brand HUD is just fanboying in the back. Ji-chun's got the master plan. First floor, your new whip showroom. Second floor, your elite executive office. Just pick your favorite aesthetic. Jiju mumbles. Whatever you want, man. But, is this pile of rocks safe? I've done construction, and this feels sketchy. Chill! Magic plus skeletons equals success. Dead guys are doing the building. Ji-chun keeps the flex going. If we keep this energy up, we'll link up with that sky island. Vu is just done with life. Why is he acting like this is easy? Grand Hearth gets super defensive. Don't you dare diss my dad. Vu hits him with the facts. Dude, your dad is literally one. Ji-chun drops the big name. Welcome to the legendary Jeju Tower. Gigyu is dying of embarrassment. Can we maybe change that? Ji-chun gets all dramatic and deep. Cut the talk, what's the move? Gigyu stammers, well, it's like. Rue steps in to explain everything. There's a titan living in America. Demons are plotting a massive body hijack. Master, the invasion isn't the problem. They're going undercover in the human world. Rue adds, every gate-clearing team is basically the world's elite players. Get possessed by a demon, and you are basically a walking nuke. Zigu used his foe as a chair while brooding hard. He finally snapped, time to hunt those traitors and hidden creeps. What is this? A twisted game of treasure hunt? The king insisted we need intel on Andreas's dark schemes. Finally, Zigu decided it was time to wake the beast. The seed of his son, the fallen Prince Trey. Qian appeared, but Ji-chun didn't look back, just asking, really? He shut his eyes, muttering he could not disobey orders. Ji-chun finally gave in, telling him to just do it. Jiju stuttered. I do not think we are just master and servant. He asked honestly, how do you actually feel about this? Ji-chun just let out a long, bone-tired sigh. In the dead of night, he begged for more time. Soon after, they all headed back to their own homes. Before a glowing portal, Zigu sat in deep meditation. Rue spoke up to check on his mana circuits. Your circuits were wrecked when I forced into your body. It seems Lady Lim Hisuk patched you with life force. But that was just a desperate, temporary band-aid fix. Rue added that his circuits were now one of a kind. Even I do not know how they will affect you. He warned Zigu to clear his mind and focus. Alone in his head, he thought, I have done this. So, this should be a total walk in the park. Total silence, except for the blood rushing through his veins. He felt every single thing happening deep inside himself. Finally, he opened his eyes while still in deep meditation. A massive, terrifying eye appeared beneath him in the void. His eyes went wide in absolute paralyzing shock. Zigu instantly warped himself back into the real world. He gasped for air like he just escaped hell. Wait, what? That was definitely not it. Rue cursed under his breath. Damn. He confirmed that it had finally, officially fused. Zigu asked, what? Rue explained his traits during the messy possession process. The truth sent Zigu into a panic. That fragment should have been completely erased. But a memory piece merged directly with his circuits. He was totally lost, asking what that even meant. Rue patiently broke it down into simple terms. A dark ego is about to emerge. Rue believed his personality took over the body back then. It could resurface any time, whether you want it or not. Zigu's heart stopped. That nightmare's persona. Wait, could that freak actually come back? Gross. The savage who literally ate the void? Nightmare fuel. Rue feasting on souls. Rue scoffed. Drama queen, chill out. Suddenly, Rue spiraled. What's happening? Zigu gagged. Ugh, I'm gonna puke. Find the old hag. Now, Hexuk's final warning was chilling. See me before you leave, kid. Zigu's mind raced with questions. Ruben's mysterious advisor. Who is he? Focus. Do what you can now. Wake Io and restore the balance. A temporary fix beats nothing. Zigu paused, his voice trembling. Fine, he muttered, clearly unsure. But how? I can't slap her. She's not your punching bag. Hey, why did that work on me? You're a natural sandbag. Basic math. L is drained. She needs power. Give her life force. Easy peasy. Evolve her while you're at it. Lay's evolution. Shards 10 of 10. Partner. ZU. Level 1. Job. Partner. My inventory is stacked with shards. The Mantis King's soul. Maybe? Evil Eye King's fragment is better. Rue explained the power scaling. Stronger egos mean a stronger L. Duh. It's just like your own power-ups. Rue added a quick side note. She won't have my hunger, though. Zigu nodded, finally catching on. All right. Evolution comes first, then. He checked the next tab. But the Heaven Sword. Where? Can I use those broken blades? Ziyu recalled his shattered steel. Find the old blacksmith. Easy. Ziyu gasped. That old geezer? A heavy silence filled the air. He's mourning his son. Bad timing. Rue sighed. We're officially stuck. Zichun's voice cuts through the silence. Think you're ready for this? Ziyu's hyped. For real? Zichun keeps his cool, responding calmly. I've still got the remnants of Divine Blade Nai and other shards. He suggests use them to revive L, but don't take too much. Total jackpot. Ziyu grins. See? Told you he was the GOAT. Grandhurt cheers. Dad, you are the absolute number one. Zichun admits, figured this day would come, so I prepped a frame. Ziyu's jaw drops. Wait, you did what? Zichun explains. Basically, the skeleton's done. It just needs a soul. Then he gives the silent command, Hurt. Bring the goods. Instantly, Brandhut reveals his true legendary form. He sticks the landing from above, light as a feather. Brandhut drops to one knee. You called? Boss? Zichun's impressed. Fast. Brandhut replies, always on standby, sir. Zigu thinks, damn, the old man really trained him well. He eyes the blade. If I pump my life force in, sword in hand, he warps back to his own world. Brandhut shouts, yo, it's actually working. Zigu test swings. Holy crap, it really is. Vu scoffs. Duh, you've literally done this before, genius. Weren't you the one who fixed that shattered divine sword? Suddenly, Zigu gets a weird, suspicious feeling. Wait, I'm not going to turn into an angel like Hamian, right? Vu laughs. If that happened, the old man would be insane. But honestly, this power level is already cracked. Zigu sees his reflection in the steel. I get it now. He pauses, heart racing. So, is it time? Brandhut's hyped. Time to bring Elle back to life. Vu shuts him down. Relax. She didn't kick the bucket. GU chants, fuse. Jack Lamont's ego, shards, core, main, and sub combined. He continues. Fuse. King of Eye's ego, shard, core, sync complete. GU keeps the combo going. Mantis, Jack Lamont, and the king. The final command echoes. Evolve. A blinding, holy light explodes from the sword. The radiance floods every single corner of the room. Through the glow, Elle emerges a total knockout beauty. She's rocking a pair of pure white wings. Zigu is completely stunned. Mouth, floor. Elle bows gracefully. Greetings, master. Your blade is here. Zigu blinks, double-checking the situation. Elle, is that really you? He stares, unable to believe it. Something's off. Zigu wonders. Wait, why does she feel so different? He scratches his head, breaking the awkward silence. Look, many questions, but why only 2 wings? Did you lose power? Elle brushes her wings, explaining they only fully manifest during battle, otherwise they stay hidden. Wanna look? She teases. Zigu panics. No way. Just keep doing what you're doing. Multiple wings must be a hassle, Zigu blabs. Elle's confused, so he quickly plays it off. Pivoting the awkwardness, Zigu asks, so, what's the deal with your hair? He's genuinely curious. Why did the color change so drastically? Elle hesitates, looking a bit unsure. Honestly, I'm not quite certain myself. Brandhut pipes up with a compliment. Well, it looks absolutely stunning regardless. Only Rue notices the truth. Master, haven't you realized it yet? Lord, her essence has been completely cross-contaminated. Zigu blinks in total confusion. Cross-contaminated? Like a science experiment? Rue breaks it down. You used General Mantios's ego to trigger L's evolution. That demon's ego didn't just help it fuse directly into L's core. He smirks. Now, she's an angel wielding the raw power of a high demon. She has become a legendary existence that should not even exist. Zigu stands there like a statue. Wait, she's a what now? Rue lets out a sinister chuckle before continuing his explanation. Seriously though, this whole situation is absolutely mental. Suddenly, a devious idea pops into Rue's head. Master, why don't you spar with L right now? Rue's eyes are practically sparkling with pure mischief. I have a very strong feeling that something incredibly entertaining is about to happen. Zigu narrows his eyes suspiciously. You're definitely plotting something, aren't you? Rue acts insulted. Me? Plotting? I'm hurt you'd think that. He plays the role of the loyal servant perfectly. Have I ever failed to give you my best support? Suddenly, Rue's voice turns booming and commanding. Give me an answer, master. He makes a grand, sweeping declaration. L isn't the only one who needs a field test. I'm talking about testing your limits, too. Zigu remains as clueless as a main character can be. Me? Why do I have to get involved? Rue sighs. Did you seriously forget your own trump card? Link, you can literally siphon the skills of any ego you're bonded with. It finally clicks for Zigu. The bond. I linked with Vothis. Rue nods. Exactly. The terrifying ability that made Vothis a legend, it's yours to command. Somewhere far away, Vothis's antenna twitches. She absent-mindedly scratches her head. Why is it so itchy? Is someone talking smack about me? Back at camp, Elle reaches out and plucks a single glowing feather. She holds the relic aloft as it begins to hum with power. In a flash, that feather transforms into Elle's own personal divine blade. She points the tip directly at Zigu, her gaze sharpening. Here it is, master. Don't hold anything back. With this sword, you can finally unleash your true potential during our duel. A sleek white blade, with violet accents and a glowing gem. Zigu's jaw drops, half impressed, half terrified. No way! Elle actually cloned this? Grandherd is totally hyped. Yo, Elle's power is cracked now. Zigu's getting a little greedy. If she can forge this, can we mass produce these and get rich? But Elle shuts him down. Sadly, it's a one of one. This sword is literally my soul. She's being totally real. There can only be one. I can only forge a single blade that holds any full god-tier power. Elle keeps flexing her stats. It might feel a bit weird, but it's just as lethal as my true form. Evolution really did me some serious favors. Ziyu grips the hilt, feeling the vibe. Wait, this actually works? He's completely blown away. My total combat power just doubled? This is straight up broken. Must be the master link at work. Elle steps up to the plate. Time to lock in. She takes the lead. All right then. Listen up, master. Elle flexes, all 8 wings. A legendary sight right before his eyes. She's officially in the zone. Let's get it. Ziyu takes his battle stance. A strange light glows from his chest, dual-wielding swords, like a total boss. Finally, he looks alive. Game on. They ignore the portal and start throwing hands. Neither's backing down, as lethal blades clash. Elle's eyes are burning with fire. Zigu's strikes literally scar reality itself. Elle parries with a cheeky smirk. Not bad, Elle. You're a total beast at this. Elle smirked. Just doing what you taught me, boss. Still got a long way to go, though. Grand Hurt was drooling. Man, let me in. I want a piece of this. Rue clapped back. Shut it! You're just a ghost with no body. And you think you're better, punk? Zigu kicked off, lunging backward with insane speed. Now, he and Elle were back at square one. Suddenly, he blurted out. So, what's this cool thing you mentioned? Rue. And Votus's special ability, too. Rue shrugged. Psh, bet it's not even that height. He muttered some cryptic nonsense. But look at Elle over there. She's clearly leveled up her game. Zigu was totally lost. Elle flashed a wicked, troublemaking grin. She reached out a hand. Electric sparks danced at her fingertips. Hey, master, the voltage started surging wilder. Elle called out, my bad, okay? She flipped the switch to total war mode. From here on out, I'm going all out. Zigu's face went pale. He felt it. That's pure mana. Even Brunhut felt the shift. Suddenly, Elle feels just as nasty as Rue does. Is she becoming a little delinquent too? Rue snapped back, ready to throw hands. Say that again. I dare you. Zigu finally realized what was wrong. I knew there was mana mixed in, but Elle's an angel. Why is she using demonic mana? Rue kept it cool. Why the shock, boss? This isn't even the cool part yet. Zigu's mind was absolutely blown. Wait, what? Mana began devouring L's blade. No, wait, it was infecting her entire body. Zigu's confident smirk vanished instantly. For the first time, he felt true terror. L charged in, looking like a literal god of death. Zigu is backed into a dead-end corner. He's sweating bullets. You trying to kill me? Seriously? Show your boss a little mercy. Brunhut's just stirring the pot. Such a bad influence. Elle's grinning though. She's got total faith. Since you're the master, I'm going all out. Boom. She launches herself into the sky. Elle goes full throttle, like a moth to fire. Seriously, this girl has zero chill. Zigu clicks his tongue. No turning back now. Fine, let's see if that faith pays off. The air vibrates with terrifying raw killing intent. Suddenly, Zigu's world just stops. Fear flashes in his eyes. What is this? Did she just learn to freeze time itself? She blurs forward with god-tier physical power. She's all in on offense, leaving her guard down. Flash. Zigu's blade grazes her delicate neck. She recovers, but Zigu triggers a violent vortex. Clang! Her sword flies right out of her hands. Elle stares in shock. She can't believe it. Her sword was blasted 80 meters away. The blade finally pins itself to the wall. Then, it just vanishes into thin air. The smoke clears as the chaos finally ends. Elle finally speaks, her voice trembling slightly. She kneels down. Exactly as I expected, Master. I knew you'd stop me, but that counter was absolutely flawless. Pure perfection. Grand Hurt cheers loudly. Boss is the GOAT. Zigu just stands there, looking totally dazed. No. He's starting to piece it together. Were my eyes just moving faster than her? Or was she just that easy to read? It wasn't just luck like she thinks. Zigu panics. It felt way too natural. Yu cuts in. Like you predicted the future? Am I right, Master? You saw it. Han is beaming. A massive congratulations is due. Master, that's the unique power of the Votus. Yu says the words. Future sight prediction. Gears turn in Zigu's head. Predicting the future? Angel-winged L nods. Yes, despite its limits. You can now glimpse fragments of destiny, but Zigu just stares. It sounds totally insane. How could Votus lose when he possessed such insane god-tier power? Facing his master's disbelief, she shot back with a sharp retort. Didn't I tell you? Even legendary skills have their fatal flaws. She continued. You're blinded to the real, dark future ahead. This ability is trash, against a force that totally overwhelms you. Zigu scoffed, masking his own flex with a bratty complaint. Question's over. He raised his ring finger and began the chant. L, return to your master. Instantly, she turned into lightning, surging into Zigu's ancient ring. I've got more to test, but man, it's finally bedtime. If I don't crash now, my internal clock is going to be toast. LDAP agreed. Rest up, you're still in recovery mode. Suddenly, a chill hit him like a system error screen. He checked his wrist. The watch. It's completely stopped. LDAP shrugged. It's a watch, not some immortal relic. Look, they say dead clocks are right twice a day. Maybe it just needs a little grease in the gears? Zigu stared at the dial, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. No, this is my father's heirloom. I've carried it since I was a kid. It has never glitched, not even for a single second. Elle tilted her head, feeling the sudden change in mood. Is it a magic item? I don't detect any mana signature. But it's weird to feel absolutely zero energy from it. Why are we only noticing its existence right this second? Zigu stayed silent, lost in a maze of dark thoughts. His expression shifted, clouded by a growing sense of dread. A stopped watch. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? Seeing his reflection in the glass, he felt a shiver. But it feels like something catastrophic is about to go down. My level 99 player intuition is screaming a warning. Night falls heavy over the silent, lonely house. Time skips forward until the morning sun breaks through. As golden light flooded through the dusty bedroom window, Zigu's voice finally broke the morning silence. T6 is back? It's about damn time. He rolled out of bed, answering a buzzing, urgent phone call. The voice on the other end sounded rushed and tense. He's at the association. You're meeting him. 10-minute ETA. Be ready. Zigu's voice tightened. I'm on it. Heading down now. Outside the skyscraper, 2 3-meter stone statues stood like grim sentinels. Zigu burst in, but froze when he saw T6's strange state. Your eyes, but T6 didn't even blink at the question. He dodged the topic. Hey Zigu, you finally showed up. I was about to fall asleep waiting for you, kid. Zigu stared deep, sensing a dark secret hidden in those eyes. Man's gone full pirate now, rocking the one-eye look. Grand herd, chill. Talking trash like that isn't exactly a vibe. T6 must be a mind reader, seeing right through Zigu's doubt. He shrugs it off. Just a little rough play, no biggie. But Zigu isn't buying the tough guy act for a second. Wait, hold up. You're joking, right? This is serious. Curiosity kills the cat, and Ziyu starts firing questions like a machine gun. What actually went down? Meds? Hospital? Did you even see a doctor? T6 finally peels back the bandage, revealing the brutal truth beneath. Treatment's useless. Some weird cursed energy is blocking my body from regenerating. Even Choi Myung-jin stepped in to try and work some magic. You know him, right? The High Priest? Leader of a top 10 guild? Ziyu's jaw drops. That man's the world's most legendary healer, period. Yet T6 just kicks back, acting like he's on a beach vacation. I got lucky, honestly. The Phoenix Guild? They're basically finished after this. Ziyu's mind races, how could a top-tier guild be pushed to the brink? T6 recalls the nightmare, Hyojin surrounded, fighting until her soul ran dry. Then he remembers someone. Hey, remember that merc kid in the school uniform? Ziyu nods, but his brain is lagging. Wait, what was his handle again? We split up. One squad guarded the kid while we pushed forward. Straight into the belly of the beast, Samaris's cursed territory. Suddenly, Zigu's playful mood vanishes. Things just got real. He turns to Elle. You know this demon, don't you? Her voice is cold and steady. Yes, master, I do. She explains he's a warrior-class demon, just like that freak Vothus. But he's only 66th among the 72 supreme demon thrones. Basically, he's at the bottom of the food chain in hell, T6 sighs. Never seen a gate that looked like a literal graveyard. It wasn't just a raid, it was a total bloody massacre. Once the boss fell, I was the only one left standing. Suddenly, Zigu's ring pulses with an eerie, otherworldly light. Elle warns he's no berserk Votus, but he's still a lethal threat. Low rank or not, anyone holding a throne is a god-tier monster. The bastard actually survived the abyss and crawled back out. Ziyu stands there, completely frozen. The weight of it all hits hard. Meanwhile, T6 is just yawning like he's bored of the drama. Losing an eye is a career-ending debuff. How is he this calm? No way. He's pretending it doesn't hurt, but that's a lie. If the nation's top healer failed to fix that socket, then only the god-tier Elysia elixir can save his sight now. Even the richest whales can't get their hands on stuff that rare. I found one by fluke once. Can lightning really strike twice? Suddenly, Elle speaks up with a crazy high-stakes gamble. Master, let me try. I believe I can heal his eye. Zigu's brain short-circuits. Wait, you can do what now? Boom! A blinding flash cut him off mid-sentence. Then, Elle suddenly appeared right before their eyes. She stood there, looking cool as ice, glowing like a straight-up angel from heaven. Zigu blurted out, totally shook. Elle just stared them down. T6 joined in, sounding super confused. He couldn't help but keep prying. Did you get a total glow-up, Elle? Zigu smirked at the wild situation. It's a long story. He turned to Elle with serious eyes. Elle, is this really for real? Can you actually fix his busted eye? Elle stepped up to T6. Calm. Pardon me. Let me see that. The guy froze, stuttering like a dork. My eye? She ignored him, reaching for the scar. She chanted ancient words then. A blinding light. Instantly, his eye healed like a miracle. Scar, gone. Eye patch, dropped. T6, speechless. The wound vanished. Wait, it's actually healed? Zigu's jaw dropped. T6, look at you. You look like a teenager again, man. What? His skin is smooth as butter. Elle just scoffed at their dramatic reactions. Pretty skin on a man? Totally useless. Zigu zipped his lip. No arguments. T6 was literally losing his mind. He whipped out his phone, brain fried. The unhealable scar. It's just gone? I'm young again? This is insane. Holy crap, it's actually happening. Sujin won't even recognize this handsome devil. It felt just like. He flashed back to his mom's story. Like she'd downed a legendary Elysia elixir. Suddenly, Elle broke the vibe with gravity. Master, we need to talk. Right now. It's about your close friend over here. Even my wrinkles vanished into thin air. While healing him, I scanned his body. Something is living inside of him. Something dark. Zigu froze. That was a total game changer. Jigu's brain is currently picturing a nasty, crawling parasite. The master plan? Hijack human bodies and delete planet Earth. Please tell me those creeps haven't touched him yet. He's spiraling while death staring at T6 on his screen. At the office, the Emperor drops a bomb about the Gangnam raid. Freaky rumors are spreading through the streets like a virus. People are seeing skyscraper-sized monsters or literal angels. He slams down the file, the official Gangnam incident report. The Emperor's eyes turn lethal. I need answers, kid. You were the one babysitting the Gangnam gate, right? He points a finger at the suit-wearing rookie. Haeseomhun. The guy doesn't even blink. Total ice cold. Yes, sir, but the boss is just getting started. Spit it out. Everything. When Kim Gigyu was lost inside that gate, what exactly was he doing in the dark? He freezes. His brain is stuck on a loading screen. Thoughts are racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. That damn Kim Gigyu. There's definitely a squatter living inside T6's body. Jigu's jaw hits the floor. Total oh crap moment. Is there a literal devil riding shotgun in his soul? Right then, a voice cuts through the tension. L steps up to drop some cold, hard facts. Chill, Master. That's not what's happening here. You've got it all wrong, I promise. Listen closely, Master. It's really not what you think, Master. If he were possessed, he'd be acting way more normal. System update. Analyzing the host's personal data now. He wouldn't fake a busted eye if a demon was leading. And no demon would let us get this close so easily. She eyes T6 and doubles down on her theory. Just like Du said, I smell zero demon energy here. Sure, they aren't following the usual villain script.
But maybe this is all just a massive demonic trick. If so, we're looking at infinite disaster scenarios. Paranoia is a trap. It'll just slow us down, Master. Gigyu goes quiet. Those words hit him like a truck. Totally clueless, T6 finally breaks the awkward silence. Yo, why the intense face? You look totally constipated. Need a bathroom, Gigyu sighs? No, just thinking, man. He pulls L back and heads for the exit. Peace. T6 blinks. Wait already, you just got here, bro. He turned to leave, tossing one last smirk over his shoulder. Just checking if you were still kicking, old man? He teased. T6 just shrugged. Whatever, kid, catch you on the flip side. Suddenly, a telepathic voice cracks. Yo, bring your mom next time. Then another cuts in. Seriously, Your Majesty, stop trolling and shoving your monologues into people's brains like this. Stepping outside, Gigyu wondered, if he isn't some demon, then what the heck is he? L chimed in. Hold up, did you ever notice anything totally Seuss about that guy? His combat stats and experience are way too high, even for the Association elite. Every high ranker we've met knows the deal with demons and the tower's dark secrets. But this dude, he's completely clueless. It makes zero sense. Demons, whatever. He's more interested in grabbing dinner with your mom. Weird flex. So what kind of freak do you think he actually is? I manifest to heal your buddies, sure, but I have a secondary mission. I had to get close to figure out exactly what's broken inside that man. What I discovered confirms every dark suspicion I've ever hinted at. Straight up, the guy is hiding one massive secret. Gigyu froze the weight of those words hitting him like a truck. He turned to Elle, skeptical. So you still don't know what it is? She snapped back, don't be extra, just say I don't know and move on. Zigu's brain sparked. Oh wait, I just realized something. Elle, that healing you did, it was basically a high-grade Elysia dose. Right. So you've got godly healing powers that rival the rarest items sick. Elle shook her head. No, Master, it is not that simple. The treatment worked because the curse blocking him was actually pure demon energy. His eye only healed because Elle can literally override the powers of demon gods themselves. And that's exactly why he's looking way younger now. I supercharged his fading life force and brought him back to his prime. Pieces of the puzzle finally clicked. All right, I'm starting to get it. She kept going, though, with more fire. Choi Myung-jin might be strong, but at the end of the day, he's human. If Elle was at full power, that guy wouldn't even be fit to be her footstool. Point is, Elle's divine healing is just on a whole different dimension from humans. Deep down, Gigyu smirked. Rare to hear you actually complimenting someone, Elle. Rue laughed. Hey, I love roasting humans when I talk to you, Master. But treating her like some on-call healing bot whenever you feel like it, not cool. Consider this one a special favor because this situation is totally messed up. Still, the fact that Elle even bothered to fix that human up... Gigyu sensed the hesitation. Wait, did you find something weird? Rue growled. Nothing, finish your sentence. You're literally as mean as a devil. Rue, you absolute demon brat, stop complaining. Gigyu couldn't help but feel pretty satisfied with the explanation. He whispered a quiet thanks to Elle. I get it now. Oh, you're honestly on another level, girl. You're amazing. Elle blushed slightly. Master, you're far too kind. But then out of nowhere, Gigyu asked a question. Wait, is that actual life force energy? See, Seong-hun's mom is seriously ill. She raised him solo through brutal poverty. He finally caught a break as a player. But money still can't fix her condition. Jigyu's gaze turned sharp, calculating the odds. But can we actually pull off a cure? At the office, Seong-hun stands frozen. He finally reports to the big boss. Jigyu was a total beast in there. Without him, casualties would have been insane. Chairman asks anything else worth noting. Seong-hun plays it cool. No, sir. A deadly silence hangs between the two. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice cuts the air. I think Gigyu needs a tighter leash. You're his handler now. Don't mess up. I've seen the reports myself, kid. Something definitely happened inside that gate. Yet you're standing here lying to me. Who the hell should I believe then? You really think you can play me? The chairman's rage starts to boil over. Fiery red aura crushes the entire room. Seong-hun just shuts his eyes and prays. Glass shatters as the pressure hits max. The floor begins to splinter and crack. He's forced to his knees by power. He shields his face from the gale. The chairman rises like a looming shadow. The aura intensifies to a breaking level. Then suddenly he sucks the energy back. Seong-hun is left shaking like a leaf. The boss's voice turns chillingly calm. Good. Seong-hun is lost. Wait, what? Say again. The Emperor stares out the window, brooding. Be his shadow, be his ultimate motivation. Ensure he stands tall for all humanity. Seong-hun finally breathes a sigh of relief. Man, that joke nearly killed me. You trashed the floor and that vase. You're paying for the damages, right? Sure. Meanwhile, Ella begins the hospital treatment. That dying woman, she's actually Seong-hun's mother. Elle is pouring every drop of mana to save her. Suddenly, a blinding radiance explodes through the entire room. The doctor stands there completely losing his mind. The light fades, Ella vanishes, and the mother finally awakens. Her face! She looks like a girl of 20 again. Seong-hun's eyes well up with heavy emotional tears. He bites his lip hard, fighting the urge to sob. Overwhelmed, he pulls Gigyu into a crushing emotional hug. Gigyu just smiles, knowing the miracle actually worked. Later, the two share a bench in the hospital lobby. Seong-hun is beyond grateful. Thank you so much, Gigyu. I honestly don't know how to repay this debt. Gigyu shrugs. I didn't do it for a payout, man. Besides, I'm actually the one who owes you big time. But Seong-hun's resolve is now set in stone. From now on, whatever you ask of me, I'll get it done whether I live or die. Gigyu sighs. Dude, no need for all the heroics. Lu chirps in, just make him our new lackey. Elle giggles. Yay, are we getting a new friend? Gigyu snaps, both of you shut your traps right now. Seong-hun stands up. I think it's almost time. We should probably go change our clothes first. Jigyu's confused. Change, where are we even going? Seong-hun takes a sip. Wait, I didn't tell you. The memorial for the victims of that gate incident. They arrive at the monument for the fallen souls. Their vice chairman, Lee Byung-jun, is already waiting. He spots him instantly. You made it, Gigyu. Clad in black suits, Gigyu and Seong-hun approach him. They stand before him and offer a deep bow. I offer my deepest condolences to the victims. Honestly, words fail me at a time like this. The vice chairman responds with a polite, somber nod. Please, I should be the one thanking you. He gestures forward. Please follow me this way. Soon Gigyu and Seong-hun offer up their incense. They stand in solemn silence, heads bowed low. Suddenly a deep voice calls out, Gigyu. He turns to see none other than Chairman Choi. Gigyu remains silent, staring the man down coldly. His gaze turns sharp, unusually intense and serious. Slowly he begins to approach the powerful chairman. Face to face, they lock eyes in a tense standoff. That goes for you too. After a tense silence, Gigyu suddenly bowed his head. My deepest condolences to those lost in this tragedy. The old man froze, completely blindsided by the gesture. Finally, even the powerful chairman bowed before Gigyu. He continued, this accident, it's a damn shame. So let's make sure there aren't any more bodies, yeah? Right, I trust you're smart enough to get it. Gigyu's eyes instantly sharpened with a lethal cold edge. That killer gaze had Chairman Choi breaking out in sweats. Gigyu walked off, leaving the chairman standing there totally dazed. Elle piped up, Master? He snapped back, what now? Her nervous stuttering was seriously starting to annoy him. She took a deep breath to steady her shaking nerves. Master, I shouldn't overstep, but can I keep it real? Gigyu gave a soft smirk. Don't hold back, Elle, spill it. While I was out, you gave them a warning, right? Smart move, Master, but fear has a short expiration date. Idiots like them always need a fresh reminder of fear. Gigyu felt smug. Yeah, that was the plan. But man, hearing you analyze me like this is cringe. She pushed on. But Master, I have to be blunt. This timing and this place, they really aren't suitable. Gigyu paused, frowning. The timing, the place... He looked at a mother breaking down before her son. At the funeral, a mother sobbed while her innocent son asked, Mommy, why isn't Daddy coming home yet? Gigyu muttered, It's noisy, but then wait, something felt wrong. He froze. Wait, what the hell am I even thinking? A wave of nausea hit him and he clutched his gut. Elle mocked him, finally noticing your own hypocrisy, Master. Since when did you actually give a damn about mourning? His own words echoed deepest respects to the dead. Did you actually mean a single word of that? She kept drilling him. Do you even understand their pain? Gigyu snapped, his temper flaring. Shut the hell up! But she wouldn't stop. Drop the act, it's pathetic. There's no audience left to impress here, Master. Gigyu roared in his mind. I said shut up. I'm already confused enough, quit bothering me. Then it clicked. This wasn't it was something else. A voice whispered back with a haunting, wicked grin. He hissed, That's right, the seal is finally broken. Suddenly Zigu's insides twisted in agony as the clock's ticking accelerated fast. Everything was chill, then total chaos. Next second, the clock went berserk. Space fractured. Ziyu doubled over hard, like his world just got deleted. That voice returned. The seal broke. He ground his teeth, shaking violently. A seal, what is this glitch? Suddenly, reality did a complete flip. Ziyu's surroundings turned into a nightmare. Glowing blue threads ignited the air. They snaked out from everyone nearby. One end hooked into the crowd. The other all tethered to Ziyu. Pain exploded. He clutched his chest. Then, he hacked up fresh blood. Behind the car, Seong-hun froze. Seeing Ziyu collapse, he totally panicked. He screamed, Ziyu, hey, stay with me, rushing over to the trembling kid. You good talk to me, man? Even Elle was freaking out now. The undead king demanded some answers. Zhu struggled just to grab oxygen. That link, what just happened, Master? Zhu forced himself to stay cool. A connection. It all made sense. Everyone else was frozen like statues. Only he and Xiang-hun moved. They were all linked, every single soul. Just like that reality snapped back. Suddenly, a girl's voice broke through. Hey, are you okay? Where's the pain? Zhu stammered, trying to act normal. I'm fine, just a minor glitch. But wait, is the advisor lady okay? Zubin blinked, looking totally lost now. Actually, she needs you, like now. Zhu pointed at himself, completely baffled. She nodded, looking dead serious. I don't have all the tea. Zubin hesitated, then dropped the bomb. She said the seal is dangerous. That news hit Zhu like lightning. They stopped before a massive corporation. Inside, Zhu heard something utterly insane. You've got to be kidding me. Elle and Rue were totally losing their minds. Even King Andy's looked completely shook. Zigu squinted at the white-haired lady and barked, Yo, who's the new girl? Zubin just flashed a smirk and stepped up. Relax, this is our advisor Lim Hasek. She glared at him with pure judgment. Late much, I told you to get here, kid. Zigu stared at her transformation, totally stunned. Wait, is that really you? He gasped. She had zero clue how to explain her look. Hasek played it cool with a trash excuse. My makeup is just hella on point today. Zigu wasn't buying that for a second. Bro, we can all see you're lying. Hasek finally decided to spill the tea. Just kidding, it's my secret skill, duh. Zigu just rolled with it. Fine, whatever. Zubin slipped away. I'll go grab some tea then. Suddenly, Hasek snapped, Wait, Zubin. She looked dead serious. Steep it for an hour. Message received. Zubin gave a knowing smirk. Got it, things are about to get serious. The door clicked shut. Hasek stood up. All right, she cornered Zigu. Time to get to work. Zigu's brain short-circuited. Wait, what? Start what we throwing hands or what? Hasek reached out with a creepy smile. Let's see what's under your hood, kid. She grabbed his face. Chill out, okay? Relax, I don't bite. Most of the time? Total silence. The tension was hella thick. Hasek's eyes snapped shut. It's pitch black. This darkness, I've felt this before. She was suddenly drowning in an endless void. No end in sight, just pure deep shadows. Is this really what's inside this kid? She dove deeper into the terrifying abyss. Let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes. She felt like an ant in a cosmic ocean. She gasped, eyes popping out in pure terror. Her hand shook as she pointed at him. Her knees buckled as she screamed at him. Zigu, what the hell even are you? His jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, what? King Andy's was lost. Dude was like, yo, what's up? Elle was triggered. That old lady? He sucked, slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was chillingly calm now. The seal... She went ghost white, shaking hard. The seal is busted wide open. That gate used to be cracked. But now it's game over, man. She eyed him, sweating bullets now. Wait, there's one Hail Mary. She snatched Zigu's hand like lightning. She dragged him, having zero chill. Move it, kid, clock is ticking. Zigu was like, whoa, chill out. Wait, hold your horses a sec. He was beyond confused at this. Can someone tell me what's happening? Du smirked. She's a stubborn bat. Ella growled, should I end her? King Andes finally spoke for Master. Ella, you sound straight up terrifying. Zero time for talk, move? To fix your inner chaos, kid? The sky was ironically super peaceful. Sunset came and Zigu was out. Suddenly he bolted upright, screaming. King Andes was hyped as hell. He's finally back with us now. Ella was all over him, frantic. Master, you're actually awake. Finally. Oh, Master. The king asked, totally cool. You back in the game yet? Zigu groaned. Did I black out? I'm drained. This fix is temporary. Your face, don't worry, just tired. He was totally lost for words. He sat up, getting serious now. All right, spill the beans right now. What's this seal you mentioned earlier? And what's this chaos inside me? She gripped her hands, dead serious. My bad, kid, lips sealed. Tower rules, no spoilers allowed. Gigyu gasped in disbelief. Actually forbidden. Hisuk shrugged, explaining calmly. We're talking about the penalty. Found it during your checkup. You aren't even floor 50. Right. Floor 50 power already sick. Gigyu went silent, brooding. Letting you leave, total waste. Let's chat. For example, let's talk about your dad. Jigyu's eyes nearly popped. The word father hit hard. He imagined a giant man. A fuzzy memory of him, held as a tiny baby. The man's hands were massive. That hug felt so warm. But those eyes, pure ice, staring like he hated me. Total nightmare fuel. Inside, in that quiet, dark room, Hisuk started spilling tea. Codename Kronos, the mercenary king. The genius behind the system. Seeing the kid's shocked face, she dropped the ultimate bomb. Your father's Kim Si-jin. Hisuk kept talking away. Gigyu barked, wait up! She stopped, looking totally confused. Then Gigyu finally spoke. So Counselor Lim, tell me, were you two close? She sighed at the joke. Her voice turned dead serious. You're actually scared of him. Gigyu stood there frozen. He couldn't even find words. Ego's voice broke the silence. Master, he still saw those eyes. Hisuk shattered his trance with a sharp, dismissive flick. Whatever, it's not like I don't get it. Her eyes locked onto his suddenly razor sharp. Even if I tried to explain, the tower's rules keep my lips sealed tight. Your questions. Yeah, they're staying unanswered. She stood up, dropping one final command. Find me after you conquer floor 50. Hee-suk turned away, calling out over her shoulder. Then we'll have a real talk. Noticing his dazed face, she added one more thing. By the way, softening her voice as she reached the door, give your mom my best, all right? She paused, glancing back to clarify. I stopped by the hospital earlier. She looked unwell, so I didn't want to intrude. Zhu froze, his mind absolutely reeling. Wait, the hospital. Suddenly, the pieces hit him like a truck. Recalling his kindness at the ward, she mused, I wondered why this kid was so mature. I guess it's all thanks to you. Her chilling warning echoed back in his mind. Chaos is warring inside your soul right now. Don't let it consume who you are. Watching her go, the truth finally clicked. Night swallowed the bustling highway as cars raced by. Staring out the window, Ziyu brooded in silence. No way, that old lady was Advisor Hee-suk. His finger flared crimson as Rue's voice spoke. Took you long enough to notice Sherlock. Her avatar is a total catfish, obviously. Plus you're blind to energy signatures anyway. And I'm still weak, Ziyu sighed. Fair point. The car sped on as Elle piped up. Master, you holding up, okay? Andes chimed in with a soft whisper. Are you feeling any better yet? Clutching his chest, Ziyu let out a grimace. Honestly, I don't even know anymore. I feel safer, I guess. But the red dot flared with a violent power. A new seal has already taken hold. I've got no clue how that old hag pulled it off. Picturing her twisted grin, his gut twisted with pure dread. Look, it doesn't matter what that crone was up to. What matters is the monster currently locked inside your body. Shadows of a dark face haunted him as he barked out, If my gut's right? Du nodded, his face grim as hell. Honestly, that's the only theory that actually makes sense. Noticing his trembling frame, Rue finally broke the silence. Look, I'm just connecting the dots from her cryptic rambling. That first seal, it's been rotting inside you since day one. Zigu finally spoke up, cutting through the heavy tension. It stayed dormant until we stepped inside that cursed gate. All chimed in, desperately trying to keep everyone's cool. Finding Du was just the spark needed to ignite the seal. That cage was built into your soul from the beginning. Clenching his fist in the car, Ziu's voice finally cracked. I can still feel Du's dark aura pulsing right now. And at the exact same time? He scowled, the words feeling heavy on his tongue. I can feel Elle's energy signature bleeding through too. Du and Elle exchanged looks of pure, utter confusion. Recalling his unsettling hollow stare, he muttered under his breath. I'm certain the advisor mentioned something about the chaos. Her frantic, terrified warnings echoed loudly in his mind. Stop the games, we need to talk. Right, now. It's about the storm of chaos tearing you apart inside. All snapped back, clearly annoyed at being left out. What about me? Can you feel my power surging too? Zhu could only manage a forced, awkward little half-smile. The mark on his hand flared as Io's voice hissed. That dark ambition was literally just born this second. It's way too early to tell if it's seal-related. Vu barked out, his patience hitting rock bottom. Shut it, kid, this is grown-ups' business, stay out. Suddenly, the undead king's voice boomed from the shadows. Mr. Dupapa Io's jaw practically hit the floor. Did that guy just call me Papa? Tires screeched to a halt, burning rubber into the asphalt. Xianghun glanced back, his eyes sharp as a razor. Target reached. Welcome to the finish line, ranker Kim Gigyu. Two colossal statues loomed over the entrance like ancient gods. Fine. Elle was reeling, but Vu just scoffed at him. They stood before the ICU, where monitors beeped like heartbeats. Behind the glass, a man clung to life by threads. Any changes since the gate, Ziyu asked. Not a single one. Welcome back, our patient is currently flatlining harder than my weekend plans. Even the genius Dr. Pa is totally lost in the sauce. Gigyu narrows his eyes, sensing a monster lurking in the shadows. It's a player plot to invade Earth, I've finally figured it out. He watches the silent figure through the cold hospital glass. I need to check his mana-pulsing blood vessels right now. Honestly, I have no idea if you can save him, but if anyone can pull off a miracle, it's you. Gigyu closes his eyes, plotting his next move carefully. Fine, but first we need to clear the room. His voice drops to a bone-chilling, icy calm. Xianghun, the security cameras are all dead, right? The man nods, his expression turning deadly serious. Yeah, but the clock is ticking on us, kid. The chairman pulled some strings to help us out. If those feeds stay dark too long, we're toast. Jigyu's fingers twitch as massive mana begins to swirl. In that case, let's get this party started. Suddenly, his hand is engulfed in a terrifying energy surge. With a killer glare, he strikes out at thin air. Boom, Gigyu snatches an invisible rat by the throat. The floor shatters as he slams the intruder down hard. Xianghun stands there, jaw dropped in absolute shock. Jigyu's icy eyes pierce right through the swirling debris. The whole room is now buried under thick gray dust. Looking at his catch, Gigyu speaks with chilling calm. Long time no see, you little bottom feeder. His gaze cuts like a knife as he demands answers. Why the hell are you sneaking around here? The smoke clears, revealing the pathetic trapped figure. A man lies gasping, pinned against the ruined floor. It's him, the notorious and slimy player hunter. Go Hyung Chun from Iron Guild, an ex-high ranker turned stalker. Gigyu thinks I was such a clueless rookie back then. But now I see through every single one of your lies. That glowing crimson eye? This guy possesses the demonic eye. Go Hyung Chun, why did you break in? What's the plan? Are you a demon? How did you get that eye? The intruder trembles, his face pale with pure terror. What's your link to Andra's wife follow me around? Jigyu's grip tightens until the man's face turns purple. Answer me, Gigyu roars, his cold composure finally breaking. The hunter breaks into a sweat, unable to breathe. Without another word, the man finally blacks out cold. Gigyu just blinks, annoyed the interrogation ended so quickly. All jumped in to explain the chaos. Master, even pro players break when you choke them like that. Dude chimed in with a heavy sigh. If you want answers, maybe let the guy breathe first. Right, Ziu stammered nervously. Meanwhile, Xiang-hun watched his world crumble in total despair. My house? Trashed yet again? He tried to explain the awkward situation. I just didn't expect a high ranker to faint that easily. Jiu hissed in frustration while Ju gave a reminder. You need to realize how insanely OP you've actually become. The undead king cheered excitedly. Master, you're a total beast. Looking at the passed out body, Jiu asked coldly. So what's the plan now? Should I use a potion to force him awake? Xiang-hun asked with pure anxiety. He isn't actually dead, right? Ju took charge immediately. Just toss him through the gate for now. The interrogation can wait a bit. We need to check on Dusaku's condition first. Ziu panicked. Isn't that dangerous? That freak will totally lose it when he wakes up. Lu pointed out the massive army. Why are you so worried? You've got a whole army plus a literal great demon to back you up. Ru smirked. If that old man decides to cage someone, they're staying put forever. It clicked. The undead king cheered. Wow, Dad is seriously the GOAT. Ziggy looked back and nodded. Fine, let's do it, Keimer. Ziggy entered Suku's intensive care room. He gently touched the head of his unconscious, intubated friend. He closed his eyes to focus. Entering a strange realm, he thought his body is still safe. But it was close. If he can't wake up now, it is definitely linked to that previous incident. He stared at the battered demon Vothis buried in the dirt and thought, my demonic aura is still circulating inside him. Along with a fragment of Paimel's legacy. Suddenly the scene shifted to a frozen snowy mountain. Zigyu scanned the icy landscape. Is this actually inside Suku's mana circuit? It is nothing like my own. The undead king giggled. Look, it's snowing. As he moved forward, Du spoke up. Well, of course it's different. Io quips with a cheeky grin. You're just built different, aren't you, boss? Zu ventures forth, following Vothis' lead. Sensing demonic rot deep in the circuits. Eyes shut, he mutters, let's dive. The blizzard howls a warning. Stay sharp. Probing someone's mana is a total nightmare. One slip and your mind gets scrambled. In the snow, he shrugs. Got it. He stands still, eyes on the sky. The void expands, drowning in white snow. A tiny speck against the frozen mountains. Suddenly, a mysterious blue sphere ignites. Zu's eyes snap open in shock. Is that a glowing soccer ball? A lonely soul in a massive expanse. My own mana is basically formless mist. But looking at Suku's internal circuit, this stuff actually has a physical shape. He pushes on as Io snickers. Basically, you're the freak. He's the normal one. Focus Master, did you find it yet? Zu nods calmly. Found it. Purple smog swirls by this sinister demonic trap. It strikes, birthing Paimon's roaring crimson flames. Is this bonfire Paimon's legendary legacy? Zulian grunts, just a tiny fragment, kid. He rubs his chin, thinking hard. So what's the big plan now? Vu answers with cold, sharp authority. The next move is painfully obvious. Facing the heat, the order comes. Exterminate the demonic energy immediately. And reclaim Paimon's power for yourself. Io adds another impossible task. Now use life force to mend the damage. Zu stands silent, weighed by thought. His mind drifts to his demonic pacts. I command ghouls, but this is different. I've never tried to control this power. Staring at the blaze, his mind races. How do I even tame Paimon's fire? Fixing shattered veins isn't exactly easy either. Zu watches the fire calculation in his eyes. Seriously, soul peeping is a total nightmare. One wrong move and your consciousness gets blended into a Suku-flavored smoothie. Messy, right? Looking at Suku's magic circuits is a total nightmare. My stress levels are hitting the roof. How am I supposed to pull off a miracle in a disaster zone like this? Suddenly, Zigu's hand erupts with a blinding golden spark. Then El's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. Master, stop stressing. I'm here to handle the heavy lifting. He stares at his own palm, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Wait, seriously, how are you even doing that? Even Vu chimes in, sounding totally convinced. Trust the process, kid. This crazy plan is actually going to work. A surge of crimson light starts dancing across his fingertips. Vu drops the strategy like a pro coach in the final quarter. Master, listen up. You need to divide and conquer these tasks. Don't forget Elle is a legendary entity in her own right. She can track demonic energy and life force just as well as you. Then he delivers the high-stakes final instructions. You just focus on your part and keep your head in the game. Leave the rest of this magical mess to Elle. Zigu's shocked, but he's finally feeling the vibe. All right, I hear you. Let's do this. He steps toward the flickering flame's voice full of newfound grit. Okay then, time to see if we can actually pull this off. Zigu reaches toward the fire, his touch surprisingly steady and calm. I'm putting my life in your hands, Elle. Make it count. He slowly closes his eyes, diving deep into the mental abyss. That golden spark on his hand explodes into a brilliant, blinding light. Elle manifests in human form, slamming her hand down to unleash a massive power surge. Far away, the sky turns pitch black as weird lightning rips through the clouds. Zichen stands there like a moody philosopher, judging the sky and stroking his beard. He stares at the massive statue and begins his dramatic monologue. Honestly, without Paimon's legendary legacy, we would have been totally screwed. Recreating Ru's physical body would have been an impossible dream without it. The statue perfectly captures Ru's legendary stone-cold aesthetic and power. Back in the room, Zigu is standing still, but his subconscious is seeing red. He squeezes his eyes shut, fighting off the overwhelming mental pressure. One deep, shaky breath later, he forces his eyes back open. As he reaches for Suku's face, a single feather drifts up, leaving him totally speechless. One touch is all it takes to realize that's definitely one of Elle's feathers. I can feel it. That same insane energy radiating from Paimon's legacy. He stares at the feather heart racing. Did we actually succeed? A familiar voice rings out, confirming the miracle. You bet we did, boss. Purification complete, circuits fixed, and the legacy is officially back in our hands. I always knew you had the guts to pull this off. Grinning, Zigu calls for his top shadow operative. Brunhut front and center. Like a total ninja, he appears instantly. Reporting for duty. What's the move? Master, he said, handing over the feather. Give this to the elder. He'll know. Grant Hurd accepted the task, bowing with absolute silent obedience. Then he vanished instantly as the dark portal collapsed inward. Suddenly, the patient's limp fingers twitched, showing signs of returning life. A faint, raspy voice broke the silence. Ziga, is that you? Zigu gasped in pure shock, his heart racing. Suku, you're awake. He tried to sit up, eyes dazed. What's going on? Panicking, Zigu rushed forward, his hands waving in total chaos. Whoa, easy there. You literally just came back from death. Outside, Mr. Hun watched through the glass, his jaw dropping. Impossible. He's actually awake. The kid is really alive. He jumped in surprise when Zigu suddenly turned to face him. Zigu gave a heavy, solemn nod, signaling the crisis was over. Understanding the sign, Mr. Hun immediately dialed a frantic number. Gate management. This is Heo Hun. We have an emergency. Get a top-tier healer and a doctor here right now. Morning sun drenched the hospital bright and full of new hope. Jigu walked in casually, swinging a bag of greasy, fragrant chicken. Suku glared at him with a face full of pure annoyance. He pointed at his hospital bed, looking completely and utterly done. I'm banned from eating for medical tests, and you bring that. But Jigu didn't plan on sharing a single bite anyway. I know, that's why I'm eating this entire feast alone. Minutes later, the chicken was gone, leaving only an empty box. Suku asked through gritted teeth, well, was it at least good? Ziu grinned like a smug bastard. Yeah, it was absolutely heavenly. Suku sat there in stunned silence, completely dead inside from hunger. Suddenly, a polite, eerie voice whispered, It looked delicious, master. I'm so glad you're fed. I wish I could eat too. Wiping his mouth, Ziu turned serious. So what happened in there? The gate. Tell me, how did things go so south? Suku's survival was a miracle, but something didn't feel right. The boss was strong, but your escape skill is legendary. Why? Suku's expression darkened as the nightmare flooded back into focus. I couldn't run Ziu. My innate ability? It just stopped working. Ziu's heart skipped a beat, his voice trembling. No way. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. That shouldn't even be a possibility. An innate ability isn't a spell, it's part of a player's soul. It's the core trait that defines their existence as a player. Cold sweat dripped down Zigu's face as he realized the truth. If your talent dies, the reality is far more terrifying. It means you've lost the right to be a player forever. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a somber whisper. How do you feel now? Is the power still gone? Suku gave a firm nod, confirming his body was finally stable. See, I'm totally fine. He pulls out a freaky blue glowing object. Suku grips it tight, completely weirded out. I've never felt a vibe this cursed before. Some dark energy hijacked my body, and now my skills are totally glitched. Ziku's head is spinning, drowning in a sea of doubt. A player losing every single skill, that's impossible. This breaks every rule in the book. He tries to connect the dots with a similar case. With Rogers, his power just reset, because his mana circuit's shattered. He's stuck at level 0 ever since Nai drained him dry. Fear starts gnawing at Zigu's gut. Could Paimon's legacy actually hold this terrifying power? Nothing's for sure, but I know my next move. With fire in his eyes, he decides to go wreck Votus. Sure, it might not fix everything, but that jerk needs a serious beatdown first. A voice chirps and Great Call Master kick his butt. Outside, the weather finally stops being trash. Zu stands up, acting all cool and collected. Catch you later, Suku gives a casual wave back. Yeah, peace out. The hospital door slams shut like a gunshot. He trudges away head down, feeling like a total mess. Everything is going sideways, and I don't get why. That voice pipes up again, sounding bored out of its mind. Sorry I'm being useless right now, Your Majesty. Not like you knew what was happening anyway. Truth is, I'm just as clueless as you. Ziu is desperate for some real answers now. Maybe that old hermit has the answers I need. But there's one giant nightmare still lurking in my head. 2 words are screaming in his brain. The penalty. Zigu pushes the panic aside to focus on what matters. Too much chaos is going down at once. But I've got to handle this mess before I snap. He marches forward, locking onto his target. Time to grind, I'm climbing the tower. Meanwhile, under a clear sky far away, on the 49th floor of the tower, rumors are spreading like wildfire among the climbers. Yo, you hear the gossip? What gossip? That brown-haired guy starts blabbering about the new ranker. The blue-haired girl freezes knowing exactly who he means. Morningstar, seriously what a total loser name. Blue hair cracks a water bottle, spilling the tea. Word is he's still stuck on floor 40. Brown hair scoffs, his face twisting in pure disbelief. Isn't he a ranker though? That can't be hype. Blue hair nods, doubling down on the crazy rumors. It is legit. My buddy in management says he is god tier. Is he a massive fraud or a once-in-a-lifetime genius? The tea gets even hotter as blue hair continues. Yesterday he cleared floors 41 to 48 solo. Brown hair's jaw drops. No way. You are kidding, right? He supposedly summons beast ghouls and literal angels. Necromancy, tamed monsters, and celestial beings combined. Where his army treads, nothing survives. Not even a mid-tier mob is left standing. Brown hair groans, fed up with the fanboy talk. Okay, stop. That sounds like total fanfiction garbage. So he is just another flashy summoner. Calling out big pets doesn't make him special. Right, the guy just got insanely lucky, period. Brown hair flexes his ego, hitting the ceiling now. I would totally smoke him in a fair one-on-one. Suddenly the ground trembles like the world is ending. What the heck, earthquakes do not happen inside towers. The entire forest begins to shake violently apart. Shadows erupt from the trees as something emerges. A monstrous dragon-like beast roars, shattering the air. Crimson eyes lock on bearing rows of razor teeth. It is the Guardian, the undead Drake. Blue hair turns ghostly pale, his mind racing fast. Didn't the Warhammer Guild say they would kill this? Did those idiots actually let it escape? Brown hair's bravado vanishes as pure terror sets in. You do not think... The Guardian stalks toward them, heavy breath burning. Brown hair screams, his voice cracking with panic. Hail Yunsiak, move your butt. Fire the signal flare now. Fumbling with shaking hands, he tries to respond. Yes. Another survivor stares, face drained of all color. Damn it. We have strayed way too deep today. Will the backup squad even reach us alive? He frantically crunches the numbers, praying for a miracle. They'll need 20 to 30 minutes. During that time, we'll all have to... Suddenly, a single footstep breaks the silence. Xiu lunges forward with a reckless plan. If I become the bait instead... The beast bellows, jaws snapping in fury. He delivers a series of lethal, jagged strikes. The Guardian shrieks as blood sprays everywhere. The crowd watches frozen in absolute shock. Jiu turns away as gore paints the floor. Behind him, the Guardian's massive frame collapses. The beast's carcass lies mangled and broken. Its torn flesh drips with fresh blood. Suddenly, the skin begins knitting back together. The Guardian slowly, painfully drags itself up. It glares back with pure, murderous irritation. Jiu turns to face the nightmare again. Seriously, it's back from the dead. Another voice scoffs, ugh, what a drag. He checks his gear, recalling the intel. I've heard this Guardian has insane regeneration, but fracture damage should cripple its recovery. Xiu analyzes the battlefield and strikes a conclusion. Ren's fracture skill worked on Rotor before, so this beast isn't any different from trash mobs. It reminds him of Ferret from floor 4. Back then, that anomaly was a total fluke, but now reports of anomalies are everywhere. Zigio recalls the crucial data he was given. These abnormal Guardians are appearing more frequently. They either possess bizarre mutated traits, or their combat prowess is insanely buffed. Demons are making moves. This isn't a coincidence. He narrows his eyes. They're definitely plotting something. The beast's fangs drip saliva before a deafening roar. Master, use your demon power, but Xiu refuses. No, this is actually the perfect chance. There's something I've been dying to test. A red stone pulses with sinister demon power. His blade erupts in a brilliant golden light. Everyone screams as Xiu does the unthinkable. Master, stop, the voice cries out again. Master, you've finally mastered chaos. The system pings chaos is now available. He smirks, looking like a total boss. The Guardian's agonized screams tear through the air. Silence slowly reclaims the bloodied mystical forest. The rest of the crew stands there totally shook. Blank stares everywhere, like, did we actually see that? Night descends over the city's glowing skyscrapers. Ji Chun is grinning, obsessing over that legendary feather. Unreal. You actually snagged Pai Min's legacy this fast. He checks the statue, looking smug as hell. With this, Lu's new body is almost ready. But Lu's definitely not feeling the look. Hey, I'm way more handsome than this hunk. Suddenly, Elle jumps in, desperate for attention. Yo, where's my upgrade? I want a body. Xiu leans in, genuinely impressed by the craftsmanship. Wild. I barely described him, yet here he is. You actually built a perfect carbon copy of him. Lu is still throwing a tantrum in the background. Seriously, the real me is way hotter. Xiu pats the statue's shoulder, flexing his pride. It is all about that deep spiritual connection, baby. I let my hands vibe and boom perfection. But the old man has some fine print. Look, even with Pai Min's legacy, we are not finished. I carved the shell, but it is just hollow. We need a core piece for Lu's massive ego. The news hits the kid like a brick. A central core piece. Ji Chun gets real close, dropping the heavy details. Something from a higher tier entity. Something powerful. Xiu nods, but there is one big problem. Where the heck are we supposed to find that Lu steps up sounding completely sure of himself. Do not sweat it. You will find it soon. You will be smashing demons 24/7 anyway. Elle chimes in to keep the hype train moving. Trust me, the perfect part will show up soon. Our hero just sighs, feeling a bit skeptical. I guess so. Then Ji-yu brings up the name Go-hyung Cheon. The old man flinches, left him unconscious. He remembers that coward trembling, too terrified to speak, but he is still confident he can break him. We will get those answers one way or another. He strokes his beard, looking suspicious as hell. Lu can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Just look at the old man's face. He's completely losing it. Wonder what kind of savage beatdown he's planning for that loser. Damn Dad's smirk is literally the definition of badass. Gigyu drops a full 90-degree bow. Respect, man. Alright, looks like everything here is officially wrapped up. I'm out, I say, leaving Ji-chun totally stunned. So you're finally ready to keep moving forward, huh? The old man stops to drop some final serious wisdom. Just watch your back out there, kid. Floor 50's trial, it's a massive freaking gate. Forget the past, this trial is a whole different beast. Ji-chun leaned in, making sure every word hit home. The stronger you are, the more the tower hates you. It won't be easy, especially for a monster like you. He sighs deeply, trying to play it cool for me. Look, I'm not trying to freak you out, but floor 50 is where the real pros get separated. I'm certain you'll learn exactly what you're made of. Now Gigyu stands before the massive door to destiny. A sudden haunting sound shatters the dead silence. Well, here we are, the moment of truth. My heart is honestly pounding like a freaking drum. This is it, right? Showdown time starts now. Man, the hype is getting absolutely real. His face is a mask of pure high-stakes tension. Alright, here goes nothing. Gigyu reaches out ready to shove fate's door open. Time to see if the legends are actually true. Blinding light explodes as he whispers to himself, Floor 50, let's see what you got. But the system, it throws a total unexpected curveball. Trial phase initiated. Welcome to the Abyss player. The 50th floor trial commences right freaking now. System error, this player's data is literally unreadable. Meanwhile, the player forums are absolutely losing it. You anyone spot Morningstar? That dude is a ghost. He entered the gate, but I totally lost his trail. He's nowhere to be found at the base camp. Wait, does that mean he's still grinding the 40s? Word is geniuses evolve once they hit floor 50. Is Korea finally getting a new god tier ranker? 5 replies already. The hype is insane. Bet the guy's hiding some broken secret skill. Ugh, I'm so jealous I could actually scream. Facts. That guy is one hell of a lucky summoner. I actually braved a gate with him once. Plot twist, he's even deadlier than his summoned beasts. My lips are sealed on the juicy details, though. I mean, if he stays clueless, this is going to be a disaster. For heaven's sake, Andres is busy scrolling through those toxic comments. The high-tech stuff in this world is actually sick. Who'd expect such a primitive world to have this? Developing this far without a drop of magic insane. He keeps tapping the screen, totally impressed. With this, we gather intel without even tailing targets. Ban exhales a cloud of smoke with a warning. Calling us uncivilized is a bit of a low blow. Rats. He waves the phone with a mischievous grin. My bad, I was just giving props where due. He flicks the ash, getting down to business. Anyway, what's the deal with the intel you're tracking? Does it actually play a role in our plan? Andres smirks, knowing exactly what's being asked. I'm talking about the man himself, Kim Gigyu. He's the ultimate wild card in our entire operation. He's already mapped out a very meticulous plan. We need to make our move immediately. Before he makes it past floor 50, Sangsu freezes. Kim Gigyu, that Korean guy. Andres teases loudly, oh right, you're from the same place. He looks at the man on the sofa, Ha Sung-soo. He smirks, confirming the grim reality. Sangsu recalls back then he was just a promising rookie. But now he's a variable that could break everything. I can't wait for our bloody little reunion. Elsewhere, another familiar face looks incredibly tense. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere is heavy. You haven't heard the conditions yet. Not until you clear the trial of floor 50. She gazes at him with a look of pity. But you still haven't cleared floor 52. Sorry, but I can't say a word yet. Ji-chun's warning echoes in his mind again. The trial of floor 50 is a different beast. A massive gate unlike anything you've ever seen. It's going to change your world forever. Open your eyes, the dark gate is sealing shut behind us. The system is deep diving into my stats, judging my talent and hidden potential, scanning my past and predicting my future, and verifying every achievement I've earned. Data flashes before Zigu's eyes. The system finally finishes its homework and drops the perfect trial. 3 stages, total chaos, and I get to pick my poison. Zigu stares down the mysterious cards. Black, gold, and gray, tricky choices. I've got a hunch about these. Black is RU, gold is L. But that gray one totally blank. Rue whispers, that one is you. Zigu blinks. Wait, it's about me. He nods with total annoying confidence. Yeah, your secrets and weird changes. That trial belongs to you alone. Zigu hesitates, eyes locked on the deck. Whatever, time to make a move. No clues, then no point overthinking. He grabs the black card Rue's fate. Let's start with the left one. L starts the hype train immediately. Master, you'll crush this for sure. Grandhertz joins the cheering squad. Damn straight. Suddenly the card glows with eerie light. Trial commencing. Player brace your soul. The objective of this trial experience your own death. The mountains turn red under sunset. Heavy coughing echoes through the air. Zigu now in Rue's body is trembling. Everything feels totally wrong. Each step feels like dragging lead. So weak, pathetic. This body isn't mine anymore. Rue's eyes go wide, it's him. Is it that day again? He knows the nightmare coming next. The day betrayal became real. Waking up bloody, everything clicked, trapped in Rue's physical body. He confirms the crazy truth. Yeah, it is definitely me. You're already dreaming of what's next. Next time I'll be LA. Wait, that sounds wrong. System ping's mission finally complete. Welcome to Hell's literal wasteland, built from Tower's deepest memories. Just use this body, survive. The goal is? Dying seriously. Just a test I won't die. Zigu's brain is a total mess. Rue heard my internal trash talk. Zigu is complaining like a brat. Dying without answers is totally lame. Suddenly the earth starts shaking. Zhu looks up totally confused. Rubit snaps him back to reality. Stop dazing, no time for this. He says 3 very ominous words. They are finally here. Something huge is charging fast. Goblins are swarming the area. Zhu hears screams, still clueless. What's with this massive mob? Panic mode is officially engaged. War starts and I'm gearless. Gritting teeth searching for answers. Comes with the team are dead. Only Rue's voice is left. No weapons, what now, genius? Rue gives him a reality check. Use my body, stop staring? Forgot my legendary power already. Lightbulb Zigu finally gets it. Master of every magic sword. I am Rue, manifest the power. Unleashing that forbidden energy now, sword summon being Rue sucks. Rue is offended problem with me. Sharp lethal fangs slowly emerge. The goblin army starts scattering. Boom, a sudden massive explosion rips through the air behind them. Zigu stands frozen, his brain completely short-circuiting at the shock. Seriously, what kind of insane nightmare is coming for him now? Through the smoke, a gargantuan shadow looms closer and closer. It is a monster, and it is freaking humongous. Its eyes flare with a terrifying soul-piercing light. Belphegor howls a command to the waiting demonic horde. The Demon King is fading, now is our time to strike. He points forward and screams his order, all-out attack. Rue finally realizes who it is and snarls, that bastard Belphegor. Zigu is sweating buckets, his voice trembling as he stammers the name. The 7th King of Hell, a high-ranking royal among the 72 thrones. Size does not matter, he is way deadlier than Votus ever was. Elsewhere a demon scratches his beard. Is someone talking smack about me? Zigu nods, jaw clenched, this freak is clearly the ultimate boss here. He draws his blade mind racing. Time to carve a path out. Steel flashes as he delivers a lethal cross-shaped X-strike. The goblin army surges forward like a relentless green tide. They are swarming from every angle, leaving him zero room to breathe. Zigu's face tightens in a grimace. What is with this insane pressure? The goblin's blood-curdling screams tear through the very atmosphere. Belphegor just watches the carnage with a twisted, arrogant smirk. Zigu stares back, his mind reeling from the monster's overwhelming intensity. No way. How does this guy still have so much power? After the 6 kings attacked, he should be half dead by now. Suddenly, a deathly silence falls over the entire battlefield. Belphegor stands miles away looking down like a cold god. Zigu blinks, totally dazed. Wait, what just happened to the world? Rue whispers darkly, remember this feeling? Burn it into your soul. He explains the true purpose behind this brutal, soul-crushing trial. This is the true meaning of mastering death itself. This legend was born in the shadows of the ancient past. Once a mysterious stranger stepped into the literal fires of hell. A shadowy figure appearing in the most cursed land imaginable. Even in a realm crawling with billions of high-level demons, this unknown nobody turned the underworld into total bloody chaos. But the real nightmare started when he began to feed. He devoured his own kind to reach the absolute peak. That monster's name, the one and only, Lucifer. Suddenly another violent blast shatters the quiet moment. Zigu's eyes snap toward the distant flickering horizon. His face pales as he witnesses something utterly impossible. The figure leaps down from the sky like a falling star. Zigu looks up, his world turning completely upside down. With a body that huge, you have got to be kidding. Belphegor roars, throwing a punch that could shatter a mountain. His arm bulges with veins turning into a terrifying hunk of muscle. That massive fist is aimed straight at our boy below. Belphegor slams down like a total freight train of horror. But Zigu is faster, dodging the blow like a total pro. He turns back with a completely clueless look on his face. Hey, Rue, is your real name actually Lucifer? He snaps back, claiming he ditched that name ages ago. Now he is just Rue. Zigu smirks, swinging his blade while declaring that he is only himself. Belphegor wears a creepy grin as Zigu unleashes a flurry of strikes. His sword slashes through, tearing a bloody hole in that weird barrier. But the shield heals instantly, like nothing even happened. Belphegor looks stunned that his ultimate defense was actually breached. From above, Ziyu shouts that he has a message for Belphegor. Hearing that name, the demon flinches in pure raw shock. He grins, promising to burn every single thing the demon loves. He threatens to devour the entire clan like a hungry beast. Belphegor's eyes fill with absolute mind-numbing terror. He thrusts his sword out, ordering the beast to bow. The sky bleeds a terrifying deep crimson red. The ground shatters apart in a violent, scary earthquake. Yet Belphegor stubbornly swings back with desperate blind rage. Xiu does not hesitate to strike right back. They collide, making the air thick with intense battle tension. Belphegor's invincible barrier is finally starting to crumble. The demon looks up completely dazed and confused. How his physical vessel should be totally exhausted. For the first time, Belphegor feels true shaking fear. Yet with every second, his opponent grows even stronger. Ru stays close, constantly coaching the young warrior. Nice, you are finally mastering this lethal sensation. Xiu finally realizes the true goal of this trial. He must experience death itself to pass this test. The meaning is far deeper than mere words. Belphegor's expression shifts as the horrific truth sinks in. Strange anomalies begin to warp his borrowed physical form. This trial is simply surviving death in Ru's body. He speaks up, sounding surprisingly impressed by the progress. Is your sudden genius thanks to my legendary vessel? Xiu is speechless at the sheer audacity of it. Suddenly, ominous red and black threads coil around him. A massive glowing red blade targets the demon's heart. Belphegor stares up, frozen by his own helplessness. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated dread. Unbelievable, not even Lucifer could pull this off. Belphegor finally clocked the insane power he was against. He is in a whole different league. Boom, a massive explosion rocked the entire wasteland. Dirt and debris went flying everywhere in a dust storm. Terrified, Belphegor threw his hands up to block. His eyes went wide, looking totally shocked. Talk about luck that shield popped up just in time. That massive sword slowly flickered out of existence. He took a breath, showing a nasty grin. This clown really started cackling like an egomaniac. He sneered, sounding like he was talking to trash. Is that all, Lucifer, seriously? You didn't even scratch me, bro. Emperor of Hell, more like Emperor of Nothing. Meanwhile, Xiu was standing there completely shook. Wait, what? He was absolutely floored by this. He tanked that whole attack like nothing. Are all 6 kings this freaking broken? Ru decided it was time for a lore drop. He is a ruler master. Keep up. You remember, right? Xiu's brain worked as he remembered the warning. A ruler. The realization hit him like a truck. That true potential. The association president mentioned it. Those who built and dominated this tower were actually legendary rulers from other worlds. Luke kept explaining so the kid could understand. They are basically just borrowing Belphegor's cheat tier abilities now. He explained exactly where that power came from. Even though he is buff, he wasn't always this. He never actually owned a shield with that juice. Xiu closed his eyes, processing the situation. Got it. So if that is the deal? Sharp, wicked horns sprouted right from his head. I just gotta smash that shield right. Massive energy started swirling together once again. Giant swords started raining down from all directions. Du nodded, confirming the final plan of attack. Exactly, Master. No need for cheap tricks here. True death is the ultimate power after all. Belphegor tried to block again, looking desperate. Another massive explosion tore through the dead zone. A humongous crater opened up right where he stood. Xiu's silhouette emerged from the thick smoke. He looked down, feeling drained from that blast. Sure, he's riding the ruler's coattails, but he's still a lethal threat. Look at Belphegor now pinned to the dirt like a total loser. It took a whole 7 days to shatter that annoying shield. Now the big bad demon is shaking, begging like a pathetic baby. Please spare me, have mercy on my soul, Lucifer. That's when Ru's voice chimed in with some ice-cold facts. Just so you know, out of all 6 demon kings, Belphegor is officially the bottom of the barrel. The weakest one. Xiu nearly choked. Wait, what, are you serious right now? No way are you telling me he's just a low-tier scrub. Ru didn't stutter, he laid down the brutal, honest truth. Duh, a cheap knockoff can never match the real deal, Master. The realization hit Xiu as he flashed back to the fight. Even with Xiu's insane power, Belphegor wasn't exactly a punching bag. Honestly, Xiu had to give the guy some grudging credit. He cheated death, constantly dodging strikes like a caffeinated ninja. There were moments Xiu almost got his face wrecked on counters. And those surprise attacks, absolute close calls that nearly ended it. Cold sweat trickled down Xiu's neck as reality set in. If the ruler hadn't buffed him with those extra skills, I might have actually lost that fight. Scary thought. Ru snapped him out of it, sounding totally bored. Quit daydreaming and finish the job already, will ya? Xiu shook it off, soaring back into the sky with a smirk. Oh wait, Xiu suddenly called out to the dying demon. Yo, Belphegor, Ru told me to give you a little message. The demon's eyes went wide, filled with a mix of dread. Ru, what did he say? Is he saving me? Xiu unsheathed his blade, his voice turning cold as ice. Seeing your face again, honestly makes me want to puke. Xiu's expression turned demonic as he raised his steel high. Here's hoping we never meet in the afterlife. Bye-bye. Belphegor's mind shattered. He stammered, his voice trembling with fear. You're not... It can't be. Total realization washed over him like a bucket of freezing water. You aren't Lucifer. Who the hell are you, you imposter? Slice, the sword cut through his screams and his face. As Xiu drifted away, a holographic screen flared to life. Trial cleared. Get ready for a little teleportation magic. Hidden quest slay, Belphegor completed with flying colors. And of course, the system had some sweet loot waiting. Congratulations. Here's your shiny new prize for the kill. Item acquired, you obtained Belphegor's primal mace. The massive weapon materialized right in front of Ziyu's eyes. That's when the victory finally started to sink in. A mace that mutated hand was no skill. It was actually a weapon. That gnarly fist flashed through Zigu's mind. Suddenly, Brunhut's voice crackled with panic. Master, we lost connection. I was terrified. Touched, he offered a few comforting words. Sorry for the scare, Brunhut. El cheered, thrilled that Zigu was safe. What is this thing? Ruit shrank. Ru shrugged. Size doesn't matter for kings. Zigu realized it was a size-shifting artifact. Ru realized he forgot to explain everything. He meant the mace Zigu just grabbed. This isn't just some ordinary weapon. It is no mere item. Ru explained the legendary materials used. I forged it from Satan's body. Zigu's jaw nearly hit the floor. Satan. Now Ru asked a cryptic question. Ever heard of the Seven Sins, Master? Zigu's knowledge on the subject was thin. Like those church stories people tell, just the basics. Ru went deeper into the dark truth. That makes it easy. Those sins are the roots of humanity. He listed them off one by one. Envy, pride, greed, gluttony, wrath, lust, sloth. 7 demon kings represent those sins. And Belphegor is the king of sloth. Grunthart groaned. This is way too complex. Zigu sensed something was definitely off. Wait, didn't you say 6 demon kings? He snapped irritably. Shut it, I'm getting to that. Stop interrupting and just listen. Fine, keep going then. Ru recounted his glorious bloody past. I grew strong fast back then. I devoured demons to transcend everything. I surpassed those 7 kings easily. But fighting them all at once, crazy. So Ru made a final legendary choice. I challenged the strongest demon king alone. Satan, the original sin of wrath himself. Hell gaped. This scandal could rock the heavens. Ru smirked. I won. I became Hell's king. I carved Satan into 6 gruesome, bloody pieces. I forged weapons from them to buy loyalty. Ru sighed. Then everything went to hell. Ziyu felt his blood boil at the revelation. Cannibalizing your own, that's straight up barbaric, dude? Suddenly a sharp realization struck him hard. Ziyu eyed the mace, finally breathing again. Is that Satan? Can we finally rebuild you? Ziyu Chun's warnings echoed in his head. You need high ranks or demon king parts? Ru scanned the room, his mind racing. Even this tower can't replicate such power. It must be a fake, a total dud. Ziyu stepped forward, his hopes sinking fast. Seriously, I thought we hit the jackpot. Guess I was dead wrong. My bad. He reached out, his face twisted in confusion. Now what I can barely lift this thing. Suddenly his ring flared with a strange light. Ru growled, his mind failing to compute. This is impossible. It's totally nonsensical. Ziyu waited desperate for some actual answers. Ru, you're acting weird. Talk to me. Then the demon finally recognized the truth. No, wait, this is actually Satan's flesh. The relic I bestowed upon Belphegor himself. Ziyu frowned. This was getting super weird. Wait, didn't you say copying was impossible? Ru instantly narrowed it down to 2 scenarios. 2 possibilities, neither of them are good. Ru theorized on the twisted logic behind it. Either Belphegor is dead and buried, or he found something way more lethal. Powerful enough to dump this like garbage. Ziyu's brain was officially turning into mush. Wait, so Belphegor is still kicking? Didn't you personally take him out, though? He took a breath, trying to focus. Wait just a damn minute here. Something feels seriously off about this. You said you were betrayed and sealed, which means, back when it happened, Du finally drops the truth bomb now. What's on your mind? I can't lose to trash like Belphegor. He brags about his legendary power levels. You wasted a whole week. I speedran his defeat in record time. The salt is real. He's totally triggered. Oh, is that so? Zigu cuts back to the real issue. So then, why is he still breathing? Dark flashbacks hit him like a truck. Just as I dealt the blow? A terrifying monster stepped from the shadows. A true sovereign made his entrance. Vicious eyes glared from the dark void. Rua bellows in pure unadulterated rage. No way, this makes 0 sense? Zigu goes detective mode with more questions. Got a problem. Rua's mind fractures from old memories. Nightmare memories of being sealed just resurfaced. He finally recognizes his mortal nemesis. The bastard who locked me away? One of the legendary archangels of heaven. He vividly recalls every detail of him. He wore the face of Michael himself. Jichun's jaw dropped seeing the kite. Didn't expect this delivery so damn fast. He crosses his arms with total confidence. I'll have everything ready before your return. Catch you after you survive the trials. The portal slowly shrinks into the void. GQ is deep in his feels. Du's words echo loudly in his head. My jailer was a literal heavenly archangel. The guy had Michael's face for sure. Zigu was shook by this divine revelation. Michael is sovereign archangel. No way. Ru quickly steps in to clarify things. I can't be sure, maybe a doppelganger? But there's definitely a shady connection here. The seeds of suspicion are already planted. He definitely wielded the power of angels. Desperate for answers, he keeps digging. Yo, Elle, got any clues for me? Last time you faced Michael, you totally blacked out. Memories of her younger self collapsing flash by. Bummer though, Elle's got absolutely 0 intel for him. My bad. Some lost memories return, but here's the weird part. Now I can't remember him or my own freaking name. She is totally crushed by the weight of the truth. It is like there is a massive black hole in my mind. Ru's head is still thumping with that annoying pain. Man, the more I think about it, the crazier it gets. Hell and heaven. Yeah, they have been beefing since forever. No way I'm clueless about Heaven's big boss. He is landing on the same page as L now. Guess I have got some missing files in my head too. Gigyu has got to make a choice right here, right now. Alright then. He is laser focused on those last 2 cards. Gigyu locks in on L's golden card. Let's go. Maybe I can solve this crazy puzzle in the next trial. Boom, a blinding golden light signals the next jump. Trial starting, player get your game face on. Setting the stage based on L's personal data. Loading. She is stuck in a white room right in the center. Hands clenched tight, she is praying for a miracle. Oh heavens, please. Tears are streaming down L's face in pure desperation. Why would you dump this trial on me? What the heck am I supposed to do now? Then Zigu's shadow creeps up right behind her. He whispers her name soft as a breeze. L. Zigu is totally tripping, calling for his crew. L. Lugran hurt you guys there. Can any of you hear my voice? Cold sweat hits as the truth sinks in. Wait, are all our links totally fried? Zigu finally pieces the whole mess together. This trial is a whole different beast than Lu's. Reminds him of those crazy floor 30 and 40 vibes. Flashes of past trials start rushing back. Back during that floor 30 trial. Lu actually had a separate physical body. Zigu was busy crunching the stats on these differences. Welcome to floor 40 where logic dies. L has totally regressed into her past self. Ziggu peers forward trying to solve this glitch. Is that really the same girl? Ziggu steps closer, his brain short-circuiting. Ella, can you even hear my voice? He reaches out to grab her shoulder. What kind of madness is happening here? Too bad Zigu's hand catches only air. His fingers slide right through her like mist. Ziggu recoils, completely losing his cool. I'm literally ghosting through her right now. Am I just a spectator in this drama? The cold reality hits him like a truck. This trial has 0 instructions from Ru. Suddenly the heavy doors swing wide open. A mysterious shadow steps into the room. Enter Raphael, the man, the myth, the legend. His face is a total stone-cold mask. Ziggu squinted, a memory flickering to life. Wait, I know that guy. Ru's voice echoes, dropping some serious lore. Raphael, one of Heaven's 7 elite archangels. The big boss of power and prestige. Zigu's like, Ru, are we finally reconnected? He realizes why that voice sounds familiar. Du's memories must have stuck to his soul. This vibe is totally different from before. Du called their last merge becoming one. Now even their actual memories are blending. Ella slowly pushes herself up to stand. She spots her visitor and looks shocked. Wait, Raphael, what are you doing here? He asks how she is holding up. I was worried about your reaction earlier. Ella fakes a smile to keep appearances. Raphael protests, but she cuts him off. I'm the leader, this weight is mine. Her voice is made of absolute steel. A lazy leader isn't worthy of this rank. I will protect everyone no matter what. Zigu's head is literally spinning now. Wait, El was a freaking archangel. She gives a gentle saint-like smile. Relax, this was always his divine plan. A sudden voice shatters the silence, nearly scaring El to death. Zip it with that nonsense already. Another mysterious figure steps slowly into the light. Ziggu watches intensely, waiting to see who's crashing the party. He gasps in total shock. Wait, Michael! He sneers with pure attitude. His will please, he's gone. Gabriel snaps, newsflash. God died the second this tower finished. Raphael freezes in his tracks, stunned by those words. He clears his throat. Am I wrong, Michael? Zigu's brain melts. Did he just call her Michael? He tries to focus. God death, what a total mess. Elle's face darkens as she breathes out, Gabriel. The light bulb clicks. That guy is Gabriel, not Michael. He looks at her. Elle is the real Michael. Ziggu is spiraling. I still have no clue what's up. Gabriel's done playing. Enough talk, let's get to work. I'm sacrificing Michael and destroying this whole tower. Zigu's sweating bullets. Gabriel's ice cold. Start the ritual. Gabriel roars at the crowd. Everyone freaking kneel. Ziggu looks up, seeing him looming high above. Everyone lines up as Ziggu stands at the base. Ziggu panics. The scenery changed. Where the heck are we? Something behind him catches his eye, making him spin. The angels drop down. All hail the archangel. Ziggu watches the scene, looking completely and utterly lost. He stares in disbelief. Are they actually real angels? Elle begins to walk forward, her bare feet clicking. She raises her voice to the crowd. Angels. With a stone face, she declares, everything changes today. She begins to recount the events of the past. Something terrible has happened to our God. Ziggu watches her, his heart racing with pure anxiety. Elle continues her speech, her voice steady and firm. A final decision must be made right now. Her gaze softens, filled with a deep, crushing sadness. And it is going to happen very soon. Then she drops the most terrifying truth bomb yet. This entire place, it's all going to collapse. The angels' faces twist with pure, unadulterated fear. Some break down, tears of agony hitting the floor. Elle gets serious. We have to fix this chaos. I must end this disorder once and for all. Or Father's world will lose its balance and vanish. Taking one final shaky breath, she makes her move. Ellie steps forward, entering the center of the circle. A blinding golden blade erupts with holy light. She stands ready, her cold decree finalized. The ritual begins now. Zigu's head spins, eyes darting in sheer terror. Destruction ritual. What the hell is she saying? Then Gabriel's voice echoes a chilling reminder. Michael's life for the tower's ruin. That's the price. Zigu screams for L, but the air is dead. His mind races one final desperate choice. Logic is gone, but my gut knows the truth. If I don't stop this, everyone is dead. Zigu clenches his fist knuckles white with rage. Move, damn it, just do something. Then true horror strikes. He looks down. Zigu's body. It's completely locked in place. My legs. Why won't my legs move? The nightmare he fears most is becoming real. At this rate, L, she's finished. Despair hits him like a freight train. Is this just a test ace sick joke? I won't watch her die twice. Never again. A phantom blade ignites within his soul. I refuse to let her go again. Zigu forces his will into his veins. Move! The ground holds him fast. Move, damn you. He begs his own body just one step. The blades close in. Please, move. Suddenly, Rue's annoying voice breaks the tension. While your attitude here is totally different, huh? System alert, responding to the player's absolute will. Massive news, the connection is back online. Grandherd's spirit roars with newfound life. Master, we've been waiting for this moment. A mystical radiance streaks down from the heavens. Boom. The earth shatters upon impact. Gabriel shields his face, blinded by the debris. Raphael stumbles back. What the hell is this? The angels stare skyward in utter confusion. Elle's eyes go wide. This shouldn't be possible. There stands Gigyu blade drawn to protect her. Meanwhile, in New York City, the Ireland Guild convenes. The boardroom falls silent. One final matter. He slams the desk, eyes gleaming with ambition. We're retaking the Korean market, no mercy. And James Lohan is taking the lead. The old man turns back fishing for some input. Yo, Lohan, got anything to add or what? James nods his stone-cold face, signaling the endgame. Sensing the silence, the boss drops the final hammer. Meeting's over, folks. Try not to miss me much. He sits there, brain gears grinding through the stress. Damn it, their Korea obsession is weird, but it's gold. Iron Siu smirks, dripping with that confident energy. If we share a goal, we can totally use each other. This time we're planting our flag deep in Korea. We're gonna make that Demon King beg for death. The suit and tie squad finally spills out of the room. Some dude pipes up with a nasty mocking grin. 1 month as VP DM, did the boss dump you? He cranks up the sass, digging the knife deeper. Managing that tiny countryman that's basically a total demotion. He keeps buzzing around like an annoying fly whining. Let's grab a drink, my treat for your sad farewell. DM shoots back, a death glare. Pass, I've got work. He storms off without looking back. Rain check on booze. The hater just stands there looking completely shook and confused. What's his deal? He never turns down free drinks? He keeps trash talking, trying to bait a reaction. That guy should be thirsty for liquor and blood. Walking away, DM lets out a wicked, satisfied chuckle. He's hyped, finally knowing exactly what needs to be wrecked. This big comeback, it's a 2-part mission of pure chaos. DM replays the orders spinning in his twisted mind. Goal number 1, take over Korea and build clout. And goal 2 is the one he's actually dying to start. Snatch Kim Gigyu's family right out from under him. Suddenly, thick smoke explodes across the grand staircase. The kneeling angels gawk upward, their holy minds blown. What the hell is going on here? They can't believe their eyes. This is pure insanity. Where did this badass even crawl out from? Gigyu stands tall, a human shield against the madness. Gabriel takes a massive, soul-crushing breath, his rage boiling. Who dares? He screams with pure fury, demanding a blood sacrifice. Who's the brat brave enough to trash this holy ritual? A brilliant gold wing shatters the air, glowing with power. Then another dozens of wings fill the entire sky. The archangels ascend, ready to rain down absolute hell. Zigu stands his ground, shielding Elle from danger. She frowns, her voice shaking as she asks, "Tell me, who are you exactly?" Zigu flashes a smug, playful grin at her, but his next words leave her stunned. "I am your one and only master." Zigu turns back with a kind, knowing smile. "I guess you don't recognize me, Elle." Suddenly, Du pipes up with a worried warning. "Master, about those words you just said." A sudden chill crawls down Zigu's spine. Le's attitude shifts as she asks him again. "Did you just claim to be my master?" Her face darkens as she prepares for judgment. "You dare stand here claiming to be God? The supreme leader of all angels. Meet." Zigu freezes, confused by this sudden, deadly turn. "Wait, what? What is going on here?" Raphael glares at him with pure burning hatred. The others are also consumed by absolute rage. Zigu stumbles as a terrifying aura fills the air. Du sighs. "You idiot, she's still an angel? Claiming your master is claiming to be God? You're bold to blaspheme in front of angels." Granhert remains loyal and steps forward bravely. "Don't worry, master. I will protect you always." Zigu's heart races. "Wait," she said, "God." He suddenly remembers a vital clue from earlier. Gabriel previously said that God was already dead, but that would mean something even bigger. A world-shaking realization finally dawns on him. So God truly existed after all. Elle's aggression fades into a sea of confusion. "Why do I feel this strange sensation?" She looks at him with growing doubt. This man who calls her that strange name. I should strike this sinner down immediately. For the crime of faking the Lord's identity. Yet Elle hesitates to strike Zigu down. She feels a strange urge not to fight. High above, Gabriel is ready to punish him. A sinner ruining the right and faking divinity. He frowns, preparing to launch a final strike. "No mercy, prepare for your divine punishment." Suddenly, Gabriel's body begins to flicker and fade. Within a heartbeat, he closed the gap. Gabriel poured every ounce of strength into one lethal strike. Zigu stood frozen, his reflexes failing to respond. El reached out instinctively, desperate to stop the madness.
Stop it right now, Gabriel?
A massive explosion of dust and gravel erupted. Gabriel soared back, reclaiming his original high ground. He glared down at the chaos, his brow furrowed. Staring at the massive crater, he hissed, "Did he escape?" That thing, it's definitely no ordinary creature. Gritting his teeth, he scanned the area like a hawk. How dare he interrupt such a sacred ceremony? Where the hell did that bastard vanish to? Gabriel glanced aside, his confusion only mounting further. But why is Michael just standing there doing nothing? Suddenly, crimson magic blazed across the entire sky. A chill ran down Gabriel's spine. Zigu was right behind him. Raphael watched from a distance, completely shell-shocked. That aura, this terrifying power is off the charts. He stared at the figure in front of him, paralyzed. What is the Lord of Hell doing in this place? Zigu blinked, looking completely lost and confused. He stared at his own hands, his mind reeling. Since when could I manifest Ru's demonic power? Brunhut shrieked in terror at the sight of this form. Oh no, the wicked Ru has returned once again. Ru scoffed, clearly annoyed by the brat's constant whining. Cooling his temper, Ru offered a calm, steady reassurance. Relax, my dark side hasn't fully awakened yet. He inspected his new body and reached a conclusion. Lingering effects from the first trial, it seems. At least I can tap into some power for now. Realization hit Zigu hard. So that's the secret. He recalled the lethal weight of Gabriel's previous strike. That attack, dodging or blocking it, was simply impossible. Still, Zigu couldn't deny the man's overwhelming strength. After all, Gabriel once defeated Ru while totally exhausted. Ru spoke up, emphasizing a much deadlier truth. He sensed a catastrophic storm fast approaching them. Every angel here is a high-ranking heavenly powerhouse. He kept whispering warnings of the impossible odds. They're all as lethal as Belphegor or even stronger. If El joins them, our future is pitch black. Even with my full power, you won't survive this. He sighed, mourning the reckless path they had chosen. One job, if you just stayed put, you would have passed. But nope, you had to make things difficult, didn't you? Yeah, I'm rethinking it. I totally acted way too fast. Grunthard screams, his patience finally hitting rock bottom. Ru snaps back, I won't let El die on my watch. Who said anything about her dying? Came the cold response. Gabriel spins around, fuming like a kicked hornet. Michael, what are you even doing right now? He turns back, his voice dripping with toxic blame. The Lord of Hell is literally standing right here. You're our leader. Why are you standing there like a statue? Her face goes dark as she stays frozen in silence. Gabriel won't stop screaming right now. Finally, Ella snaps out of it, looking completely dazed. She's feeling this crazy restless itch she can't explain. It's like a super important memory just got deleted. Elle clutches her head in agony, desperate for answers. Ugh, what is this weird empty feeling in my chest? Gabriel isn't having it, his voice getting dangerously heavy. Are you seriously zoning out while the world is ending? He stands tall, barking orders like a total alpha. Behold, I am Gabriel the Archangel. Listen up, all angels are ordered to retreat. Gabriel drops a truth bomb that shakes the battlefield. The Lord of Hell. Poof, every single angel vanishes into thin air. Gabriel declares his squad has the target completely surrounded. We Archangels will be the ones to destroy you. They lock onto Zigu, charging like heat-seeking missiles. Sparkly golden dust rains down from the sky like glitter. Boom, a massive explosion sends rocks flying everywhere. A gigantic pillar of gray smoke pierces the heavens. Slowly, a mysterious door begins to materialize from within. This fight is turning into a total nightmare fast. Then suddenly, everything goes deathly quiet once again. High above, a godlike figure controls hundreds of swords. Behold the Archangel Sariel. Those lethal blades are all pointed at Ziyu's heart. His eyes turn ice-cold sparks flying as he counters. Ziyu swings his blade, parrying the steel storm effortlessly. He rockets into the sky, dodging every deadly strike. Debris and dust explode, blinding the entire battlefield. Enter Archangel Ramian, the cold-blooded blue-haired killer. Ziyu spins around his guard up against the attack. He blasts forward like a lightning bolt to evade. Water element unlocked time to turn into a human puddle. Zigio turns back, ready to face the rising tide. But that water is wild, and something scary is coming. Surprise Archangel Raphael just appeared right behind him. Zigio snaps around, his danger sensors going off. Gold slashes fly everywhere, their blades are screaming. The tension is crazy high. Who's gonna blink first? They're nose-to-nose grinding steel and trading glares. Suddenly something weird starts happening in the back. Great, another glowing jerk is joining the fight. It's Archangel Riguin looking way too dramatic. Boom, a massive fireball drops from the sky. System alert, looks like I'm getting a spicy upgrade. Fire element. Now I can literally burn it all down. Zigu's flames are roaring like a freaking volcano. His fire shoots up, scorching the entire sky. Then Zigu spreads his wings and descends like a boss. His eyes are blank, the lights are on nobody's home. Creepy black smoke starts rolling over the battlefield. A weird orb of water appears out of nowhere. It traps Zigu instantly, this guy was totally blindsided. And here comes Mr. Arrogant floating down from above. Archangel Gabriel. Yeah, he's got that I'm better look. He's playing Puppet Master with that massive whirlpool. The water lances forward, aiming to drown our hero. Gigyu gets tossed around like laundry on a spin cycle. While he's still dizzy and trying to recover, a holy sword is aimed right at his face. Meet Archangel Uriel, the ultimate party crasher. He's looking down at Gigyu like he's actual trash. Uriel swings its a heavy-duty soul-crushing strike. A massive explosion of power follows the blade. Grunhut is screaming like a fanboy in a horror movie. Rue is panicking too. Hey Master, you still alive? Master, talk to me, tell me you're okay. But luckily Zigu's own sword has finally appeared. He slams his blade deep into the broken ground. Zigu's just standing there like it's a Sunday walk. That massive attack didn't even mess up his hair. Wow, I thought you guys would actually be strong. Raphael's jaw literally hits the floor seeing this. The golden boy is finally starting to sweat. He realizes Gigyu just tanked every single holy nuke. They can't believe it. This guy is totally unshakable. As black wings unfurl, meet the new Lord of Hell. Things just got real. A mysterious shadow looms from the rooftop. Gabriel mutters 2 words, the ritual. Then he impales L. It's go time. Gigyu sees the carnage and screams Gigyu slams down as a surge of energy blasts back. With a killer glare, Zig unsheaths a soul-cutting blade. He swings low, sending a lethal streak of crimson energy. As the smoke clears, Gabriel looks totally rattled. Gabriel finally realizes what kind of monster he's facing. Newsflash, defeating the Hell Lord was never the main goal, because only Michael has the power to take him down. He's satisfied for now, even if Michael's being totally weird. Once the ritual succeeds, even the Hell Lord is toast. Wait, Gabriel's eyes go wide, that hand is radiating power. Gabriel's brain is melting. How does he control life energy? Only one legendary being can control life and death. The other angels watch on in total silence. Raphael is frozen, breaking into a cold sweat. Man, they can't believe their eyes. This wasn't the plan. How can the King of Hell possess the power of life? Raphael stands there trembling in total disbelief. Oh, Father. Gabriel stares down, looking completely dazed. His head is spinning with a million questions now. I have zero clue what's going on anymore. One thing is clear, this situation is spiraling into chaos. Still, Gabriel isn't backing down from the original plan. We've come way too far with this ceremony to stop. There's no way I'm letting this end here. He bellows from the rooftop in a fit of rage. What the heck are you guys just standing around for? Gabriel tries to snap his comrades out of their trance. You all remember what happened to Father, don't you? Don't fall for the Hell Lord's dirty mind games. He demands they get back to the mission immediately. We're going to erase him and finish the ritual. Raphael is starting to have some serious second thoughts. But Gabriel, he's finally seeing the red flags everywhere. Only God has authority over life and death. How can you honestly ignore that fact? That guy's definitely linked to our father somehow. Gabriel looks at the scene with pure, unadulterated disgust. How did it all turn into this disaster? Fine, whatever, I don't care if it makes sense. He makes his final call as tension hits the limit. His radiant blade slides out ready for blood. This guy's charging in with zero chill. That ritual is happening, period. Even Zigu's like, wait, what? He senses it, the vibe is getting desperate. I haven't even finished her healing yet. Meanwhile, Ella is totally hunting for answers. How can he play God with life? She shoots him a major side-eye. Why am I actually missing this loser? Memories of Gigyu flood her mind now. Suddenly her eyes snap wide awake. Gabriel is dive-bombing straight at them. His speed is honestly terrifying right now. Gabriel screams for Michael at top volume. Gigyu stands there whispering her name. Raphael watches the drama with sweaty palms. Other angels are straight up panicking now. A blinding golden light suddenly explodes. Ella returns with a killer bright smile. I'm back in the game, Master. Zigu's jaw drops, he's completely stunned. But he's grinning like a maniac instantly. Gigyu reaches out his voice, turning soft. Come back to me now, Elle. Runhurt starts cheering like a total fan. Welcome back to the party, girl. Du is just there being a hater. Oh, Elle is such a headache. Gabriel stares, his brain failing to compute. A sword. But the ritual isn't done. Raphael's face is a picture of shock. Gigyu digs his heels in and commands, Let's go, Elle. He feels guilty pulling another blade out. Sorry you're back and already working overtime. Gigyu levels his sword looking hyped. Let's drop a massive nuke on them. Insane power erupts, shattering the air. Gabriel freezes mid-air, hit by fear. He feels a lethal omen approaching fast. What's that something's about to launch? Gabriel's too shook to move closer. What is this soul-crushing pressure? This is bad, really bad. He's trembling, drenched in cold sweat. If I hadn't moved, I'd be freaking toast. Gabriel's ego finally cracks under pure terror. That hit was a one-way ticket to oblivion. Gigyu lets out a roar like a boss. Total chaos. Monochrome destruction erupts from every single side. An angel's gaze turns completely hollow. Uriel stares down, looking totally lost. Raphael is sweating bullets over this mess. Remian watches the sky in total disbelief. Everyone is glued to the insane spectacle. The energy fades, leaving only silence behind. Fresh blood paints the ground in crimson. A silhouette emerges through the settling dust. Gabriel gasps, clutching his mangled arm tight. His face twists in pure unadulterated fear. What kind of cheat code attack was that? That energy completely eclipses any archangel's power. Gabriel refuses to face the nightmare truth. 1 millisecond slower and I'd be history. His brain just cannot process this insanity. Why is Michael following that complete freak? There are too many questions, but still, Gabriel tries to play it cool somehow. He thinks he can still fix this. He starts screaming like a desperate man. Fellow archangels, can you feel that stench? Pure demonic filth is oozing from him. Gabriel keeps desperately pleading for backup. It is chaos, our most ancient enemy. Injured and bleeding, he demands their loyalty. How long will you insult Father by mistaking him? Draw your blades and behead this heretic. But silence is the only answer he gets. He sees the legion standing perfectly still. They form a line with eerie calm. Suddenly, every single one of them kneels. The entire host bows in absolute reverence. Welcome home, Father. We await you. Every eye turns toward the high stairs. Gabriel is losing his mind with fear. By all that is holy, no. Then a blinding radiance shatters the dark. A golden sun erupts from the summit. Zigu's voice trembles as the reality shifts. We're in deep trouble. He's completely losing his mind. Seriously, though, what the heck is happening to me? Zigu sensed a freak phenomenon pulsing behind my back. Grunthut stepped up to explain the madness with respect. Master, you're literally glowing, Iluk stammered in pure shock. Wait, this is... Rui grinned, enjoying the sudden chaos. All right, now things are finally getting fun. Is this a weird side effect from that trial? He suddenly realized the truth behind this strange glow. Simply put, your trial-perfected powers have reached their peak. Now they've met Eo's nearly perfect growing strength. Vu pointed out the divine Halo God's own sacred symbol. Master, you've become an entity standing right next to God. A massive monolith sits in a void with endless stairs. Above a blinding halo pierces the sky the Creator's mark. Rows of robed figures kneel beneath a vast blue sky. The atmosphere feels heavy with sacred, overwhelming majesty. Every single face is masked in deathly silence, showing absolute respect and total devotion to their Lord. Master, you've evolved into an entity approaching the divine. Zeus stood tall against the brilliant, radiant sky. A blinding golden light exploded from right behind him. It looked exactly like a divine holy aura, an entity existing near godhood. He thought, does this mean I'm basically God now? Gripping his sword, he asked with a stern look. Eyes full of authority, angels serve God right. You'd know this better than do. What's going on? She spoke of the gap between mortals and gods. I'm clueless. Only God is supposed to have that halo. Du tried to explain a power beyond human logic. First, the one called God holds many deep secrets. We honestly have almost zero information about God. Gigyu stood ready, dual-wielding his blades with power. He looked like a majestic holy warrior from legend. Got it. He glanced around, checking his surroundings with doubt. His face was a total mess of pure confusion. He was totally lost. So what does this shiny halo actually do? He gave a short and brutally honest answer. It glows. Gigyu frowned hard. His eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion and doubt. He felt both shocked and completely baffled. Pure confusion mixed with total annoyance. Even a toddler knows that. But Ru isn't done dropping facts. Plus it purges all that demon filth. Zigu repeats demons and looking totally lost. Suddenly a savage scream rips through the air. Gabriel's wheezing, blood dripping, gasping, no. Golden wings erupt as he groans, Lord! Feathers burst through his robe, it's getting intense. Gabriel snaps, wake up, God is dead. The crew stands there in total shock. Io just glows silently under the sky. Zigu's heart drops as he whispers him. Those silver wings? Gabriel looks absolutely lethal. Zigu locks in. Heads up, it's here. Look closely, boss. It's the fallen angel symbol. Raphael loses it. Gabriel, you traitor. He's shaking so hard he can't talk. You turned your back on the angels, on Michael, on our own father. Gabriel just wipes away the blood. Cold. Then comes that creepy, arrogant laugh. His eyes, they aren't holy anymore. That smile, pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. You guys are such mindless idiots. Still worshipping a god who does nothing, he dismisses them with a cold wave. Total, you're beneath me energy. You'll never get it, will you? Why the Almighty had to die. And why I built that massive tower. The team's jaws hit the floor. Everyone is officially losing their minds. He stands there tall and terrifying. His very presence starts turning pitch black. The vibe heavy, scary, super dark. Raphael can barely choke out the words. You helped kill our father. Gabriel hears him loud and clear. He just smirks like a true villain. Looking smug as hell, he enjoys this. That I fooled you all grin says everything. Gabriel shoots his hand into the sky. His face twists into a demonic mask. Pure darkness explodes from his soul. The age of gods is officially over. That lazy-ass god won't be watching us anymore. His trash talk was seriously killing the vibe. Isn't a god with that much power supposed to lead? Listen up, fam, our time is finally here. Gabriel pointed forward with a totally psycho-chilling grin. From now on, we're the ones writing history. Suddenly his face twisted in pure, unadulterated shock. A nasty mix of agony and bitter regret. Gabriel froze there, arms wide like a statue. Something blurred past, leaving a trail of absolute wreckage. His majestic wings, they just snapped. A jagged gash opened across his shoulder. Crimson blood started spraying from the wound. His face was a literal map of pure agony. One long deep strike carved through him. Blood splattered everywhere like a horror movie. His eyes rolled back as pain took over. He's hacking up a geyser of blood. Only pathetic strangled whimpers escaped his throat. The crowd just stood there, totally traumatized. What they were seeing was straight up terrifying. He collapsed face first into his own blood. And behind him, Gigyu, the guy who just delivered those 2 lethal strikes. Looking like a cold-blooded boss through the smoke, Gigyu stood tall, giving him the ultimate death stare. "You're the one who iced Elle, right? Ella says he's a demon, wait so she's not dead." His blade ignited with a glow like pure hope. Ella closed her eyes with a serene, angelic smile. She looked totally at peace, bathed in light. "Thanks, Master." System notification. "You passed Elle's trial. Hidden quest. Clear Gabriel's betrayal blocked." More alerts popped up. "You've received Ella's data. Physical body Ella acquired. Some trace data still lingers in her body." Something hit the floor. Rewards incoming. Loot gained Gabriel's Holy Grail. Gigyu stared at the glowing loot with total curiosity. "A Holy Grail? This thing is glowing like crazy." Gigyu snatches the artifact, moving with the razor-sharp precision of a high-tier predator. He stares at the cup eyes dancing between curiosity and doubt. "Man, this thing's blindingly bright." Gigyu raises the grail, gripping it tight as a haunting sense of déjà vu washes over him. Rue drops the bomb. A fragment of the grail lives inside him. Talk about a major identity crisis. The room grows heavy and ancient, like they've stepped right into some forbidden high-stakes ritual. "That fragment I secured, yeah, it's literally a part of you now." Zyu's head drops, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts while his gaze drifts into nothingness. His voice cracks with the weight of it all, pure confusion mixed with a dash of regret. Michael looks like Gabriel but uses Elle's old name. Okay, that's just super sketchy. "No way, this is random. Once this test is over, I'm hunting that guy down." Rue nods, totally on the same page with that plan. "Exactly. The guy's definitely hiding something that's got our names written all over it." Then he spills it. "Master, it's story time." Zyu's ears perk up instantly. Surprise flashes across his face as Rue reveals both he and Elle have regained their lost memories. "Every burning question you've got, consider us your walking, talking cheat sheet." His eyes close, his expression darkening as he mentions the tower and the depths of hell. Elle chimes in, softly weaving a tale of God and the legendary holy sword. Their eyes snap open simultaneously, their faces dead serious, as they deliver the same chilling word. Chaos. Rue begins the chronicle one day the tower just manifested out of thin air. And just like that, God died while the heavens screamed in a swirling vortex. Pure white light sliced through the suffocating clouds like a divine blade. A massive vertical pillar of energy erupted, bridging the earth and the unknown. Zeus sits cross-legged, hanging onto every word of this world-shattering lore. Nobody knows the why behind it, but the world hasn't been the same since. Total freak events started popping off like fireworks, one after another. Even a total newbie could see these 2 disasters were definitely connected. Then Elle speaks, her voice sweet but dripping with the pain of 1,000 losses. "After Father vanished, the entire world just broke." Zeus sits frozen, his mind reeling as her words hit him like a freight train. See, Father wasn't the type to micromanage the universe or anything, but his mere existence was the glue holding reality together. With him gone, the seals on the monsters at the world's edge just snapped. Zeus' eyes widen, his heart hammering as cold sweat drenches his skin. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a sword. Pure shock. His gaze sharpens, trying to process the nightmare, monsters from the edge of the world. Elle continues, beings deeper than hell itself. A massive burning abyss, God's own abandoned brothers. The true masters of the underworld. Dozens of glowing red eyes stare out from the void. He bites his lip, his icy stare fixed forward as the horrifying truth finally clicks. Rue adds the final terrifying detail about why they're called world-end monsters. It's because hell was literally built right on top of their prison seals. Zeus stares at the floor, sweat dripping as the gravity of it sinks in. Wait, so hell is just a lid for something way worse? The revelation hits him like a physical blow, leaving him dizzy and completely floored. He looks totally lost, his mind racing to survive this brand new terrifying reality. Wait, hold up. No penalty for all this forbidden intel. How am I still alive? Is it just because I am on the 50th floor? Wrong. It is because this truth, you already own it deep down. Panic claws at Zigu's throat. Sweat pours as he grips his head in terror. Say what now? Rue stands chillingly calm, framed by a thick blood-red void. You literally ate and absorbed my body. You just forgot the flavor. He sinks into a dark, guilt eyes narrowed as the heavy truth finally clicks. Elle explains why Zigu sees her past despite not being devoured yet. Our soul link is so tight, my memories are leaking into your brain. Conclusion. Everything we are saying is technically stuff you already knew. Gigyu listens intently, but a confused frown starts to form. So, you are just repeating my own spoilers back to me. Rue is actually impressed by how fast the kid's brain is moving. Wow, you have gotten sharp. That is definitely not your usual vibe. He smirks. Guess eating a genius like me boosted your IQ. Jigyu's over it. His face screams total annoyance. Do you ever feel cringe for saying stuff like that? Suddenly, Brunhut's voice cuts in, catching him completely off guard. Master, hey, Master. Zigu looks down, eyes widening as pure shock takes over. His voice is shaky, drowning in confusion and disbelief. Brunhut, I think my lost memories are finally coming back. It is official. I was definitely a princess in my past life. Rue immediately shuts that nonsense down. Kid quit the delusional yapping. But Brunhut keeps going. That is why Rue's irritation is hitting max level. Rue, do not interrupt when the adults are talking, brat. Silence. The kid finally shuts up. He sits there looking totally empty and soul-crushed. I legit hate you. Aren't you? Then Elle takes charge. First, let us talk about the sacred ritual, not the one you wrecked, but where they actually started. She explains with deadly precision. Behold the rite of the Sword Saints. A legacy involving me? Countless angels sacrificed themselves to become holy blades, all to seal the nightmares crawling from the world's end. Elle's expression turns cold and bone-chillingly serious. A divine radiance begins to swirl around her figure. Behold my unavoidable destiny. The Archangel Commander? You must execute their absolute strongest, Charles. Zigu's face freezes in pure shock. Sweat drips. Is chaos finally here? That world-ending freak from the abyss? Wait, if that's the deal, then. A secret from their first meeting surfaces. Did she seal chaos at giant eye looms? He's reeling, eyes wide with disbelief. But the system called it Devil. The notification said Elle's devil awakened. Elle confirms system's right, it is one. She bows her head in total shame. I failed the mission to seal chaos. Rue grunts. Something's not clicking. God is thirsty for that chaotic power. Even an archangel couldn't seal that thing. Elle doesn't blink, she just challenges him. Correct if I were just one angel. He realizes, no way, seriously. The sword ignites with divine fire. I wasn't the only angel turned blade. Thousands poured their souls into my edge. That's the gambit to kill chaos. Zigu hesitates, looking totally stressed. Shoving all that power into her body, that's a bit much. The link makes Rue look totally on edge. His icy gaze radiates mystery and power. You aren't the only linker, kid. It's rare and restricted, but others exist. But then he hits him with facts. Your link, however, is a total glitch. Zigu's eyes bulge. Total shock. He's stuck between clueless and mind blown. Transferring power is usually a total fail. Normal bodies just break under the strain. Zigu hangs on every single word, but you control it with zero limits. I've never seen a freak like you. Rue crosses his arms, looking unimpressed. He stays cool, eyes half-lidded. His voice drips with pure annoyance. All right, zip it. Let her talk stop killing the vibe. She snapped back in total defiance. Rue, you're being a massive buzzkill. Elle erupted with light as the ritual ignited. It was all going perfectly, until now. That's how I became the first holy sword. Golden beams surged, locking onto her body. Elle's gaze sharpened. Something was definitely off. Her face turned incredibly dangerously tense. Then I realized something was dead wrong. The light split, scattering toward the crowd. The power meant for me was hijacked. It flowed to others for some reason. She whipped her head toward her companion. Her eyes widened with confusion and dread. Elle realized Gabriel had totally backstabbed us. He smirked, looking down on her contemptuously. That moment triggered everything that followed. Suddenly a holy sword stronger than me. The Archangel leader finally made his move. Zigu locked his gaze in one direction. He looked stunned as he spoke up. So that's the power he's hiding. Rue confirmed they were all holy swords. Gabriel soared high with a smug grin. Then heaven began changing way too fast. Gabriel seized control and ruled with iron. The other angels had to obey him. But one legend refused to bow down. Only the Archangel Raphael stood his ground. Raphael took me the newly forged holy sword. To seal the chaos, what absolute heroes. Elle was talking when he blurted, wait. She blinked, confused by his sudden outburst. Gigyu sat there, clearing his throat. He fidgeted and blushed, struggling to speak. He kept coughing. Something was bothering him. Finally, he just decided to ask straight. What's the deal between you and Raphael? Elle froze. That was out of nowhere. A heavy silence filled the entire room. Even Du frowned at the awkward vibe. Are you a total idiot? Elle had no clue what he meant. Regarding Raphael, what are you even asking? Ju scratched his face, looking away guiltily. Things get awkward fast. Raphael looks totally unhinged while running his scans. That question left even the great Raphael speechless. So, are you two secretly dating or what? Silence fills the room. She just stares, eyes wide like saucers. Suddenly, her face turns beet red. She is totally caught off guard. Wait, no, we are totally not like that. Panic mode activated. She stammers, trying to save her dignity. Raphael and the others, they are just my battle buddies. Romance. Yeah, that is not exactly in my vocabulary. Zigu gives a strained smile, sweating bullets from the awkwardness. Really my bad for asking such a weird question. Rue goes quiet for a second before continuing. Suddenly she lets out a heavy dramatic sigh. Hey Rue, things are about to get spicy. He grins, eyes closed. Hey, I actually live for this kind of chaos. She looks down, covering her mouth to hide the feels. Gabriel's betrayal cost me my power, but I'm still here. I still hold the ultimate power over life. Elle continues, Raphael risked everything to stop the chaos from spreading, but the success rate basically 0%. Raphael's face was the definition of pure shock. Did the heavens actually lend a hand there? Cracks began spiderwebbing across the ground. Yet that damn seal just would not break. He plunged his blade deep into the abyss. Raphael literally used me as a stake. I was the sword driven into the seal's heart. With fire in his eyes, Raphael rammed the blade home. Victory was so close they could almost taste it. Gigyu blinks in disbelief and asks for clarity. Almost success. You cannot be serious, master. Ultimately, it was a total failure. Right when things went south, that jerk Gabriel appeared. He had that suspicious "I am the villain" smirk, and he was carrying a black sword that was Rue. He growls, teeth gnashing in pure rage. "That total scumbag!" Sensing the fury, the protagonist calls out, "Rue!" I knew someone used me after I was sealed away. But hearing the truth, it pisses me off even more. So what happened in that chaotic mess next? Gabriel wore a demonic grin, swinging his blade at Raphael. Raphael reacts instantly, his face twisted in sheer terror. The duel began as Gabriel sabotaged the entire seal. Raphael looks exhausted. The worst-case scenario. He stares in terror. The seal is broken. Chaos awakens. The ground explodes, sparks erupt from the abyss. The rift tears wider as blinding light surges. A massive fanged maw opens. Chaos has awakened. Gabriel watches with a twisted, sinister smirk. Raphael shields his face. The tension is lethal. He screams, "Gabriel, have you lost your mind? Unleashing chaos? Are you trying to destroy everything?" He still hopes for a spark of brotherly love. Gabriel scoffs, mocking his brother's pathetic hope. Cold, calculated, and unhinged. Pure madness. Misunderstand number one want to release chaos. Pure arrogance. His ambition is truly terrifying. The world has secrets you'll never understand. He twirls his blade with deadly, stylish grace. He grips the hilt, radiating absolute power. His eyes wide, he's buzzing with excitement. He laughs like a maniac. "You're clueless." He hurls the blade with razor-sharp focus. It rips through the sky toward Raphael. The blade pierces his chest like butter. Raphael gasps in sudden, agonizing pain. He stares in shock at the wound. His eyes are wide with utter disbelief, a mix of pure agony and shock. He stares at the steel through him. "What is this?" Gabriel grins with ultimate self-satisfaction. The face of a cold-blooded winner. Hell's new absolute ruler. "My little going-away gift for you." Parting words filled with pure contempt. "Later, loser. See you never..." Raphael plummets into the gaping throat of chaos. He grips his sword as final hope. Suddenly, the blade erupts in holy light. Gabriel flies off with a serious look. Below Raphael's glowing like a miniature sun, Gabriel turns back looking totally rattled. Raphael grabs his throat in desperation. He grits his teeth. "Wherever I go..." Bloody and enraged, his face is distorted. "You're coming to hell with me." Gabriel pales. Where did this power come from? Pure terror washed over his face as the crushing weight of realization finally hit him hard. Did Michael really grant you the power to choose your own destiny? Raphael's eyes flared like dying stars, piercing through the absolute darkness. It was a gaze both holy and utterly terrifying. Gabriel's expression twisted into a mask of pure, bitter, divine contempt. How pathetic. You have only seen a tiny fraction of the truth. This isn't a power that a human like you can ever hope to control. Raphael's lips curled into a smirk, fueled by a resolve of pure iron. Yeah, you're actually right about that one. But his gaze burned a bloody crimson sparked by a rising manic frenzy. He flashed a grin that screamed total defiance. "I've still got enough left in me to drag you down to hell." Gabriel's face suddenly went pale with a look of absolute raw dread. "Hate to break it to you, but nothing is going according to your plan." They plummeted as space itself was devoured by some colossal, unseen, monstrous entity. A massive vortex of flame and black chaos erupted, covered in gnashing teeth and endless, hungering eyes. And that is where my memory of the event ends. After Elle finished her story, Gigyu was sweating bullets, his face a blank mask of shock. He sat alone in that infinite white void, a lonely shadow against the blinding light. Gigyu gripped his arm tight, his voice trembling with a hint of deep concern. "So, just how bad did the chaos get after that? And what about that demon you sealed away?" Elle closed her eyes and gave a chillingly calm, steady answer. "I don't have all the details, but I can tell you this for sure." She was just about to drop the real bombshell when a sudden booming voice cut her off mid-sentence. "Gigyu, you there? You look like you just saw a freaking ghost." Jigu's face was now a map of pure confusion and rising panic. "Heads up, kid. We have got a major problem on our hands. Forget the gate. Your side of things is in deep trouble." He warned that at this rate, Gigyu might never find his way out of there. Jigu's jaw hit the floor as he processed the devastating news he just heard. The shock on his face instantly shifted into a look of pure anxiety. Ji-chun crossed his arms, looking dead serious as he laid out the situation. "You have been in there for 1 week, but outside 2 whole weeks have already passed." Gigyu just stood there, his brain totally fried, unable to squeeze out even a single word. He made it clear the river of time flows differently on each side, and that time gap is only getting wider now. Ji-chun stared him down, warning him to clear the trial fast before something even worse happens. Gigyu snapped back to his senses and gave a firm, determined, "Got it." He glanced down at the holy chalice he had just claimed from his last mission. "Hey, Mr. Huang, I found this weird item, Any chance you could take a quick look for me? He glanced over and nodded. Sure, kid. Anytime you need. He grabbed the grail, stood up tall, and commanded open. Suddenly something happened that made Jigu's eyes go wide with total, absolute shock. Emergency. The gate's glitching out hard. Rue starts barking orders, losing her cool. Time's warped, just like Gramps said. Move. Ziyu hands Zichin the grail for inspection. He squints. Damn, it's a grail fragment. Zichin's geeking out just holding the thing. Science time, I'm finally going to study this. Suddenly a memory hits him like lightning. What, you need to hear this, kid. Ji-chun drops some heavy unwanted truth bombs. Serious talk time. This is important. The Iron Association's acting super sus. Word on the street is getting ugly. They're invading Korea, setting up shop here. Gigyu looks like his soul left his body. He looks down, hiding his dark expression. Cold and calm, he finally snaps back. Hey, old man Huang, listen up. Jigyu's got some spicy intel of his own. Bet they'll come for us first. Bank on it. But keep your eyes peeled for this. The vice president of the Iron Association. He slams a card down. Dead serious vibes. Eyes shut. Ding, the final trial begins. Teleportation complete. Welcome to the danger zone. Eyes open. Now he's got murder in his gaze. Ziyu's floating in a trippy, light dark void. System, let's see what you're really hiding. He freezes. Wait, what's going on? Did the system just talk to me? System confirms Jigyu's brain just broke. The tower's influence can't reach us here. Our little secret, just you and me. Ziggu stands his ground, suspicious as hell. Who or what the hell are you? System, relax, you'll find out soon enough. Data screens explode across his vision. Wait, Ziggu starts, then vanishes into thin air. White slams the table. He's absolutely livid. He screams, who do you think you are? A mere puppet defying the Holy Father. You call that God's will, don't lie. Whitehead yells, fanatical fire in his eyes. We follow his path or we die. And there he lies, face first in defeat. That guy's still barking orders from high above. Zigu's eyes snap open, staring upward in total shock. He stumbles up, his mind spinning in utter chaos. Where the hell am I? A crowd of creeps is giving him the major side-eye. None of these freaks look remotely human or normal. Gigyu scans the room. These aren't people, they're something else entirely. The system pings meet the big shot rulers of existence. Stage 1 hell, God's very first creation ever made. Then came heaven, the exclusive VIP lounge for angels. After that, he built countless other mystical realms. System intel. They're God's first draft creations lording over worlds. Armed with divine crumbs, they rule their domains like gods. Originally, these worlds were locked tight, zero visiting allowed. But then that day happened. Wait, what day exactly? System, the day chaos erupted and hell's seal cracked. Every single dimension felt the toxic corruption of chaos. Chaos got shoved back into hell, but damage was done. That brief jailbreak left the entire universe in shambles. Harmony trashed. Now portals connect different realms like broken highways. System analysis. These portals aren't even the biggest problem. Real nightmare, the pure terror everyone felt when chaos woke. Zigu's eyes bulge. This isn't a drill, it's the apocalypse. System update. Even these so-called gods are totally sweating. They're just creations. If chaos wakes fully, everyone gets erased. So they're having a panic-induced emergency meeting right now. White loses it. If God wants us dead, let's die. Isn't it our job as his toys to just perish? Anu points a finger, looking ready to explode. Shut it. Watch our worlds burn. That's not duty, that's total garbage. G. Gracel whimpers. What now? Does anyone actually have plans? Dead silence. Nobody has a clue how to save them. Suddenly a voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Easy now, everyone. Chill out for a second. Kronos steps in. Aren't we here to brainstorm a solution? You're all getting way too worked up over this. He smirks confidently. I've got just the perfect idea. Kronos locks eyes with Ziggu, making the kid's heart stop. Ziggu freezes, his face pale and eyes wide open. His pupils shrink like a cornered animal in a nightmare. Man, that look is sharp, cold, and way too excited. A baby clutched in arms, eyes wide with pure terror. The one holding it, Kronos, with a terrifying eye glow. Listen up, he announces. I can prevent this whole apocalypse. Anu crosses her arms, disgusted. A traitor's word is worthless. He sneered. I heard humanity's god got replaced by some ungrateful punk. Anu, watch your mouth, White barked, his temper flaring. This summit decides the world's fate. Leave your personal drama at the door. He rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. What a fake. Kronos paused, breaking the heavy silence with a chilling calm. Raising a hand with a smug grin, he announced, I am Kronos, god of men. High above, Ziggy watched the scene in total stunned silence. He gritted his teeth, his heart racing with sudden shock. Wait, my old man was a ruler, the god of humanity. Ziggy scanned the man's face desperately, searching for answers. Is he just a doppelganger? Or is it really him? Regardless, those dark memories began to flood back. Ziggy couldn't shake the image of his terrifying father. Anu shot a sharp, lethal glare toward Kronos. So talk you pathetic excuse for a human. The monster who murdered his own flesh and blood. What twisted scheme are you cooking up now? Y slammed his fist down the table, rattling violently. Anu. He demanded order with a stern, icy voice. Kronos is acting with dignity and respect. Try showing some class for once. Anu's face twisted into a mocking, bitter sneer. His narrow eyes dripped with pure, raw provocation. What, like we don't all know the truth? This guy shouldn't even have a seat at this table. He didn't bother hiding his absolute blatant contempt. There are others way more qualified to lead humanity. Am I wrong? Kronos stayed silent, his lips pressed in a tight line. His voice finally cut through the heavy, suffocating air. You're right. That person should have been the god. But they chose me to hold this throne instead. The room turned ice-cold silence broken only by his breath. A wicked, arrogant smirk crawled across his face. His amber eyes seemed to pierce through reality itself. Ruling a world isn't about some checklist or age. It takes something more. Don't you agree? Suddenly, a wave of pitch-black energy exploded outward. It tore through the hall like a light-eating vortex. Everyone braced themselves against the suffocating foul pressure. White turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was paralyzed, crushed by this insane, overwhelming power. Dark shadows coiled through the air like serpents, sending the local spirit energy into a total meltdown. Anu's shaking with pure rage. This guy is really testing him. He just glares at Kronos, who's standing there looking way too smug. It's killing the vibe. This lucky god is acting way too high and mighty. He drops a tiny smile that makes the whole room feel heavy as lead. Kronos is center stage, acting like a polite demon with that creepy grin. All right, shall we get back to business? The whole group goes dead silent. Not a single soul dares to whisper. He starts dropping the plan to stop the literal apocalypse. Kronos folds his hands like a pro and explains the Tower Project. Everyone is scratching their heads. A tower. What does that even mean? Even Zhu is looking down with a wait what face. His eyes are icy and that calculating smile says he's cooking something big. Why explain it when I can just show off the goods? Kronos snaps his fingers, radiating pure main character energy. Boom. A brilliant blue light explodes right in the middle of the hall. It's glowing with that majestic, I'm a god type of chilly aura. They're all just staring at it, completely lost and confused. One guy actually starts trembling. What on earth is this? Energy shards are flying everywhere, reflecting light like a disco ball of doom. Wait, that's no tower. It looks exactly like a giant spear. He just smirks, eyes glowing with a cold, sharp light. His voice slices through the room like a knife through still water. Exactly. It's a massive spear designed to gut chaos itself. Anu is literally sputtering, unable to believe what he's seeing. You think a big toothpick can stop chaos that's so basic? Kronos gives him a death stare paired with a terrifyingly sharp grin. Oh, trust me, size isn't the only thing this baby has going. Anu's face is scrunched up in pure, unadulterated fury. He explains that this tower actually hooks all the worlds together. It's going to grab all that scattered divine power from everywhere. We're going to suck up every last drop of that energy. And then the tower becomes one giant overpowered battery. Kronos smirks like a true villain. With all that juice, he says it straight, we're going to punch a hole through chaos. Zhu looks at the spear, totally caught off guard. He's low-key panicking inside. We've always called it the tower, but honestly, nobody actually knew what the heck it was. To the rest of the world, this thing is totally indestructible. So why did we even call it a tower anyway? Simple, the system voice literally said, you have entered the tower. Zhu's brain is melting. The tower is actually a world-stabbing spear. Anu points a finger right at his face. He screams at the top of his lungs, this is a joke! You really think this thing can handle the end of the world? Only the Father holds the power to crush chaos. White scoffs. Even with every ounce of our strength. It's nothing but a tiny fragment of his divinity. Isn't that still too pathetic to face chaos? Grasso nods slowly, clearly sold on that doubt. Kronos spreads his arms, radiating pure rebellious confidence. True, but I wouldn't plan this if that's all. He points ahead, eyes wild. We'll use God's power. The crowd erupts. God's power? Are you insane? First we drive this tower straight through chaos. Then we use that chaos-tainted spire to shank God. Kronos wears an arrogant, world-conquering smirk. We'll use the Father's own might to kill chaos. Then slay God with chaos. Our hands, our world. System loading first log. Ziggu steps back. Pensive, he stares down into the depths of history. Ziggu recalls the chilling weight of Kronos' words. Kill chaos with God, then kill God with chaos. To fracture the world and focus all that power, was all this madness just to build a tower? System Kronos planned to assassinate both primeval forces. Beyond the consensus, the risks were sheer suicide. The data shows a plan built on reckless gambling. Plus, hiding from God's winged narcs is impossible. System, but Kronos had a mole. Ziggu freezes. A mole Gabriel. That face flashes in his mind. System bingo, he seduced the Archangel Gabriel. Turns out Gabriel was fed up with God's ways. Accessing the second recording. Amidst a vast galaxy swirling with ancient stars, scattered planets glow like dying embers in the dark. Masses of people strain against a gargantuan log, muscles bulging and screaming under the weight. Another group channels raw energy toward the heavens, pouring power into a mountain-sized, glowing crystal. A foreman's voice barks over the chaotic sight. Move it, get those materials over here now. Someone give these guys a hand move. But the only response is cold and exhausted. Back off, we're dying of work over here too. Gigyu watches his heart skipping a beat as a colossal metallic spire looms before his eyes. The tower, this is where it all began. System affirmative. The birth of the tower. Welcome to the construction site of a new destiny. Gigyu took the order and vanished into the tower. Hidden inside a massive echoing white hall. Pure white and empty Kronos stood frozen there. He closed his eyes, breaking the heavy silence. Is our secret plan still moving smoothly? The man he summoned was the Archangel Gabriel. Kronos' expression remained colder than the grave. Gabriel appeared lurking right behind the old man. Silence hung before he spoke in a calm voice. Yeah, no one suspects a thing. Stay sharp. But watch her. If she finds out we're toast. Kronos flinched. Do we really need to fear her? He asked again as Michael's cold image haunted him. She's a problem outshining every other celestial being. Honestly, she is basically the embodiment of God. Gabriel's face twisted into a devious, smug smirk. Don't worry, our trap for her is already set. He turned around curious about the ultimate goal. What's the plan once you harvest the chaos power? Kronos let out a confident, dark little chuckle. He clapped, the sound echoing like a royal decree. He reached out. See for yourself. A hatch opened. The floor slid back, releasing a blinding light. Something mythical and powerful lay hidden deep below. Both men peered down into the shimmering abyss. Speechless, they waited for the secret to emerge. Gabriel stared wide-eyed, losing his cool completely. Simply magnificent. He leaned forward, unable to believe his eyes, straining to see what lay in the glow. Wait, is that really her? Gabriel gasped in total shock. Gaia! Inside the vessel lay a woman curled up peacefully. Gaia's eyes remained shut in a deep slumber, silent, drifting within the sacred glowing waters. Kronos stepped toward the radiant golden energy orb. Her long hair shimmered like liquid solar fire. Curled tight, her body pulsed with divine sparks. He touched the orb light, rippling like water. With burning ambition, Kronos whispered, I'll become God. Coldly calm, he craved both divine and chaos power. I'll rule everything soon. Just wait for me, Gaia. System alert. You finished viewing the second record. Zhu returned to the void, standing in silence. Sweat beaded as his brain short-circuited. Seriously, what is even happening right now? Total chaos. Zhu stood frozen. Gaia was the true leader, not Kronos. This plot twist is literally insane. He looked down heart-heavy. She actually trusted Kronos while screaming Gaia's name inside. Drama. Zhu was totally floored. That lady was the actual boss of humanity all along. No way. He flashed back to the meeting where Anu was basically throwing a massive temper tantrum. I mean, let's be real. Who else is badass enough to lead all of humanity? Then the system chimed in again, acting like a total buzzkill as usual. The price for handing the crown to Kronos? It was steeper than anyone ever imagined. Gaia had to suck up all that nasty chaos energy and shove it into the tower. A total devotee of the Earth Mother, she was pure powerful and honestly kind of intimidating. Second only to Michael. She is basically the closest thing to a literal god on Earth. Because of that, she's the only one who can actually tame that wild, chaotic energy. Even a tiny fraction is overkill. Gigyu looked up, his mind completely and utterly blown. His eyes were wide, reflecting a mix of pure terror and oh crap realization. Pink system alert, open up secret record number 3. Here comes the really juicy stuff. His jaw hit the floor. The world stopped spinning as he stared in absolute pure shock. He stood tall, flexing that main character energy as a blinding light exploded before him. The squad started dumping their mana into the swirling vortex, making the air literally vibrate. More power, he roared, his voice cutting through the thunder like a freaking boss. I am giving it everything. One guy screamed, his face contorted in absolute bone-crushing agony. Jagrasso stayed ice cold, calm, determined, and looking like a total legend in the storm. A massive orb of blue lightning erupted, turning the entire sky into a glowing neon nightmare. Everyone's hands were raised, linking their souls to the energy swirling above their heads. Gaia was right in the center, her golden hair flowing like a goddess amidst the chaos. Then boom, a literal hurricane of energy exploded outward, shaking the very foundations of reality. Gigyu was shaking like a leaf. Panic mode 100%. This is getting way too real. Holy crap, where's all this energy even coming from? It is literally off the charts. The system whispered, that is the tower. It is basically a giant battery for the world's mana. Connected to every dimension, the master of this tower can control literally all the magic. It continued, using Gaia as a vessel. They are pumping every drop of mana into the tower. He looked up, terrified. If they do this, what the hell happens to the rest of us? A massive spiral tower pierced the heavens, looking both epic and absolutely terrifying at once. The world and the tower began to fuse together, dimensional walls. Yeah, those are gone. Holy light erupted from the summit, blinding everyone with its pure, overwhelming divine power. It was like a second sun just turned on in the middle of the sky. Kronos gave a wicked smirk. He looked part genius, part total psycho, and completely dangerous. He raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Finally, the moment is here. Kronos barked orders. We only get one shot at this. Do not mess this up. We are ending this war right now in one single glorious strike. A massive cosmic explosion painted the universe in shades of blood red and fiery orange. A galactic storm swirled into existence, and then the big guy himself, God, finally appeared. Cronus looked smug as hell, his face twisted into a grin of pure, arrogant madness. Success. We have finally gathered the power of chaos. The world is ours for the taking. Divine light exploded everywhere. Come on out, God, it is time to meet your new masters. A pillar of blinding white light shot from the center straight into the cosmic abyss. The crimson sky rips open, it feels like the whole universe is literally shaking. Zyu's face is a total mess of shock and pure terror. Half his face is completely drowned out by that blinding glare. He lets out this nasty, crooked smirk. His eyes go wide, practically glowing with some insane, manic satisfaction. White's face is stiff as a board right now. Total panic is written all over those wide eyes. Anu is just standing there completely frozen. Those eyes are popping out from sheer raw fear. No way, there's zero chance we win this. He clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white. He leans in, ready to jump into the chaos. You can literally feel the desperate do-or-die determination radiating off him. Hold the line, if we blow this chance, it's game over. Looking totally trashed, he yells out and shoves the energy forward. He's burning his entire life force just to keep it steady. Energy threads weave through the air like some epic divine web. Gaia looks like a sleeping goddess while white-blue lightning dances around her. The sky and the earth are getting swallowed by the raw power. Every ounce of released strength starts flooding into the tower. The whole scene is so bright it's actually overwhelming. It's like the sky just exploded into a sea of holy light. That massive tower dripping in gold spirals reaches for the gods. It's stretching upward like it wants to punch through the heavens. Golden sparks coil around the structure like a glowing heartbeat. It's shimmering with a life force that's pulsing way too hard. Zyu is watching the whole disaster unfold from the sidelines. That massive triangle reflects light right back into his eyes. Standing in that void, he's pale, confused, and totally losing it. White is dead tired, looking up with nothing but pure anxiety. Did we do it? Anu gasped, feeling a sudden wave of relief. Gaia's floating in an amber sphere, the old god is finally dead. Everything goes eerily quiet and sacred after that ritualistic storm passes. Everyone hits the dirt, not just for respect, but out of fear. They're scattered everywhere, bodies broken and just trying to breathe. We actually pulled it off. The god is history. Kronos hangs his head hair, hiding eyes filled with empty sadness. He starts walking into the void, each step heavier than the last. Kronos stops in front of Gaia, staring with a haunting silence. His fingers are shaking from total exhaustion and deep grief. He touches the surface, choking back tears of twisted gratitude. You did a great job, Gaia, truly. Then Kronos' face shifts. Pure dark ambition takes over. A wicked grin spreads. Guess what, I'm the god now. Suddenly his eyes lock onto something ahead. He's totally spooked. Panic strikes the crowd like a virus. What the hell is that thing? Our hero stumbles up, eyes wide with dread. Is this nightmare seriously still going? Total darkness swallows the world as eerie, bone-chilling noises echo through the void. Then twisted, glitched-out visions start swarming everywhere like a bad trip. A violent, deafening roar erupts from the tower, shaking the very foundations of reality. Everyone's jaws drop in pure terror. That sound, it's the voice of chaos. Even Kronos turns back, his usual smug face replaced by a flicker of genuine fear. Sweat pours down his face. How the hell did chaos get invited to this party? He barks an order at Gaia. Hey, do your job and crush that chaos now. He screams her name over and over, Gaia, Gaia, but she's ghosting him hard. Silence. Across the way, Zigu's eyes turn ice cold. Something about this smells incredibly fishy. He looks up, panic, finally cracking his mask as he frantically shouts for Gabriel. A glowing orb of pure energy hovers above. Is the plan on track? No screw-ups? Kronos nods stone-faced. Stick to the script. I'll handle chaos myself. Just keep moving forward. Got it, he chirps as swirling emerald energy begins to spiral around Gaia's form. Those thunderous, earth-shattering vibrations continue to drown out everything in their path. Anu's losing his mind. Kronos, what gives this isn't what we signed up for? The guy's face twists in pure disgust. Why is chaos crashing the show now? Blood sprays everywhere as his eyes roll back. He can barely even choke out a gasp. That shimmering golden blade was the one that just ended his whole career. The sudden brutal betrayal leaves everyone paralyzed in absolute shock. A desperate voice cries out, Anu! Every eye turns toward Gabriel, standing tall like some twisted, untouchable god. That bastard. Blood flecks his face like macabre war paint. His piercing blue eyes radiate a murderous, chilling light. Our guy's eyes go wide, total utter disbelief. He groans through gritted teeth, Gabriel. Suddenly the system chimes in with a T. Turns out Kronos and Gabriel wanted God's ultimate power all to themselves. No roommates allowed. They weren't about that sharing is caring life when it came to the other rulers. So they slaughtered the whole squad just to keep the divine loot for themselves. The other rulers dumped every last drop of their power into the tower as a failsafe. But Gabriel butchered them all anyway. Talk about a toxic coworker. Well, except for one. Gegreso stands firm as the dust and debris swirl around him. He lowers his head, his voice dripping with dark, heavy omens. I knew this backstabbing would happen. Then Gigyu lets out a roar of pure, unadulterated fury. Kronos, you're gonna pay for this in blood. The old man whips around, completely caught off guard. Wait, Gigyu, how the hell do you still have Gabriel shifts his cold gaze over to him. Did we miss a spot? A survivor? But then Gabriel's smug grin vanishes as he realizes something is very wrong. Why the hell are you here? Gabriel panics as dark smoke swirls behind Graysol. But I heard you were already dead. Something terrifying is nesting inside his mortal body. A massive silhouette with glowing, demonic eyes. Satan. Graysol glares forward with cold, deadly focus. His face turns pale from absolute shock. Satan. The system activates. Satan, the legendary king of wrath. Everyone thought Lucifer killed him, but he survived. Graysol predicted the betrayal and made a pact. Bodies litter the ground. The final battle begins. Massive blackened tentacles erupt from the shattered earth. Grasso's power surges as he roars Kronos' name. He smiles darkly. An honor to slay you. Grasso lashes out, sending his tentacles for blood. Kronos scoffs, his eyes burning with sharp fury. He grips his weapon ready for the carnage. Kronos readies his spear. Enough with the talk. He raises his legendary spear toward the sky. One powerful swing shatters the very air itself. The tentacles are sliced into pathetic bloody bits. From the distance, Gabriel screams in pure rage. A sudden voice from behind chills Kronos' soul. Where are you looking, huh? Satan looms behind. I'm your opponent, fallen angel. Gabriel's icy gaze locks on gripping his blade. He clenches his fist, glowing with purple power. A devastating blow lands, but he dodges fast. Satan is livid. You've been busy playing games in hell, huh? Trying to turn a king into your puppet. He spits with contempt. You're more of a monster than us. More demonic than any beast in hell. Gabriel snarls his teeth, grinding in fury. Don't you dare compare me to those filth. He stands tall with arrogant dark pride. His ego fills the entire battlefield now. A beast like you could never grasp my goal. Gabriel mocks him. A ruler like you is just dust to me. He's totally consumed by madness and power obsession. Pure insanity blazed in his eyes. You're just a sacrifice for my master plan. Satan's smug face froze in total shock. Impossible, no way. Han's rage exploded into a roar. You hid your overpowered strength until now. Gabriel's gaze burned like a literal hellfire. His face twisted in pure raw terror. Rapid cross strikes blurred, shredding the very ground. Gigyu watched, eyes popping out. Pure shock, the flying debris showed insane power. He shielded his face, bracing against the gale. Gigyu gritted his teeth, staring through the grit. A massive trench scarred the dust-filled horizon now. What the heck, echoes of destruction still lingered. Amidst the vortex, Gabriel stood his ground firm. He leaned forward, fighting the massive pressure. His cold face masked a crushing, deep exhaustion. His eyes shifted sideways, scouting for an opening. Brilliant light tore through space like broken glass. Energy clouds and stardust swirled in chaotic dance. Even broken by Lucifer, he remained a legend. A supreme ruler of hell doesn't just quit. Gabriel's shock turned to horror at that sound. He spun around, eyes dilated in sheer panic. Kronos' tentacles wriggled, regenerating like a total nightmare. Razor-sharp claws dripped with fresh, dark blood. Satan stood over Kronos, bleeding and incredibly furious. His fingers twitched, but the spear stayed down. Satan locked eyes with Yggdrasil in heavy silence. He stared at the gleaming weapon coiled in tentacles. Gigyu smirked. The legendary void scythe at last? You idiot, Gabriel spat, drawing his lethal gaze. He growled, What the hell have you done? Satan flashed a terrifying, glowing-eyed, deathly grin. Call me dust, but I'm still a threat? I'll force a balance between our powers right now. Gabriel looked down, his lips barely even moving. No, he stated, snapping Satan's focus back instantly. Gabriel's voice dripped with poisonous, biting sarcasm. Think I'd team up with him without reason? He sneered, What use is a half-baked ruler? Gabriel revealed his true hidden motive just now. I only used Kronos to control that crazy girl. Suddenly a massive tremor shook the entire world. Panic gripped both Satan and Gigyu. Why is the world literally screaming? His eyes flared with an eerie light as he let out a guttural cry. Gaio's sphere blazed white, fusion initialized, materials verified, we are ready. Gigyu watched from the shadows. The raw power of creation was finally awakening. His face went pale with dread. That voice? It couldn't be. Gaio's eyes drifted shut, wearing a mask of hauntingly peaceful calm. System completion confirmed. She stared into the void, her vision blurred and hazy. Absorption sequence starting, pure mana flooded into every soul standing below. Even Satan was caught in it, Z-Razor gasped, my body, what's happening? Gabriel was hoisted into the air, face, frozen in absolute shock. The glowing scythe hovered, devouring the space-time scythe's very essence. A tidal wave of mana surged through everyone, enveloping their bodies. Gigyu stared ahead, as a sea of golden light swallowed the world. Sweat beaded on his brow. Confusion turned to terror. What the hell is this? The mana roared with power / the sound vibrating through his very soul. Inside the orb, Gaio whispered, /Kronos, / a name filled with desperate longing. Tears fell as she choked out an apology. /sorrow filled the air. Then a blinding flash erupted / erasing everything in a shroud of white. Jigyu stood alone in the void / as silence reclaimed the endless space. He frowned, head bowed, / none of that made any sense. Visions flash / the desperate struggle to build a legendary great tower. The tower's divine glow. / and the brutal slaughter of the ancient gods. That sinister gaze. / Kronos' cold-blooded and devastating betrayal. Followed by the desperate counterstrike / from the legends Zadrizo and Satan. Jigyu paused / a realization finally striking him like lightning. Gaio / he stared intensely into the distance, eyes burning. His voice trembled / with a question he was terrified to ask. System / you're actually Gaio, aren't you? The silence lingered / before the system finally answered. / I am. Jigyu exploded with fury. / What the hell was that vision? You said the final test / would give me all the answers. He looked up / eyes burning with suspicion and deep doubt. I didn't get any answers / all I have is... Even more questions. Gaio hesitated for a single moment. Her voice turned cold. / because the test hasn't actually ended yet. Jigu's heart dropped. / wait, what do you mean? In a blink, the world warped. / he vanished from that space instantly. He was back in the cosmos / drifting among the infinite starry galaxies. The sky sparkled / like diamonds in the endless dark universe. This is your true final trial, / Gaio declared. / Jigyu froze in shock. This isn't some digital simulation. / this is absolute reality. Listen carefully. / if you die here, you die for real. No more ego powers. / suddenly a mirror image stepped from the dark. The clone smirked with murder. / now, defeat your true self. Jigu's jaw hit the floor. / you've got to be kidding me. Let me get this straight. You want me to beat my own damn self? Giho finally spills the secret. There is a hidden, true version of him. If I lose this fight, the seal on that monster breaks wide open. Jupiter vanished instantly, way too fast for the human eye to track. He reappeared right in my face, wearing the smuggest grin imaginable. Jupiter threw a heavy punch, but Jigyu ducked just in time. Panic set in. This guy's speed is on a whole different level. He is terrifying. Those glowing eyes and that sinister smile mean trouble. Without missing a beat, Jupiter reset his stance for the next strike. A lethal kick came flying at Jigyu, but his reflexes saved him. Jigyu did not hesitate, firing back with a crushing counterkick. The impact blew them apart as the air turned deathly serious. Then came a strike so violent it literally ignited the air. Jigyu gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of focus into surviving. Meanwhile, Jupiter just laughed like a total psycho, loving every second. They became a blur of steel and sparks clashing at lightning speed. After a brutal exchange, both fighters were blasted backward. Jigyu froze. Wait, has my connection to my other selves been severed? As he tumbled, one thought raced. How am I still dodging this? Jigyu skidded across the dirt before locking his heels and standing tall. He narrowed his eyes, lips tight. Could it really be possible? This feels different. I'm not relying on my other egos anymore. Stripped of those powers, I realized I have actually become much stronger. Jupiter's voice broke the silence. Feeling a little weird without your crutches? He sneered with pure contempt. What a pathetic joke. How can you feel anything over such mediocre, trashy little gains? Jupiter smirked, looking down on him like he was nothing. You still have no clue what kind of power you are holding? Do you... He unsheathed a weapon pulsing with thick blood-red energy. Jupiter stood there radiating pure, arrogant confidence with his sword. Z winced. He could feel the terrifying shift in the atmosphere. Then, with a maniacal roar, Jupiter lunged forward for the kill. A storm of slashes rained down in a relentless, bloody blur. Every single swing was a dance with certain death. The ground beneath them shattered like glass under the pressure. Debris and stone exploded into the air as the world crumbled. He let out a chilling cackle, his eyes cold as a grave. Jupiter actually offered a twisted bit of praise for the effort. But his arrogance did not budge. So you managed to dodge that... Jigu's mind raced, piecing together everything he needed to survive. Gaiho's words clicked. That monster is actually my true self. He threw his hand out, summoning his own legendary weapon. If that is the case, if he can do it... Jigu soared into the sky, his power finally awakening. Then I can do it too, watch me. Boom, the earth shatters into a million jagged pieces. Thick smoke billows from the crater like a signal fire. Through the haze, a cold blade emerges, seeking blood. Jupiter scowls with pure contempt. What a total jerk. Can't even control your own juice, pathetic. That stings. He stares down like a god judging a tiny ant. Jupiter's eyes ignite, leaking raw energy like a supernova. Guess I'll just hijack your body. It's much better. He levels his sword. Total amateur, you're out of control. Yet taking over your meat suit is definitely the move. Jigu grinds his teeth, fuming with pure humiliated rage. A sinister crimson glow starts boiling in his palm. Zigu lunges. He throws a massive wave of raw power. The energy explodes, swallowing the horizon in blinding light. Fragments float in a void that looks like deep space. Then a whisper, "I told you so." Wait, what? Jupiter's right behind him, wearing that annoying, smug grin. "Still can't handle your own strength, can you, kid?" Zigu spins around, eyes wide with total frantic panic. A blast rocks him. His energy is leaking everywhere now. He bites his lip, desperate to reel in the chaos. Jupiter's right. This death sword is doing its own thing. I thought the first trial made me a master. Wrong. He stares at his shaking hand. What's going on? Is the power gap really this huge? This is insane. Smoke and dust turn the battlefield into a graveyard. Suddenly, Jupiter tears through the haze like a predator. Zhu's hand is still pulsing with wild, dangerous heat. But his face, that's the look of someone truly terrified. A heavy slash Zhu barely blocks it with his hand. Jupiter smirks. The guy's actually enjoying this nightmare. They clash again, steel against unstable raw magic energy. Zhu's sweating. The stronger this sword gets, the worse. It's becoming a beast that is impossible to tame. Sudong's voice echoes, "Find the balance, don't lose it." You can't just throw away half of your soul. His other hand erupts in a brilliant golden sunlight. Zhu swings a counterattack fueled by pure desperate will. Jupiter chuckles. Balancing with life force? How very cute. But can you really handle that much power, boy? Jupiter drops low, coiling like a snake ready to snap. He shatters the ground with a strike. Not enough! He lunges forward, eyes wild. Playtime is officially over. Pure killing intent. I'll consume you and take your place. A devastating ultimate move screams towards Zigu's face. Show me what you've got, kid, if you've actually got the guts. Zigio's eyes flared gold, burning with a never-say-die attitude. Jupiter's face twisted into a mask of pure murderous insanity. Boom! Their collision rocked the area, blasting both fighters back. Zhu gritted his teeth, barely tanking that monstrous blow. Legs shaking, he realized he was being completely overpowered. Raw power precision. He was losing on every single level. Zhu winced. At this rate, he was total history. He needed a miracle or a whole new way to fight. Suddenly, a strange vibration echoed through his mind. Wait, this wasn't the end. The real danger hadn't even started. Exhausted, he tried to make sense of the sudden shift. Is Rue finally back online? Is the link restored? No, this felt different. Like a trial from the past. It was Rue's memory speaking directly to his soul. Rue sat there looking like a total boss and loving every second. Told you with your crazy power, these chumps are nothing. Rue's gaze turned deep, hiding a million secrets. But hey, mastering your skills. That's where the real magic happens. Remember, the path of the strong is never a walk in the park. Sue's eyes blazed. If power isn't enough, I'll just break my limits. The enemy's move closed in. It was do or die time. Zhu dove into the vortex as ancient mechanisms clicked into place. No more shaking. Every step forward was pure, unadulterated guts. Jupiter's jaw dropped. Wait, what the hell is he doing? Pure chaos was swirling, condensing into something terrifyingly strong. Hold on. You don't mean he's actually doing it? Jupiter's smug face vanished, replaced by total wide-eyed shock. A blinding solar flare erupted, turning the battlefield into a sun. Kaboom! The landscape shattered as the explosion tore through space. Cosmic dust choked the air in this silent, lonely galaxy. Debris rained down, scattered like broken glass across the stars. Through the smoke, Zhu stood tall with the eyes of a predator. Jupiter wiped blood from his lip, stunned but impressed. A wild, twisted grin crept across his face as he realized, I get it now, you actually pulled it off? He looked at the boy, his voice dripping with curiosity. So this is what happens when you finally stop playing around. Even bleeding out, Jupiter couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were glued to the boy, absolutely fascinated. He stared at the blade, sensing the sheer weight of it. The Chaos Sword, huh? Gotta admit that's a pretty badass name for a weapon. Jupiter sighed, lowering his guard. Fine. You win this round. Gaia's voice rang out. Trial cleared. Seal broken. Chaos Sword obtained. Welcome back to the Void. The final trial has finally reached its end. Gaia drops the reward. The winner gets to grill the loser with any question they want. Total honesty is mandatory, even though Peter looks completely annoyed by this forced truth or dare game. She gives the signal to start. The two are now locked in a high-tension standoff. Suddenly, something catches Zigu's eye, and he straight up panics. He stares at the floor, his brain racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Oberon, Hemet. Jupiter just scratches his neck, acting all cool and unbothered by the pressure. Go ahead. Ask I'm not crazy enough to mess with the lady running this system. Zigu just glares at him with intense, laser-focused eyes. A cold, piercing silence hangs between them for what feels like an eternity. Finally, he drops a deceptively simple question. Just who the heck are you? That actually catches the guy off guard for a split second. Jupiter puts his hands on his hips, looking totally unimpressed. Wow, what a boring question. Seriously? I thought you heard me before, bruh. I'm literally you. He rubs his chin, realizing he needs to spell it out for the slow kid. He explains that Jupiter is the only name that fits this part of his soul. Jupiter grins widely, telling him to stick with that name, while Zhu just stays silent. Shaking with doubt, Zhu stammers as he tries to ask something else. But he shuts down, closing his eyes tight like he's trying to swallow the words. Zhu pivots at the last second, deciding to ask something way more personal. He clutches his chest, eyes blazing with resolve. Then who am I really? Jupiter just throws his hands up, laughing like he's dealing with a total amateur. Man, I really thought you were smarter than this, but I guess I was wrong. Zhu's brow furrows as suspicion clouds his eyes. His voice starts to tremble. Seeing Zhu's clueless face makes Jupiter lose it. He claps and starts explaining. Even with the memories of Lucifer and Michael, you're still stuck in this trap. He points to himself with a smug smirk. Listen closely, you are me. Then he points right back at the frozen Zhu. And I am you. Despite Zhu's guarded gaze, Jupiter just gives a mocking grin and lays it all out. We aren't two separate people. Stop trying to draw a line between us. Zhu says nothing, but Jupiter continues calmly. Acceptance is the only way to get real power. He warns him with a smug look. That's all I can say before causality shuts me down? Zhu raises an eyebrow, looking completely lost. Wait, causality? Jupiter chuckles with a mysterious grin. Bingo. The law of causality. He scoffs. It's complicated, but just think of it as a penalty from the tower. Jupiter shoots him a challenging look. So you better make your next question count. Total silence falls over the void. Zhu just stands there processing the bombshell. After a long pause, he finally whispers a name, Kronos. Dark memories of those sinister eyes flash back. Is Kronos really my father? He pictures a family photo with a blurred face. I only knew him as an enlightened. Zhu hangs his head, muttering under his breath as he tries to hide the pain. I never knew he was a ruler, or that he had another woman besides my mom. Jupiter's firm voice suddenly shattered his thoughts, making his eyes snap wide open. That man is your father. He crossed his arms, shut his eyes, and sighed before spilling the tea. It is crazy complex, but Kronos. Jupiter froze, his expression shifting like he just hit a massive epiphany. He clicked his tongue, gave a lazy shrug, and groaned like a bored teen. Man karma says no spoilers. Guess I gotta shut up now. Seeing Jupiter checking out, Ziggy panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, but before he could grab him, his hand shattered into digital dust. Two glowing figures faced off inside the neon blue virtual void. Surrounding data dissolved, bleeding back into the world's core coding. A cold smirk flashed across his face, eyes gleaming with icy intent. He slowly addressed every question burning in Zigyu's mind. While Zigyu stood paralyzed, that robotic voice continued to echo. Cold and hollow, it whispered that the future held every answer. Just before he vanished entirely, Jupiter's blurry goodbye echoed through the fading blue light. Catch you later, Kim Gigyu. Upon returning, a chilling system notification pierced the silence. It rang out through the empty abyss. Test cleared. Now transferring to the treasure room. His hands shook as blue code swirled, rebuilding his physical form. Back to reality. Zigyu stood there, totally dazed and confused. Suddenly, two familiar voices chirped in his head, breaking the quiet. Master, he startled, calling out for Ruel and Brunhild. But Brunhild's shocked scream cut him off instantly. Master, your hair changed color. Panicked, he gasped out, Wait, what? Ziggy reached up, his fingers trembling as they touched bone-white hair. Pure disbelief and horror filled his eyes. He stared, seeing those snowy white strands clearly. Total chaos erupted inside Zigyu's heart. Shocking and unbelievable. Is this the power of chaos? Suddenly, Du's cold voice snapped him back to earth. It is getting longer, too. Definitely not a good sign. Zigyu muttered, staring at the red glow burning on his hand. Why, though? He explained with terrifying calm. His chilling tone froze Zigyu. Time itself has jumped the tracks. Brunhild added, Our link snaps the moment we enter the gate. Zigyu jumped, his face pale with utter shock. For real, we need to move and get out fast? Without a word, he bolted toward the wall opening. A prize box pulses with an eerie, radiant light. Just as Zigyu reaches for the legendary treasure, Du screams out, cutting through the silence like ice. Stop right there, boss. Zhu freezes instantly, his heart skipping a beat. He shoots a suspicious glare at his own hand. The man finally explains with a cold, steady voice. His low tone echoes through the haunting still air. No rush, time itself is flatlined in this void. Suddenly, Root tenses up his voice, dropping into gravel. Actually, the outside world is paused. Wait, what? Ayo agrees. Time is literally standing still out there. She wonders if this tower is behind the glitch. Zhu narrows his eyes, smelling something totally fishy. Is Gaia pulling the strings? I seriously need a second to decode these clues. Once the chatter finally dies down for once, Vu finally speaks up with a slow drawl. Well, that certainly works in our favor, right? Let us see what you have figured out. What really happened during that chaotic third test? He takes a seat right on the loot pedestal, listening closely as the man mutters to himself. A raspy voice breaks the heavy, suffocating silence. Something's off. Io, who usually keeps her mouth shut tight, finally decides to speak up. Wait, this whole scene feels like a setup. Heaven and hell were never on speaking terms. But a sudden war without warning, that is insane. Rue ponders, carefully weighing every single dark theory. Gabriel's a snake. He played Alu like a fiddle. Seeing the two fail to find logic, Zhu finally steps in to end the confusion. Enough. Let us break down the actual timeline. He closes his eyes, mapping out the chaotic events. His voice is steady, sharp, and absolutely certain. First you crushed Satan and ruled the underworld. Zhu pauses, taking one deep dramatic breath. He keeps his composure, not missing a beat. Then the rulers met to clean the mess. That is when they started building the tower. His voice falters as those names cross his mind. Kronos and Gabriel both turned into traitors, igniting a total war between heaven and hell. Zhigu slowly lifts his hand, hesitating before speaking to Ru. I'm not sure, but when their plan failed, something shifted. Fusion and dark creation occurred. He listens without a single flinch, then adds his own grim details. And the result, look right here. I was sealed, turned into steel. Wu pauses, calculating his next move. This story has some massive holes, remembering Satan's wicked burning eyes. He mutters, why is Satan alive? Visions of ancient bloody wars return, forcing him to question the past. What happened to the fallen rulers? Why wasn't chaos truly wiped out? Zhigu's brow furrows in deep confusion. He voices the doubt burning inside. Why seal chaos inside of me? Recalling those guys and their smirks. Zhigu growls, who are these clowns? Suddenly a familiar voice stops him. Son, let me explain it all. Zhigu looks up, Kronos is there. That unreadable face makes him freeze. They lock eyes in deadly silence. Neither side dares to speak first. The air between them turns thick. Finally, Zhigu speaks with a tremor, staring at that handsome, mocking face. And that arrogant, twisted little smirk? Suddenly, the mark on Zhigu's hand ignites with a violent surging power. The air vibrates, ready to explode. Crimson lightning arcs across his arm. The hateful voice screams, Kronos did it. Panic-stricken, Zhigu cries for Ru. Runhurt panics. Ru, what is happening? Inside, Ru grits his teeth furiously. His eyes burn with murderous hatred. He is the one who sealed me. Dark energy swirls in a vortex. It tears through the room like hellfire, reeking of death and raw, untamed power. Under that insane pressure, the ground literally shatters. Fissures spread like spiderwebs through the surging chaos. Solid pillars groan and explode under the massive energy. Zhu's jaw drops as he screams Ru's name. Ru's gone full beast mode, eyes blazing with fury. I'll tear your soul apart and devour it whole. Zhu watches, paralyzed by this sheer terrifying madness. Death is spiraling out of control. What do I do? His hands shake, fighting to contain the dark energy. Crimson light flares like a whirlpool of pure blood. Suddenly, Elle's calm voice cuts through the noise. Get a grip, Ru. His mind snaps back instantly. She takes a deep breath, grounding the chaos. Her voice is a steady anchor in the storm. Not yet. Hold back that monster inside you. Zhu shoves that dark power back into the ring. The air chills out. Ru stands there, brooding hard. With a heavy voice, Ru finally breaks the silence. Yeah, you're right. He glares at Kronos, feeling like a total idiot. Can't believe I wasted my energy on this trash. He mumbles at that smug, punchable face. Knowing it's just a fake body makes it worse. Guess I had more pent-up rage than I thought. As the chaos finally dies down, Zhu finally exhales, clutching his racing heart. Brandhut squeaks out a terrified word. Ru, that was seriously terrifying, man. Zhu shoots the old man a cold, suspicious look. His brow furrows as he questions the man. How'd you even get here? Kronos just stands there wearing a calm, annoying smile. Zhu's brow furrows in deep suspicion. What's behind that creepy-ass grin, huh? My dad's dead, so who the hell are you? The old man slowly strokes his chin, unbothered. He gives a knowing look like he's having fun. Then Kronos drops a heavy-duty proposal. His calm voice carries a weight that stops time. It's a long story. Let's bounce to another spot. He just snaps his fingers. That sharp sound echoes through the empty space. Boom, they're suddenly in a sea of clouds. Blinding sunlight stretches across the endless horizon. Between them sat a pristine white table, a literal border between two worlds. Zhigu went silent, his eyes darting around the bizarre scenery with a heavy frown. He sounded totally sketched out as he finally asked the big question. His gaze snagged on the towering trees and a field that seemed to go on forever. The sheer scale of the place literally choked the words right out of his throat. Where the hell am I? The table was loaded with a high-end feast that looked straight out of a commercial. A golden roasted chicken sat center stage, smelling absolutely heavenly among the colorful side dishes. Kronos just flashed a smirk. He gestured for the boy to sit, acting like everything was going exactly to plan. Take a seat, kid. I'm about to break everything down for you. A sharp blade slid through the thick steak, revealing a juicy, tender pink center. He popped a piece in his mouth, looking totally chill, as if nothing mattered. Seeing Zhigu frozen, Kronos waved him over with a grin. It's fire, seriously. Dig in. But Zhigu just fired back a look of pure, unfiltered suspicion. Ignoring the invite, Zhigu scanned the area and threw out a sharp question. So what is this place, the reward room? Wait, are we even still on floor 50? The man casually wiped his mouth with a napkin before finally speaking up. His voice was smooth, calm, and annoying as always. This is just a little pocket dimension where I hold all the cards. It's not the reward room, so just relax for a second. Kronos set the napkin down and beckoned the boy closer with a flick of his wrist. A devious little smirk played on his lips as he dropped a bombshell. Actually, in this space, I'm basically a godson. He snapped his fingers, and in a heartbeat, reality completely shattered and rebuilt itself. The endless fields transformed into a shimmering sea of crystals glowing under the sun. The view was so insanely trippy it left Ziggu standing there with his jaw dropped. He looked around in total shock, stumbling over his words. But he got cut off instantly. Crystals. Everything is crystals. Ziggu stared at his own reflection in the glass-like ground, feeling totally dazed. Suddenly, Io's cautious voice rang in his ear, snapping him back to reality. I can feel some seriously intense magical energy vibrating through this place. It couldn't help but let out a small amazed gasp either. Caught between being impressed and being totally freaked out, Du spoke up. No clue if this holds up in the real world, but damn, this is impressive. Kronos chimed in again, making Ziggu jump as he turned back to the man. Just taste the food. It's actually good to see my kid again. Ziggu didn't even touch his plate, just narrowed his eyes with a defiant glare. I'm gonna need a lot more answers before I start calling you Dad. You look like him, but how do I know this isn't some cheap magic trick? Kronos let out a low chuckle and leaned forward, propping his chin on his hand. He looked genuinely amused as he gave Ziggu a slow, mocking nod. Fair point. All right, kid, what's burning a hole in your brain? The boy looked down, his voice dropping to a whisper as he repeated his question. Let me repeat, my father is dead killed in a tragic accident. Ziggu looked up, his eyes locking onto Kronos with pure defiance. Voice dropping, he spat out every word of his mother's tragedy. Then my mother collapsed, consumed by an incurable terminal sickness. Even on her deathbed, her heart only yearned for you. But he just gave him a cryptic, chilling side-eye. A smirk formed as he slowly uttered a cold denial. Liar, you are just baiting me now. Kronos' next words paralyzed Ziggu, his eyes widening in absolute disbelief. Didn't she recover thanks to that elixir you retrieved? Ziggu's head dropped shadows, masking his face as he whispered, So, you knew. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white from burning rage. Flashbacks of his mother struggling for life flooded his broken mind. His voice cracked, trembling as the painful memories suffocated him, fighting for every breath and every scrap just to survive. Ziggu squeezed his fists, speaking through gritted teeth. Every word felt choked deep within his chest. While we endured decades of that hellish, agonizing suffering, tears finally spilled over tracking lines down his grieving face. His voice shook, fueled by bottomless pain and pure resentment. What the hell were you doing out there all this time? Kronos answered with nothing but heavy silence and a freezing stare, as if all his human emotions had been completely erased. Facing that coldness, Ziggu wept while his voice turned lethal. I get it now. You are definitely not my father. Even if you were, I would never acknowledge your existence. Brandhut called out in worry while the others stood silently. As his vision blurred through a thick veil of tears, Ziggu suddenly noticed something bizarre happening right before him. What is this actual tears? He frustratedly wiped away the droplets with his hand. Is this reality or just some twisted, sick cosmic joke? Is this true sorrow or just exploding fury? Had I really suppressed all these intense emotions? Suddenly a spark of pure wrath flashed behind his palm. Instantly his heart rejected that fleeting moment of weakness. No. He remembered that sinister, mocking smirk. Ziggu bit his lip, one single thought echoing in his mind. These are actually Jupiter's emotions. Staring at that blank face, he couldn't help but ask. His low voice dripped with suppressed volcanic anger. But why? Suddenly urgent system alerts began blaring from above. Cold mechanical voices shattered the suffocating, tense silence. Illegal intruder detected, initiating lockdown and interception now. Kronos didn't flinch, casually wiping his mouth like a total boss. Sighing in pure boredom, he let out a sharp, mocking jab. Welp, looks like I'm caught way too early. Standing up slowly, he bowed goodbye as the kid stood frozen. Time for my grand exit. Ziggu finally rebooted, shouting out in complete and utter disbelief. In a blink, Kronos blurred past, leaving a bone-chilling shiver behind. Ziggu spun around, his heart hammering like a heavy drum. Before he could turn, an icy grip locked his body tight. He yanked Jigu's wrist high, wearing a cold, scheming smirk. And I'll be needing this back from you. Under the scorching sun, the watch flashed a blinding light. Kronos cheered as a void scythe manifested from thin air. The watch erupted in a blinding, white-hot glare. Everything was swallowed by a surreal, glowing, and otherworldly radiance. Kronos gripped Ziggu tight and swung his free hand high. He summoned a massive glowing scythe of pure, radiant power. Zigu's jaw dropped, his brain totally short-circuiting in shock. Strangely, Kronos just closed his eyes, showing zero killing intent. A second later, his eyes snapped open with a devious grin. Above him, Zaru's massive sword loomed like a deadly guillotine. Surrounded by Ren and El, he just chuckled with contempt. Seems you've gathered some pretty loyal little pets, haven't you? She didn't flinch, leveling her cold blade at his throat. Her voice was pure venom. Get away from my master now. From high above, a dark, gloomy voice echoed like thunder. Kronos, do not cross that line. Don't think we're helpless just because this is a projection. It bared razor-sharp fangs, eyes glowing with beastly hunger. Brunhut stood firm, declaring loyalty without a single shred of doubt. I will protect my master. Kronos paused, his gaze darkening. He spoke slowly while Ziggu watched him with heavy suspicion. I told you before, didn't I? He smirked, gesturing mockingly. Then he dropped the bomb. In this world, I am God. Suddenly, reality warped and shattered like a broken glass mirror. They were sucked into a completely different and twisted dimension. He looked down, trembling. My My inner self. Unlike the panicking Ziyu, Kronos just gave a chill smile. He acted like every single thing was going exactly to plan. Relax, I just put them on a temporary timeout. His next words hit like a truck, leaving the boy speechless. Gaia will step in soon. You'll head back to the reward room. Zigu glared, eyes sharp as daggers. Who is Gaia to you? His voice dropped low, testing the waters in the tense silence. After your failure, what happened to Gaia and the entire world? Zigu went silent, his voice finally dropping low. It was heavy, like he was weighing every single second. He closed his eyes and whispered her name, Gaia. Memories of her radiant face suddenly flooded his mind, forcing Cronus to finally spill the ancient tea. She remade reality using divine power and pure chaos, wanting to hit the reset button on the entire world, remembering the moment the universe flipped in blinding light. He explained how the connected dimensions were totally reversed. Visions of extinct races flashed like ghosts before him, making Cronus' voice shake as he lost himself. The legendary rulers of those realms all dead now. He paused for a beat, then continued his story. Even chaos itself was forced back to its origin. A shimmering tower appeared amidst the stars and planets, guarding a world painted in a vibrant shade of blue. The only things that changed were that tower and this brand new world Gaia had birthed into existence. Without a flinch, Kronos dropped the ultimate bombshell, revealing the long-buried secret of the very dimension where you're living right now, Earth. Hearing that, the kid nearly choked, his eyes bulging in shock, barely managing to gasp out 2 words. What the? The old man didn't care about the dramatic reaction. He just looked Zigu down and gave a warning, his voice hitting like a ton of bricks. Listen, kid, a world without gods and tangled dimensions is hell. My ego and Gaia's obsession ruined everything for everyone. He was so dead serious that Zigu just stood paralyzed. You're the only one who can fix this disaster. Then, like he forgot something, Kronos smirked quite calmly. Oh right, I should probably mention one more thing. His voice stayed flat as he exposed the final lie. Your dad, the guy who married Lee Soo-jin. Kronos didn't sugarcoat it. It wasn't me, kid. Zigu froze, brain melting as the man kept going. With a sincere smile, he whispered, I love you, son. Then he just vanished, leaving Zigu standing there alone. He was too stunned to even say goodbye back. Panicking, he reached out as if he could stop time. Wait, hold on a frickin' second. As the last spark of light faded, Zigu choked up. I still have so many questions for you. He stood there, eyes wide, as reality dissolved away. Suddenly, the cold system chime shattered the heavy silence. Intruder blocked, space-time is snapping back into reality. Suddenly, his whole body erupts in light. Sucked into a white vortex, he lands back in the loot room. Zigu's eyes dart around, scanning the area like a hawk. Looking totally dazed, he finally mumbles with major doubt. The reward room. Am I seriously back in one piece? He scowls, his brain doing backflips as he questions everything. What did Kronos mean by that cryptic goodbye? He's my dad, but says he isn't. Talk about family drama. Zigu stares at his empty wrist as the questions pile up. That watch, his father's keepsake, was actually Kronos' scythe of time. Suddenly, Brunhut's panicky voice yanks him out of his head. Master Zigu flinches. Oh, Brunhut, you're here. Then Rue chirps in with a surprisingly cheerful welcome. You're back, Elbow's looking like she carries the world's guilt. Master, I'm so sorry, I failed to protect you. He gives a weak smile, softening his voice to calm her. It is okay, El, you could not stop it. I am fine. Before the mood settles, a cold, arrogant voice cuts in. Exactly, which is why I am not apologizing. So spill, what actually went down in there? Zigu flinches, acting totally sus while trying to hide the truth. He quickly slams his hand on the box to change subjects. Ask later. Let us just finish this crappy test first. Rue notices the box and lets out a curious whistle. Rue starts geeking out, sounding way too confident in his theory. Look at that. It is an Orihankum box. Zigu's jaw hits the floor. What? El gasps, looking totally blown away. Unbelievable. That material is basically the heart of a dimension. He recalls the high-tier loot he saw earlier. Furrowing his brows, he tries to connect the dots. I have heard the legends about this. This reward tier smokes the diamond box and the elixirs. It is a myth no player has ever found one. They say it only exists as a ghost in the system. Staring at the box, Zigu wonders what this gift means. Better than an elixir, what could possibly be inside? The lid creaks open and a blinding light explodes. His face goes pale as the light swallows the room. Then the cold system voice shatters the silence like glass. Reward granted power surges through his heart as announcements ring. Life energy rising. Death energy rising. Reconstructing blood vessels. Chaos power stabilized. Upgrading all blood vessels to God tier. Jigyu's jaw hit the floor, completely paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of it all. 3 full resets, it felt like chugging a triple dose of legendary elixir. Suddenly, the system's icy robotic voice began to echo through the silence. Vu's eyes nearly popped out, looking just as shook as the main character. System alert information for Vu and L is currently being updated. L knit his brows, staring at the scene in pure, unadulterated disbelief. They're evolving? Their knowledge base just skyrocketed to a whole new level. But wait, the system wasn't done yet, not even close. Chilled notifications flooded the room, one after another, cold enough to freeze blood. Your egos are transcending abilities, expanded potential unlocked, and power limits shattered. The necklace flared with a blinding silver aura. Pure evolutionary energy was surging. But as the light touched Zigu's wrist, the system glitched with a bizarre warning. Critical error. Egos Oberon and Hermes have sustained severe damage. Without missing a beat, the system dropped a total bombshell of a solution. Egos Oberon and Hermes are fusing with Brandhut, and just like that, everyone was screaming, "Wait, what the hell?" in total confusion. Instantly, Zigu's black gauntlets were engulfed in a shimmering, ethereal teal glow. The energy rippled across his skin like mysterious living waves of pure mana. A neon blue explosion erupted the air itself, vibrating from the insane pressure. In the quiet room, he stood before the altar as blinding light swallowed him whole. Teal sparks danced across his arm guards, forming intricate living honeycomb patterns. The glowing hexagonal armor crept up, jump-starting a terrifying and hidden power. Before he could blink, his muscular frame was encased in sleek, pitch-black tactical armor. Zigu touched the cold metal, stunned. "Is this for real?" he muttered. "Full-body armor, baby." Brunhut shrieked, totally geeking out over the new look. "Look at me, I've transformed," he chirped, sounding surprisingly shy about the upgrade. "You look decent," Elle remarked coldly. "Perfect for a weakling like you." Finally, only a glowing orb remained as the system chimed one last time. Warning, the final reward has been manifested. Under a swirling violet sky, a massive spire pierced the heavens. Climb the tower. Conquer the tower. Reach the peak to synchronize with the legendary Babel. Meanwhile, at the floor 51 base, a gloomy gray haze swallowed the city. Suddenly, a portal flared open, flooding the streets with a blinding white flash. Zigu stepped out of the rift, looking cool and collected despite the cosmic sparkles. He frowned slightly, his mind churning over a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. Thinking back to that orb, he wondered, can I really link up with Babel? Babel, the biblical titan of a tower meant to touch the throne of God. He squinted at the sky, his sharp gaze calculating every possible outcome. Is this place Babel? If I hit the top, do I own the whole thing? Zigu sighed, trying to clear his head, while Vu just screamed, "This is insane." "Pure madness," Elle whispered. "But Master, you're already overqualified for this anyway." Brandhut piped up, "You're the GOAT, Master, simply the strongest ever." Right then his eyes caught something so weird it made his heart skip a beat. Zigu snapped into a defensive stance, eyes narrowing at the stranger. "Who the hell are you?" he growled in a low voice. Caught off guard, Mingu flinched, his eyes darting as he fumbled for an answer. He stepped forward, regaining his cool, before tossing out a sharp, guarded question. "You're that legendary ranker Kim Gigyu, aren't you?" "Gotta say you look way different than the rumors described." The man stayed on edge, finally responding in a slow, dangerously low rumble. "That would be me." Suddenly, Mingu snapped into a stiff bow, his playful vibe replaced by cold professionalism. "Name's Lee Mingu, reporting from the Gate Management Bureau. The director of OTX wants to see you the moment you step outside." Gigyu tilted his head, his gaze sharpened by heavy suspicion and doubt. "The OTX director wants me?" He paused, his mind racing with questions. His voice stayed calm, yet it was laced with a thick layer of caution. Did something go down while I was away? But all he got back was a blank face and a suffocating, eerie silence. The air between them grew heavy, turning the atmosphere incredibly tense. Finally, Mingu let out a long sigh, trying to pop the bubble of awkwardness. "While you were busy taking that little test of yours," the next words hit Gigyu like a sledgehammer to the skull. He stood there, frozen, his entire world coming to a screeching halt. The Korean Player Association has completely collapsed. After a quick and messy breakdown of the situation, the two began trekking down a ghost town street in silence. The vibe between them was still super clunky and weighed down by bad news. Halfway there, Jigyu's patience finally snapped like a dry twig. He barked out a question, forcing the other guy to actually pay attention. "Yo, where exactly are we heading anyway?" Mingu shot back a short, blunt answer. "Relax, we're meeting a broker." "It's complicated, but basically we can't use the front door to gates anymore." Gigyu scowled, a low grunt escaping his throat as he processed the disaster. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the quiet. "Gigyu, I just finished scouting the perimeter. It's a total mess." Gigyu jumped, his head snapping toward the sound. Only one name immediately flashed across his mind: the king. There sat Jichin, looking like he'd aged 10 years in a day. He spoke in a raspy voice, sounding completely drained of energy. "Listen to him, kid. The guy isn't lying to you. During those 3 months you were gone, the association basically turned into a total dumpster fire." He stopped for a beat. The old man gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. He spat out one final word, dripping with pure, concentrated rage. And Ji-chun narrowed his eyes, the tension skyrocketing in an instant. His voice dropped to a whisper before dropping a nuclear truth bomb. The silence was absolutely deafening. His family, a Minsu, all gone without a trace. He stopped dead. As Mingu walked on, a chilling voice cut through the air. "Hold it right there." The guy froze, glancing back with a suspicious look. "What's up?" "Something wrong, Mr. Kim." Jiyu's voice dropped. His eyes turned predator cold, radiating pure, unadulterated menace. "I was curious about your game, so I played along. But now you're just wasting my time." Mingyu tilted his head, acting like a total innocent. What are you talking about? Why the sudden change of heart, big bro? Clenching his fist, Jigyu's gaze sharpened into lethal daggers as he spat out the truth. Your killing intent? It freaking reeks. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Mingyu suddenly stiffened. His eyes went wide, acting shocked that his cover was blown so easily. The mask finally slipped. Mingyu's face twisted into a jagged, creepy grin. Damn, you're sharper than you look. His eyes flared with malice. Guess you're worth all the effort I put into this little trap. With a snap, two massive silhouettes loomed behind Mingyu, oozing raw power. Armored thugs stepped out from the shadows wearing smug, cold-blooded smirks. In a heartbeat, a small army of players drew their steel surrounding them in a flash. They closed the circle tight, no gaps, no exits. He was completely boxed in. As Ziyu scanned the trap, Mingyu let out a loud, arrogant laugh. We're not moving. That massive bounty on your head belongs to us. Mingyu wagged a finger, his greasy smile widening with greed. Behind him, the pack moved in. A special rank 1? Imagine the payout. He pointed a finger straight at Kim Gigyu, who stood there in bored silence. Ziyu just frowned, his voice dripping with pure skepticism. Wait, I'm special rank 1? Grunhut cheered. That sounds freaking epic. El sighed in frustration. Grunhut, shut up. This isn't exactly good news for us. Ziyu just snorted, muttering to himself. Special rank 1 has a nice ring to it. Mingyu ignored the sass, clapping his hands with a triumphant cackle. His tone was playful, but the threat was razor sharp. You're tired from that test, kid. Just surrender quietly and nobody gets hurt. Word on the street is your power rival's a high-tier ranker. He glanced at the glistening blades surrounding Ziyu with a hungry look. A provocative, I've already won smirk played on his lips. That's why I brought the whole squad for this party. He gestured to the laughing mercenaries, feeling completely untouchable. His tone turned into pure condescending trash talk. Even if you had wings, you aren't flying out of this one. So be a good boy and let us take you in? But Ziyu didn't even look at him. He just turned his back on the entire crowd like they were nothing. He muttered to himself, leaving Mingyu blinking in total stunned confusion. Special rank 1, huh? Ziyu's cold voice suddenly sliced through the tension. In that case, suddenly a blinding light exploded from his chest, dazzling the entire crowd. Clad in midnight black armor, Ziyu raised his blade. Let's see if you can handle this. Listen up, losers. I'm about to show you exactly what kind of monster you've provoked. The words barely leave his lips before he unleashed a devastating high-speed sword strike. Cold steel tears through the atmosphere, carving a frozen arc of death right before their eyes. A sharp whistle echoes the sound of the very air being shredded by his lethal blade. A wave of crimson energy erupts, forcing the stunned group of players to scramble back in terror. Total confusion. Their faces say it all. Wait, what the heck just happened? In a literal heartbeat, the entire city looks like it's been sliced open by that insane slash. Chaos reigns as everything crumbles into a horrifying blood-red sea of absolute ruin. Witnessing the carnage, Mingyu stands frozen jaw-dropped, eyes wide, with soul-crushing horror. Before he can even scream, Zigu's black-armored hand strikes like lightning. Surprise, punk! He grabs Mingyu's face in a vice grip, leaving the guy dazed and utterly helpless. Zigu's gaze is ice cold. Step into my office, he rasped with pure killing intent. Mingyu's heart stops at that low, chilling chuckle. I've got so many questions for you, buddy. On Ziyu's command, a rift tears open, blinding light devouring the air. Open wide. Under their terrified stare, Ziyu yeets Mingyu into the swirling vortex without a second thought. The crowd is speechless. Jaws dropped, brains fried, completely unable to process the madness. They're glued to the spot, unable to look away from the absolute nightmare before them. A portal from thin air? Those crazy legends. They were actually true this whole time. As the rift begins to fade, the mob finally snaps and charges toward him. Their screams are a messy mix of desperate rage and pure, unadulterated fear. He's bluffing. That flashy move must have drained him dry. Strike now. Don't let him catch his breath. Finish him off immediately. Gigyu scoffs and summons his ally in a pale glow. Listen up, you nobodies. His voice booms with divine authority. I'm ending this entire clown show with one hit. Ru Huang beams with excitement while her calm smile promises something truly devastating. Master, I'm all yours, she whispers, her voice light but her resolve absolute. Before the mob can even land a finger, Gigyu claps his hands together. Game over. A sphere of monochrome energy ignites, ethereal, terrifying, and ready to blow. Raw power pulses outward, making the very atmosphere tremble in fear of what's coming. The sky turns ash gray over the silent city as white dust falls like post-tragedy snow. A vortex of chaotic energy swirls above, devouring every scrap of light in its path. The monochrome sun spins faster, threatening to swallow the entire city into the void. Boom. The energy explodes like a divine hurricane, an unstoppable storm of black and white. Skyscrapers vanish and debris is erased. Nothing stands in the way of this absolute destruction. The dust settles on a graveyard of steel. The city is officially ancient history. Through the haze, Gigyu stands tall, a lone silhouette amidst the absolute smoking wreckage. From above, the city center is gone, replaced by a massive, bottomless abyss of nothingness. Smoke curls around the crater's edge, a grim souvenir of Gigyu's insane, destructive power. Ping the system UI flares to life, flooding his vision with legendary player data. Name Kim Gigyu, level 1, Job Master of Instincts. Let the real game begin. Unique talent link, SS rank, skills life. Death Chaos Blessing. Synthesis and plunder. Synchronization 90%, plunder active. Time to take what's mine. Special ability forcefully seize any ego and unleash its full terrifying potential. Totally broken. Amidst the thick smog, Gigyu hunches over his heavy breaths, visible in the stagnant air. He's exhausted, but then a worried voice cuts through the silence. It's Vu. Boss, that flex was epic, but aren't you overdoing it? Han's eyes darted around, whispering urgently, don't waste your mana. Zhu ignored the chatter, snapping back with cold lightning speed. Descending the tower is priority 1. Han just sighed, defeated. At least you aren't letting your emotions drive the bus. Suddenly, heavy, rhythmic boots crunched through the suffocating fog. Each step hit like a hammer, filling the air with dread. Spear-wielding hunters closed in. Han clicked his tongue in stress. More enemies are coming. Do you even have a plan? Or are we just winging it against a literal army? Zhu exhaled slowly, staying cool despite the mounting pressure. Chill. I recognize our energy signatures, he said calmly. Across the mist, Seo-hun raised a hand, shouting a greeting. He flashed a dangerous golden-eyed smirk through the swirling smoke. Zhu glanced back, nodding with a cool, legendary composure. Seo-hun didn't waste time quickly summarizing the chaotic situation. He seemed totally unfazed by the world burning around him. We moved the civilians to safety before things got bloody. Even your neighbor Minsu made the evacuation cut barely. Zhu let out a breath of pure, unadulterated relief. Thank God for that one less thing to worry about. Suddenly, Zhu's expression turned stone cold and dead serious. Spill it. What the hell happened while I was gone? Seo-hun dodged his gaze, looking away with a heavy frown. It all started right after you cleared the 50th floor. Images of a glitching world map flashed in his mind. His voice dropped an octave, dripping with dark memories. 20 massive portals ripped open across the globe simultaneously. Then they all vanished at once. It was terrifyingly weird. Deep tunnels and glowing loot boxes filled his haunted memory. The eerie light of those relics still burned in his eyes. We ended up with demon remains and cursed ancient relics. Now everyone thinks the player industry is finally booming. He gripped his sword, remembering the surge of dark power. His voice shook with a mix of hype and terror. Demon technology is evolving us at a scary, unnatural pace. Suddenly, Seo-hun stopped, his face going pale as death. He fumbled his words under Zhu's sharp, doubting stare. But that is where the real nightmare begins. Twisted monster faces flickered through his mind like a horror movie. He growled, his throat tightening with pure, raw disgust. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "It's a freaking trap! The demons are using those relics to hijack player bodies." Seo-hun kept talking, each word heavier than the last one. Describing the absolute hell the monsters unleashed on the world. They're literally snatching brains and playing dress-up. And honestly, there's zero way to save them. Suddenly, Votus's chilling warning echoes in Zigu's mind, hitting him so hard he completely freezes. They're invading Earth by hijacking player bodies. Du breaks the silence with a sharp warning. The nightmare is actually becoming a reality. Snapping back from his dark memories, Zhigu asked the question burning in his soul. Did those monsters destroy the Korean Association? He immediately fires back, no, not that. Seong-hun begins dredging up dusty, forgotten secrets. We chose to disband. The explanation is complicated. He pauses, his gaze darkening before finally explaining. Relics appeared globally, but were strangely absent here. His voice drops with pure helpless fury. The association warned everyone about those cursed relics, but suspicion began to fester everywhere. He mimics the public's bitter accusations perfectly. Is the association hoarding all the legendary loot? Zhigu frowns as a dark realization hits. Was it? Yes, he confirms with a nod, recalling Andres' twisted and demonic smirk. Du's voice trembles with heavy, unbridled rage. The truth behind those 5 Korean gates, and how the association was backed into a corner, was all part of Andres' grand scheme. Suddenly, he continues the dark hidden tale. Seong-hun's voice sinks, revealing deeper secrets. Public hate made the collapse inevitable anyway. That's just the official story for the media. Manager O and the chairman saw it coming. Seeing Zigu's shock, Hun smirks and whispers, "No association means we're finally free to hunt." Looking at the players in their sharp suits, he sighs, letting the Grigori finally take action. Zigu's curiosity flares like a lit fuse. He whispers the name under his breath, Grigori. A flood of intel crashes through Zigu's mind, making his consciousness scream in sudden protest. Secret soldiers helped him crush the branch office. A wild thought strikes him while watching them. Was Grigori built for humanity's final survival? His eyes grow cold with one haunting question. The chairman? Or was it Asura? Something was way off. I kept quiet, but the suspicion was killing me. Just how deep did his plan go? Elsewhere he limped, bleeding everywhere. Covered in grime and sweat, he stumbled through the wreckage, cursing. Kim Gigyu, He spat. So the rumors about him controlling gates are true. He froze. His eyes darted around, tracking every single shadow. His voice cracked, and then, right before the tower, a massive spire pierced the sky. He just stood there, stunned. His jaw hit the floor as he stared up in disbelief. In the silence, he whispered, "What kind of hellgate is this?" Mingu's eyes went wide with pure, unadulterated terror. He tried to speak, but his voice was a total wreck. "Undead high-tech ruins? This place makes zero sense. How the hell does one single gate have all this? This shouldn't even be possible." While Mingu was busy having a mental breakdown, an icy voice snapped, "You must be the guy Zigao mentioned." Mingu squinted. An old geezer Zichin just stroked his beard, judging him. Panic flared. An old man inside the gate. He's definitely Zigyu's ally. He remembered Zigyu nuking a whole city with one swing. Fear gripped him like a cold hand. He couldn't stop shaking. "There is no way I can win this fight." "Fine, if that is how it is." Right then he balled his fist with everything he had. He charged like a madman aiming for a desperate one-hit knockout. "I will snatch his buddy and use him as a hostage." Mingu blurred forward, moving like a desperate bullet. Zichin did not even flinch. He just watched him come. His eyes tracked the kid like he was moving in slow motion. Then bam, one punch sent Mingu flying back into the dirt. He went airborne, blood spraying, his vision blurred with pure agony. Ji-chun watched him crash, looking more confused than impressed. The kid skidded across the ground. The old man hadn't even moved. Cold eyes, zero effort, like he was barely trying. Ji-chun shook out his hand. "Man, that stung a little," he joked. "Wow, kids these days are really energetic, huh?" Over there, Mingu lay in the dirt, eyes rolling back. One thought looped in his brain. What just happened? No way. How is this old man so freaking strong? Desperate, he reached slowly into his inner jacket pocket. He hissed through bloody teeth, "If it's come to this, then I'm taking you down with me." Seeing the shady move, the old man's eyes narrowed. A look of pure suspicion flashed across his face. He went on high alert instantly. Mingu whipped out a glowing, dangerous-looking syringe. He snatched a hidden weapon, thrusting it toward the gray sky. Chilling steel glinted through the thick, suffocating haze, transforming the battlefield into a scene straight from a nightmare. Gritting his teeth, his entire body locked up in agony. Then he slammed that needle deep into his own thigh. Ji-chun's eyes narrowed, his face twisted in pure confusion. He muttered under his breath, "A syringe." The glowing blue tube remained buried in Mingu's leg. Half the mysterious liquid had already drained into his veins. Faint neon sparks flickered through the swirling dark mist. Under his terrified gaze, a violent surge of power erupted. Mingu hunched over, fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Swirling waves of deep purple energy began consuming him whole. The air grew heavy like a bomb waiting to explode. One more second and this raw power would shatter everything. Ji-chun stumbled back, gasping, This dark energy." Mingu stood bathed in that chaotic violet storm of power. The terrifying truth finally dawned on the old man. His expression darkened. "That's forbidden. That's pure dark energy. How could a mere human possess such a demonic force?" Through a mask of blood, Mingu began to chuckle darkly. A twisted manic grin spread across his blood-stained face. He threw his head back and let out a roar. The scream echoed as his aura reached a breaking point. Mingu howled at the heavens like a man possessed. His raspy voice tore through the air, chilling the soul. "Hell yes, feel this absolute power." He whipped around, eyes glazed over with murderous rage, snarling like a feral beast that had finally snapped. With this strength, that old geezer is basically dead meat. Suddenly, the Griffin King's squad loomed behind Ji-chun. Their overwhelming presence made Mingu freeze in his tracks. His eyes trembled as pure terror replaced his ego. As his gaze landed on Ha and Brandut, system alerts began screaming inside his frantic mind. Living dead, immune to dark energy, it was a nightmare. Hamian and Kamail glared down with soul-piercing eyes. Angels, the ultimate hunters of his new dark power. Finally, his eyes met that massive, sharp-eyed beast. His mind went blank, whispering one name, the Griffin King. Under the dying sun, a pathetic wail filled the air. "Wait, stop, please, spare me." His voice faded away. As dust settled, someone whispered, "Let's move out, Jagal." Mr. Hun stood atop the building looking down at Zigyu. "The truth is, things are looking pretty bad for us. Things are messy. Our gate access, it's been totally locked down." Then came the bombshell. "You're a wanted man now, kid. Basically, you're in the same sinking boat as the Grigory." Zigyu froze, stunned. What kind of madness happened while I was gone? Once the backstory was finished, Zigyu cut straight to the point. "So the main problem is I can't be seen outside the tower, right?" Xionghan nodded grimly. "Bingo, exactly that." But within seconds, a rebellious smirk played on Zigu's lips. "I've got a workaround." Xionghan looked startled. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, Xionghan's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. A swirling rift of magical light tore open a personal gate. Just like that, they led the group through the portal's shimmering light. Everyone gasped. "I've heard the rumors, but this is unbelievable. Does a human really own a private gate? That's totally insane." Xionghan stared at the skyscraper. "What's up with that crazy architecture?" A pyramid tower hybrid stood there, but Zigyu just brushed it off. "Ugh, don't ask. I'd rather not talk about that thing." Vu looked confused. Why not just tell him it's the Tower of Zigu? Runhurt grinned, enjoying the drama. Sounds pretty legendary to me. Suddenly, Yishun's voice cut through the chatter. Zigu, get your butt over here for a second? Zigu blinked, surprised. Old man Huang? The group approached a gnarled, withered tree standing in the center. Zigu stared in total horror. What in the world is this? There was Mingu lashed tightly to the trunk, completely immobilized. His eyes were rolled back, growling like a possessed savage beast. The spirits and sentient blades started buzzing with frantic gossip. Whoa, I'm smelling some seriously nasty dark energy here. Yeah, me too. It's thick and honestly pretty disgusting. Hey kid, stay sharp. Don't let your guard down. Jichin pulled out a vial filled with an eerie green liquid. Everything went south because of this needle right here. He went berserk the moment he jabbed this into his leg. Seongen leaned in closer to inspect the glowing substance. Wait, is this a power stimulant? Jichin looked genuinely surprised by his knowledge. You actually recognize this illegal junk? Seongen began explaining the dirty science behind the drug. It's a massive power booster that grants insane temporary strength. Functionally, it's like a regular buff potion on heavy steroids, but it's way more potent than anything legal on the market. The catch, you lose your mind or suffer devastating side effects. It's highly illegal, but the Oversight Association is gone now. There is no stopping them now. Everyone is hooked on that cheap, dirty power-up. Zigu's face darkened. Dark energy meds. Those demons are definitely plotting something sketchy. Track this poison and we'll unmask the monster pulling the strings. Seonghun's got the intel. We know where this garbage started. The Iron and Kevin guilds formed a deadly alliance right here. They're mass-producing this lethal toxin as we speak. They're exploiting the association's absence to seize total control. Zigu freezes the weight of the situation hitting him hard. The Iron Guild is finally back on home turf. Even the Kevin Guild ghosts for years finally crawled out. The ultimate nightmare. They're running the whole damn country together. Suddenly Vu speaks, Master, remember that meeting? The World Summit where things felt off. That demon with the hidden aura caught my eye. I didn't recognize him. His appearance and aura shifted. Wait, could that really be Andrasy? Zigu realizes the math adds up perfectly. Why would Andras and Iron Shield target Korea now? Iron Shield just wants revenge for his past humiliation. But why would a powerhouse like Andras team up? What kind of sick game is Andras playing here? The board is set demon lords and cosmic entities. Paimon's kin the Demon King and that beast Pan, the demon who sealed and Seong Ho's acting suspicious. Zigu's brain is fried. There's way too many enemies here. Then Seong Hun drops another bombshell. Those guilds orchestrated the association's downfall to trash President O. The president disbanded it, but the Grigory's teeth are sharp. He completely wrecked their plans to bring him down. Why are they so obsessed with killing the association? When their schemes failed, they traded words for steel. Total war the Grigori versus the United Guilds. Zhu shouts, then what that alliance is a total nightmare. Actually, the Grigori were absolute monsters in combat. Then both sides called in their heavy hitters. Zhu hones in the reinforcements. Seong Hun lists the legendary roster. The Ken Guild and the famous Sosuku. Frostflower and advisor Lim Hesuk. Angela's boss Lee Seong Ho, plus the Demon King. Zhu looks like he's seen a ghost. What kind of insane squad is this? Are they trying to take over the planet? How did these legends even agree to work together? Seong Hun finishes the epic tale. Simple none of them could afford to stay sidelined. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle finally died down, two players emerged from the shadows. The only names we knew were Ha Song-soo and Gazan. He repeated them slowly, letting the names sink in. Ha Song-soo, Gazan. Saying it out loud triggered a massive lightning bolt of realization in his head. Hold up. I've definitely heard those names somewhere before. Rue jumped in to give his memory a much-needed jumpstart. Master, remember that very first gate? The place where you first met El. Zigu's memories came flooding back that legendary rock-solid dungeon gate from back then. He could still hear the short, tense conversation they had that day. Nice to meet you. I'm Ha Song-soo, current captain of the dungeon attack team. Song-soo's face flashed before him memories of his arrows flying like heat-seeking missiles. He remembered that shady side-eye and the dude's total lack of chill, especially the way he tried to strike up a conversation with Hajin. Then her face appeared, gripping her dagger with enough killing intent to freeze time. Gigyu frowned, wondering, wait, is it actually those same people from back then? Rue added that the woman had left a seriously terrifying impression. Maybe they just had a rough time adjusting to how the dungeon was changing. Suddenly, Seong Hun's voice cut through his thoughts like a jagged blade. In the end, we were completely and utterly crushed. Zigu blinked, thinking his ears were playing tricks on him. Wait, you said what? He remembered that day 4 top-tier reinforcements, the association president, and the guild manager. All of them were wiped out by a single man named Han Sang-soo. Back at the unbreakable dungeon gate, some sketchy-looking guys were prowling around. It had been ages since a special gate last appeared, and this was the very first gate Ziyu had ever stepped into. Suddenly his phone started blowing up with raid notifications. Looking for members to conquer a rank D gate over in Guri. Recruitment open for a rank F gate hunting party in Guri. Team needed healer wanted for a rank D gate in Namyangju. This was the exact spot where he first crossed paths with L. And his teammates back then were none other than Ha Song-soo and Ha Zim. Zhu fell into a deep, stressed-out silence, his brain working overtime. He knew for a fact that Ha Zim was a total beast, even back when he was just a clueless noob with zero skills. Her power was already on a level that felt completely out of this world. Du claimed she was on par with Shudong, and Louis definitely wasn't arguing. But there was one huge mystery bugging him. Ha Sung-soo was the captain. Was that guy really cracked enough to solo a whole squad of elite players? Di-chung crossed his arms, looking troubled. It's insane. Nobody should be able to stop those two. Then he dropped another name. He shook and Jigyu's face went totally blank. He shook. Seong-hun finally decided to spill the tea on what was bothering him. There's more? You must know something about that gold-ranked player Ha Song-soo. After the massacre, Song-soo looked exactly like you did during the territory war. That was when Du had fully merged his essence with his body, radiating a terrifying aura that felt like it crawled straight out of hell. On your knees, bow before me. The true king of hell has returned. Seong-hun uses Ziyu to channel Song-soo perfectly. Scene shifts to just before the departure. Seong-hun lingers to share a few details. 6 elite powerhouses were crushed by Song-soo. Luckily, they were only defeated, not killed. I don't know where, but they're safe. The Demon King is guarding your family. Ziyu nods, etching it into his memory. Shudong is safe, the spirits chatter. Lucky L wasn't her fan anyway. He recalls Shudong and the king's words. Wait at floor 50, she told them. Honestly, we were almost losing hope here. I'm so glad you're finally back, man. This sudden confession leaves him totally stunned. Brain freeze. What can I even do? Everyone is staring with massive expectations now. Stop the puppy eyes. Zigu panics internally. How did she even know about this? Why would Shudong say that? That is a leader's fate, Master. Vu's spirit grand hurt is totally hyped. Master, you can do literally anything. Being praised like that makes Zigu blush. Coughs awkwardly. Okay, that is enough. He gives him some serious orders. Listen, I'm a wanted man now. I will handle business inside my gate. Seong-hun, report the situation outside for me. Seong-hun gives a confident, consider it done. That was always our plan, boss. I will regroup Grigori and fix this. Zhu finally feels a bit more relieved. He turns back toward the glowing gate. All right, let's get to work then. He whispers 3 legendary names. Hemyon Kamel Anael, come forth. A divine footstep breaks the heavy silence. 3 angels with massive white wings appear. Zhu gives them their divine mission. Watch their backs for me, okay? Report any trouble to me immediately. By your command, they shout together. At your command, Master. Seong-hun froze, his jaw hitting the floor in total shock. Wait, player Kim, what's the deal with these sparkly angels? Look, he warned, stay sharp or you're walking into a death trap. These divine beings use telepathy to beam thoughts right into my head. So even if I'm grinding deep inside a chaotic dungeon gate, they'll still have me on spiritual speed dial through the void. But then Ziyu hit a snag and started overthinking things again. The problem, they're way too flashy. It's literal, holy glow-up overkill. Hey, can you guys tuck those wings away and go incognito? Hamyang gave a sharp nod, fully down with the stealth plan. Consider it done, Master. Your wishes are absolute command. In a flash of light, those massive wings just, poof, vanished. Seeing the squad in full stealth mode, Ziyu gave a satisfied smirk. Perfect, I'm in a rush, so just borrow some of our gear. He dropped one last directive before ghosting the scene entirely. Seong-hun, I'm counting on you to handle the heavy lifting. Boom. The mystical gate rips open right outside the tower once more. Meanwhile, Mingu was stuck looking like a literal motionless garden gnome statue. Zhu just stared. Seriously, how do you even react to that mess? Is that it? No way to snap back with instant attitude. Impossible, I'm clearly the most dangerous threat in this entire room. Zichin chimed in, sensing the vibe was still totally off. Far from over. I've got the loot, but zero clue how to use it. I'm just a legacy hire for Paimeng's arts, not his bloodline. Fine. I guess we just wait for Minsu to show up. Wait, scratch that. Paimeng has another heir hidden up his sleeve. Zhu caught the drift. You mean... Zichin just gave a grim nod. Time to wake up my total loser of a son, he muttered. The target for this sudden wake-up call, the one and only Cheon? Wait, are you seriously going to awaken that wildcard Cheon? Du smirked. Heck yeah, we had to wake that punk eventually anyway. Just wait. Once I get my body back, those traitors are history. Chilru, we fight for the Master, not your petty revenge. Stop acting holier than thou. You want those heads rolling too, don't you? Meanwhile, little Brunhilde was sulking, staring blankly at her own hands. A faint light flickered from Zigu's chest. Me too, she whispered. Brunhilde finally blurted it out. She wanted a real physical body. Brunhilde started counting everyone off, sounding totally heartbroken, and left out. Ellie has 1 ruse getting 1. Even Rain is on the list. Don't get greedy, kid. You've never even had a real form. A body now? Try again in about 10,000 years, brat. Brunhilde's frustration literally started making her glow with divine rage. There you go again, being a total jerk to me. Seriously, stop picking on me every single second. Zigu tries playing the peacemaker. Brunhilde, but that only fuels her teen rage. You're always playing favorites with Elle. Ella's stunned to be caught in this. Seriously, nice to me since when? Suddenly, Brunhild's dormant power explodes. A wild, desperate hunger takes over. I want a real body, too. A blinding light erupts from his chest. Moments later, the system alerts go wild. Brandhut's ego link has reached evolution. He stares up, jaw-hitting floor. Unlocking the hidden beast within Brandhut, Ji-chun is in total shock. A blue-haired girl appears before them. New skill acquired, physical manifestation. The boys blink in total disbelief. He finally finds his voice again. Brandhut? She looks totally clueless right now. She stares at her hand amazed. Then she checks the other hyped. She finally has a real body. She zooms over, beaming joy. Master, look. Zigu's hugged his brain, still buffering. Bernard. He looks at the tiny girl. Are you actually real flesh? She's grinning from ear to ear. Duh, totally real? I finally have a body. Zigu checks his collar, processing everything. How is this even possible? The core. It's just gone. She's so happy she's wiggling. I don't know how either. I just tried and poof. Rue drops some logic here. A side effect of major evolution. Your bond triggered her hidden awakening. Even Ella joins the fun. Way to go, Brownhut. Ji-chun stood there, shook speechless. This is straight up legendary. Brownhut let out a shout. Dad, look at me? She zoomed around him, totally hyped. Do I look like a boss? Am I serving looks? Ji-chun smiled with pure pride. Yeah, you look absolutely stunning. Jiggle cleared his throat loudly. Follow me, the stage is set. Outside, the sun began to blaze. They entered and froze in shock. Finally, Zigu spoke with hesitation. Is this Chien's new body? Rue noted only the face matched. Elle added, there must be reasons. Brunhut inspected the monster like Cheyenne. Clearly, he has been heavily modded. You finished this already, speedrun? Zigun did not even deny it. I said I needed time, but I started grinding immediately. We had enough materials anyway. Minsu's body left plenty of leftovers. He glared at his son's form. This beastly look is his punishment. Du told the girl chill. Stop spinning too dizzy now. Ji-chun's face turned dead serious. I haven't forgiven that punk? He closed his eyes, suppressing rage. Calming down, Ji-chun looked up. He smirked and turned to him. The rest is yours, Gigyu. Gigyu nodded, ready for action. He stepped toward the statue. He touched it while chanting. Inherit the ego of Huang Qian. Blinding light suddenly filled the room. Hidden skill unlocked, Ego Master. Mastery has transformed your abilities. Inheritance evolved into divine transference. Soul transfer, shoving the ego into a fresh vessel. Initiating the sync process now. Hold your horse's perfection takes some time. Ji-chun's like, is it cooked yet? He stammers, I think so, maybe. Jigil squints his eyes suspiciously. How is transfer different from inheritance exactly? Vu just shrugs it off easily. No biggie, basically the same thing. The Jain statue ignites. He reports back, no failure today, let's just watch and see. Brandhut chirps from the shoulder. Rue's recovery's gonna take forever, huh? He nods. Facts. The cute fairy ponders for a second, then suddenly takes off from his shoulder. She spots the glowing ring and flashes a wicked, mischievous little smirk. Brunhut drops some sugar-coated venom sounding totally accidental. Guess Rue is the last loser without a body. She's absolutely gloating now, rubbing it in. That arrogant jerk finally got humbled, huh? How does the basement taste today, buddy? He's fuming, silently forced to swallow his pride. Stupid mouse. Just loves adding fuel to the fire. Karma hurts Rue. Gigyu is done with these three and their drama. Are we seriously fighting over this garbage again? He turns to Ji-chun with a sigh. Mr. Huang, I'm tapped out here. No more moves. I need to grill Go Hyung-chun first. He remembers the name instantly. Go Hyung-chun. The loser you snatched like a total pro. Ji-chun drops the location. He's downstairs. The target is rotting in the basement now. Votus is currently playing the scary babysitter. GQ brings up the previous mess. You promised he'd cough up everything by now. Before I step back in, right? So did the little bird sing yet? He smirks, flexing his interrogation skills like a boss. Duh, he's being a very good, obedient boy. Ji-chun adds one more thing. Suddenly, his scream echoes through the entire hall. What? Elsewhere, a blood-red sunset bleeds across the horizon. A rusty shovel bites deep into the dirt. Hyung-chun collapses against it, gasping for air. Heavy beads of sweat drench his filthy face. This sucks. He let out a muffled, desperate curse under his breath. It was ridiculous. Nobody would ever suspect this guy was a professional player paparazzi. The one and only Go Hyung-chun? He stood in the middle of the desolate wasteland, wailing like a lost soul. How am I supposed to dig a whole river here by myself? Empty wrappers and noodle cups were scattered all over the dirt. Hyung-chun was double-fisting snacks, shoveling food into his mouth like a starved animal. Watching this pathetic display, Gigyu finally spoke up from atop his mount. Take it easy, man. You're going to get a major case of indigestion. Lu grumbled, unimpressed. To him, this wasn't a hungry man, but a pathetic enemy. There's absolutely no need to show mercy to our master's enemies. Suddenly, Hyung-chun froze, his frantic chewing coming to a dead stop. He began clutching his throat and wheezing, which immediately made Gigyu panic. What's happening? Is he dying? That's going to be a massive problem. Gigyu scrambled in a frenzy. He's choking. What do I do? He balled his fist and delivered a savage, point-blank punch straight to the gut. It actually worked. Hyung-chun hacked up a spray of food instantly. Then he collapsed backward onto the cold ground, gasping for air. He struggled to sit up, wheezing. "Are you insane? Is that your version of first aid?" Gigyu shrugged confidently. "Hey, I knew exactly how to stop you from choking." Naturally, Brunhild was right there whispering sweet praise into his ear. "Master, you're magnificent." But Lu was there to kill the dream. Honestly, it looked more like you were trying to finish him off. Once the drama settled, Gigyu pushed the food talk aside. Anyway, it's finally time for us to have a real talk. He cut straight through the nonsense to the heart of the matter. "Back when I visited the association's medical wing, why the hell were you tailing me like a shadow?" The two of them sat down properly, the atmosphere turning heavy. Hyung-chun looked him dead in the eyes to give his explanation. Believe it or not, it was honestly just one massive coincidence. "I wasn't actually there to follow you at all. I was searching for Jo-seok-woo." That answer hit Gigyu like a total freight train. "You..." His expression shifted instantly into a mask of pure coldness. His eyes ignited with a sharp, murderous warning. "What do you want with Seok-woo while he's in such a weakened state?" Terrified, the man waved his hands frantically to cut him off. Wait, you've got it all wrong. Don't misunderstand me. I have zero intention of ever hurting that man." He looked away, finally coming clean with the raw truth. "I just need to find out who I truly am." Those words sparked a flicker of an old memory within Gigyu. "I swear I've heard those exact same words somewhere before. Michael was once just like that. I did it all to find myself." He's certain his memory isn't lying. Michael's words still ring true. Michael wields the power of angels. Does that link to Hyung-chun's demon eye? Hyung-chun sighs. "Let's talk about my past. An orphan with no home and no parents. My childhood is just a total black hole. I only felt alive when, well..." He touches his eye the day it woke. "I climbed to floor 50 as a player. That's when I realized what I really was. Then the hunt for the truth began. To find my parents and my soul, I ditched my life as a top star. A life that millions would kill for, just to become a player paparazzi. It's the perfect cover for stealing secrets." Hyung-chun's face turns dead serious. "I discovered that I was manufactured." The revelation hits him like a truck. A human built in a lab. Azu's jaw drops. "Wait, what?" He drops a name that changes everything. Project Adam Kevin Guild's dirty secret. A mission to forge the ultimate weapon. He's still struggling to understand. Project Adam, like the guy from the Bible? Io steps in to explain it. Master Adam was God's first human prototype. Du jumps in to back her up. Adam's story is mostly just legend now. No hard proof he ever even existed. Rumor says he was closer to God than Ao. Zu's brain starts connecting the dots. So they're trying to resurrect a legend. But he just shakes his head. Wrong. It's just a flashy name for a nuke. He just scoffs with pure arrogance. Lame, they should have called it Project God. Ellis is, "Watch your mouth, that's blasphemy." He shrugs. Demons don't care about holy. Meanwhile, Brandhut watches Ziyu press for more. "How did you find out about Project Adam?" Hyung-chun spills the tea, holding nothing back. "Tracking it was easy. I grew up in that orphanage. I hunted the monster who threw me into that hell. My gut was right. It was the Kavan Guild." You're finally connecting the dots in this twisted conspiracy. For Hyung-chun, this nightmare has lasted for decades. Has Kavan's filth been rotting this country for so long? Suddenly, Zigu's brain hits a totally different frequency. "Wait, why hunt Suku?" He gets a heavy silent nod. Hyung-chun shreds the secret. He is an atom failure. Age 7 type O. The file confirms it is Suku. Impossible. Was Suku actually manufactured like some toy? Suku did mention he was just an adopted kid, but his home life was a total disaster. So he treated that guild like his real family. Questions start exploding like grenades inside Jiyu's head. Does Suku even realize the truth of his existence? Is he hiding it or clueless? I need Adam answers. Time to dig deeper into the Adam Project mystery. The ultimate weapon? What kind of insane goal is that? What exactly are they building? He shrugs, powerless. Even I'm in the dark. Kavan is a ghost agency. Years later, I have nothing. Suddenly, a digital screen flickers to life nearby. Zigu's expression turns ice cold instantly. He stands up, ending their little chat right now. Let's move. Time to squeeze the guy who knows. The guy stands there looking completely confused. Pure villain energy. Zigu stares at the screen with absolute certainty. This person is definitely the key to this mess. A single line of text appears. The ego of Huang Qian has finally awakened. Suddenly silent, Brandhut lets out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone freezes. Not a single person dares to breathe. He stammers out a very careful question. Brandhut, what's wrong? She explodes, venting all her pent-up teenage rage. He is awake. Vu's body is finally 100% complete. Damn it, I haven't finished making his life miserable yet. The entire room falls into a deafening silence. Vu's lip twitches in pure annoyance. This brat, is she seriously mocking him right now? Talk about bad timing. A floor in the skyscraper blazes with blinding light. A massive crimson flare erupted, blinding Gigyu with its sudden, terrifying intensity. What the heck is this? Right there, Jae-in's body was literally turning into a human torch. Look at that insane heat. His singed hair shimmered, morphing back into place like some glitchy video game. Narrow eyes snapped open as those creepy tentacles finally began to squirm. Jae-in dropped to one knee, whispering a chilling, "Greetings, my new master." "Whoa, chill with the formal stuff," Gigyu stammered. "Just stand up already. You're Minsu's old man, right? I've got some serious questions for you." Suddenly he remembered Ji-chun was still looming right behind him. The old man's face was a total wreck of dark, heavy thoughts. Meanwhile, Jae-in just stood there like a stone-cold statue with zero chill. Finally, Ji-chun closed his eyes, burying his emotions deep inside. "You guys talk, I'm hitting the hay?" he grumbled, waving them off. Gigyu watched him slump away, swallowing the words he wanted to say. Suddenly, the weight on Jigyu's shoulder just vanished. He looked down, empty space. Wait, where the heck did Brunhild go? That little brat had already zoomed right into Jae-in's personal space. Brunhild squinted, scanning every inch of him like a suspicious detective. A wicked smirk played on her cute face. "Hey, what's up, rookie?" Jae-in looked up, meeting the gaze of the tiny powerhouse. Soon the hall echoed with Jae-in's gravelly voice. "The Atom Project, huh?" "Yeah, I know a thing or two about that nightmare." He looked dead serious. "After all, I was the project's core member." That bombshell sent Gigyu and Hunjun's jaws straight to the floor. Jae-in began his tale. It was all about forging the ultimate weapon. The mission create a vessel strong enough to hold a god. And in this pathetic human world, only a few bloodlines fit. Namely, the direct descendants of Paimon, meaning Minsu and myself. The puzzle pieces finally clicked. That's why they needed a sacrifice. So that's the real reason why they did it. He suddenly hit the floor. "I'm sorry, my intel is pretty limited. I was just a pawn," he spat, "a mindless tool for Andrus. Brainwashed to follow orders. They didn't trust a puppet with core secrets." The tension in the room turned ice cold as Jae-in bowed his head. "But I do know the endgame. The Atom Project's final goal, to cram the power of Satan and Lucifer into one perfect vessel." The words hit them like a freight train. Absolute terrifying silence. That was the final straw. Jigyu's self-control just snapped. He ground his teeth so hard they might have shattered. Seriously, how much longer? A roar of pure, unadulterated fury ripped from his throat. Those bastards. How long are they going to treat us like damn toys? His ring pulsed with a violent, blinding light. He whispered a dark, chilling reminder to himself. "Are you?" Gigyu turns and drops a heavy question. Does he actually know? Those two monsters, Hasongsu and Gazong. The gears are turning in his head. We are talking about the ultimate weapon here. If I'm right, they are definitely in on this. Sadly, his answer is a flat-out no. I have no clue who they are. But if you mean the project's lab rats, they must be the superstars of Project Atom. One thing is certain, they are tight with Kavan. Otherwise, their insane power makes zero sense. Elle nods along. She's totally on board. "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Rumor says their strength is just ridiculous. Vu cools down. It sounds plausible enough. But let us keep every possibility on the table." His face turned stone cold. Things just got heavy. "This is a private matter now. Zhu says we have built Lucifer's new body. Can you help revive him inside that shell?" Suddenly he flips the entire script. "That energy, was that really Lucifer's voice just now?" Chien smirks. "You are really something else, man. Thanks again for giving me a second life." He snaps up, eyes glowing with dark intent. Tentacles explode. "I can do this right now." Limbs writhe everywhere, boxing the others in. Chien explains, "Do not panic, everyone. Resurrection gave me a gift gate warping power. And that is just a taste of my strength. Roos smells trouble. His inheritance skill is massive. He lost his old self for guardian status. Now he has raw talent and an ego. No one stops him. Let us finish this now. The night is clear for the Great Awakening. Morning hits transfer, complete Lucifer has arrived. Zhu and Zichen rush to the great statue. Stone cracks, dust falls, the shell is breaking. His jaw hits the floor in total shock. No way, it actually worked. It is real. Ru lifts his new hands, testing the weight. Zhu leans in voice, barely a whisper. "Well, Ru, how is the new body feeling?" He choked up, a wave of raw emotion finally breaking through. "At last, this body's mine again." Ru's entire frame trembled, barely containing the surge within. Suddenly, those piercing violet eyes snapped wide open. Wamziu takes a brutal, merciless fist straight to the jaw. Zichen didn't even see it coming, frozen, watching him collapse like a puppet. Grunhut gasped, hands flying to her mouth in pure shock. Elle hadn't rematerialized yet, but she witnessed the entire disaster. She's losing it. Ru's absolutely livid. Outside, the trio stood paralyzed, staring at his crumpled body on the dirt. Elle screamed, "What the hell did you just do to Master?" But he didn't explain, he just shut her down mid-sentence. "Zip it, Birdbrain, this doesn't involve you." Ru tightened his grip, a dark, satisfied smirk creeping up. "I've been dying to clock him like that for ages." Head spinning, Zhu pushed himself up and spat out blood. He stood on shaky legs, grinning. Not bad, not bad. Zhu's gaze burned with a competitive fire that rivaled Ru's. Both fists clenched, ready for the next round. Meanwhile, Cheyan braced himself as flames licked his entire body. Despite being strung up and scorched by the heat, his face remained a mask of cold, unbothered steel. 3 distinct levels inside this gate he calculated silently. The sky isles the soaring domain of the lethal griffins, all bowing down to their mighty Griffin King. Qian shifted his focus to the next territory, the mainland, where the rotting legions of undead roam, commanded by the terrifying Necromancer Prime. Then the final piece, the Mantis realm ruled by the nightmare known as Vothis, a subterranean hellscape, the third and deepest layer. The inferno roared around him, yet he didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly analyzed the looming threat. There's at least 1,000 Mantis soldiers down there minimum, but they are still dormant, tucked away in their underground cocoons. Once they wake up, they will be an unstoppable monster army. He thought of Ruinel, the dual personas of the one they call Master. To think the incarnations of Lucifer and Michael actually exist, his expression hardened into one of deadly seriousness. It is insane for one person to wield such terrifying godlike power. Even the elite Kavani Guild would struggle against a monster like him. Suddenly a flicker of movement caught Cheyen's sharp eye. His pupils dilated in sheer unexpected shock. He snapped his head toward the source of the blast. "What the hell is this?" he stammers. Boom, another blast rocks the earth, sending debris everywhere. Choking dust clouds billow from the scorched ground. Zhu smirks. "This is exactly what I've been waiting for." Man punching your lights out feels freaking amazing. He looks up with a defiant grin. "Root! Big talk for someone so weak," he scoffs. "Shouldn't you save that for after you land another hit?" Ru taunts him with a wicked smirk. "Master." Mid-sentence, he lunges forward, a blur of pure energy. Ru counters with razor-sharp reflexes. Adrenaline surging, the rivals collide in a frenzy. Gigyu parries, Ru blocks. It's a high-stakes dance. Their collision shatters the world, turning everything into chaos. Grand Herd watches the carnage, sweating bullets. Master Jichun yells, "Jigyu's tower is going to crumble." He barks orders, "Protect Zyu's tower now." These shockwaves are insane. The whole structure will drop. A skeleton responds, deploying a high-level magic barrier. He thrusts his glowing staff, channeling all his mana. A shimmering veil of power envelops the tower. Cheatin bites his lip. "It's not enough." He frantically analyzes the situation, mind racing. Lucifer against their master? This is bad. Worst case, the building and gate will implode. Terror flashes in Cheyen's eyes as stakes peak. Spatial isolation is our last shot. Do it now. Gigyu skids across the dirt, heels digging in. He scans the area. "What?" Ru chuckles, impressed. "Tentacle beast's trick. Kid's got killer instincts, I'll admit." His smile grows more sinister, relishing the thrill. "Now we can go all out without blowing everything." "Wait, does that mean—" Ru vanishes, reappearing in his face. "I don't have to hold back anymore." Gigyu charges back, grinning madly. "Same here, let's go." Then, fists fly in a blur. Both knuckles connect squarely with faces. A double knockout blow. The force sends both reeling back heads spinning. El panics, watching the brutal carnage. "Master, let me jump in and help." But Zyu stops her. "This is his?" "Chill, it is totally fine. This is strictly between us two." Ru agreed with a sharp nod. "Just like the boss said. Any more interference insults us both." Io gasped in pure shock. "Relax, it is not that deep." He lunged like a lightning bolt. Ru landed a heavy soul-crushing blow. Cornered, his mind started racing fast. "Weird, why am I losing ground?" Zigu locked eyes with his rival. I knew Ru was crazy strong. Despite being past his prime years, skills and legacy changed the game. He reclaimed his full divine power. Wait, our souls are literally linked? I hold multiple powers within me. Math says I should be double. Reading him, Ru smirked a challenge. "Why am I crushing you today?" His next words froze the air. "Why are you such a weakling?" Zigu clenched his fist in silence. A sudden kick countered his move. "You gained power way too fast. You never struggled in real battle." Barrage of kicks, his tongue lashing. "You suck at using that power." Blocking hurt, his grit was showing. "I cannot control this massive energy. Jupiter warned me about this moment." Zigu ground his teeth in fury. He grabbed the leg midair. Finally, he snapped back at Ru, talking about life or death stakes. He yanked the leg down hard, growling under his heavy breath. "I've been there too." Just then, Zigu slammed Ru down hard. "I have survived hell multiple times." A massive explosion rocked the field. As the thick smoke finally cleared, neither fighter was left in sight. Only Zigu remained standing solo. His brow furrows with tension, staring at that massive crater. Zigu's mind starts racing. He just freaking vanished. High in the sky? Ru asks, ready to meet Deathmaster. He speaks with chilling gravity. Scenarios exactly like this one. I've survived hundreds of them. He snaps his wings, dropping into a predatory stance. Ru throws a cocky challenge. "Master, come at me with everything." Eyes burning with savage hunger. "Bet your whole life here. Use your bloodlust to drop me." Ru flashes a wicked smirk. "Double your power in one day." Zigu grips blades soaring upward, activating the Foresight cheat code. Vote this power awakens since fighting L. Any secret requirements for this? Foresight reveals the near future. Ru swings his blade, but Zigu knows it is fake. Real hit comes from left. Zigu blocks with Life Sword, countering with Votus's explosive power. The rivals are crashing together. Man, this tension is crazy. Ru maneuvers above him instantly. One brutal kick slams Zigu. Zigu hits the dirt hard. Ru trash talks from the sky. "I already warned you, kid." Votus is not always effective. It needs time to process reality. You are overthinking everything. He speaks with total confidence. Strategy-obsessed fighters are so predictable. I read your every thought. Zigu just smirks back. Wait, I don't remember ever saying that. But your memory's floating in my head. They'll claim that skills aren't totally useless trash. Rue smirked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, really? Seems you've only grasped half the truth, kid. He muttered, You're not entirely wrong. Since I only reached this peak level, absorbing every deadly combat style from all the losers I've crushed, suddenly his grip tightened on his blade. Rue lunged straight for Ziyu like a demon. He roared with soul-shaking intensity. The real question is, can you actually do it? Rue closed the gap sword raised high. Ready to deliver a devastating blow, he held back just enough for Gigyu to survive. Steel collided with steel in midair. Sparks flew in a symphony of destruction. Rue dominated the clash, shouting fiercely, Let this experience burn into your soul. True power awakens only on death's doorstep. Time blurred as the brutal duel raged on. Finally, the dark horizon began to glow. Sunlight finally kissed the tower's peak. Ziyu was still out cold in bed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open. Gasping, he scanned the room in shock. He was tucked into a tiny bed. Ziyu panicked. Wait, where the hell am I? El was already there, watching him intently. Master, you're awake. Even Brunhut piped up. Ziyu groaned. Guys, what happened to me? El explained, You collapsed after fighting Rue. We brought you back here to recover. Oh, and we gave you a haircut, too. Ziyu felt his hair. I see. Thanks, guys. Long hair was getting annoying anyway. Then a familiar, arrogant voice chimed in. Finally awake, you weak little brat. Ziyu jumped, totally caught off guard. Rue, what are you doing here? Rue sat there sulking with arms crossed. What, you got a problem with my look? Ziyu's jaw dropped at the sight. Rue had de-aged. What is happening? El spills the tea on the duel's aftermath. His mortal shell totally nuked itself from overflexing power. And now he is a complete wreck. Rue lets out a soul-tired, pathetic sigh. Brandhut swoops in like a pesky mosquito, flashing a smile that is straight-up nightmare fuel. Brandhut chirps with pure mischief. Ah, Rue, you are actually adorable like this. This sends Rue's blood pressure through the roof. Beat it, you annoying little brat. Before I swat you into next week. Brandhut is absolutely living for this drama. Ye now Rue finally joined the Chibi Club. Rue waves her off with 0 patience left. Get lost already. Meanwhile, in a much moodier corner, Chien stands before Ji-chun's heavy gaze. Ji-chun looks like he swallowed a lemon, while Chien is basically a walking fire hazard. Both are locked in a silent battle of disappointment. Finally, the old man breaks the icy silence. Well, start talking, he commands with sharp eyes. But Chien just stands there like a statue. Eventually, he finally drops the stoic act. I have got no right to make excuses. Honestly, there is nothing left to say. That actually catches Ji-chun off guard. Wait, you're not even going to blame me? I am the one who turned you into this. Chien keeps it surprisingly mature and real. Without your choice, I would be 6 feet under. Thanks for giving me a shot at redemption. He even adds a rare my bad father. Ji-chun can only respond with a heavy sigh. Do not apologize to me. Go find Minsu. Carry those sins with you until the end. Chien takes the order to heart. Fast forward through a month of preparation. The whole squad is gathered waiting for Gigyu. All right, listen up, everyone. Every eye in the room is glued to him. Gigyu scans the serious faces and nods firmly. It is time. Operation Crush the Kavan Guild starts right now. Outside, the sky remains deceptively calm and blue. Grigori Intel Dump hosted by your boy Songhun. Songhun's posing at the board like a big shot professor. All right, squad, let's dive into the juicy intel we've gathered. Jigyu's chilling in the back, totally vibing with the progress. We're finally pimping this place out with some high-tech gear. Old man Huang's a beast. Nothing's impossible for that legend. Songhun keeps the hype train rolling with his presentation. The Kavan Guild has Jigyu's mansion completely surrounded right now. They're prowling in small hunting packs of 4 or 5. The map flickers to life as Songhun explains the situation. Look here. This shows exactly how these losers are positioned. Despite their numbers swarm crawling all over the entire perimeter, not a single soul has breached the 500-meter dead zone. Gigyu goes quiet, his tactical brain spinning at light speed. 500 meters, the exact radius of his absolute defense. When the defense zone is kept tight and focused, the defensive power spikes to an untouchable god-tier level. But try to stretch that circle too wide, and the protection crumbles like a house of cards, especially since Mr. Huang's resurrection as the Divine Guardian. He glances at Ji-chun wondering, is this just pure luck? Meanwhile, Sangju is laser-focused on the enemy's troop deployment. He smirks like a villain whispering, I see it now. Outside, total silence, just a white sedan idling in shadows. Inside, Sangsu nervously watches his partner light a cigarette. Shouldn't we just blitz the place and get it over with? The man just exhales a slow, ghostly cloud of smoke. Then comes the chilling reply, because they're already dead. Sangsu's heart stops. Wait, come again, what? Anyone who gets close to that house, the man rasps, is a corpse before their feet even hit the pavement. The last radio transmission we caught from the front line was some nightmare about an old man and the undead. I have no clue what kind of monster we're facing. Song-soo's blood runs cold as the horror finally sinks in. But as the man speaks, a bullet hole blooms in his neck. So don't you dare get close to that zone, even by accident. Don't even think about it. If you do, well, no one's coming to save you. He chokes his life pouring out in a gruesome red wave. Song-soo panics as his buddy's head literally disappears mid-sentence. The guys in the back seat go into absolute meltdown. They scream, "What's happening? Are we being sniped?" Chaos erupts. "Grab your guns, wait, where's my sword?" In a flash, the car becomes a tomb filled with blood. A total ghost town, not a single soul in sight. Blood drips from the car, no witnesses. Total silence. That crimson pool under the wreck, it is getting bigger. Then some heavy boots stop right by the carnage, and a blade shows up still thirsty for more. It is Hyungjin, of course it is. Guess he is the lucky winner of today's death lottery. Holding a feather, he is having a total flashback moment. Guess those goons under Gigyu were not lying after all. That white feather had charred black and just poof. Pure demonic energy, the real deal. Back at HQ, the screen is showing something nasty. It is a magic circle straight from the pits of hell. Rue is explaining how demons planted these traps all over. Together they create one massive hellish magic effect, and the battery pure, unfiltered demonic energy. They are using potions to turn player mana into fuel. My bet it is all for that massive magic circle. Zigu is like, "So what does this circle actually do?" Rue shrugs. "No clue. Andres is officially scary now. Expect the worst. It is the only way to survive." Zigu's looking pretty stressed out right about now. Rue continues, "But I think I found the trigger." Zigu leans in. "The trigger, tell me." "Your mana, man. You are the key to the explosion." Zigu is completely floored. Talk about a major identity crisis. Staying home this month? Best move you ever made. Because you were staying right in the safe zone. That home barrier was hiding your massive mana signature. Leave the house. The circle finds you instantly. We would be facing Hell's magic with 0 prep time. Zigu is hanging on every single word. Rue gets serious. Step 1, kill the circle's creator. We cut the power supply and stop the mana. It will not kill it, but it buys us time. And time is exactly what we need right now. Seonghun interrupts. "Leave that part to us, boss." The Grigori squad is back together and ready. "We have got the most intel on these board pieces. We have checked every single blind spot in the city. We are ready for a total ambush when you say." Hyungjin waves. "I am in." Sounds like my vibe. "My skills are perfect for a classic sneak attack." Elle speaks up. "Well, if that is the plan," she holds out her hands ready to drop some magic. Then she summoned these straight-up mystical feathers. Master, she urged Gigyu, hand these over to them. Gigyu was like, "Wait, feathers, seriously." Brunhart gushed, "Whoa, they are actually gorgeous." Their holy power blocks mana from leaking into the circle. Watching the feathers turn to dust, he thought, "Guess I'm done here. That was way too easy." Determined, he muttered, "You are next, Kim Gigyu." Cut to a house with that sleek, minimalist aesthetic. The sliding door opens, revealing a massive crowd. Slowly, the faces inside come into sharp focus. It is an entire army with Gigyu leading. Looking deadly serious, he said, "It is go time." That massive city, it has no idea what is coming. A giant magic circle suddenly engulfed the whole city. The branch manager nervously taps on the closed door. He pulls back, whispering in a shaky voice. It is the manager. "Can I come in?" A voice barks, "Enter," and the guy nearly jumps. He pushes the door open, heart probably racing. Inside is pitch black. He creeps in slowly. Suddenly, the reality around him starts warping. Boom, it is a cave now. Do Hayoung waits? Standing frozen, the manager checks his report. Sir Jigyu's mana is confirmed. The barrier is up. The boss sits motionless, just listening. Howries. Then Do Hayoung snaps his icy eyes open. "Anything else?" he asked. The manager starts sweating. Flashbacks of the ambush trigger his honest report. Our dark energy suppliers, they are all dead. The streets are littered with their fallen bodies. It happened fast, we could not even react. We suspect those Grigori jerks are behind this. He finishes speaking and total silence fills the air. Do Hayoung's face darkens as he mumbles something. Seeing his lips move, the manager asks, "What?" Without moving, a massive blade appears by his side. The weapon flickers once and vanishes into thin air. Then it rockets straight at the terrified manager. His eyes bulge as red blood sprays his face. A chunk of his head was simply erased. The manager stands there in total shock. His body finally gives out, hitting the floor hard. Crimson liquid floods the ground in a dark pool. Mission accomplished, the blade spins back to the boss. He reaches back, gripping his massive blade with cold determination. Then Do Hyung slowly rises, muttering with a deep, raspy growl. Unbelievable. Since when did branch managers become this pathetic? Andres really has zero taste in picking his underlings. Disgust flickers across his face as he glares straight ahead. Jo Hyung's eyes widen in twisted delight, flashing a creepy, jagged grin. But hey, this hunt might actually be worth my time. Korean Players Association mercenary and Kavan Guild leader, Jo Hyung, Kim Jo Hyung. He glares away, eyes glowing blood red. Horus, the 64th rank Hell Demon. The bustling cityscape suddenly falls into a hauntingly eerie silence. Suddenly, a massive star seal burns onto the city with a hellish glow. The sky turns deathly gray as thick smoke chokes the air. Seeing the chaos, Ziggu freezes his eyes wide with pure shock. He scans the area, his voice shaking with confused hesitation. Behind him, the crew gasps in awe. Whoa, this place is insane. Rue scowls at the space around them. Is this even freaking possible? Startled by his voice, Ziggu whispers, "Were you seeing this?" He lowers his head, his tone suddenly turning ice cold and serious. Andres can create gates. Sounds like a bad joke, but it's verified. Suddenly, Vu shifts his gaze, struggling to find the right words. Staring at the massive red star scorched onto the ground, he speaks cryptically. Never thought the inside of a gate would look exactly like Earth. The atmosphere turns heavy, like the air is literally being squeezed out. Ziggu tenses up. They're already deep within a demon's territory. Vu crosses his arms authoritatively. Whatever, the mission doesn't change. Let's move, Master. Ziggu nods firmly. Right, game on. He takes a breath and shuts his eyes, focusing his senses. In Ziggu's mind, armed shadows are already closing in fast. That's player energy. Must be those Kevin Guild losers coming for us. Down in the dark streets, terrified mothers are clutching their children tight. Wait, there are even weaker energy signatures nearby too. Snapping his eyes open, he stares ahead and gives the call. They're probably just innocent civilians caught in this mess. Ziggu whips around, locking eyes with El for a quick order. LU and the Angels go, protect those civilians now. She bows with perfect grace. Consider it done, Master. He quickly turns to Hot, who's standing ready behind him. Hot link up with Grigori and wipe out the Kavan Guild. He salutes with a hand over his heart, acting totally professional. Your wish is my command, Master. Ziggu shifts his focus, telepathically reaching out to Ji-chun. Mr. Huang, use your protection buffs to back up Hot. He crosses his arms firmly. Leave it to me, kid. With everyone deployed, El spreads her wings ready to soar. Team Ziggu's moving out. Can they actually pull this off? Watching those losers fade into the distance, he exhaled a sharp breath. Well, that's that. Suddenly, Ziggu snapped his head around with a frown. I'm sticking with Du until the end. He and Du ignited their mana, blasting toward the sky like twin comets of pure energy. Brunhut gave a rebellious smirk. Hey, don't think you're leaving me behind. Ziggu took the lead, parkouring across jagged rocks, while Du trailed him with perfect precision. Tearing through the air at breakneck speed, Ziggu glanced back with a sharp question. Are we officially trespassing in demon territory now? His companion pulled up close, shouting over the rushing wind. Exactly, we're likely standing on the doorstep of one of the 72 thrones. Ziggu didn't lose an ounce of momentum as he pressed further. So when exactly did this territorial war spiral out of control? Rue glided effortlessly beside him, his voice chillingly calm despite the chaos. Hard to say. A disaster of this scale is completely unprecedented. They were moving at terminal velocity when, without warning, Ziggu caught sight of something so insane it forced him to stop dead. With zero hesitation, Ziggu slammed his feet down, banking hard toward the wasteland below. The duo crashed into the dirt, skidding for miles thanks to their overwhelming flight speed. Eyes wide with shock, Ziggu stammered, "Is this—" while Du stared up in awe. Brandhut chimed in, his voice trembling. What is this monstrosity? Below the cracked earth lay a churning lake of molten, hyperactive lava. The heat was absolutely suffocating as they crept toward the glowing, jagged edge. Ziggu winced, the searing radiance reflecting in his eyes. Lava? Seriously. Standing back from the intense glow, the warning was clear. I can feel it. The master of this domain is lurking right beneath the surface. Brunhut groaned, wiping sweat away. It's like a literal oven down here. Staring into the bubbling inferno, Ziggu's skepticism reached its boiling point. Wait, you're telling me we actually have to dive into that mess? After a moment of internal conflict, Ziggu sighed. Fine, let's do this. Suddenly, his entire physical form began to warp and fluctuate. Massive pillars of flame erupted around Ziggu, fueling his rebellious excitement. Time to see if these new skills are actually worth the hype. The mechanical system voice chimed, lava element activated. Rue remained a silent observer, watching the transformation with a stoic expression. Crimson fire spread like a virus, consuming Ziggu's entire silhouette. Then, without a single wasted movement or second thought, Ziggu's flaming body dove headfirst into the heart of the boiling lava lake. The system interface flashed bright. Updating stats now. Ego Fusion, Blue Beast. Level 102. Power 93. Agility 38. Stamina 119. Magic 127. Skills: Itemization, Monsterization, Mana, Regen Damage, Boost Bleed and Elemental Master, becoming the spirit itself. As the magma bubbled violently, Du's voice echoed, Master, why is lava stronger than fire? Ziggu's voice rang out through the heat. Because lava burns fire for breakfast, kid. Perplexed, the subordinate asked, Wait, what does that even mean? Ziggu replied coolly, Don't sweat the details, just watch the show. Above the surface, the desolate wasteland fell into an eerie graveyard silence. But deep below, the magma continued its rhythmic, violent churning. The heart of the lava lake surged, blooming with a terrifying hidden power. Deep in the lava's blazing core, Ziggu is diving headfirst into hell. Total freefall, 0 cares given. Eyes shut, Zen mode fully activated. Sight's overrated, I can feel everything. I know exactly where I'm going. Reality warps to match Zigu's thoughts. Is Floor 50's power finally kicking in? The terrain's clear as a high-def map. Suddenly, Rue's voice cuts through the heat. His energy sensing totally leveled up. Herd's like, Master, you're freaking legendary. Still falling like a total boss. Then Herd screams, heads up, Master. Danger. Something surging from the magma. Boom, the lava lake explodes upward. A spectral fist clamps shut on him. A phantom giant towers over the abyss. That fist is shaking. Is Zigu talking? A giant monster's in this neighborhood? The monster's celebrating until it realizes something's wrong. Trapped, nah. Zigu's just warming up. Boom, Zigu busts out of that grip. Rue drops some high-level lore. That's a lava golem hell's favorite toy. It's strong. Well under the right conditions. Zigu's still got his eyes shut. Is this thing even on my level? Rue's just vibing watching the show. Nah, it's total trash compared to you. Herd chiming in from the sidelines. Yeah, looks like a total weakling. Zigu catches the giant's massive hand. Cool, calm, and collected as always. Good, thought my radar was glitching. He plants his feet on its palm. Alright, let's get this over with. One kick and that monster's airborne. Perfect subject for a little experiment. A glowing orb ignites in Zigu's hand. Summoning Crescedo, let's bring the heat. Crescedo emerges with a ghostly white gaze. System check, lava element fully engaged. A massive frame forms Crescedo charges. Boom, Crescedo delivers a devastating punch. Crescedo lands a brutal haymaker, sending the beast flying back. But the freak is tough, digging its heels in deep. It strikes back instantly, aiming a heavy fist at his jaw. Zigu stays silent, eyes closed to sense the battlefield's flow. His upgraded assimilation skill is finally going into overdrive mode. It is not just about making his connection stronger anymore. The unique skills of his various egos are finally merging. Suddenly, the system interface flashes with a loud priority alert. Assimilation rank SS, you're officially a beast now. You can now utilize 90% of your ego stats. Just as the tension peaks, Du's voice rings out. Yo, Master, I have got a little secret for you. Know the difference between you and your summoned monsters. Zigu is caught off guard and pauses to really think. The difference he visualizes his squad of powerful summons. He contemplates the question for a long, quiet moment. Finally, he shrugs and gives his honest, direct answer. Isn't everything basically the same for all of us? Runhurt jumps in looking like a total devious mastermind. It is faster to look at what makes you similar. He crosses his arms, analyzing the fight with a smirk. Here's the secret: death does not apply to summons. Sure, it takes some time to call them back again. But you can hit that respawn button forever, kid. After hearing the logic, Zigu realizes the insane potential. Wait, so you mean... He trails off, eyes wide. Rue gives a sharp nod. Exactly. Now watch the show. He looks back at the brutal battle still raging on. Crescedo starts cranking the heat to absolute max levels. He is ready to burn everything, even his own body. The warrior tanks a blow and swings his arm up. He ignores the pain, igniting his soul into pure fire. Now that he has the edge, he moves fast. Crescedo slips behind and locks the beast's neck tight. He holds on, forcing a massive fiery self-explosion now. There is no mercy as the flames engulf them both. A massive pillar of fire flares up, swallowing the area. Both of them are drowned in the blinding white heat. The beast is cooked, letting out its final pathetic shrieks. It cannot do anything but scream as it slowly melts. Above them, the lava lake churns and ripples like crazy. The sheer force of the fight is shaking everything apart. Everything is burning down in a glorious, fiery end. The beast is gone, leaving only smoke and ash behind. The molten rock boils from the impact of their clashing. Crescedo's body begins to fracture the monster, gritting its teeth through the agony. Seconds later, the beast shatters into tiny shards, and Crescedo's form crumbles right along with it. Amidst the falling stone debris, a glowing purple jewel emerges and tumbles down. The surrounding fragments vanish into thin air as the gem hits the ground. Gigyu approaches the spot, reaching out to gently touch the mysterious stone. He picks it up, squinting his eyes as he mumbles to himself. What is this? It doesn't feel like a normal crystal. Just then, Du's voice echoes in his mind. That's a golem core. Master, you've managed to snag a pretty high-tier item. Gigyu lets out a low whistle, turning the gem over in his hand. The old man is going to lose his mind over this. Gigyu barks a command into the empty air. Suddenly, a dimensional portal rips open, shimmering in the darkness. But then Ji-chun's panicked voice screams from the other side. What are you doing? Gigyu freezes and looks toward the voice. Old man Huang. Molten lava erupts everywhere, splashing in every direction. The old man recoils, his voice trembling with hesitation. Lava, it's literally pouring through the gateway. Ji-chun's face is a mask of pure shock as he stammers out. What kind of hell is breaking loose out there? Gigyu grits his teeth, realizing his massive blunder with a groan. Crap, I totally forgot I was currently submerged in lava. Du's voice cuts in, sounding completely unimpressed. You absolute moron? Gigyu glances at the rift and immediately commands it to close. Oh man, my bad, are you hurt? Did you get burned? Brunhurt chimes in, sounding just as worried as Dad. Okay? The old man ignores them, eyes wide, as he mutters, give me more. Gigyu blinks, totally confused by the request. Wait, what? Instead of being scared, the old man squats by the lava, grinning wildly. Lava this pure is the ultimate material for demonic crafting. Is there any more? If so, keep it coming right here. Gigyu stammers, caught off guard by the old man's sudden obsession. I mean, I'm literally drowning in the stuff right now. Hearing that, the old man bolts upright and scans the room frantically. Under lava, don't move, I'll stabilize the gate, just give me a second. Below the surface, the lake of fire continues to hiss and steam. The flow begins to calm, though the searing heat still radiates outward. Finally, the bubbling surface of the molten lake starts to settle. Suddenly, the lava explodes outward, surging into the room like a tidal wave. Despite the chaos, Jichun stands tall, arms crossed and smiling. That's enough. We probably couldn't use all of this in a lifetime. The massive tide of molten rock floods the entire landscape. He stands perfectly still, watching the glowing flow in total awe. Total pro move, letting go Hyung Cheon dig out that entire riverbed. Meanwhile, Votish is just huddled up in the distance, looking totally pathetic. Jichun is still oblivious, staring at the lava lake like a complete airhead. I originally planned to fill this with water and sail a boat, but then, who knew we would get this lucky? Things are finally going our way. He sits by the cliff eyes, narrowing as he scans the area. What is this place? Plink, plink. The steady rhythm of cave water echoes through the eerie silence. Brown hair wipes his sweaty brow, groaning in total agony. It is freaking hot as heck. He is losing his mind. How much longer is this high-level fugitive even coming? We have been waiting forever. Are we sure this guy is even real? The guy next to him shrugs. Don't ask me, man. I just follow orders. He slumps down, sounding totally defeated. Man, I just want to go home and sleep. Suddenly, the guy by the lava lake spots something totally wrong with the view. He whips around, voice tight with panic. Yo, the lava level just dropped, right? Brown hair snorts. Lava level. You sound like a noob. It is called a water level. The other guy blinks, confused. Then what the heck do you call a lava drop? Brown hair snaps back, totally annoyed. I don't freaking know, just shut up already. The guy by the lake lets out a forced, nervous little laugh. Whatever, man. But look, there is definitely way less lava than before. He mumbles to himself, heart racing. Maybe I'm just seeing things. The very second he turns his head to look away, a massive wave of molten lava explodes upward, surging straight for his face. Just as he tries to look back and scream, a pitch-black hand erupts from the heat right in front of his eyes. It clamps onto his face like a freaking death grip. Before he can even gasp, the hand drags him straight into the molten depths. Brown hair and his buddy jump up horrified. What the heck was that thing? Everyone scrambles into a fighting stance. An ambush. No shot. Not here. The lava begins to churn and swell, erupting in a violent, fiery fountain. It splashes onto the ground, and a dark silhouette starts rising from the flames. The molten rock recedes, revealing a figure that radiates pure, terrifying power. The squad stands frozen in shock. He actually showed up. He is really here. They all recognize that face instantly. It is him. Kim Gigyu. Both sides lock eyes, weapons ready, waiting for the first person to blink. Rue whispers these guys are on a whole different level than the losers outside. Grunhut tilts his head, curious. So are they actually strong, or what? He smirks. No match for the master, obviously, but this terrain is a total pain. Rue warns if we use wide-range skills like death or chaos, this cave collapses. Zigu nods, eyes cold as ice. Yeah, you are right about that. He lets out a dark, confident chuckle. But does that even matter? Master's special skill was literally built for a situation exactly like this. Rue grins, looking totally hyped. Time to see what that skill can really do. Zigu wears a chilling smirk. Oh, you're going to love this part. A celestial blue light ignited around his feet. The brown-haired guy is panicking. Is he really charging? Ethereal wings sprouted from Ziyu's heels as he prepared to move. His hair flashed crimson as he triggered his blink ability. A blinding gold radiance erupted, transforming his very essence. In a heartbeat, Ziyu vanished, leaving only a golden streak behind. He moved so fast the crowd didn't even blink. Everyone stood frozen, unable to process the god-level speed. Ziyu glided behind them like a ghost in the machine. He reached the end of the line in a literal flash. Finally, Ziyu stopped behind the mob of stunned statues. A second later, every single one of them hit the dirt. He let out a sigh, glancing back at the wreckage. Rue looked on with a face full of concern. How are you holding up anyway? Master, is your body still in one piece after that? Grandhurt couldn't help but be totally floored. That speed, it's absolutely terrifying. Ziyu stared down at his own trembling legs. Still tough, way harder than the first time I blinked. Rue mused. Spamming that power is going to be tricky. Basically, blink isn't just some basic speed boost. It's a divine power rather than a standard skill. Ziyu looked surprised. Wait, is it really that top tier? Rue continued, it felt like time stopped instead of you accelerating. It must be linked to your legendary bloodline. Kronos. Suddenly Rue gestured to the unconscious losers. So what's the plan for these guys? You kept them alive for a reason, right? Ziyu smirked. Bingo, the Elder needs some free labor. Outside, undead minions hauled the bodies like sacks of potatoes. They lined up before Zichin, who grinned, welcome to the job. He turned to Ziyu with a huge smile. Major thanks, kid. With these volunteers, we can finally expand the gate. Ziyu rubbed his neck. Glad it worked out then. Suddenly Rue chimed in with a reality check. But Master, haven't we been wandering for ages? Xiu groaned. No kidding, this place is a total maze. Using your brain doesn't help when everything looks the same. Grandheart asked, why not just smash through the walls? Xiu shrugged. Only if we're totally desperate. Rue cut in, unless you want the cave to collapse. Suddenly, something slammed directly into Xiu's chest. A devastating force sent him rocket-launching backward. Xiu spiraled out of control from the surprise strike. He skipped across the hard ground like a stone. Zigyu's entire frame convulsed under a tidal wave of pain. He gnashed his teeth, staring straight into the dead zone. For real, a total sucker punch from the shadows. Rue winced, muttering, ouch, that actually stung a bit. Rue hissed through the agony, damn it, this is personal now. Finally, the true king of this hellhole reveals himself. Even with my senses cranked to the absolute maximum, I couldn't even register those phantom strikes until just now. The pieces finally started clicking together in Zigyu's mind. Is it really him? The legendary psycho from hell? The infamous 64th seat and the underworld's deadliest stalker. The one and only Pyogong Horus. Rue warned the Silent Spear, a demon whose strikes leave no traces. He's a nightmare boss regardless of whatever level you are. Zigyu forced himself upright, defying his body's screams for mercy. He gasped out, you still in one piece, buddy? Grunthut, talk to me, did you take a bad hit? Grunthut chirped back. Just a scratch, I'm still golden, Master. I've been a human punching bag for weeks. No biggie. Zigyu felt a pang of guilt. Dude, don't say that. Suddenly a mocking laugh echoed from the suffocating darkness. I barely used a fraction of my power, the voice sneered. Your armor is surprisingly tough. You're Horus, aren't you? He smirked. So you know me, Andres was right about you. Zigyu's blood turned to ice at the mention of Andres. So he wants the Iron Guild's loot and my head. Horus sat perched on a crag, his voice dripping cold. Well then, a crimson spear suddenly plummeted from the heavens. Horus snatched the glowing weapon midair with lethal grace. He rose slowly like a predator spotting its favorite prey. A wicked grin spread wide. Time to start the hunt. Zigu's blade instantly ignited with a defiant blood-red aura. He dropped into a combat stance, senses dialed to 11. Crimson streaks blurred death coming from every single angle. Steel screeched against steel as Ziggu parried the invisible storm. Blocked it. Grunthut cheered. My master's a freaking beast. Horus blinked, catching his returning spear. Absolutely flawless swordplay. You actually deflected my invisible strikes. Now that's a first. A twisted thrill surged within him. Just like I expected. The onslaught intensified as Ziggu swatted away every phantom blow. Ziggu stood his ground against Horus's barrage of ghostly strikes. But his stamina was fading, his lungs burned like fire. Rue warned sharply, stop, you can't keep this pace up. He's draining your tank, that's his sick little game plan. If we stay on defense, we're dead meat for sure. Quitting never, Xiu bites down hard and keeps the counteroffensive blazing. One wrong move with chaos and this entire room becomes a tomb. Time for a pivot. Xiu shifts gears into a high-speed evasion dance. His movements blur into a chaotic, overlapping mess of pure speed. Even Horus's legendary skills can't keep up with this frantic pace. Grand Herd watches, realizing this fight just turned into a nightmare. Decision made. There's only one insane path left to take now. Channeling Vothis' future sight, Xiu barely tanks Zuyan's crushing spear strikes. He wonders Rue said future sight was always ready, so why now? Why the hell is my ultimate skill refusing to activate right now? Rue explains Horus's spear is not just steel, it is dimension-warping terror. Its presence distorts the battlefield, locking out most of Xiu's active skills. That weapon's existence alone is a massive middle finger to his powers. It's why opponents struggle to even launch their basic trump cards. Even high-ranking warriors treat this guy like a walking death sentence. Xiu's jaw hits the floor. You have got to be kidding. That kind of pressure is basically equivalent to an emperor's divine aura. Rue's voice rings inside his head like a cold, sharp blade. Precisely, only an emperor's authority can suppress power that rivals an emperor. Wait, what Xiu's eyes fill with absolute mind-blowing shock and confusion. Rue ignores the panic and continues her rapid-fire tactical lecture. Listen, your super speed is basically a localized time-stop cheat code. And time powers always get jammed when Kronos is on the field. Naturally, future sight is also a temporal ability that Horus can block. Realization hits Xiu like a freight train as he connects the dots. He keeps parrying, though his focus is now sharp as glass. He digs his heels into the dirt, refusing to give an inch. A single desperate spark of inspiration flashes through Xiu's battle-worn mind. Super speed plus future sight, the ultimate mastery over the ticking clock. I remember this feeling. I've touched this godlike power once before. He squeezes his eyes shut, hunting for that elusive primal flow state. Xiu's eyes snap open, his pupils burning with a brilliant neon blue fire. Future sight engaged, he bends backward as the spear grazes his skin. Runhurt cheers for the dodge, but Rue knows it was something more. That wasn't just a dodge. He manipulated his very position in time. Xiu wobbles but stands tall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Rue smirks, with your crazy reflexes repeating that miracle is totally possible. It's soul-crushing work, I know, but I finally cracked his code. Ru lets out a dark, mysterious giggle. Ready for a hint, Master? Across the field, Zohyun stops. He has definitely sensed a shift. He glares at Ziyu with a cold, calculating, and deeply suspicious gaze. Zohyun is low-key stunned. This brat is actually adapting to my speed. He's slowly unraveling every secret of my invincible combat style bit by bit. Zohyun realizes with a shock that Ziyu is evolving mid-battle. Bit by bit, this kid is figuring out my entire attack pattern. How in the world did you pull that off? The spear whistles back into Zohyu's grasp. He mutters, interesting, finally some high-quality prey. His eyes ignite with a wild, murderous bloodlust. You're actually worth killing with my own hands? Heavy, ragged gasps echo through the dark cavern. Ziyu desperately struggles to catch his breath. He glares forward, teeth gritted as he mutters. A faint trace of relief colors his voice. The relentless onslaught. It finally stopped. Ziyu squints, searching the shadows ahead. Is that psycho finally out of steam? A dark blur flickers right behind his back. Du Haiyang teleports, instantly closing the gap. His gaze is cold locked on like a predator. Zero defense, you're wide open, kid. I'll admit you've got some real power. But being strong means you've never been the hunted, right? His face twists into a terrifying psychotic grin. You look absolutely delicious like prime-grade meat. He hoists the wicked spear high above his head, coiling his muscles ready to deliver the end. And now, Du Haiyang trembles with dark, twisted excitement. I'll let you hear your own bones snap. The lethal tip dives straight for Ziyu's skull, but Clang the Strike is instantly paralyzed. Ziyu's sudden countermove leaves the hunter speechless. Ziyu catches the spear tip with his bare hand. He smirks, gotcha caught you red-handed, pal. Horrocks freezes his brain, failing to process the shock. The air between them turns to solid ice. Ziyu's eyes spark, I get it now, perfect. The hunter's face pales, hit by pure terror. Flashback. The king's voice rings from the past. Got a lead, can you actually read his moves? Ziyu hesitates. It's not a total certainty yet. The king shrugs. Lame answer, but honestly sucks for you. Remember, go all out? Your word's right. He analyzes, Horrocks is a stalker, not a warrior. Smart predators know exactly when to strike or flee. If the prey is too tough, they just quit. A light bulb suddenly goes off in Gigyu's head. If that's the case, let's end this with style. He's baiting the trap, making himself look like easy prey. Gigyu's hand snaps around Du Haiyang's throat like a deadly iron vice. He smirks, eyes turning ice cold. Way too early to flex your experience against me, Gramps. Ever heard the saying, overconfidence is a slow killer? Du Haiyang gasps, choking on pure disbelief. This can't be happening. Lucifer? He whimpers. Gigyu calmly replies, long time, Horace. You're still as pathetic as ever. Zohyu stammers in a panic. Wait, what the hell is your connection to Lucifer? Ziyu locks eyes with Zohyu, his legendary purple gaze glowing with lethal intent. It's him, it's definitely Lucifer. Ziyu cuts him off with a sharp, hey, this is getting gross. I hate that I used to be a loser like you. Brunhut chimes in, Master, don't be so hard on yourself. You're no villain. Ru adds with a sneer, exactly, he's the only trash in this room. Ziyu stares dead at Zoyoung. Wait, I know that face. Memories flash back instantly. This guy's Kim Zoyoung, the big shot guild leader from that mercenary meeting a while back. Ru whispers, my worst fear is finally coming true. Brunhut growls, that body, someone else is definitely pulling the strings. Ziyu steals his resolve. No more talking, we're out of time. I'll figure out the details after I break his face. Just as he's about to strike, a strange sound echoes nearby. Gigyu snaps his head back, sensing a new presence. Company's here. A heavy shadow emerges from the darkness, stepping into the light. A man walks toward Gigyu with slow, deliberate, and menacing steps. It's a stern-faced, middle-aged man looking like a high-ranking official. Gigyu shifts into a combat stance, ready for a fresh fight. Who are you? Even Grandherd doesn't recognize this newcomer. Never seen this guy in my life, Du mutters, confused. Du voices his concern as the tension reaches a breaking point. One thing is clear, this guy definitely isn't here to help us. Suddenly, Du Haiyang starts shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. You! He shrieks, his voice cracking with pure, unadulterated terror. How the hell are you still breathing? Why are you alive? I watched my own spear end your life. You should be dead. Du Hyung screams in agony. The branch director! But the man offers nothing but a gaze cold enough to freeze hell. Branch director, Ru pieces it together. The KVN Association, maybe. Jigyu's eyes lock onto a mysterious vial the director just pulled out. Wait, what is that thing? He squinted, recognizing it instantly, a rank 1 power-boosting serum. Without a word, the director stabs the needle straight into his thigh. The glowing liquid pumps rapidly into his veins, fueled by madness. A violent explosion of raw power suddenly erupts around the director. Grotesque purple veins bulge across his face like crawling snakes. His eyes turn blood red as a terrifying demonic grin spreads wide. In a literal blink, the director vanishes into thin air. He's a blur of pure destruction charging straight for them. Brunhut and Ru panicked. Master, Ziyu whispered back. He tossed Sohyung aside. Sohyung thought, what the hell? His body felt disgusting inside. He saw Ziyu divine power. Why possess those mystic eyes? Zhu snatched the lethal spear. He aimed at the manager. The tip skewered him easily. The manager instantly vomited blood. Gigyu felt it was easy. Why is he so weak? Suddenly he realized and turned. But it's too late. A hand punched through Zoyoung. Zigu's eyes flared terror. Even Zoyoung couldn't react. The manager impaled him now. Gigyu just stuttered. What Herd cried, an ally no. Gigyu turned. No, I saw. The stab manager just vanished. Manager laughed. Don't underestimate me. His eyes flared. Unique skill. Twin soul copy within 10. He heartlessly ripped his hand. The man collapsed instantly. Horace Gigyu cursed his ego. I shouldn't be so cocky. Gigyu roared. My prey thief. Wait, Master Ru warned. Strange. Look, Ru pointed at power. He is sucking Zoyoung's life. Horace's power, he devours it. Not normal, it is predatory. Ru realized he's like me. Cat statue floated amidst fangs. Ban's statue has devouring power. Limits and side effects exist. It swallows other demons whole. Gigyu stared ahead, muttering shocked. Ban has devouring power too. Ru, it's not unheard of. He stayed wary watching him. Kid's assessing the situation and, yeah, that jerk's power is totally off the charts. Zhu locks his gaze on the target eyes on the prize people. That branch manager creep is twitching back to life, oozing some seriously funky energy. He pulls his arm back, loading up for a nasty surprise. Boom, he rips the slash right through the air like a total boss. The ground literally screams as the strike shreds everything in sight. Thick dust kicks up, turning the whole battlefield into a gray nightmare. But wait, someone's still standing tall amidst the chaos. Zigu's got that spear in a death grip, refusing to budge an inch. His eyes fly open, revealing a glowing clock face talk about a glow-up. He's staring daggers, wondering if this crazy vibe is Hermes' actual power. Vu's playing detective, realizing this dude steals essence just like he does. Suddenly, Brandhut clenches her fist, looking like she's got something to say. She swears he's not a villain, claiming he's just like Ru, as if Rulik hits her with that "are you kidding me" look of pure disgust. He shuts her down fast, calling her a clueless brat who knows nothing. Brandhut snaps right back, totally annoyed by his high and mighty attitude. Ziggu just stands there, laser-focused on the empty space ahead. Ru drops the hammer. Master, we need to end this clown right now. Ziggu listens close as Ru roasts the guy for being a clumsy power thief. The dude's a total amateur at using Himek's true potential. But Ru warns that if they don't move, things will get messy. He gets dead serious, asking if super speed is on the table. Jigu's like, one shot only, and Ru's like, that's all I need. Golden wings sprout from Jigu's boots. It's time to move faster than light. He ditches the spear and starts channeling raw energy into his palms. A blade manifests instantly, the plan one hit one kill, no mercy. Jigu launches like a freaking rocket, shattering the sound barrier. He's a blur of pure, terrifying power, charging straight ahead. Zhu closes the gap, aiming his sword right at the manager's heart. Bullseye. The manager coughs up blood as steel meets chest. Zhu rips the blade out with zero hesitation. Stone cold. The manager hits the dirt like a sack of bricks, completely broken. Zhu stands over him, watching for any sign of a comeback. His eyes narrow, sensing something is definitely not right here. For some reason, the guy felt way weaker than before, suspicious much. Suddenly, creepy purple mist starts steaming off the manager's body. Poof. The guy vanishes into thin air right before his eyes. Zhu spins around, panicking as he realizes he's been played. Crap, it's that same teleportation trick from last time. He's looking everywhere, but the guy is nowhere to be found. He's gone ghost. I can't sense his presence at all. Vu watches, helplessly realizing they just walked into a trap. I totally blew it by relaxing. Stay sharp, Master, he's out there. Zhu's face twists in pure frustration. This isn't over yet. His voice echoes again, but the dude's totally changed. Gripping his blade till his knuckles turn white, he's paralyzed. Zhu's just standing there, ghosting the whole world. Silent. Panic mode on. His brain is spinning with questions. Crickets. Absolute silence. Not even a single reply. Rooted to the spot, his mind still racing. What gives? Wait, don't tell me. Is it actually him? Glaring at the void above, he's piecing it together. Did he seriously just bail? No way. Rapid-fire footsteps fade away. He's hauling assets. The manager pulled a runner, leaving Zhu in the dust. Smirking through the chaos, the old man thinks he's genius. You nuts, as if I'd fight a monster like you. Flashbacks of the carnage hit him. He mumbles the truth. I only bagged Hermes because his guard was down. Luck. I'm not suicidal enough to fight the guy who dominated him. That branch manager scampers off like a proud little rat. Retreat isn't losing, it's just tactical survival. Peace out. Suddenly he freezes. His eyes bulge at what's ahead. Screeching to a halt, he can barely choke out words. What the? A terrifying dark aura is flooding the area. Drowning in bloodlust, Zhu mutters, everything's trash now. I'm done. Zhu doesn't blink. Collapse the cave. He honestly couldn't care less. With a psycho grin, he asks, wanna die together, pal? Runhut's fanboying hard, but Ru is totally second-guessing life. All that brutal training and you're not using your moves. He cackles like a villain. Okay, this move total fire. The barren earth groans as a massive shockwave rips through. Then boom, a colossal blast turns the world white. Out of nowhere, a blood-stained spear whistles through the air. Another body gets skewered right through the heart. Brutal. He hits the dirt hard, no movement, just cold silence. Xianghun is wheezing, completely drained after that insane strike. He whips his head around looking for any survivors. Give me a status report. Is everyone still breathing? Eyeing the medics, the soldier delivers the grim news. 12 wounded, 3 in critical condition. We need healers now. Amidst a mountain of bodies, he whispers, as for casualties. Xianghun's jaw drops as the report ends, 0 deaths. He spins around, biting his lip to hold back tears. The crowd explodes into a deafening, victory-fueled roar. Elle stands frozen, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Turning slowly, she whispers, looks like we actually pulled it off. Elle sends out a telepathic signal to the whole squad. Hanyen, Anna, Elle, and Kamaela, all present. Yo, give me a status report. Hanyen answers while holding a child. All the civilians are safely evacuated. Elle's power totally nuked the dark curse. Anna, Elle reports, clear here, who's next? Camille chimes in, 0 problems on my end. Elle confirms, good, start healing the wounded now. Suddenly her eyes widen in pure terror. Wait, Master, lava flows through the rocks. A rustle echoes from beneath the debris. A hand suddenly shoots up, grabbing air. The branch manager crawls out, groaning miserably. Gritting his teeth, he cusses like a loser. Damn, that Kim Gigyu, we're dead meat? If we fight him, we won't survive. He looks around, planning his sneaky exit. Gotta dip before this gets even worse. Shinka blade pierces right through him. He stares at the sword in disbelief. Agony hits. He screams, clutching his chest. Ziyu appears behind him like a shadow. Demonic entity confirmed, Du's voice rings out. Exactly, 0 room for any more mistakes. He grips the hilt with cold determination. Ziyu swings, activating Devour with a slash. Half the clown's body vanishes into nothingness. Blood splatters everywhere, painting the jagged rocks. A system voice echoes inside his head. The ego of Demon Hermes is awakening. Hermes' ego manifestation successful. Zeus stares at his blade, totally shook. Wait, Hermes, why the hell him? Ru drops the bomb. It's Devour. He repeats the word, trying to process. Devour, you mean actually devouring him? Ru crosses his arms, getting all serious. That loser couldn't handle Horus's soul anyway. Too weak, he would have gone insane regardless. Du squints. But here's the real kicker. How did he have my Devour skill? He sucked at it. It wasn't his. Skills like this aren't just handed out. Ziyu's eyes widen as it finally clicks. The sword begins to vibrate with energy. Zigu lifts it. What is this feeling? Yo, what's the deal here? Granherd leaned in, totally curious. You okay, man? You look trashed. Suddenly the blade leaked insane energy. Ru gasped. This is... Ru suddenly lurched right into Zigu. He hacked up a lung immediately. Eyes rolled back, spitting straight blood. Zigu flipped out and started screaming. He dove as Ru hit the floor. What happened? He barked at them. Brunhut sounded like he was panicking. Ru, wake up. You okay? Zigu carefully hauled his body up. Ru shivered, whispering to himself. How is this even possible, man? Clutching his chest, he forced words out. That potion. I know the secret ingredients. Then lights out. Ru went limp. A cold system voice pinged again. Ego absorbed a fragment of Lucifer. Wait, what? Zigu stared at the syringe. Lucifer's soul, is that the ingredient? What the hell is happening? Zigu cursed. Brunhut cried out, Is Ru dead? He's still breathing, okay, relax. The link holds. Ella, we need answers. The system pinged, shocking Zigu senseless. Victory Demon Horus has been smoked. Illegal war detected, evaluating the chaos. The mechanical voice kept on droning. Battle verified loot incoming from nowhere. The winner's reward has been manifested. Zigu grabbed it. What is this? It was a gross orb covered in eyes. Zigu stared back at the creepy eyeball. Feels like Pai Min's old legacy. Did Andres seriously cook this up? He hesitated, weighing the heavy sphere. Maybe the Elder knows this trash. Scene shift, a massive glass skyscraper. Ru and Brunhut were finally crashing. Sitchin examined the orb and gasped. He snatched it away with lightning speed. Where the hell did you find this? I put a demon in the ground and this is my prize, he muttered. Zigu blurted out, Is this weird junk actually worth anything? Zichin smirked, eyeing it. Value. This is a masterpiece of mockery, kid. His eyes blazed. With this, we can warp space right at your doorstep. Zigu's jaw dropped. Wait, you're for real? Seriously. 0 hostiles detected, all units fall back now. Ripping open a rift, Xianhun led the team from the battlefield. A crowd of suits gathered outside, looking all professional and stiff. Inside the infirmary, Zigu and Elle looked like they'd seen ghosts. On the bed, Ju was out cold from the heavy meds. Nearby, the necromancer had collapsed into a deep post-battle slumber. Elle sighed. The news isn't tragic, but it's not great. Feigning was likely a shock from absorbing that nasty corruption fragment. I need deeper tests to confirm the damage. Zigu just nodded. I see. He drifted deep into his own dark, chaotic thoughts. Finally, only one path remained. To unlock the secrets of Andres, we must hunt the Kevin Society. Zigu gripped the core of the nameless rank S shield. He studied it intensely. He recalled that creepy, multi-eyed brain monster and shuddered. Was this that gross thing from before? Jichun spoke up firmly. It is a piece of Paimon's legacy. The Void Shield's core. Even if it is just a replica. Zigu looked genuinely shocked. He held it up for closer inspection. So how do we use this? You said it creates portals, right? Ji-chun smirked back. Sync with it. I designed it as a blueprint. Once you connect, the knowledge will be yours. His reflection stared back from the barrier core. He went silent. Then he spoke the command. Sync. Instantly, the stone erupted into a blinding flash. The scene shifts elsewhere. Total desolation remains. Not a single blade of grass survived in this wasteland. Song-Su's icy gaze narrows. What's the move? Player Kim Gigyu? Why gather everyone now? On this dead barren land? The whole squad is here? Gigyu turns with a smirk. This is a rare one? Things are getting spicy. Sosa wonders. Interesting stuff. Back to work. Core out. He flashes the shield stone. Then he makes the call. Domain claim to the stone blazes. System territory skill activated. Rank high, skill domain. Spatial barrier online and ready. Pure power explodes outward. Everyone's jaws are hitting dirt. Even Song-Su is shook. El just watches totally stone-faced. The stone floats from Xiu's hand. It hovers, domain set, calculating, open. Energy screams like a jet engine. A spatial rift tears the sky. The core stone forces it wider. People are losing their minds now. Dead rocks are literally morphing. Look at those luxury houses. Reality is glitching before their eyes. Dasu gasps, wait! Gruntet cheers. The city's back. Xiu whispers, not exactly, guys? Everything is merging together now. The void meets our world's gate. Rainbow lightning strikes the city. It'll sense his life and death aura. Xiu stands there totally stunned. I had no clue this much power existed. Dormant energy is finally waking up. It's trying to expand its influence. El points out the lucky ones. Others are gasping for air now. Our power, it's being sucked out. Haiyong-chun clutched his head, his face contorted in pain. El explained, the master's buffed while everyone else is nerfed. Behold the perfect fortress, the Zigio Tower finally appears. Bronet cheered through a mouthful of cake. It's Zigio. The system pinged, user please name your new domain. Zigio paused thinking. A name, let's see. He recalled Project Adam, the plan for the ultimate weapon. One thought echoed the ultimate weapon, the strongest ever. He smirked, sorry but his true birthplace is here. With eyes full of resolve, he whispered L. Meanwhile, the city news was broadcasting a massive emergency. A gargantuan gate had suddenly torn open Seoul's sky. Panic surged as tensions reached a violent breaking point. Ground Zero right at the mansion of Kim Gigyu. Feds and the association are hunting the top-tier outlaw. Watching the chaos on her phone, a girl smirked. She lounged on a pile of corpses looking unhinged. Just as expected of my star pupil. Announcing you're alive in such a flashy way, huh? She looked at her guard. Gather everyone, Ban. Our hope, our light, has finally returned to us. Under the scorching sun, Zigu's territory was officially claimed. A system alert blared, Vu has finally awakened. Zigu, get your butt to the tower immediately. Waking up, Vu was immediately handed a carton of milk. The little rascal sipped it and gave a critique. This strawberry milk. Actually, it's pretty fire. Back then, food was just fuel to keep going. I never really cared about things like flavor. But honestly, enjoying a snack isn't so bad, Bernhout suggested happily. Chocolate milk is also totally delicious. Xiu cut the food talk short with a question. So Vu, is your new body holding up? Rulik replied bluntly. Not even close. It's a total wreck, actually. The corrupted shards are still stuck inside me. They're still swirling deep within my soul. Ji-chun looked at Gigyu with a grin. I had a chat with that bratty son. There are 3 ways to fix your state. Gigyu asked, Rua. 3 ways. He said, first we must collect Satan's corpse. Look, Rua's current vessel was literally forged from Satan's own remains. To purge this corruption overhauling her physical stats is the prime solution. Hearing that Gigyu leaned back, his mind racing with the possibilities. However, there's a massive catch. This method is a total time sink. Ji-chun nodded solemnly, confirming the gravity of the situation. Yeah, exactly. You can't just snap your fingers and fix something this divine. Option 2, discard her body and temporarily seal Lu's essence away. Lu immediately started shaking her head like a maniac in protest. No way, it's not that I'm unwilling, but we're in a total emergency. Lu snapped, do you seriously think this idiot master can survive without my power? Gigyu could only offer a pathetic, awkward smile at the insult. Hey, I heard that you really love taking cheap shots at me, don't you? Sighing, Gigyu got back to business. Fine, what's the third option? Ji-chun crossed his arms. Transfer the corruption to someone else entirely. And in this scenario, the only viable lightning rod is you, Gigyu. But honestly, there's zero guarantee your soul won't just shatter instantly. Just as the tension peaked, a mysterious voice cut through the air. Stuck in a tight spot, or we care for a little heavenly intervention. That familiar tone sent chills down Jigyu's spine. Wait, he knew this voice. Jigyu's eyes widened in shock. Could it be Jupiter? Meanwhile, across the city, Kim Jong-hai was busy playing diplomat. I'm the Morningstar Guildmaster, and behind me is Xiongbi, my vice. The man before them turned with a sharp, polished grace. Pleasure. I'm Choi Changyeon, Blue Dragon Guildmaster and North Korean Scout Leader. Xiongbi felt uneasy while Jong-hai found him surprisingly polite for a legend. Jong-hai asked, you personally handpicked our guild for this mission? Any specific reason? Changyan went silent, signaling them to only answer with subtle nods. The rumors say the Morning Star is tight with the fugitive Gigyu? True. Changyan's intense pressure had the two guild leaders sweating bullets. Steeling his nerves, Yonghai gave a slow, deliberate nod of confirmation. Changyan's voice then echoed directly into their minds via telepathy. I'm certain this gate wasn't an accident. It's Jigyu's handiwork. Everyone knows he wields the godlike ability to manipulate these gates. At this point, his reality-warping power is basically public knowledge. A man with that kind of strength is undeniably a walking disaster. Yet I don't buy the propaganda that he's some heartless monster. The Kavan and Iron Guilds branded him humanity's enemy far too quickly. It's suspicious how they use the association's absence to seize total power. Changyan's gaze turned sharp, his resolve hardening like cold steel. That's why I'm prepared to place one hell of a high-stakes bet. I'm wagering everything that he hasn't actually turned his back on us. The question is, are you two brave enough to go all in with me? A heavy, suffocating silence filled the room as the stakes were laid bare. Without a word, Zhonghai and Xiangbi nodded. The secret alliance was forged. With their cooperation secured, Changyan finally let a smirk play on his lips. Relax, I'll leak the full plan later. A voice cuts the air, freezing him cold. Got you. Some suit-clad dude strolls in hands in pockets. He's oozing pure arrogance. His cold gaze sweeps over the trio. Just checking the ground situation personally. As the rightful commander of this little op, meet James Lohan, the Iron Society's Korea chief. Changyan sizes him up with pure suspicion. Before James Lohan crawled into Korea? Wasn't he just some low-tier vice president? The association is trash, but this nobody ruling hilarious. James smirks. What are you three plotting here? Changyan counters. Pre-scout prep. Tomorrow's the big day. James knits his brows. Is scouting even necessary? Duh. External surveillance can't reach beneath the gate anyway. Guess we're just diving in blind, huh? Dead silence follows. The air turns thick for seconds. James grins. My Iron Society squad is joining in? Ian is shell-shocked. He gasps in disbelief. Wait, we start tomorrow. Why the sudden additions? James shrugs. Why so tense? More muscle is better. His voice drops to a sinister whisper. Unless... He leans in. You got a problem with us? Eon glares. Did this snake sniff our secret impossible? The old fox senses the tension but stays silent. He turns. Well then, surprise me tomorrow. Peace out. The trio watches him vanish into chilling silence. Blue Dragon and Morning Star, itching for a fight. Betrayal from those losers, hardly a shocker. A twisted, jagged grin spreads across his face. Everything is falling perfectly into place. Perfect. Identity James Lohan, level 107. Race humanoid parasite. Strength 198. Agility 170. Stamina 170. Mana 231. Skill absolute plunder. Effect can hijack a corpse up to 3 times. Uses remaining 1 out of 3. Back in the ward, Jupiter and Zigu talk. He speaks up with a quiet intensity. Struggling, or we need a hand? That voice, that arrogant, unmistakable tone. Zigu froze. There was no mistaking it. Jupiter had returned. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Bernhut leaned in closer. Master, is something wrong? You look pale. Zichun's eyes narrowed, noticing the tension radiating off him. Zigu, talk to me. What's going on? Rua sat up, brows furrowing as a name escaped her lips. Jupiter. The room went dead silent as all eyes locked onto Zigu. Zigu's mind raced. Why now? Why would Jupiter appear so suddenly? The system said his seal was reinforced. Did he break out? As if reading his thoughts, Jupiter's voice echoed in his mind. Relax, I've only awakened due to a little outside stimulation. Chaos. It's inside Lucifer's corruption. Chaos, Zigu gasped in shock. Jupiter chuckled. You're helpless against it, but for me it's child's play. So do you want my help? Zigu remained silent, weighing the cost. Zigu knew Jupiter never did favors for free. What's your price? You aren't a philanthropist. What do you gain from helping me? Jupiter laughed, amused. Sharp. You're not as dim as I thought. The chaos within Lucifer is the same essence as mine. By consuming it, I grow stronger, and my influence over you increases. Watching Zigu talk to thin air, Rue couldn't contain her curiosity. Who are you talking to? Can I join the conversation? With his cards on the table, Jupiter issued his final challenge. Well, do we have an understanding, boy? After a grueling silence, Zigu finally made his choice. Fine, I accept the deal. Let's do it. A predatory smirk crossed Jupiter's face. A wise decision indeed. Then let the show begin, shall we? Without warning, Zigu reached out and grabbed Rue's head. Startled, she flinched, her eyes wide with sudden panic. What, Master, what are you doing? Zigu's voice was cold and commanding. Don't move, I'll explain later. This ends now. The others stood frozen, watching this bizarre, aggressive display. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the entire room. Dark, sinister energy began flowing from Zigu's palm into Rue. Meanwhile, outside the walls, the atmosphere was just as tense. Players stood in formation, weapons drawn, waiting for the signal. Jang Yan felt a bead of sweat roll down his neck. As the commander, he couldn't afford to show even a flicker of fear. Steeling his nerves, Yang Yan turned to address his troops. Gigyu watched from a rocky cliff. Master, the scouts are moving in. Copy that. Good work, Lohan. Rogers had completely hijacked Lohan's body using his snatch skill. From the high-rise office, Lohan watched the world through the glass. Reporting for duty, Sir 3 elite scout units have just breached the perimeter. The Blue Dragon Guild, led by Choi Chang-ayon and Morningstar's lethal duo Kim Jong-hai and Kim Seong-pi, along with the heavy hitters from the Iron Guild's Korean branch. On the other side, Gigyu absorbs the intel, his eyes cold and calculating. Copy that. Meanwhile, Changyan's squad moves deeper into the unknown. The air grows heavy. Tension grips them as they realize they've entered a mystical barrier. Gigyu gives the ruthless command, Ji-chun split them up. Now. The veteran cracks his knuckles, a predatory grin forming. Consider it done. Suddenly, a violent tremor rips through the earth, shattering the silence. Panic flares. What's happening? Is the world ending? The ground groans and splits. It's an earthquake, hold your positions. As the dust settles, one scout looks up and his blood turns to ice. Massive jagged peaks erupt from the dirt, sealing their path like prison bars. Changyan gasps, "What the hell?" Then a heavy footstep echoes from the shadows. A figure emerges dressed in a sharp suit and bow tie, bowing with mocking grace. "Greetings, esteemed guests." The gentleman notes Changyan's shock. Do I look familiar to you?" His skin ripples into a praying mantis form, a long, wicked tail lashing behind him. He sneers, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 72 demons." The name is Vothus. His eyes ignite with a terrifying predatory glow. The sky turns a suffocating gray. A bloodbath is about to begin. Elsewhere, another squad is already drowning in a sea of madness. They aren't fighting men, they're clashing with an endless army of white skeletons. A blade flashes. A soldier cleaves a skeleton's skull clean off its shoulders. A killing blow right wrong. The nightmare is just starting. Sinister dark energy swirls around the bones, pulling the shattered fragments back together. The skeleton reassembles in seconds, standing tall and ready to kill again. The warrior grits his teeth in despair. This is insane. How many times can they revive? Everything feels wrong. My body's heavy as lead, and these skeletons, they're too strong. Watching from the shadows, Gigyu smirks. Looks like the party has started over there. Suddenly, his gaze shifts to a movement right below his feet. Well now, who do we have here? The Morningstar Guild members freeze their hearts, hammering against their ribs. Who dares to betray my family? A voice booms with ancient malice. The creature stands tall. I am one of the 72 lords of hell. Vothus stands before them, a twisted fusion of man and beast, a living nightmare. His eyes flare like massive blinding searchlights, pinning them in place. His tail sweeps the dust as the terrified soldiers stare at this monstrosity. A leader whispers, "It's him, the one from the legends." This overwhelming pressure, this aura, it's exactly like the gate's guardian. The insect king of the Great Gate. He's real. "Listen, I truly wanted to show you all some mercy," the demon purrs. "But letting you rats crawl through my home, that's simply unforgivable." His flesh warps, his spindly arms transform into jagged, massive mantis scythes. A monster larger than a silverback gorilla looms over them. The hunt is on. A swarm of nightmarish mantises appeared, looking totally terrifying. Guess it is time to unleash my full power. The entire squad was literally shaking with fear, and their leader looked completely haunted by terror. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly let out a roar, ordering everyone to prepare for the coming battle. Suddenly, the giant mantis began to fade into nothingness. Damn it, not this cowardly vanishing act again. What the hell is actually going on here? Sweating buckets, the leader finally managed to bark. "Listen up, Iron Guild, focus your minds now. Chug your potions and buffs before we die." Which punk dared to try and split my family? Jupiter's rage left the soldiers in deathly silence. 1 month ago, the Criven manager bowed low. He replied, "Long time no see, Rogers, man. So are you vibing with that new body?" "It is perfect, all thanks to your grace, master." He closed his eyes, lost in deep thought. Then he stared the old man down intensely. "Now what about that backstabbing rat?" The old man answered without a single hesitation. "When the association put a bounty on you, I rushed your family to a secret hideout. I wanted them safe, but things got complicated. Especially with those Kavan punks interfering so much. Kevin Guild, so I sent out secret intel. Most threats were stopped, but a problem hit. How did our secret location get leaked out?" His eyes glowed. "I see. We have a traitor." "Exactly. Someone from Morningstar leaked the info." His gaze dropped as someone stepped forward slowly. Suddenly he knelt and slammed his head down. His face was twitching with pure, mindless terror. "I'm the one. I sold you out. I'm so incredibly sorry for my actions." The others watched, terrified of the coming judgment. His sword hit the ground with a clank. Then they all knelt in total pathetic despair. Every single one. He confessed, "I really did turn on you. I knew it was wrong, I really did. But the situation left us no other choice. So please just give us the punishment now." He thought, traitors do not get mercy, only judgment. He stared into their hollow eyes and demanded a single answer. "Why? There must be a damn good reason for this betrayal, right? Tell me, did the Coven Guild put a leash on your necks?" Before they could speak, a blinding flash ignited, leaving them paralyzed with terror. The lead man coughed up a spray of crimson, clutching his chest in pure confusion. Even our hero couldn't hide the shock written across his face. In a heartbeat, that light tore through the soldiers, leaving them absolutely shell-shocked. Like a ghostly blue serpent, the energy coiled through the air and invaded their bodies. The moment the glow flickered out, the entire squad dropped like broken puppets. Huge gaping wounds, darker than a cosmic void, now carved through their midsections. What the hell is this guy trying to blow himself up? Suddenly, the man standing before him began to tremble, making sickening guttural sounds. He flashed a twisted grin. Selling out my own people, is that it? Watch your family get butchered right in front of you, then tell me what you'd do. His expression warped into something monstrous, his humanity vanishing in an instant. A sinister deep purple aura began to swallow his entire frame. Where did he go? Where is Lucifer hiding? Zhang Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his hands shaking slightly. He narrowed his eyes, staring into the abyss while his mind raced for a solution. He looked at Votus's rippling monstrous muscles and felt a chill down his spine. This pressure, his power is on a completely different level. In a straight fight, my chances of winning are absolute zero. Suddenly, the weight of the moment hit him how much time had passed. How long have we even been locked in this life or death struggle? Was it hours, or has it only been a few hellish minutes? He scanned the battlefield, a graveyard of monsters and his fallen, broken comrades. A dark thought began to fester in his mind. My squad was wiped out in seconds. I completely underestimated this monster's overwhelming strength. He gritted his teeth in bitter regret. I thought Kim Gigyu would allow our entry. I never dreamed a high demon would be standing guard at the gates of hell. Just as despair took hold, a soft, ethereal voice whispered in his ear, "That's enough." Zhang Yang looked up in awe at a girl in white, sporting silver hair and majestic wings. His mind went blank. Is that an actual angel? Hovering at eye level with the beast, the celestial girl finally spoke. The master's order was to drive them out, not to commit a total massacre. You've neutralized them. Stop this senseless slaughter right now. Votus turned his head with a snarl. Shut it. I only take orders from the master. You might be stronger, but don't think for a second you can boss me around. Her voice turned ice cold. This isn't my request, it's the master's command. Understand? The beast went silent, glaring at her before spitting out a single word. Fine. The titan shrank, instantly transforming back into a dapper butler, standing before Zhang Yang. He shot a look of pure disdain at the survivors and the retreating insects. You're lucky today. Get lost before I decide to change my mind. Without a second thought, the praying mantis tribe scrambled away in a panicked frenzy. The winged girl descended gracefully, landing softly on the blood-stained earth before Zhang Yang. He turned to her, giving credit. She snapped back, "Answer me first!" Her gaze turned cold as ice. Are you friend or my enemy? Trang Yang froze, totally blindsided. Wait, we just came to negotiate. Not looking for a fight here. He bowed low, practically begging her. Please, just let me see him. She stayed silent, judging his desperation. Suddenly, sun-bright light blinded everyone. Golden feathers drifted onto the fallen. Their broken bodies began to glow. They woke up a total miracle? Trang Yang's eyes nearly popped out. High-tier healing, is this real? The survivors gasped in total shock. I'm healed, I'm actually alive. Then a scream killed the joy. A soldier was drowning in darkness. He clawed at his chest, agonizing. Trang Yang's face went deathly pale. No, it can't be that. His mind raced to the worst. It's definitely that demonic power. It looked like pure demonic filth. I've seen this. Why so many? 8 out of 10 were infected. See how bad this is? She asked. They're puppets now. What's your move? Trang Yang growled, I'll handle it. He raised his sword, shouting loud. Blue Dragon Guild fight for life. Above, a four-legged eagle watched on. A boy sat there cold-eyed. This is taking way too long. Should I step in? Someone asked. The boy's gaze was razor-sharp. No need, stay out of it. Things are finally getting interesting now. Those recovery items were a trap. Everyone was losing their damn sanity. Now they're just monsters on instinct. Looks like only that one kid still has his head on straight. But honestly, nothing changed. They're weak total losers. This Battle Zero hype. Suddenly his eyes flared. Zishan dropped the shields. Leviathan Hell's 7th king arrives. Golden dust choked the air. Leviathan groaned, betrayal, huh? Easy choice when family bleeds. He grinned, where's Lucifer? Heart skipped. Brunhert warned him. Master Zigu's winged boots ignited. Poof, he vanished into mist. He found his fallen crew. Zigu held them heartbreaking. Holy Light healed the first. Zegan spat, damn it, I'm alive? Eyes fluttered open, dazed. Shock hit them like lightning. Big bro Ziu. Old Man Goose stood up. Henel's mind was spinning. Is this a dream? I was literally dying. Ziu skipped the chatter. He gave the cold orders. Gear up, move out. Confused, they followed his lead. Yes, sir? His voice turned stone cold. Wake up, focus now. I can't carry your souls. Silence fell instantly. Ziu flickered away like lightning. He charged straight at Leviathan. The monster just smirked back. Boom, Ziu took the blast. Unhurt, but totally caught off guard. The skyscraper groaned and tilted. Rocks flew, water flooded everything. El watched. What is this? Where's the water coming from? Jigyu gasped. This power level? Qian panicked. El's going down. Cut the south sector now. Suddenly, a colossal orb materialized in the south. Tides retreated from Gigyu, leaving the ground dry. He looked around, stunned. Is it over? Grandhurt cheered. The flood finally ceased. Gigyu called Ji-chun, who sounded totally panicked. I have your signal. What is the status? His warm voice crackled. Just look around, kid. Ji-chun scanned the tactical screens with focus. That place is leveled. We are moving in. Bad news, the Iron Guild has been destroyed. Then he turned toward the Trangyong unit. As predicted, the Blue Dragon Guild was infested. But for now, the chaos there is contained. Ji-chun's face darkened. There is one more thing. The water didn't vanish, it's just congregating elsewhere. It is swirling around the Griffin King and Rue. He looks like a kid, but his aura chilling. Leviathan revealed its form bearing its jagged fangs. Long time no see, Lucifer, the beast sneered. Rue crossed his arms, unimpressed. Leviathan, he spat. You look tiny and weak. I'll end you. Rue sighed. Still running that big mouth, huh? Rue smirked. Do not mistake size for weakness. Leviathan blinked, unaware Ziu was already right behind him. His eyes blazed as his sword surged, ignite. Leviathan felt the death chill and whipped around. Too slow, Zigu's blade severed its head clean. Leviathan's severed head froze in total shock. Its eyes rolled back, clouded by sudden death. But wait, those dead eyes suddenly snapped open. It flipped around, blasting raw energy at Zigu. Ellen Brandhut screamed out in pure terror. Master, dodge it now. Leviathan's energy beam tore right through him. Everything shattered in just a few short seconds. The heavens began to weep bitter rain. He was still reeling from that insane move. What the hell was that? Both of them were paralyzed with pure anxiety. How's that severed head still fighting? Master, are you still alive? Rue sent an urgent telepathic warning to Zigu. Be extremely careful now. Leviathan is deadly like this. Look at the wound on its neck. Secretes a slimy goo. It glues its head back on. Basically immortal now. Smug Beast stares him down. Zigu's speechless. This is some next-level freak show. Yeah, talk is cheap. We're past that. He patches into Zijin's comms immediately. Huang, round up the survivors. Get those shields up now. Copy that. He's on it. Back to Trangyong, the Earth's screaming grounds shaking again. Zigu snaps another order to Brandhut. You keep the civilians clear of this war zone. He gets it. As you wish, Master. Once the orders are out, a massive barrier rises, shielding every lucky soul left. Zhang's squad gazes up at the monster-infested sky. What the hell is going on? They're freaking out. Why are these monsters? The beasts stand at attention-perfect military formation. It's insane. They're actually protecting us. Even Trangyong is floored. Finally. They're actually acting as human shields against the Titans' clash. Leviathan roars, give Lucifer back to me. Pure energy blasts hammer toward him. Ziu doesn't even flinch, stone cold. Alone, he faces the beast head on. Leviathan's steam chokes out the entire world. Ziu reacts lightning-fast reflexes. He pivots hard, a blur of motion. Slides behind it, dodging by a hair's breadth. Ziu's blade strikes relentless rapid slashes. He hacks deep into Leviathan's thick neck. Boom, its head gets deleted again. Water splatters everywhere, suspended in the air. Suddenly, the droplets swirl into a massive rotating orb. 1 second later, the head is fully rebuilt. Ziu's jaw drops. No way, not even chaos works. Vu sighs. Told you, he's basically cheating now. He's tapping into his Primera peak power level. Head restored, even incomplete, its power is terrifying. No normal human can tank this much raw force. Rui suspects more. This golden dragon seems off. The whole situation smells like a massive setup. Leviathan stands tall, fully restored to his peak form. Then a voice cuts through the chaos Leviathan. The beast's eyes dart around, hunting for the speaker. Ziu never expected this monster to enter the chat. His cold gaze sliced right through them like ice. He strutted right up behind Leviathan like he owned it. Squinting through the dust, he finally saw it was him. The ultimate party crasher had arrived at Ha Sang-soo. Ellen Brunhurt's jaws hit the floor right then. Who is this guy? Definitely not on our radar. Leviathan bared his fangs, snarling a warning at Sang-soo. Back off, Ha Sang-soo. This kill belongs to me. But Sang-soo just stared off, acting completely unbothered. We went through hell finding you a decent vessel. Don't waste it. There will be bigger fish later. The beast wasn't having it, snarling back with malice. Just let me end this brat Lucifer's fake master. Then Lucifer will finally be mine to control. Sang-soo's expression stayed stone cold while locking eyes. He was simmering with a silent, deadly fury. He closed his eyes, calculating his next savage move. Then bam, he dropped a massive strike on its skull. Leviathan's world started spinning as he wobbled like crazy. Before he could blink, Sang-soo delivered the knockout. Ziu stood there, totally shook, unable to even speak. Clean and surgical, Sang-soo just casually retracted his leg. Seconds ago, Leviathan was acting like a total alpha. Now he's just a literal floor mat on the ground. Completely wrecked eyes rolled back and tongue hanging out. The beastly form shattered, forcing him back to human. He just lay there twitching in absolute agony. Sang-soo drifted down beside him, smooth as silk. He yanked Leviathan up by the collar with ease. He tossed the guy over his shoulder like laundry. Then he turned his piercing, serious gaze toward Gigyu. Jigyu's heart skipped as cold sweat started pouring down. Walking past, Sang-soo dropped one final cryptic message. Not today, Kim Gigyu, but we will meet again. With that, they both vanished into a desert whirlwind. Gigyu just stood there staring at the settling dust. His brain was still buffering from that insane flex. Did that guy seriously just one-tap Leviathan no way? Even the king was shook. Seong-hun was right. El was reeling too, if he's actually that cracked. It makes sense why everyone else got totally bodied. He closed his eyes trying to piece it together. No clue why that punk dodged Master. But looks like this mess is over. The king drops some unsolicited wisdom on his master. Hey, maybe head over to that rowdy crowd. Even with guards posted, the vibe is totally rancid. Better safe than sorry, right? Cut to the survivors where things are spiraling fast. Some psycho charges and screaming, "That seat is mine." Trae-young gets caught off guard like a total rookie. Wait, what's the deal here? He turns just in time to see a madman lunging. Reflexes kick in, he shuts that attack down cold. He's baffled. Are these guys still possessed or what? Behind him, it's a straight-up mosh pit of chaos. Damn you, I've hated your guts from day one. The screaming matches are reaching a fever pitch now. Hit me, you pathetic little trust fund brat. You're absolutely useless to this team. Trae-young realizes the situation is officially out of control. What the hell is actually going on? A soldier goes full aggro, charging with cold steel. That position belongs to me and me alone. He whips around, eyes wide with pure shock. Wait, are you serious right now? The soldier is charging like a man possessed. With a flick, he disarms the guy, flawless victory. Even Trae-young is stumped. Another demon parasite. More soldiers are at each other's throats nearby. You jerk, I never liked you anyway. Trae-young just watches. If you hate him, swing. He breaks a sweat. Why is everyone acting so petty? Seriously, what kind of mess is this now? From the cliffs, Zigu's squad watches the chaos erupt. He's stunned. The scene below is total madness. What in the world caused this disaster? Du stays cool pinning the blame on Leviathan. Turns out Leviathan is the literal king of envy. One whiff of his aura and jealousy goes nuclear. He sighs, totally unimpressed by the human drama. Humans really are fragile little things, aren't they? Du looks at El. Time to shine, Saintess. El, use your holy light to purge this envy. If the spell hits, we might just save them. Silence. Something is definitely wrong with her. El's face goes dark. The vibes are officially ruined. Zigu calls out, "Yo, El, you okay?" She's seeing Zigu's old flames, and she's seeing red. Her eyes snapped open as Zigu's voice shattered her trance. "You okay, El? Talk to me. Where does it hurt?" Panic flared in her eyes as she stammered, "I'm fine, Master." All right then, time to wipe out Leviathan's remaining influence. She summoned a blinding golden aura right before their very eyes. But Rue's sharp instincts sensed something was definitely off with her. Back at base, Rue's voice cut the silence. "Is it really okay?" Zigu sat up, brushing off Brunhut and Rue's constant hovering. "El's magic fixed me up. I'm good to go, no more naps." Rue played the wise guy, feeling okay is one thing, but you pushed your soul power and acceleration to the absolute limit. Even if you left now, you wouldn't find a thing, he added bluntly. Master, just chill out and get some actual sleep. Brunhut jumped in, immediately backing him up with total intensity. Facts, pure facts. Zigu clutched his head, trapped in a spiral of awkward hesitation. Reading his mind, Rue let out a low, knowing chuckle. Relax, don't sweat the small stuff. He started breaking down the current chaos for Zigu. Io and the squad are busy patching up the wounded. Every victim is being treated at the temporary medical tents. The lone Iron Guild survivor is being grilled before meeting the Emperor. Then he dropped the truth bomb. Basically, you're the most useless person here. Zigu felt that burn. Ouch, did you have to be so savage? He fell silent, staring into the distance with heavy thoughts. Rue watched him. So what's really on your mind, kid? He visualized the nightmare fuel that was facing a true Leviathan. Leviathan, if we go all out, do we even stand a chance? Rue stroked his chin, hummed, and went into deep thought. Then his eyes sharpened with a cold, decisive look. 50-50. Zigu's jaw dropped. Wait, 50-50? You serious? Equal odds. Rue raised a hand to break down the cold reality. I've no clue how they forced it to manifest. To drag Leviathan's true essence into our world. Since the human vessel was weak, its power was crippled. He stated it firmly. Even then, our survival is just a coin flip. Cold sweat dripped down Zigu's face as he whispered, "So even at half strength, it's still that much of a monster." Rue sighed. "Remember what I said during the Belphegor fight?" He's the weakest Hell King. We aren't ready for heavy hitters yet. Reality finally set in for Zigu. I see. We're in deep. Rue played the ultimate hype man to chill his nerves. Leviathan took a massive L. He won't be back soon. He dropped a hint. Isn't there bigger drama ahead? You mean the whole Hasong Su mess? Rue kept it cool and asked for the verdict. What is your take on this, boss? Zigu started brooding, lost in his own thoughts. Something is wrong. Seriously, something is off. I felt that monster's terrifying power firsthand. My danger sensors were screaming bloody murder. But the more I think about it, Leviathan wasn't even there in the flesh. There was zero physical trace of him. That thing was not a real entity. It was just a cinematic illusion. The whole crew felt the same weird vibe. The room fell into a heavy, awkward silence. Zigu finally spoke, grabbing everyone's attention. Regardless, one thing is crystal clear. I have made my choice. No retreats. We are climbing that tower right now. whether to find the truth or just to get God tier strong. Rue gave him a look of pure confusion. He just stood there brain-lagging over the plan. Rue sighed with a helpless "this kid" smirk. He just remembered one tiny, hilarious detail. Our master is only on floor 50. Zigu's blank stare told Rue everything. Fighting Leviathan at this level is suicide. Time blurred as the white clouds drifted. Suddenly the sky bled into a dark night. In another city, flames devoured the ruins. In a high-tech room, Zigu's voice echoed. "Yo, welcome you two." He leaned in like a total boss. "I appreciate you guys dropping by. Sleep well, or were there nightmares?" The guests across the table finally responded. "Thanks to you, we slept like babies." Zigu skipped the boring small talk. "I got the lowdown from L. 2 squads are trying to team up." His voice dropped, turning sharp and serious. Zigu's terrifying aura began to crush the room. "So tell me, why should I even trust you?" High atop a jagged skyscraper, the wind howls like a beast. Something massive is going down right on this rooftop. Rue stands there waiting for a shadow to finally emerge. It is Elle, and she looks totally done with his nonsense. "You got a problem, or are we just vibing?" "Rue, we are not dating, so why the sudden meetup?" Her face is a total picture of pure, unfiltered annoyance. "Only my master gets to boss me around, got it?" Honestly, this whole situation is making me super salty. Rue is clearly not in a laughing mood either. "Shut your mouth, you pathetic little pigeon," he snaps. "You think I actually enjoy seeing your face?" He turns, slowly piercing her with a cold, sharp stare. "You already know what is going down, do not you? Face it, your current situation is a total disaster." Rue's eyes glow purple as he flashes a wicked grin. Under the angel's power, Elko has become mere human. Elle freezes, her dark secret finally laid bare before him. She glares at him like she wants him dead. With a cold smirk, he continues his ruthless mockery. "Well, how does it feel to be so weak? Not that your pathetic feelings matter to me anyway." Rue's voice drops to a low, dangerous, chilling growl. He radiates a terrifying pressure, cornering the shaken Elle. "If you hinder the master, I will end you." Meanwhile, Zigu is locked in a tense talk with friends. "How am I supposed to trust any of you?" They hang their heads in shame, words failing them. Zhangpai finally breaks the silence with an apology. "We know we are being totally shameless right now." He takes the full hit for their past mistakes. "We already stabbed you in the back once before." Zhu waits, hoping for something more than just excuses. He lets out a long, heavy, totally exhausted sigh. Zhu looks at them with a hint of pity. "I get it, you guys had no other choice. Drop the apologies, I do not need your guilt. I probably would have done the exact same thing." He clarifies that they are missing the bigger picture. "But my forgiveness is not the point here, guys." The air turns heavy as they hang on his words. Kim Jong-hae's body was stolen by a literal demon, and now monsters are crawling all over this city. He looks them dead in the eye, being brutally honest. "Thanks to Elle, I'm dead certain / this place is still crawling with demons. But that's zero proof / you guys aren't playing footsie with those devils." Trong Young and Zhang Pi froze / choked by a heavy, suffocating silence. Finally, Trong Young broke the tension / "You're right," he muttered to Zigu. He slammed his hands down / and forced himself upright. He didn't flinch, firing back / "Your suspicion is totally fair, kid. Call me arrogant, but we aren't sure / "You're not humanity's worst nightmare either." Raising a thumb, he locked eyes / "We'll bet on you once. Here's our resolve." His thumb edged closer / aimed straight for his own eyeball. With a brutal, sickening thrust / Trong Young blinded himself instantly. Zhang Pi stood there paralyzed / witnessing the absolute madness. Even Ziu's cool composure shattered / as his jaw hit the floor. Blood masking his face, he stood firm / his voice didn't even tremble. "I know a single eye / might not buy your trust." Crimson droplets splattered the table / rhythmically marking the tension. One eye gone, his gaze was iron / as he threw down the gauntlet. "Is this enough to earn / just one shot at trust?" Gigyu sighed, baffled by the insanity / "Why go that far home? Was such a gruesome price / really necessary? Let's be real / it's not like we're best buds." Trang gave a bitter smile / weighing his desperate reality. "I can't fathom / what a monster like you thinks. But in this godforsaken chaos, for bottom feeders like us, who else is there to cling to / just to stay alive?" He carved a path through his own flesh / to save his people. This is our only play / our desperate grab for survival. When your life hangs by another's thread, personal feelings become / a luxury we can't afford. Zhu finally got at a playful smirk / dancing on his lips. The great Blue Dragon Guildmaster / talking like a beggar. Man, if people heard this / they'd laugh their heads off. Without warning, he bolted upright / energy radiating off him. With a blur of god-tier speed / Ziu simply vanished. Before Chang Yang could even blink / the air shifted. A cold presence whispered / from right behind his back. He spun around in a blind panic / but Ziu just signaled quiet. "Stay still." / a surge of mystical energy ignited. A soft golden glow / blossomed within his palm. Ziu reached out / pressing that light toward Trang bloody ruined eye socket. He froze, his heart racing / as the divine warmth touched him. Slowly, Trang eyelid flickered / and his vision cleared. Not a scratch remained / like the wound never existed. He touched his face in disbelief / his mind completely blown. Xiangpi watched in total awe. Changyan's brain lagged. How was this possible? He recalled the moment Gigyu flipped. That self-regeneration pure cheat code energy. Changyan scanned the kid suspiciously. From sealing that hull breach to restoring eyes after a bloodbath. His mana rival's a high-rank healer, yet Gigyu felt his skills lacked. He's no L, which only raises more flags. Just what are you, Kim Gigyu? Gigyu cut straight back to business. Chairman Choi was clearly all in. But blind trust not happening again? I need real collateral to believe. Collateral, both men looked totally shook. Gigyu smirked. I've got a proposal. Gate logic is a total dumpster fire. Old Gate's new L types? Chaos. Tower entrance moved from basement to the freaking parking garage. Seriously. Accepting the name Gigyu Tower, yet, shut it already, he groaned. Ji-chun prepped his surgical gear. Gate environments are evolving fast. He suited up for some surgery. He shouted over to Brandhut. Gates are manifesting in reality now. But those sky islands still there? The sky is one massive complex riddle. Only specific tower relics can leave. It's a logistical nightmare, really. Mines are still waiting for extraction. Votus's wasteland sits idle inside. Building a settlement in here, kid? Yeah, families need a safe harbor. El beamed at his soft heart. Master is honestly too merciful. Embracing traitors, that's his specialty. She saw right through his plan. Only Master holds the cosmic keys. Even if a global war erupts, this is Earth's ultimate fortress. Lu stepped out from the shadows. El tell the truth for once. A helpless chuckle escaped his lips as he muttered to himself. Seriously, who would have thought Master would pick this place to settle down? It was Gigyu who read every single move of Zigu's twisted master plan. But here's the kicker if the Gate's master kicks the bucket. Then this entire dimension vanishes into thin air forever. The power to open and shut these gates belongs to Master now. He let out a loud, satisfied laugh at the brilliant move. So technically if those families move here, they're basically Master's high-stakes hostages now. Rue smirked with pure amusement. The kid really is a devious genius. Grandhurst was absolutely buzzing as the gate count started climbing. The first restored gate moved from the basement to the first floor of Gigyu Tower. Meanwhile, the second gate is currently tucked away in the Iron Guild's basement. And the third gate Seokun pointed the way it is right here. Gigyu, Ji-chun, Changyeon, and Seokpai all stared in total shock. Looking around, they asked if this was Gregoria's base, and Seokun nodded. He broke it down, explaining the base has everything from gyms to bedrooms. Specifically, this is just one hub. There are others, but this one is special. Changyeon felt the tension, needing to confirm if this was actually real. Everything looked normal, yet this place is directly linked to the association. Seokun led the tour, highlighting a secret path straight to the association's basement. It is heavily shielded, so Iron and Cavan luckily haven't noticed a thing. After checking it out, Ji-chun gave a satisfied nod at the slick design. With just a few tweaks, we won't have to worry about being caught. Suddenly, a glowing purple gate flickered into existence right before their eyes. There it is, the gate currently undergoing its big restoration. Standing before the swirling energy, Gigyu turned back to address the crew. All right, from now on, we can warp between these gates whenever we want. He leaned in to emphasize the most important part of the plan. Seokpai and leader Choi Changyeon locked in to listen. They stood sharp, absorbing every word of Jigyu's serious warning. Everyone out there thinks your guild has already tucked tail and retreated. Suspicion from the enemies outside is pretty much a given right now. But listen, just keep acting like everything is totally business as usual. Let them keep thinking you're just staying on high alert around here. Finally, he looked everyone in the eye to drive the point home. From this moment on, this is the front line of our base. Gigyu started handing out missions to the squad one by one. Old man Huang, I need you to reinforce the barriers around this place. The old man gave a firm nod, saying he was on it. Then it was finally Seokun's turn to step up. Seokun keep a close eye on the Kavan Guild and Go Hyungchun. He accepted the job with a grin, telling Gigyu to leave it to him. Suddenly, Gigyu pulled out his sleek white mask and declared, "As for me..." Donning the mask, Gigyu announced his next move, time to climb the tower. That is the magic face level 10 strength, 3 agility, 11 stamina, 16 mana, 21 disguise skill. The moment he puts it on his face, warps into a middle-aged man, a literal dead ringer. It mimics faces, voices, and even body types with terrifying supernatural precision. But there is a catch: you can only wear the skin of someone you have personally deleted. Floor 51 of the tower is a dense, suffocating emerald nightmare of ancient trees. A massive stone golem gets absolutely shredded before it can even mount a defense. Its glowing power core hits the dirt in a shower of sparks and dust. Xiu calmly sheathes his blade as the beast crumbles into 1,000 jagged pebbles. Disguised as Zanua, our hero looks back with a massive, irritated frown on his face. This is so inconvenient hunting with real weapons, but zero skills is a total drag. Watching the monster vanish into thin air do give Xiu some major props. No choice, boss. Your skills are too unique. The whole world would recognize you instantly. Brandhut is just fanboying in the corner, hyped that his master is such a celebrity. Xiu stays silent, his eyes locked onto the shifting patterns in the sky above. He watches a strange ripple moving across the perfect bright blue horizon. After a long beat, he wonders, is it cool if I grab a few crystals? No one is around anyway, and the undead are already busy looting the place. Eo stands with the gang laughing softly at his master's classic greedy vibe. He is loaded with treasure, yet he is still such a legendary world-class cheapskate. Rue stays chill, teasing the boss for being way too stingy for his own good. Grand Herd is actually impressed, calling it master-level budgeting for the win. Gigyu grins at the roast. Hey, every bit of loot is pure experience points, baby. He stares at the shimmering gate with a mysterious knowing glint in his eye. I think it is finally time to step out and shine, Hars. Instantly, a dark menacing shadow ripples out from the swirling portal. A leopard beastman kneels deep, hailing his great master with total, absolute respect. Hors level 127, speed 256, and a master of disguise. Gigyu plays it cool, asking Hors if he actually digs his new spear this time. The beastman glances at the weapon in his hand and scoffs with pure disdain. Plot twist, Hors actually thinks the legendary spear is a total piece of junk. With all respect, sir, this is the trashiest toothpick I've ever had the misfortune of owning. Suddenly, the spear starts vibrating with pure, unadulterated, sentient rage. Excuse me. Who do you think you are talking to, you flea-bitten house cat? This spear is a ticking time bomb. It wants to ventilate Horse's skull right now. It is the avatar of Han Jun-hyuk packing serious power and elite stealth skills. Gigyu is totally Boy Roy, remembering what this arrogant guy used to look like. The head of the Soul Kavan branch, who knew he would end up as a talking weapon. Rue is loving the drama, noting that anything is possible in this twisted world. Their synchronization is off the charts. It is honestly hard to believe it is real. Horace stands up and moves toward Gigyu as they both size up the grumpy spearman. Then the boss calls them over to drop a high-stakes mission on their laps. Horace Jun-hyuk, I have got some dirty work for you two to handle. Horace bows with legendary style, ready to serve his master's every whim. Gigyu grills. Jun-hyuk, did you not say Kavan hunts down the illegal players? Han spills the tea. Yeah, but most of them just get brainwashed instead. And anyone who resists gets turned into a lab rat for their experimental new drugs. These losers went full-on villain mode, acting like total thugs, scrubbing them off the map. Zero consequences. Pure satisfaction. Sigu is taking charge. We need to stay one step ahead. Round up every player in that tower starting right now. The king is loving the vibe. Powering up while stopping the experiment genius. Our master is a god-tier legend. Brandhut's fanboying is getting out of hand. Seriously, guys, chill with the hype. The king groans. He can't handle the cringe. Suddenly, Brandhut's tone shifts, snapping Zigu's attention back. Yo, master, heads up. He shifts forms, eyes narrowing. That woman, she's finally here from Mel. Cut to a trendy cafe buzzing with gossip. Ben, did you catch that? It's wild, right? Sudong drops the shades with a wicked grin. Songsu is on the move. Time to pack. Korea's calling my name. Ben just sips his tea, playing it cool. He drops some heavy truth on Sudong. It's suicide. Can't you feel Leviathan's killer aura? She just shrugs. That's exactly why I'm going. The clock is ticking. Then a devious spark lights up her eyes. Wait, we can't show up empty-handed. Remember that Iron Guild loser, the one leading the rebels? Her smile turns absolutely lethal. Let's bring his head as a souvenir for our student. She's blushing like a schoolgirl thinking about it. He's gonna love his present. Breaking news. A massive gate just tore open the Seoul skyline on the 8th, and guess we're right over the house of Korea's most wanted, Kim Gigyu. His face splashes across the screens. Rumor has it he's the one who summoned it. The timing is too perfect. No way this is just a coincidence. Even the Iron Guild's intel team has been wiped out. Guildmaster Choi Chang-jan takes the mic sounding professional, but stressed. Everything's a mess. Our scouts are scattered and clueless. It's like the Samjong incident all over again. Total chaos. Jigyu's mind is elsewhere. Wait, is she actually here? Hexuk smirks, catching his disappointed look. What's sad, it's just me and not your mystery girl. Minsu waves from the side, grinning. Been a minute, Gigyu? Jigyu's jaw hits the floor. Advisor Lim Minsu. Bam, the door nearly flies off its hinges. Jichin bursts in looking like he just ran a marathon. Hexuk Minsu, you won't believe? Everyone freezes, staring at the old man's grand entrance. The room goes silent as they process the frantic intrusion. Tension thickens as every eye locks onto Jichin's panicked face. Jigu's awkward laugh hid total confusion. Acquaintances, maybe. But that level of disrespect, crazy. Dude jumped in, cutting him off. We aren't friends, kid. Grunhut scratched his head. Then what's her official title? Eo tossed in a suggestion. Go with ma'am, I guess. Actually, whatever doesn't feel super awkward. Hesuk rose with a nod. It's been a long time. Jichun. Minsu's face lit up instantly. Grandpa? He bolted toward the old man. Minsu slammed into him with a hug. Pure joy filled the kid's voice. I missed you so much. Missed you too, little one. Chun smiled. Grunhut sniffled. El sighed. He's safe. Jigu's eyes narrowed. And my family... Sujung handled it. They're safe, Jigu. Jigu sat down. Start talking, everything. Hesuk's face hardened. Time is fading. Jigu blinked. What does that mean? Steam began hissing from her body. I've hit my limit for this form. She reverted back. I need your help. Help me and I'm your strongest ally. Her gaze was iron. Save Zubin. Red sunlight bled into the room. Jigu's voice cracked. China. Hisuk nodded. She's a prisoner there. Jigu's eyes went wide. How? After the battle, our retreat failed. We were broken. We couldn't reach her. The caravan took her across borders. A secret Shanghai base. That's the cage. Jigu cursed. China is off limits. I'm wanted. Airports are death traps. We have a secret tower gate. She hesitated. But are you actually ready? This is a one-way ticket, Jigu. Jigu stood firm. She helped me deal. Listen up, Zubin is my ride or die. Ru shouted it with pure conviction. Well, did he just say precious? El barked out a quick reminder. Just take it, Ru. Hearing Jigu's legendary words, he froze, totally short-circuiting for seconds. Finally, she nodded, smiling knowingly. Her voice trembled with gratitude. Thank you. Darkness fell as heavy clouds gathered. Jigu summoned Granhurt the next morning. Listen, I have a mission. Granhurt knelt awaiting Master's orders. I need a distraction to move. But whatever you do, spare civilians. He asked, is that clear? Granhurt bowed. Yes, my master. And just like that, he soared. Master, shouldn't we go harder? If we spare every civilian, the enemy will definitely notice. We need a much bigger smoke screen. Relax, I've planned for everything. We have an insider Lohan. Blood stained the Korean branch walls. A victim trembled before the blade. There's an order. Answer me. However, only silence filled the room. Lohan, why the silent treatment? Sujong growled, her sword gripped. Seriously, is he actually the manager? She looked totally baffled. Wait, wasn't he the vice president? Her eyes burned with fury. Why possess my student's power? Oh! Before leaving now, Jigyu ordered. El, I need you to stay. Gregory is tracking the Caven Guild. Angels alone can't stop demons. Go and hunt them, El. El bowed with absolute loyalty. I'd rather be your personal shield, but I will follow your command. Brunhut bails with a grin. Catch you on the flip side. Listen up. With the plan set, Zigu shifts focus toward Hexuk. All right, time to get serious. He grabs the mask and snaps it on. Instantly, Zigu morphs into a 50-year-old geezer. Let's roll, team. Shanghai, China, a thick, eerie mist swallows the skyline. Jigyu and the Beast navigate the foreign city streets. Whoa, Jigyu mumbles. We're actually in China right now. Brunhut's eyes widen. Look at all these people. Rua scoffs at the noise. What a chaotic vibe. Keep up, Hexuk commands. The destination is still far. Jigyu breaks the silence. Hey, ma'am, can I ask something? I get why saving Zubin is the priority. But she's way more than just a member, right? Zigu presses on. What's the real connection between you? Hexuk's sharp gaze softens as she hesitates. That girl, Zubin. Zubin's face flashes through her mind like a ghost. To me, she is the entire world. When the weight of life felt too heavy, she was the only reason I kept breathing. Hexuk starts to say more, her voice trembling. She chokes it back, bearing her weakness once more. Move out. No time for talk, the clock is ticking. Deep inside the base, the villain's voices echo. Status. Everything's perfect. We're entering the endgame now. Suddenly, a guard senses a chill in the air. Wait, what was that? Did you hear that noise? A dark crimson puddle oozes out, freezing their hearts. Sharp, lethal claws step out from the darkness. Rain emerges with a corpse eyes dripping with bloodlust. A wolf, the guards scream. Are we under attack? Before he can blink, Rain vanishes into thin air. He's a blur of death lunging for their throats. The guards stand frozen, eyes wide with pure terror. A split second later, soul-shattering scream erupts. The lead guard stands stunned, unable to move. Both his henchmen have been wiped from existence. The survivor spins around his mind, reeling. Where the hell did they go? Rain stands there chewing on his dead comrades. Too fast I couldn't even see him move. The cultist froze paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. In a mere heartbeat, 2 elite members were slaughtered. The survivor stood stunned, his mind racing wildly. Could the rumors be true? Korea's Kim Gigyu, the wolf summoner. Suddenly, the cold kiss of a blade grazed his neck. Jigyu's voice turned ice cold. Are you the branch manager? The man gasped. Is he speaking Korean? Is it really him? He spun around, but found only a mysterious old woman. Jigyu glanced sideways at her. Hisuk, is this the target? She nodded firmly. Yes, thanks for pinning this rat down. Her eyes narrowed, radiating a heavy, suffocating authority. She sensed that Jigyu was strong before, but now monstrous. Even for a floor 50 clearer, his growth speed is insane. She frowned, a flicker of anxiety crossing her face. But is he stable, and what about that seal within him? The manager shrieked, You the old hag from before! She ignored him. Where's the girl? Cooperate and you live. The manager let out a chilling, hollow laugh. Too late, he sneered. The ritual has already begun. Those words hit Hisuk like a bolt of lightning. Jigyu looked lost. They're speaking Chinese I can't understand. Grandhurt agreed. This tongue is foreign to me too. Hisuk grit her teeth. Move, we're running out of time! Wait, Jigyu barked, commanding the chaos to halt. With a flick, he tore open a shimmering dimensional rift. He tossed the security guard inside like literal trash. They blurred into motion, vanishing from the bloody scene. Boots thundered against the hallway floor in desperate rhythm. Jigyu struggled to keep pace, shouting through the wind. Hisuk, what do you mean by too late? She didn't look back, her voice trembling with urgency. The ritual Zubin is being sacrificed to the Demon King. Jigyu's eyes widened, his heart nearly stopping in shock. A sacrifice for the Demon King's descent? No way. Will her body be hijacked like Kim Dong-hyuk's was? Suddenly, Rue's voice echoed in his mind. Master! Jigyu skidded to a halt, his heels digging deep. Both of them stared ahead, faces pale with dread. What is this pressure? Jigyu hissed, guarded. Hisuk whispered, You feel it too, don't you? This is... Before them, the air rotted with a thick, suffocating miasma. The unmistakable dark energy of a great demon king. Jigyu's heart sank. Are we too late? Not yet, Rue shouted, sensing a flickering life force. A spark of lethal hope ignited in Jigyu's eyes. Rue breaks it down. That dark pulse, it is Nabarius, the 24th Demon Lord. He introduces his last ally, the only soul who never turned his back on me. Memories hit like a truck. On a scorched battlefield, Rue calls Nabarius a total moron. Gasping for air, he asks why the idiot didn't run when the traitors took over. Nabarius kneels. You are my only king. I am riding with you until the very end. Rue lets out a dry, cynical laugh. You really are a hopeless fool. A violent cough racks his chest. You never did know when to quit. Nabarius panics, rushing to his side. Master, hang in there, Master. The demon grits her teeth, clearly about to make a soul-crushing choice. Then comes the offer. Master, consume me. Use my soul to get back on your feet. Rue snaps instantly. No way you think I would actually do that to you. Nabarius looks completely stunned by the refusal. My lord? Rue does not say a word at first. He just takes a massive, steadying breath to pull himself together. Rue stands up with a bitter, self-deprecating smirk. Seriously, I cannot believe I have sunk this low. Letting my own crew worry about me? How embarrassing. From his back, those iconic wings explode into existence once more. Take a good long look. Rue strides forward, looking every bit like the legendary Demon King. This is the master you swore your life to. Snap back to the present. Zigu is staring down a three-headed wolf with teeth meant for murder. He looks up at the towering monster, his heart skipping a beat. The sheer pressure coming off that thing is enough to make Zigu's skin crawl. Nabarius, Brunhut adds. And now she has got 3 heads to deal with. Rue's voice rings out sharp and dripping with absolute hatred. Andres, that piece of trash. What the hell did he do to her? He figures she absorbed other demons. She is a god-tier powerhouse now. Suddenly, Rue's expression turns ice-cold and heavy with tension. He locks eyes with Nabarius, seeing nothing but a mindless thirst for slaughter. Rue exhales sharply. That kind of power always comes with a heavy price. She is gone. There's not a shred of sanity left in that thing. Up ahead, Nabarius slams a massive fist down toward Zigio's skull. The two of them leap in opposite directions, narrowly dodging a one-way trip to hell. Zigio barks out an order over the roar of battle. Listen up, I will handle this beast. Just go help Zubin now. Rue agrees, but he cannot hide the flicker of doubt in his eyes. I want to move, but are you sure you won't get slaughtered alone? Zigio pulls a high-speed pivot, sliding right behind Nabarius' blind spot. He successfully grabs the monster's attention, drawing the heat away. I will be fine. Stop wasting time and get moving. But as he speaks, his eyes drift down to his own trembling hands. Grandmother, this is it. Time to end this nightmare once and for all. Deep within his soul, Reuben remained silent, offering no protest. Hexuk stood frozen for a heartbeat, lost in heavy thought. Finally, she nodded. Fine. I'll leave this final strike to you. With a blur of motion, Hexuk leaped forward, clearing the path. Nabarius spotted the movement and let out a bone-chilling screech. Hexuk didn't blink, sprinting through the chaos at breakneck speed. On the other side, Ziyu planted his feet, channeling pure power. He stomped down, shattering the very foundation of the earth. Dark energy swirled around Ziyu's hands as his skill ignited. Shadowbind activated, abyssal chains erupted from the void. The dark shackles coiled tightly around Nabarius like iron snakes. Ziyu smirked mockingly. Going somewhere, I don't think so. He challenged the beast. Your opponent is Takuma now. From the soul space, Rue whispered to his master, voice heavy. His tone was desperate. Even like this, she once served me. Master, I beg you, kill her swiftly, grant her a painless end. Ziyu paused Rue's plea, echoing through his mind as he blinked. Understood. He dug his heels deeper into the ruined ground. Seconds later, the surrounding earth exploded into 1,000,000 pieces. Godspeed activated, Ziyu turned into a streak of lethal lightning. In a flash of steel, he claimed all 3 of Nabarius' heads. System. Nabarius the 24th Great Demon has been defeated. Ziyu's blade pulsed with a sinister, blinding radiance. Demonic consumption activated. The monster's essence began to drain. Ziyu gritted his teeth, barely suppressing his gluttony skill's hunger. System authority of the Dominator's ego has been unleashed. Within the void, Rue lowered his head in solemn contemplation. He clicked his tongue. A decent finish for a master, I suppose. But Rue teased, still a bit clumsy. Ziyu snapped back, annoyed. Excuse me, I literally just pushed my limits for you. Grandherd chimed in. Seriously, Rue, you've got some nerve. Rue ignored him. Master, may I ask one final favor? Erase that body with chaos. If not, the Cavans will desecrate it. Rue's voice softened. I know I'm asking a lot, and we're out of time. He faltered, but Ziyu chuckled. Why so serious? Just watch. Ru went silent, startled by his master's sudden confidence. An overwhelming pressure began to radiate from Ziyu's palm. His face went cold. Consider it done. Unleash chaos. A blinding light erupted, swallowing the room in an ancient glow. Nibiru's physical form dissolved, surrendering to the void. Dark mist surged into Ziyu's body with shocking, violent force. What the... The necklace around Ziyu's neck began greedily devouring the demon's remains. System Ping the Ego just snacked on Nibiru's. Evolution unlocked power-up mode officially activated. Zigu's panicking while Gruntart's body starts ghosting him. Vu is totally shook. Wait, a huge plot twist. Doesn't seem like Vi did this intentionally. He's just spitballing. Maybe a weird family bond. Zigu snaps back immediately. Listen, even with shared blood. Your mouth is writing bad checks. What, I'm just spitting facts? Suddenly pure chills hit Zigu's spine. Something's creeping near Zigu now. He spins around screaming in dread. Oh, hell no. Zigu stares straight into the suffocating darkness ahead. Zubin's hiding there. From that dark corner, edgy dark energy starts flooding the floor. Even Ru's shaking. This power is totally insane. Master, the ritual is reaching its final phase. Cold sweat drips. Did she actually fail everything? He slams his foot down, shattering the ground. Zigu launches full throttle toward Hexuk's side now. He's moving so fast he's breaking physics. Every single step leaves a crater behind. Ru shouts out. Zigu barks back, always. Ahead, a door stands with a massive hole. He dives headfirst through the wreckage like a beast. Zigu stomps down and launches like a rocket. He clears the gap, sticking the landing inside. But the scene inside is straight nightmare fuel. He freezes, his brain failing to process the horror. Hexuk's being choked. Zigu screams, Advisor, hang on. Zubin's hands are twitching, totally drained and lifeless. Zigu senses a wrong vibe and whispers, Zubin? She stays silent, standing there like a ghost. Suddenly, she turns with a tragic face. Brother, my body won't listen to me. Zigu's world just stopped in pure shock. In a heartbeat, he vanishes from his spot. Sword out, Zigu closes the distance instantly. He thrusts his blade forward for the kill. Seeing this, Ruben's tears vanished, replaced by sheer shock. A blinding flash erupted just as Zigu's blade nearly grazed her. In a heartbeat, Ruben reappeared directly behind Zigu's back. He pivoted, eyes narrowed in a tense, wary glare. Ruben clicked her tongue down. His instincts are terrifyingly sharp. Her eyes glowed with a newfound sinister malice. I guess that's the power of Lucifer's chosen host. Zigu remained silent, shielding the unconscious Hesek in his arms. Inside the mental realm, Ruben stared down the intruder. Standing before them was the queen of lust, Asmodeus herself. Asmodeus smirked, offering a mocking, graceful greeting. It's been ages, Lucifer never thought you'd become a human's toy. Doesn't being a mere tool bruise that massive ego? Rage flickered in Ru's eyes, but he stayed deathly silent. Asmodeus tilted her head, exhaling a sigh of pure amusement. She hovered there, her expression dripping with visible disgust. You're boring. I wanted to see your face twisted in shame. Witnessing Asmodeus' twisted, overwhelming presence up close, both Zieg and Brandhut stood frozen in absolute disbelief. He finally spoke up, Hey, Ru! But the spirit sharply cut him off mid-sentence. Don't ask. But Zigu still needed real answers. Why are all the Demon Kings so unique? I told you, shut it and don't ask. Suddenly the wounded Hesek stirred, letting out a faint groan. Panic surged as Zigu called out her name loudly. Advisor, can you hear me? Are you okay? Hesek's voice was a fragile, labored whisper in the air. Run! Zigu froze, staring at her in stunned confusion. Run now, she urged. You can't win against her. Once again, Zigu was struck speechless by the desperate warning. He closed his eyes, acknowledging her selfless concern. Gently, Zigu propped her up against the cold stone wall. Hesek looked up, her eyes trembling with deep-seated fear. Stay put, Advisor. I'm going in to save Ruben. He focused his mind and his eyes blazed with power. Zigu analyzed the situation. She isn't fully possessed yet. If we strike now, we can still bring her back. Time is running out, Ru warned from within his soul. We must suppress her before the darkness takes hold completely. Zigu nodded firmly. I'm ready. Let's do this. He braced his legs and divine wings erupted behind him. Like a golden bolt of lightning, Zigu lunged forward. His target was clear, the mocking Queen Asmodeus. Closing the gap instantly, Zigu prepared his final decisive strike. Asmodeus doesn't even bother flinching at the attack. Zigio's brain is overclocking while his speed fails. It's a one-shot deal or things get ugly. He grips his sword nerves made of steel. Forget the flashy stuff, let's go old-school brawl. Speed is cool, but reading her is cooler. He winds up channeling every ounce of power. The demoness smirks, thinking she's finally won. Boom, she swings at air as Zigio vanishes. Her eyes pop like she's seen a ghost. Ru cheers. Now that's how you use power. Blade to the throat. Checkmate, you monster. His gaze is colder than a winter frost. Future sight isn't some ultimate cheat code, lady. You only see 1 or 2 steps ahead. That's why you took the loss last time. Ru wears a grin that screams, told you. Master your gut, and you are basically unstoppable. Brunhut's screaming, we actually pulled it off. Water element activate. Time for some life magic. He grabs her face like a total boss. Hang in there, Zubin. Don't you quit. I'm saving you even if it hurts like hell. The demon spirit is finally cracking like glass. Plot twist, she summons a massive dark aura. The ground explodes into a million jagged cuts. Even the sidelines are getting blasted by debris. Gigyu groans, this chick is absolutely mental. She's resisting my life energy that is illegal. The king explains she hasn't fully synced yet. End it now or deal with a god. Extreme measures, Gigyu starts the math. More energy might fry Zubin's circuits too. He's terrified of the chaos lurking within. That kind of power is a total wild card. What's the play here? Think, man, think. Suddenly a creepy smirk twists her lips. She grabs his blade with her bare hands. Zigyu's eyes go wide. Is she a psycho? She digs the edge into her own neck. This girl means a lot to you, right? Bronhut screams as the blood starts flowing. Blood. Zigyu lunges to paralyze the demon queen. But he walked right into her twisted trap. Asmodeus vanished from Zigu's grip like a flickering shadow. The demon retreated, maintaining a cautious, lethal distance. A smug, wicked smirk danced on Asmodeus's lips. Rue clutched his head, groaning in pure frustration. Damn it, that was pathetic and incredibly weak. Zigu glared, his irritation reaching its boiling point. Where on earth did you learn such cringe lines? Rue snapped back without missing a single beat. Netflix, obviously. Where else? His face hardened as he dropped the act. Listen, Master, you just blew your golden opportunity. Rue's voice turned cold with a dire warning. Asmodeus is reclaiming her true terrifying demonic power. She'll use Shinzubin's body as a shield to strike. With no choice left, he offered a grim ultimatum. You must fight with the intent to kill her. Zu's voice trembled, laced with heavy, painful hesitation. With the intent to kill. Suddenly, a hauntingly familiar voice echoed in his mind. Looks like you're in a real mess, kid. Should I bail you out one more time? Zu spun around, searching the empty, heavy air. That voice, it couldn't be. Realization hit him like a lightning strike. Jupiter. The spirit teased, hey, show some joy. Tension choked the air as Zigu faced Asmodeus. Suddenly, the demon sensed a shift in reality. Asmodeus squinted, wondering, what's wrong with this guy? A twisted grin spread as his aura turned monstrous. Zigyu was gone. Jupiter had seized the wheel. Before she could react, Jupiter lunged with predatory speed. He blurred around her, shattering her sense of direction. Like a ghost, Jupiter reappeared, unleashing a savage punch. Asmodeus gasped, feeling the crushing weight of danger. She blocked, but the impact triggered a massive shockwave. Even so, Jupiter's raw power was totally overwhelming. He vaulted up, delivering a kick that launched her. Hisek watched the chaos, her jaw hitting the floor. She couldn't suppress a terrified, high-pitched scream. Good heavens, Haiju cried out in sheer panic. The sacred seal has completely shattered into dust. Has he lost his soul to that monster? Deep within his subconscious, Ziyu roared in fury. Hold on, bastard, I said restrain, not destroy. But Rue just watched, wearing a completely different expression. Give her hell. Maybe a brutal beating will finally snap her out of it. Ziyu shot back, her voice trembling with intense anxiety. Are you crazy? What if she actually kicks the bucket? Rue just smirked, turning away with total cold-blooded indifference. Honestly, her life is the least of my concerns right now. Jupiter cut in sharply. Both of you shut your mouths already. Back off, I'll handle this mess my own way. Amidst the choking dust and debris, Asmodeus slumped into a corner. She clutched her mangled, bloody body against the jagged ruins. Asmodeus's eyes were wide, swirling with utter confusion and shock. What is this? His movements are on a completely different level. Suddenly, her hair began to defy gravity, rising like shadow serpents. I planned to save my energy until the possession was absolute. Asmodeus lashed out, firing razor-sharp strands of hair like lethal needles. But it looks like holding back is no longer an option. The mana-infused hair surged forward, locking onto Jupiter with killing intent. He just let out a dark chuckle and summoned the chaos flames. A blinding light erupted, vacuuming every ghostly strand into a void of fire. Jupiter conjured a massive shield, tanking her desperate barrage effortlessly. Refusing to yield, she summoned a tidal wave of hair to strike again. Hidden in the swarm was one ultra-thin strand moving at Godspeed. That single needle shattered every magical barrier Jupiter had just built. He realized in a heartbeat this was a blow he couldn't dodge. Thinking fast, Jupiter slammed his foot down and vaulted into the sky. He barely managed to evade Asmodeus's fatal soul-piercing strike. Jupiter landed, his heart racing. What kind of insane power was that? Even with my strength, I couldn't block that head-on. Rue explained, that's Satan's body, a fragment of the weapon I gave the kings. He listed them off: Belphegor's mace, Leviathan's fangs, and this hair. It's a top-tier relic, essentially a piece of a literal god. Deep inside the mental realm, Zigyu's face was pale with dread. Rue urged him, we're out of time if he uses Satan's flesh. It means Shinzabin's soul is about to be completely erased. Jupiter finally connected the dots, a wicked knowing grin spreading across his lips. Zigyu saw that devious glint in Jupiter's eyes and felt a chill. Suddenly Jupiter called out to Rue, or rather the great Lucifer. With eyes full of bloodlust, he barked, keep Ziyu pinned down. Right before Asmodeus, Jupiter's silhouette vanished into thin air. In a blink, he reappeared, closing the gap in a terrifying flash. Asmodeus's jaw dropped, her eyes bulging in pure, unfiltered terror. Before she could scream, Jupiter landed a devastating, bone-shattering knockout punch. Zu screamed in a panic, what the hell are you doing? Suddenly a small hand reached from behind and muffled his mouth. Rue whispered coldly, pipe down and just watch for once. Master, trust him. This is the only way to win this. Grand Herd stands trembling beside Jun, utterly bewildered. What the hell are you doing, Ru? Ru's voice drops to a deadly low. It's Jupiter, isn't it? We'll cooperate, just for now. But push my master too far, and I'll personally end you. Jupiter smirks, nodding at the blatant threat. I'm well aware. Mid-sentence. He lunges forward with explosive, violent momentum. Jupiter delivers a bone-shattering kick to Asmodeus' face. His grin is wild-thirsty for battle. I'm being careful, see. Asmodeus' pulverized face bruised and consciousness fading. Jupiter pins the broken Azu down with godlike force. Asmodeus collapses, eyes rolling back while coughing blood. The battlefield now belongs entirely to Jupiter's whim. From above, Hexa screams in panic, Zubin! Suddenly a sharp stabbing pain strikes her chest. Hexa collapses, clutching her heart in paralyzed agony. Ziga barks in fury, Jupiter, you bastard! Jupiter scoffs, shut it, she's a hunter, she'll live. Reaching toward the unconscious Asmodeus, he mutters, now. Asmodeus' essence begins stripping away from Jupin's soul. The dark energy swirls, forcefully extracted by Jupiter. Jupiter sneers, show me that prideful queen face. Asmodeus is helpless as her true form emerges. Shadows veil her face as she stammers, you, trembling with pure rage. Who? What are you? How can a mere human wield such power? Jupiter nonchalantly cracks his knuckles in warning. Quiet, maybe I'm just built different. He calls deep into his subconscious mind. Hey, Kim Gigyu. A cunning villainous smirk plays on Jupiter's lips. As promised, this prize is all mine. Terror-stricken, Asmodeus gasps in total confusion. The prize what? Jupiter's expression turns demonic as he leans in. Relax, the pain is only momentary. Realizing the horror, Asmodeus tries to recoil. Wait, what are you planning to do? Darkness swallows the world lit only by Jupiter's chilling grin. He flashed a wicked-fanged grin timed to feast. Suddenly only Jupiter and Zubin remained on the battlefield. System Demon King Asmodeus has been utterly annihilated. Reward granted for your achievement, you've obtained Satan's vessel. Jupiter patted his gut. Yo, Zigu, I'm all done here. Zigu blinked, having zero clue what just went down. Before he could speak, a psychic shockwave rocked his brain. In the real world, Zigu's body went completely paralyzed. That creepy, hollow white glow in Jupiter's eyes faded. Seconds later, Zigu was back in control of himself. But then an agonizing pain stabbed through his chest. Zigu collapsed, clutching his body in absolute agony. He let out a ragged groan, making Brunhild panic. Master, are you okay? Speak to me? Zigu's entire frame wouldn't stop shaking violently. What the hell? My body, it's falling apart. Ru scowled. That jerk Jupiter, he really overdid it. He pushed your physical limits way past the red line. That's the only way he could move like that. Ru broke down the brutal reality. He basically used a high-speed overclock on your muscles. Zigu trembled, unable to even stand on his feet. That bastard, it's not even his body to wreck. Inside his mind, Ru flashed a smug little smirk. Look at it this way, that was all your power. Your potential is way more legendary than you realize. Zigu took a deep breath, trying to stay frosty. Amidst this total chaos, I guess that's one win? Suddenly, a bizarre, chilling presence filled the room. He scanned the area. Someone's coming, be ready. A familiar heavy energy pulsed from behind the door. Heavy footsteps echoed through the hollow, empty corridor. Zigu struggled to stand. Wait, I know this energy. Suddenly the door was shredded into splinters by sword light. Debris exploded everywhere like a hail of wooden teeth. Choking dust and smoke instantly swallowed the tiny room. Through the thick haze, several figures slowly marched in. A group appeared, staring Zigu down with cold eyes. Zigu squinted through the dust. He knew these guys. It was Tao Chin's squad looking for blood. Tao Chin glared, his face twisted in silent fury. He reached out, gripping his spear with deadly intent. He roared, so here you are, you Cavan Guild rats. Zigu froze, completely lost. Wait, what is he saying? Even Ru was baffled. What the heck is he talking about? Gigyu stands there totally clueless. Look, I don't speak Chinese either. Tao Chin snaps, going dark. He glares with pure killer intent. He lunges with a deadly thrust. Gigyu panics, trying to intervene. Wait, he yells as steel flies. Hold on a second. His face is cold as death. No humanity left in those eyes. The spearhead inches toward him. He catches the blade barehanded. Ziyu tosses him aside like trash. Just listen to me, man. Before he recovers, Ziyu strikes. Just hear me out. He slams him into the dirt. Tao Chin screams in pure agony. The soldier's jaws hit the floor. Finally, the chaos goes quiet. Ziyu is low-key annoyed now. Look, I don't get the beef. We are literally old friends. Why attack without a word? Ru whispers, master your disguise. Oh, right, that makes sense. Ziyu smirks, you're too gullible. I could be a spy, honestly. Tao Chin just smiles softly. But I know your true power. You could solo this entire army. He looks back at his troops. Even if you were the enemy. We are too desperate to care. Ziyu is actually stunned by this. The association is going to fall. Ziyu asks, wait, what's happening? Tao Chin closes his eyes, thinking. Finally, he breaks the heavy silence. Demons have taken over everything. His voice is pure desperate agony. Please, you have to help us. Ziyu is caught completely off guard. Whoa, that's a huge ass, man. Tao Chin begs for his salvation. I know this is a sudden and totally shameless request. But we've officially run out of options. We're desperate. He starts spilling the tea on their disastrous situation. We managed to gather a small loyal squad of ride or dies, but we have no clue how deep the demons have infested the association. We're lacking serious firepower. Tao Chen hangs his head. This isn't just about China, it's a war for humanity's soul. He locks eyes with Zigu. Morningstar, you are our only hope. Hearing those cheesy words, Zigu's brain just completely short-circuited. Ru is dying of laughter inside his mind. Humanity's hope. Seriously. Brunhut is totally fanboying, as expected of Master. So cool. Zigu just stands there wishing the ground would swallow him whole. He lets out a massive sigh and forces his head back in the game. Zigu cuts him off. Fine, I get the vibe, old man. But this talk is going to take forever. Can we handle the details later? We have bigger fires to put out. Tao Chen blinks. Bigger fires. Zigu nods and looks down at the broken bodies beside him. On the ground, Zubin and Hishuk are still totally out cold. My bad, Tao Chen stammers. In my rush, I forgot the patience. Zhu stands up, radiating a new kind of heavy intensity. Let's move. If you actually trust me, then you're coming with... Tao Chen looks confused, wondering what the hell Ziyu is planning. But seeing that fire in the kid's eyes, he follows anyway. Zhu yells open and a jagged spatial rift tears through the air. Tao Chen and his troops cautiously step into the glowing void. His jaw drops as he stares up at the massive structure. What in the... Where the hell are we? They whisper in awe. Zhu moves fast, getting the wounded inside the tower sanctuary. He and Ru look down at the two shattered heroes. Zhu glances at Ru. Well, what's the verdict on them? Ru goes cold. Life energy won't fix this. They're basically fried. Their mana circuits and bloodlines have been completely destroyed. Ru scoffs at Hishuk. The old lady just pushed past her limits. Then his gaze turns sharp as he looks at Zubin. Zubin's body is trashed from being Asmodeus' meat suit. Zigu panics. If their circuits are gone, Ru says there's only one way. Suddenly, Zigu remembers it, the fabled divine elixir. His eyes narrow as he starts running the numbers in his head. Zigu snaps his fingers. Wait, can't El do something about this? Ru crosses his arms. Well, she did whip up something similar once. He flashes back to when they patched up T6. Ru scowls. I told you then that power isn't a magic cheat code. He rubs his chin, thinking hard about the possibilities. Then again, since she's cleared floor 50, she might actually be able to stitch them back together. Ru leans in closer, checking for any sign of life. Where is El right now? Zigu reports the situation. I called her just now. She is on her way here. You start guessing. She went far with the angels. It will take hours to get here. Zigu lets out a sigh. No choice but to wait for El. Suddenly a figure steps from the shadows. A familiar voice rings out. I don't think we have that much time. Gigyu spins around and sees Sujung. He shouts her name in pure relief. Sujung just gives a smirk. Hi, Grandheart chimes in too. Surprised to see me. Gigyu freezes in his tracks. Wait, when did you get here? Sujung calmly drops the news. Shh, let me talk before you ask. T6 and Dosuku are guarding your family. They are totally safe, so don't worry. Gigyu hesitates for a second. T6 and Dosuku, that safe place. Where look, I have questions, but... He eyes Zubin. What do you mean, no time? Sujung nods. Exactly, we can't wait for that angel. She adds, Lim Hizuk might still make it. Her voice turns urgent. But Zubin is barely hanging on. Brunhut mutters, Hisuk. Zigu panics. Then what should we do? Sujung glares at Ru. You know how to save them. Zu snaps his head back. Wait, what? Ru stays silent, deep in thought. Sujung keeps her gaze locked on him. Ru speaks. Kill them and turn them into shadows. Silence grips the room like a cold vice. Zu wavers. I cannot do that. Sujung snaps back. And why not? You have done it before. This is no different. She warns, Master, there is no better way. Sujung adds coldly, hesitation is a poison. Even now, the life force is fading away every single second. Tick-tock, guys. If we keep stalling, our chances hit 0. Zigu's eyes were drowning in worry, but something felt off. Sujung didn't even let him finish. Talk about a total vibe killer. So we just need their okay, right? Zigu froze. Wait, what did you just say? She approached the bed. Watch this, I'm hijacking their consciousness. She reached for Hexuk. No time for filler, let's move. Boom. A blinding light exploded from Hexuk's head. Seconds later, Sejung's eyes snapped open. But those weren't her eyes anymore. The aura was different. She looked around, totally lost in the sauce. Where am I? She stammered, looking totally confused. Even her voice had shifted. It was creepy. Where is this? I was just... Then she saw her own body on the bed. Total shocker. Zigu realized the soul swap actually worked. She really did it. Elder, is that really you in there? Hexuk now in Sujung's body was absolutely vibing with the power. Sujung's power was next level. Zigu laid out the cold, hard truth. Elder, you and Zubin are basically toast right now. He warned them Zubin was on the edge. She's dying, but there's one wild Hail Mary left. Zigu's voice dropped heavy with pure sadness. I have to turn you into ego spirits. It's the same crazy stunt I pulled for Zichun. You could feel the guilt eating him alive. But for this to work, I have to end your lives first. Zigu turned, looking for a sign. What's the call, Elder, your move? Without a single blink, Hexuk just nodded. Talk about a headache-inducing situation? She sighed. I owe you one, kid, a big one. She got real. Look, this old hag's life, whatever. But a world without Zubin, that's a hard pass. Then came the big sacrifice play. If Zubin's down, then sign me up too. Zigu nodded, finally getting the vibe. Copy that, loud and clear. Hexit closed her eyes, vacating Sujung's body. Instantly, that sharp, scary Sujung gaze was back. Sujung turned her sights on Zubin. Now it was all up to the girl on the bed. Round 2, I'm going in. Sujung reached out, ready to dive into Zubin's soul. Once again, the room exploded in a flash of light. Boom Zubin's soul hijacked a fresh vessel. She blinked inside Sudung's stolen shell. Total shock, Zubin saw Zigu standing there. Brother Zigu? No time for hugs, Zigu grabbed her tight. He explained it fast. Listen up, we're on a crazy clock. Zubin, you're literally about to die. Zigu was pure panic. There's one way, an ego. Zubin shut him down mid-sentence. I know. Zigu's jaw hit the floor. How? Zubin stayed totally cool. Somehow, even when I'm blacked out, I'll respawn as an ego, right? Zigu nodded despite his gut twisting. Right, so you heard us. He fumbled, totally losing his cool flow. Then Zubin dropped a bomb that silenced everything. Kill me now. Zigu froze, his grip tightening in horror. Huh. She calmly pressed a hand to her heart. Asmodeus' massive energy is currently colonizing my body. It's already in my blood. She begged, if I turn, I'm gone. Kill me. Inside, Grunthut was literally sobbing like a baby. We realized the demonic leftovers survived the purge. Maybe we get lucky and get a dual ego split. If not, she's just a nameless monster, not Shinjubin. His voice was ice cold. Asmodeus might just eat her soul to respawn. Zigu glared at Ru, his nerves fried. He gritted his teeth, powerless and totally fuming. Ru thought keeping the demon would be way smarter. Keep that a secret. He sighed, humans are such a massive headache. Suddenly something else caught his eye. I'm just a bystander anyway. A dark stain spread, the suppression system activated its skill. Elsewhere, El's squad was hauling wing on mission. She gunned at forward wings, cutting the air. Suddenly, she sensed a massive glitch in reality. El froze as a wave of anxiety hit. She could feel her master's soul trembling. She whipped around, barking orders. Hamian Kamel Anael, I'm going in solo. Catch up later. Hamian's face fell as he called out her name in a desperate plea. El... But the girl was already long gone, past the point of listening to reason. With a violent snap, she unleashed her massive wings to their full, glorious span. She kicked off the air, accelerating until she became a blur of pure light. El tore through the clouds like a bolt of divine lightning shattering the sky. Back on the ground, Zubin finally retreated, handing control back to Sujung. She slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the weight of her physical form again. The entire room was instantly swallowed by a thick, suffocating layer of tension. Zigu stood there like a statue, completely paralyzed by the sheer awkwardness. Sujung broke the silence. So, Hero, what's the plan? The answer is pretty obvious. She smirked. Honestly, even if I become a rogue entity, it won't hurt you. Even if Shinzubin blacks out, you've still got Asmodeus on a leash, right? I'm just saying, you might want to give this some serious thought. She glanced at Ru. Right, little baby Lucifer? You see where I'm going. Stop calling me that ridiculous name. Ru snapped, his ego clearly bruised. He sighed. Fine, she's right. An ego's always bound to its master. It just depends on how much slack the master decides to give the chain, but as long as the link holds, losing control is the least of our worries. Grunthut chimed in, sounding worried. But wait, something about this feels totally wrong. Ru fell silent, his eyes scanning Zigu, who looked like he was suffering. He clutched his head. Ugh, honestly, I really didn't want to suggest this. Ru groaned. There is one way, but it's basically a high-stakes suicide mission. Zigu's ears perked up instantly, clinging to that tiny shred of hope. Ru explained, you must enter Shinzubin's vessel and manually purge Asmodeus yourself. You've pulled this stunt before, haven't you, back with Zosku's vessel? The memory hit Zigu like a freight train, flooding his mind with past trauma. It's insane, Ru warned. One slip-up and Zubin is guaranteed to end up dead. And you won't exactly be walking away from this in one piece either. He locked eyes with his master. Knowing that, are you still in... Without a single second of hesitation, Zigu gave a sharp, determined nod. Of course, Ru face-palmed. Why did I choose such a reckless moron for a master? Grunthut cooed, Ru's so kind, while Ru hissed, shut it, you annoying insect. Moments later, they were standing deep within the forest of Zubin's subconscious. Ru gave the final warning. To rip Asmodeus out of Shinzubin's core, we're going to have to tap into the raw power of chaos. He began to break down the mechanics of the dangerous ritual. I've seen this play out once before. He noted with a grim expression. Basically, it's the same high-stakes gamble Jupiter pulled off earlier. Zigu tilted his head, looking totally lost and confused as usual. Wait, if that's the case, shouldn't we just ask Jupiter for some help? Ru shook his head, his expression hardening into a mask of distrust. Absolutely not. That man's a total wild card. He looks cooperative, but that snake always has a hidden agenda up his sleeve. Trusting that guy, total rookie mistake. Sudung stood there low-key, losing her mind. Wait, Jupiter, no way. She's definitely smelling a rat right now. Hold up, you guys actually met Kronos. Zigu dropped the bomb. She knows the big boss. Sudong brushed it off drama for later, guys. Right now we've got a massive disaster to fix. Zigu looked at Zubin clinging to life. It's go time. Straight up. He reached out, feeling the vibe on her forehead. Boom. A wild power surge swallowed Zigu whole. Eyes locked, his soul dove straight into the abyss. Flash Zigu standing in a never-ending field of flowers. He scanned the horizon. Okay, this place is weird. Petals everywhere welcome to Zubin's inner soul vessel. It's a total 180 from his dark vibes. Zigu shouted, "Rukrunha, you guys copy?" Crickets. Unlike Suku's place, nobody's picking up. Soul damage is real, the intercoms are totally fried. Then Zigu's eyes locked onto a familiar shadow. That silhouette, I'd know it anywhere. Those eyes, that hair, it's 100% Zubin. She turned around all innocent, brother Zigu. Back in reality, the door literally exploded. El came charging in like the house was on fire. Sudong jumped, "Whoa, you're back." She glared at the frantic angelic servant. El's eyes were wide with pure unfiltered panic. "Where's Master? What kind of mess is this?" Sudong sighed. "Look, we're squaring up with Asmodeus." El shrieked, "Into the soul. Why didn't you stop him?" Ru just shrugged. "Since when does he listen to me?" "But this is suicide," El screamed. "Why did this—" Ru grunted. "Between failure and watching him break, I chose hope." "Calculated risk," he said as El's world crumbled. "All this for a girl like her?" El hissed. Ru's face went cold in a heartbeat. "Watch your mouth," he growled. "You really don't know when to shut up, do you?" El stood there completely wrecked by the truth. Sudong added some salt to the wound. "Fact, for an angel, you're pretty slow." She noticed a nasty dark aura creeping up. A pitch-black shadow began to swallow El whole. "Killing intent locks on?" Sudong. She sighs with pure sarcasm. "Girl, that master's gonna absolutely loathe you." Io's face darkens. "Shut up, no way." Sudong narrows her eyes, bracing herself. Io's aura thickens. "Master," she whispers. Her wings turn pitch black. "Never—" A monster now, she screams, "Master loves me." Suddenly spring blooms, butterflies dance over flowers. Zu winces, fighting the blinding dreamlight. He blinks awake under the scorching sun. A familiar shadow leaves Ziyu totally stunned. "Wait, since when was he on Zubin?" She tilts her head with a smile. "Morning sleepyhead, you wake yet, Ziyu?" Ziyu's brain is fried. "Zubin," he mumbles. Dazed, he asks, What just happened?" Confusion hits Jigu hard. "Wait, where—" Suddenly reality twists. The world starts warping. Poof, Jigu and Zubin vanish into thin air. Back at the tower, golden light erupts. Inside, Io's rage explodes. "Master!" she screams. "He belongs to me, only me." Sudong's fed up. She glares at Ru. "You kid, how we fixing this mess?" Ru snaps back, totally annoyed. "Told you to stop calling me a kid." "Damn it, seriously." Ru scowls hard. His face is pure salt right now. He goes full demon mode instantly. Ru grins a wicked, creepy smile. "Guess it's time for a brawl." No other choice, left, right. Meanwhile, outside the massive tower, everything seems way too quiet. Then out of nowhere, boom! A massive explosion rocks everything. Io's power is absolutely insane. She's soloing Sudong and Ru. Berserk eyes black, she strikes without mercy. Ru smirks. "Check out those crazy eyes." Sudong warns, her energy is terrifying. Jichun freaks as the tower crumbles. Cheyin's shocked. Why are they clashing? Grand Hurt and Hafri's mid-chest move. Yeah, what's with those guys? Meanwhile, the battlefield has turned into pure, unadulterated chaos. Ella's gone full psycho eyes, clouded with nothing but raw hate. Zero hesitation, Ella blitzes forward like a literal human missile. Sudong and Du immediately scramble into their defensive stances. Then bam, a lethal strike cuts through the air like butter. Ru's sweating bullets. "She's attacking wildly? Does she want death?" Sudong smirks. She doesn't give a damn about herself anymore. "No matter who wins, this mess isn't ending quietly today." Watching Elle is painful. She's completely lost her marbles. Suddenly, Elle starts charging a massive wave of dark mana. Sudong's danger radar goes off in an instant. Too late by the time she notices Elle unleashes hell. Dark mana residue explodes, tainting every inch of the air. Sudong is totally shook. What the heck was that? Since when do angels use the power of the dead? That comment actually makes Elle flinch for a split second. Ru just barely dodged a one-way trip to the afterlife. He mumbles, looking totally confused and seriously annoyed. "Don't ask me, man. I'm just as clueless here. I have no idea how she became such a monster." He sighs totally over all this dramatic, edgy nonsense. Seriously, anyone related to the boss is a total freak show. Sudong actually agrees. Facts, honestly, no cap. Yeah, our disciples are definitely built different. It's weird. Elle is officially triggered beyond all hope of repair. Her face is a literal mask of demonic, bone-chilling fury. One tiny moment of distraction was all she needed. And Ella vanishes, Sudong and Ru look like total idiots. She starts spamming attacks like an absolute pro gamer. Her opponents are being pushed directly into a corner. The king is pissed, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Such a pain she's burning through all her mana reserves. Sudong just smirks. "Chill out, buddy, just hang on. We just need to hold her off a bit longer. She's gonna burn out any second now, trust me." But the king cuts him off. Not a chance. He taps into his demonic strength in a heartbeat and swats Elle's blade away like a pesky little fly. The king knows if they don't stop this immediately, she's going to drain her own life force completely dry. He mutters, hating that he even has to care. I can't stand her, but I can't let her die. Suddenly, Rue glares with terrifying intensity. Hey, chill out already. Boom. A wave of killing intent literally shreds the sky. It screams forward, targeting L's empty shell. Eyes shut, he drains his soul for Rue. That monstrous strike literally races the sky. Absolute devastation, everything crumbles in seconds. Boom thick dust chokes the battlefield. Bloody and broken, L leaks wicked energy. Rue stares down, scanning the chaos. Did she block death with more death? She's definitely pushing her absolute limits now. Rue clicks, his tongue totally annoyed. She wasted her trump card way too early. L's next move leaves Rue totally speechless. What the hell is she doing? Oh no, she wouldn't actually try. Is she using that forbidden trash? Yup. L just unleashed the ultimate dark art. Her eyes are burning with pure rage. Chaos magic is officially online, baby. She's summoning massive amounts of dark mana. Shudong realizes the danger immediately. There's zero hesitation in her eyes. The king barks, "Yo, you psycho! That power will eat you alive, girl." He screams, trying to stop the madness. Stop, you'll literally fade into nothing. L's completely snapped. Reason is gone. Blood begins streaming down her face. Rue grinds his teeth, feeling useless. Damn it, he barks, cursing their luck. She won't listen to a single word. Standard shields won't tank this hit. A nightmare scenario flashes before Rue. At this rate, nobody survives this. Rue despairs. She's basically toast now. Success or not, she's facing total annihilation. L is going to be obliterated. Rue wavers, then makes a choice. He suddenly pivots towards Shudong. Hey, fake queen, listen up, fast. I've got one crazy plan left. Tank that hit alone for now? She looks totally stunned and confused. Wait, what? Rue vanishes like lightning? No time to chat, moving now. Just hold on, I'll be back. Space shredded like paper in his wake. He's diving for the tower. Shudong? She's left behind, scoffing. That brat? What's his deal? Is he totally insane? She panicked. It's chaos. Am I seriously stopping this alone? Shudong glared at L. She hasn't mastered it yet. If I touch it, will we all just explode? Screw it. My blood will have to build this shield. Blood dripped steadily as she made her choice. Crimson splattered across the cold, hard ground. A wicked barrier suddenly locked L inside. Meanwhile, Rue breached the tower's inner sanctum. Wings flared as he stood over Gigyu. Rue narrowed his eyes, whispering to himself. To stop L in this state, there's only one card left to play. He let out a thunderous, soul-shaking roar. Hey L, listen up. Rue issued a cold, blunt ultimatum. Stop this madness right this second. If you don't back down now. He unleashed a surge of devastating magical power. Gigyu threatened with a sinister grin. This guy's life ends today. Cut to another world, an unnervingly peaceful sky. Zhu napped peacefully on Zubin's soft lap. A single petal drifted onto his handsome face. Zhu's eyes fluttered open as he woke up. Zubin leaned in with a gentle, caring smile. You're awake, is something wrong, honey? Zhu hesitated, looking at her with total confusion. No, I just feel like I've forgotten something. A tender, warm smile played on Zubin's lips. Don't worry about it. Just stay here and rest. Zhu drifted off again. Yeah, this is right. Under the vast sky, he sighed. So peaceful. I haven't felt this relaxed in forever. Zubin whispered, You've carried such a heavy burden. It's been hard, hasn't it? He sighed extremely hard. Zhu's real life flashed by. He hated remembering it. Endless enemies in a past I don't even know. Everyone counts on me, but who am I really? He covered his eyes. I just want a family. Zubin stroked his hair. You can let go now. Just stay here, with me forever. Zhu grins, totally lost in a vibe of pure bliss. A sweet cinematic dream keeps rolling in slow motion. Under a serene sky, they're the ultimate inseparable duo. Master. A familiar voice shatters the peaceful illusion instantly. Zhu bolts up as a fake shocked Zubin calls his name. He snaps back to reality. It was L's voice. Then it hits him like a truck why he's here. Zubin plays the concerned friend. Bad dream, bro, you're shaking. Zhu isn't buying the act. Rage blazes in his eyes. He lunges, crushing Zubin's throat with zero hesitation. Game over, Asmodeus, Zhu growls, ending the charade. Nice try, but you're not him. He's fuming now. The real Zhu exposes the leftover trash of the Demon King. The villain sneers, oh, so the hero finally figured it out. What's next, gonna play the big tough guy now? Kill me, then I'm just a fragment of garbage anyway. Asmodeus plays his trump card, kill me, and she dies too. You don't have the guts to do it, do you? Shut it, Zhu roars, cutting the demon's monologue short. Asmodeus freezes stunned by the sheer ferocity in his eyes. A massive explosion of mana surges through Zhu's veins. I'm ending you and saving Zubin. Watch me. A sphere of pure darkness manifests in his hand instantly. Terror hits that same power that ripped me out before Asmodeus trembles as death closes in, unable to stop the energy. Meanwhile, L stands frozen. Rue panics. L, are you awake? No answer, just a cold stare. Finally, L snaps out of it. Rue grimly warns that even together they're useless. Master's got this. He knows exactly what to do. He scowls. Stay back, you get what I'm saying. If you charge in now, you're just a massive burden. Elle grinds her teeth, hating her own total helplessness. Rue sighs, looking at her with an exhausted vibe. Well, at least you're sane again. That's one lucky break. Suddenly, Sudong makes a perfect landing nearby. She folds her wings and strolls over, acting curious. Oh, Elle's back. Finally, the gang's all here. She tilts her head. How are you feeling? Any side effects? And what's the deal with our main man, Ziggu? Rue watches the chaos. Things are stabilizing, I think. He's still a total noob at controlling that chaos energy. But give him time. He'll master that power soon. If things stay like this, we'll win easily. Suddenly, Zeus starts sweating buckets as his face pales. He screams in agony as his mana goes completely haywire. Master Rue shouts, "What the hell is going on?" Elle rushes toward the center of the mana storm. The crew watches in horror as the energy peaks. Master, is he losing control of the power? So she really couldn't handle that inner chaos, huh? Rue flinched, hard eyes popping out in pure terror. He broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Rue hissed, "We've been played totally and utterly played." Elle stood there like a statue. Say what now? He sputtered, "The Master's losing his edge, and fast." Jupiter's snatching his body away piece by piece. Just as he feared, Ziggu was totally pinned down. Elle turned pale, her lips trembling with pure anxiety. Rue hung his head. "I blew it. I knew that guy was shady. I figured he was locked away without permission. Dead wrong. Hold up, Master crushed him before. How's he winning now?" He turned serious. "It's a dirty trick, a proxy ritual." Elle blinked, totally lost. "A proxy? What the hell?" Rue groaned. "I missed the red flags in Shinzabin's body. A chaos master like him doesn't just make messy mistakes. This wasn't an accident, it was a staged trap. Soul shards usually snap back to the host like mine." Rue lowered his voice. "But he hacked the system. That shard was just bait to drag Master into his playground." Elle's world shattered. She couldn't even find her voice. Deep in the mindscape, Ziggu's fighting like hell. Jupiter sneaks in close, whispering, "Come on, Kim Gigyu. Just give up the keys to your body, kid?" The tower's crumbling. Everything's going to zero. Elle panicked. "What's the plan? We're totally toasted." Rue locked in. "I'm diving into that mental void." Elle gasped, eyes wide. "Are you freaking insane?" "Listen, it's the only way to shut Jupiter down. We seal that freak in a new host, not Master." He sighed. "And I'm the volunteer for this suicide mission. I'll trap him inside me, then just take us out." Silence hit like a truck. Elle bit her lip hard. "I'll do it," she snapped. Rue's jaw dropped. "What? Look, I'm not the powerhouse I used to be anyway. My divine spark is gone. I'm basically a dud now." She stood firm. "So I'm the one going in, period. I'm staying by Master's side until the bitter end." Rue hesitated, then nodded. "Fine. Give it a shot." Suddenly, the scene fades into a soul-crushing void. Ziggu is chained up like a common criminal, eyes shut tight, drowning in a nightmare sleep. Then, snap, Ziggu's eyes fly wide open. His gaze is sharp enough to cut through glass. He scans the darkness. Time to get to work. It finally clicked. The chain's icy. Jupiter's greed was now swallowing everything whole. A sinister voice suddenly echoed out. "Spot on, Kim Gigyu. You're sharp. But hey, don't even worry." A dark void appeared with an offer. "I'll grant your wishes if you give me that body. Doesn't matter who I'll rip their heads off. You'll hear their pathetic, agonizing screams of despair." He cackled. "Just sit back and watch, kid. Everything yours will soon be ours." Then Ziggu was plunged into a black abyss. He thrashed hard, but he was paralyzed. Rage boiled. "Damn it." He shook furiously. "I'm stuck. These chains are sealing my mana." Zhu gritted his teeth. "Am I trapped forever?" Just as he quit, a hand appeared. It was Elle. She whispered, "Master." Zhu gasped, blinded by a massive light. Before he knew it, Elle vanished entirely. The tower was locked by massive mana. Rue asked again, "Are you ready?" Elle, he warned, "You aren't the Master. You can't manifest fully in a human body. It's more like possession than a true form." Rue reminded, "You must seize Shinjibin's angel. Defeat Jupiter and absorb them. Got it?" Elle nodded, her heart burning with resolve. "Will help, obviously," Rue muttered quietly. "But you're the key. Save our Master." Ella stood firm. "I know, it's clear." He sighed in defeat. "All right, fine then. Positions, let's move, don't screw up again." Under blue skies, butterflies leaked dark malice. Asmodeus thrashed as his mana spiraled out. Jupiter smirked effortlessly, crushing Asmodeus down. Quickly, that eerie demonic energy just faded. He brushed his hands. That was easy. This body was always meant for me." Stalking forward, Jupiter locked onto his prey. He grinned wickedly. Time to take it. Suddenly, Jupin's body bolted up, startling him. Jupiter froze. "What the? How?" Without warning, the twisted body stood up. It lunged, instantly soaring into the air. Out of nowhere, a lethal blow crashes down. Zubin's down for the count, unable to move. Miracle mode active, Zubin barely dodges death. He narrows his eyes, sensing something's off. "Please, Zubin, just give it up." Fat chance, not happening. Confusion swirled in Zubin's mind. Meet Michael, the guy ruining everyone's day. His face twisted into pure, unfiltered disgust. Then he just loses it, laughing like a maniac. "Oh, I totally get it now." Zubin doesn't talk. She just sends a savage kick. "You're here to play hero for Kim Gigyu, huh?" He grins the secrets out, and the outsiders know everything. "I figured the ego would submit once I had the body. Guess math isn't his thing." Suddenly, a rage-fueled fist flies. Jupiter blinks out of existence, dodging with zero effort. Reappearing behind her, his eyes glow with murderous intent. Jupiter strikes hard, sending Zubin spiraling backward. A brutal barrage of blows rains down relentlessly. He lunges forward, aiming for a final bone-crushing kick. Zubin's too slow, she's sent flying screaming in agony. Her face drains of color, her eyes going completely hollow. A thick cloud of white dust swallows the world. Smug and satisfied, Jupiter admires his handiwork. Pathetic, you're weaker than even Kim Gigyu. Where'd you get the ego to challenge me? He stalks closer, not that her reasons actually matter. But hey, I did learn one valuable thing. Jupiter's hands ignite with a surge of terrifying magic. With a look of pure contempt, time for a lesson. Suddenly, Jupiter's arrogant smirk completely vanishes. Zubin is broken, bleeding on the cold ground. Jupiter wears a twisted grin. Chill out. This only hurts for a second. The killing blow drops. Zubin shuts her eyes, whispering one last word, master. Silence falls. The world suddenly goes deathly still. Bracing for the end, Zubin grinds her teeth hard. Confused by the lack of pain, she peeks open. Right there, Jupiter is literally fighting his own body. He's frozen solid, stiff as a marble statue. Zubin gasps in total shock. My lord... Jupiter's brain is short-circuiting. What no how? He roars in fury the seal was supposed to be flipped. Tell me, how are you still awake in there? Jupiter spirals into absolute chaotic madness. Agony floods his mind, the chaos is spiraling out of control. His face contorts with a savage burning fury. Impossible, this power. It was destined to be mine. Suddenly a violent surge of mana erupts everywhere. Instantly it morphs into a colossal pitch-black sphere. Jupiter is swallowed whole by the void. He gazes around in shock. Where am I? Ziggu strides forward, dragging heavy clanking chains behind him. My revenge, my past, my heavy burdens, and my bonds? These are the weights I alone must carry. Ziggu declares firmly, I'm giving you absolutely nothing. Jupiter glares back, his eyes burning with defiance. I am done giving you anything, Jupiter. It ends now. Terror strikes his heart. No, this cannot be. Stunned, Jupiter gasps, the seal. Did you actually break it yourself? He screams in denial, I do not believe it. How could a weakling like you do this? Ziggu cuts him off coldly, shut up. Jupiter flinches, completely caught off guard. Through the darkness, chains whip forward like snakes. Jupiter is instantly snared and pinned down. He is paralyzed, unable to move. Ziggu glares down, his voice a low growl. Jupiter! Burning with rage, Ziggu roars, get out! Chains snap tight, binding Jupiter's hands instantly. His legs are next trapped by the iron grip. Jupiter thrashes wildly, but the struggle is futile. He snarls through gritted teeth, Kim Gigyu. Ziggu stares him down with ice-cold, lethal eyes. Jupiter howls out in a final desperate plea. One day, I swear, your body will be mine. As he speaks, the chains consume him entirely. Suddenly, clear blue skies and dancing butterflies reappear. Ziggu is left speechless by the sudden shift. He whispers her name in disbelief. Zubin. Zubin bows her head, a soft smile appearing. You are safe now, Master Ziggu. Strangely, Zubin's eyes now shimmer with two different colors. Shock hits Ziggu like a physical blow. Oh no, he stammers. Have you two actually merged together? She stays silent, offering only a mysterious smile. The camera pans to the tower as the dust finally starts settling. Inside the room, a massive surge of mana is still exploding wildly. The king crosses his arms, asking, can you actually pull this off? Sudong adds, the chaos is fading, which means... She's guessing they succeeded. Lu nods. Yeah, I've sealed that thing up. He looks at Sudong. Where's the big guy? He's not with you. He's scouting heaven. I called him, so he'll be here soon, she replies. Amidst the hammer's roar, a familiar voice rings out, Huang Dichun. Dichun freezes instantly as the mysterious voice continues. Mobilize every resource to Jigyu's tower now. A massive war is coming. He's shocked. Everything Ru replies bluntly. Yes, every single bit. He warns grimly, this battle's insane. One slip up and we're all dead. Suddenly a golden flash catches Ru's eye. Wait, what is that? He stares in silence before sighing in relief. So that's how it is. Ru's blown away, he broke that seal himself. This guy's nuts. But then Ru remembers something and his face darkens with doubt. Ru sighs, time to go. Master, you can't save them anymore. He's sure Elle's unstable soul has already wrecked her physical body. Ru looks sadly at Ruben. Now she's just waiting for the end. In a dream, Ruben whispers, Ziggu, do you know what mist flowers mean? Jiu has no words, he just stands there like a statue. Ruben smiles. Purple is a pure heart. Pink means a happy moment. She adds softly, and white means death. A tragic vision of a rotting flower appears before his eyes. Ruben chokes out, Master, we loved our time with you, truly. Two souls in one body speak as one confessing their love. Ziggu is speechless, his mind reeling. Zubin. Zubin begins to dissolve into petals, smiling peacefully at last. Ziggu is paralyzed. Zubin whispers, to die by your side. It is the greatest honor we've ever had. She looks so happy. Watching her vanish, Ziggu is completely powerless to stop it. He screams no as Zubin gives him one last blurry look. Ziggu lunges forward, gripping her fragile shoulders with desperation. Shut up, he snaps. I'm saving both of you no matter what. A wildfire of determination instantly ignites in Ziyu's heart. He thinks once I master this seal's insane power, This chain power isn't life or death, it's something else entirely. Zu's eyes flash with killing intent. If my theory's right, boom warnings everywhere. Alert, unstable energy detected danger. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes a massive flood of mana. Come on, Garrett, just this once, help me out. Zu's heart screams out in a desperate plea. I only need one single chance. A barrage of system warnings continues to flare. Warning, unstable energy detected. But finally, the moment of destiny arrived. The notification Zu craved most finally flashed. Awakening conditions meant temporary divine power access granted. Zubin and El stood there completely shell-shocked. Master, is that really you? Zu's eyes flared with intense celestial light. He burned with a new fierce resolve. Not enough. This power defies logic, but it can't fix a shattered vessel alone. I need materials. He pushed his limits, summoning a flood of raw mana. Zu grit his teeth. He'd sacrifice Asmodeus' ego to fuel the restoration. Impossible Jupiter was pinned down by unbreakable divine chains. How did he learn so fast? The ruler's absolute power is undeniable. A massive surge of mana still shielded the entire tower. Zu lay motionless, eyes sealed tight in deep exhaustion. His tension faded as he drifted back to consciousness. Scanning the room, two familiar blurry silhouettes came into focus. Zu whispered their names, Zubin. Zubin sighed in relief. Beside him, El smiled softly. Master? Suddenly a sharp curse rang out. That damn brat! Ru grinned wildly. He actually pulled it off! Shudung nodded with a satisfied smirk. Calling you my disciple might be an understatement now. Catching his breath, he recognized them. Ru, Shudung. Zu exhaled a heavy sigh. I'm okay, guys. He smiled inwardly. Thank God. It worked. I actually managed to save both of them. Ru cut in. Forget talking, just rest for now. Zu nodded weakly. That's the plan, honestly. He added quietly, You already know, don't you, Master? Madame Heishuk. She's still lying right there. Her pale, gaunt face rested silently on the hospital bed. Zu forced his aching body upright. I know. Suddenly he froze. Something felt different. A little girl had suddenly appeared in his arms. He whispered the familiar name, Grunhut. Grunhut pouted cutely, whimpering, Master, you're awake? She blinked up at him, startled but glowing. Overjoyed, she lunged for a hug. Master! Suddenly, a hand reached out and pinched her cheek hard. Ru snapped, visibly annoyed. How can you sleep all day while we suffer? Grunhut shrieked in pain. Now that really hurts. Zu could only watch completely speechless. Knock it off already, Ru. Brandhut can't even manifest his pathetic self properly anymore. Brandhut howls in pure rage. Damn straight it is. He doubles down with a savage smirk. Even if Brandhut showed up, he'd be totally useless, sending the poor girl reeling. Master, are you serious? Right on cue. Ziku suddenly unleashes a massive surge of mana. Oh, by the way, Ru, I've found our target. The realization hits him instantly, glaring at him with deadly intensity. In a flash, Vu transforms into a blade. Zu carefully forces himself upright. He charges straight into Hexic Forest, leveling his blade right at her throat. System Alert Gluttony skill has activated. The tower remains shielded by that same majestic power. Hexic falls silent, giving him her most heartfelt thanks. She admits in shock, I suspected it, but seeing it as a total game changer. Right now it feels just like my own original body. Hexic realizes, actually the power coursing through me is way beyond my old self. Stats screen. Limb Hexic level 141. Human ego strength 212. Agility 237, stamina 293. Magic 371. Zigu plays it cool. Thank him instead. As long as everyone's safe, I'm good. Hexic asks, worried sick. What about Zubin and El? He reassures her, they're fine, just a bit different. Zu adds, El finally broke her mana curse. She's overflowing with life energy and way stronger now. Zun says she's the only angel to conquer darkness. Plus, he brags Zubin harnessed Asmodeus' power. He's a half-ego hybrid now after absorbing that power. Finally, Hexic can breathe a sigh of relief. Really, I never dreamed things would end this well. I'm deeply in your debt, kid. Shudong abruptly cut the tension. Enough with the pleasantries, save the cheers for later. She turned deadly serious. Isn't it time we address the elephant in the room? Master... The old teacher remained hauntingly silent. Master Shudong whispered, her voice trembling. He let out a dry chuckle. It's been an eternity since you called me that. Her smile vanished instantly. Listen well, for I must finish the tale I started. Names of legends fell from her lips. Kronos Gaia, Kim Seijin, Lee Sujin, and Jupiter. She leaned in her voice a chilling shadow, and the truth of who you really are. Gigyu felt his heart lurch in sheer terror. The 60th floor trial famous for being easy, yet utterly infamous. A person is buried alive in total sensory deprivation for 3 agonizing months. They call this hellish void the chamber of mind and time. Floating in the abyss, Ziyu's thoughts raced. They say losing track of time feels like being entombed for decades. But for me, he smirked, this is the ultimate playground. Sitting cross-legged, he realized the moment had arrived. A hazy, flickering silhouette materialized before Ziyu's eyes. Within seconds, the figure solidified against the pitch-black darkness. It was another him, a dark ego bound in heavy, rattling chains. Zhu stood up, slowly feeling the weight of the confrontation. He locked eyes with his double, his gaze sharp as a blade. Jupiter crossed his arms, his voice dripping with arrogance. I see, even in this mental wasteland, completely severed from every human emotion. You're still obsessed with training alone? The double flashed a wicked knowing grin. So have you finally pieced the puzzle together? The replacement. Zhu's face twisted in pure disgust. Elsewhere, Brandhut was busy hauling steel at the construction site. Back in the room, Hexuk's voice dropped to a heavy whisper. Let me conclude the history you were never meant to hear. Chronoskaya Kim Sejin Lee Sujin, and the myth of Jupiter. She paused, eyes piercing his soul, the story of your true identity. Zigu blinked, his mind spinning in confusion. My identity? Hexuk repeated, her expression grim. You saw it on the 50th floor, didn't you? Your father Kim Sejin, or should I say Kronos, the king of mankind. He committed the ultimate sin, slaying his father to seize the throne. Yet against all odds, Kronos became the greatest leader in history. Hexuk sighed. He had to. The previous ruler, Uranus, was a monster. By killing that tyrant, Kronos became a god-tier hero. Her eyes clouded with grief. But even heroes succumb to despair. He discovered the chaos, a terrifying invisible entity lurking beneath the world. About the tower's secrets, Zhu muttered. I only know the blurry edges. Zhu recalled legends of the tower built to crush gods and chaos, and how Cronus tried to hijack every drop of that power. The idiot actually thought he could become a god himself. Zhu turned serious. That plan failed, leaving a massive hole in reality. Gaia absorbed it all, rewriting the world's DNA from scratch. Sudong smirked. Color me impressed. You actually know your history. Hexuk chimed in. The tower only whispers secrets to the worthy. Honestly, you might understand this place even better than I do. She shrugged. Whatever. At least it saves us a boring lecture. But let me clarify one thing for the record. Hexuk narrowed her eyes. Gaia was the linchpin in Kronos' design. Kronos held absolute authority, but he lacked one crucial thing. A vessel strong enough to hold both divinity and primordial ruin. Zhu nodded. Yeah, I've heard whispers about that missing piece. That Gaia was the ultimate existence, second only to Ao. Hexuk gave a grim nod. Exactly. Initially, no mortal or immortal shell could contain such raw power. So how did such an insane plan actually work? It was Gaia's unique essence as Mother Earth that changed everything. Hexuk tightened her grip. She could link separate souls together. She turned the very world she walked upon into a container. Zhu froze, his mind reeling at the sheer scale of it. Sudong saw his shock and let out a sharp laugh. Linking sounds a lot like your own little cheat code, right? She teased, is your special power not so unique after all? Zhu's thoughts became a mess as he grimaced in frustration. A dark suspicion took root. Could this similarity be a coincidence? Does this mean I share some creepy bloodline with Gaia? Hexuk fell silent, thoughtfully stroking her chin as she pondered. After a tense moment, she finally found her voice again. We'll unpack that later. Let's stick to the script for now. Gaia played along with Kronos, ignoring his insults for the world. She slaughtered chaos and gods because she loved this world's essence. Her voice dropped. But eventually she was forced into the plan. Hexuk's eyes clouded with ancient sorrow. And the reason was, suddenly the scene shifts. A heavy chain whips through the darkness. Zhu deflected it effortlessly, his eyes burning with sudden fury. Jupiter gasped a startled, "Whoa!" escaping his lips. He smirked through his teeth. Moving a bit faster today, kid? Two more chains lashed out, screaming through the air toward Zhu. Zhu's expression turned cold, a murderous glint in his eyes. He launched himself upward, vanishing into the shadows like a ghost. Every single attack was swatted away like a bothersome fly. He reappeared right in front of his enemy. Jupiter. Zhu's face was a mask of stone. Who was Kronos to you? He spoke truly a legendary leader, but a failure as a father. Zigu's eyes sharpened. I see. In that case, he struck a nerve. How does it feel being sealed away by your own mother? Jupiter froze, those words hitting him like a physical blow. His face twisted, consumed by a dark burning resentment. Through gritted teeth, a savage curse escaped his lips. So those rats spilled everything to you? Those absolute bastards. That night, Hexuk finally unveiled the hidden truth. Jupiter was the direct bloodline of Kronos and Gaia. Gaia only sided with Kronos to save her precious son, to save Jupiter. Her explanation was chillingly clear. Children of rulers are born different, destined for greatness. But Jupiter, he was a monster among gods. He inherited the primordial powers of both time and earth. Hexuk's voice grew heavy with significance. The terrifying result. He became a vessel of infinite bottomless capacity, a void vast enough to swallow an entire dimension. No, perhaps even something far more dangerous. Her gaze flickered with sorrow. But because of that gift, a normal life was never an option for him. That colossal power was a wild beast he couldn't tame. Gaia's connection triggers unpredictably, Hexuk continued softly. And that void within him begins devouring everything without limit. Chidung let out a mocking, jagged laugh. Maybe you've tasted that kind of hell yourself. A flash of memory struck Zhu, a familiar haunting nightmare. Hexuk noticed his shift. That look You've seen it, haven't you? If you felt it, you know the horror better than anyone. Other people's emotions and thoughts, they flood into you, she warned, invading your mind even when you scream for it to stop. Ziggy nodded grimly. Jupiter was losing his mind back then. I can guess the tragedy, he muttered, brow furrowed. But we're talking about Kronos and Gaia here. Was there truly no way to save him? The issue was time, she replied, leaving Ziggy baffled. Yes, the Kronos inheritance went haywire. It constantly froze Jupiter's own timeline in a chaotic loop. Hexuk folded her hands. Healing requires the natural flow of time. Even as supreme beings, they were powerless against that stagnation. Zekiel exhaled the pieces finally clicking together, so Kronos made a deal, promising Gaia a divine cure. Sudong cut in. Exactly, she had no choice but to join him. She continued, to make this work, Jupiter had to be caged. Gaia actually had to seal her own son with her own hands. Hearing that Ziggy couldn't help but let out a twisted smirk. Wow, what an absolute clown show of a plan. She clicked her tongue totally over all this drama. Truth is, Kronos never had the guts to control God's flow. Back in the void, thousands of chains lunged for blood. Ziggy squared up ready to throw hands. He swatted those iron links away like they were flies. Seeing that Jupiter's face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage, another wave of chains surged forward like hungry snakes. Ziggy took a nasty hit that rattled his entire soul. He gnashed his teeth, eyes burning with pure hatred. Seizing the moment, Jupiter slammed a chain straight at him. Ziggy was sent flying crashing hard against the abyss. He gasped for air, spitting out a loud curse. Damn it! If I'd known things would get this messy, I should have dragged Ruinell along for the ride. Jupiter stepped forward, his boots echoing in the dark. Let's get one thing straight so you don't get it twisted. He clearly hated wasting his breath on trashy explanations. I don't actually hold a grudge against my mother. I'm just sick of you losers running your mouths. Zhu didn't flinch, firing back a direct answer. I get it, he said, cutting straight to the point. The one you really want dead is Kronos, isn't it? Inside that room, the ugly truth was finally spilling out. Kronos was rotting away, losing his damn mind. Sudong hammered the point home with cold intensity. The man couldn't even trust Gaia anymore, even though she was the one who backed his play. He became a total junkie for the power of the gods. She wondered out loud what triggered this insane obsession. Sudong guessed that maybe he just wanted to save the world. But he ended up drowning in a sea of pure greed. King or not, he was just another pathetic human being. She scowled, and his stupidity didn't even stop there. Hey Ziggy, you ever heard of the legend of Adam? Yeah, he replied. The top secret project Adam Specifically, it was a plan to build the ultimate weapon. They say Adam was the first creature the gods ever made. Though nobody can actually prove the guy ever existed. He nodded. Seems you've actually done your homework. Sudong smirked. Back then I was totally in the dark. But look at you now, all grown up and cynical. She sighed. Regardless, Kronos is hunting for Adam now. Though nobody knows if that man even exists. Sudong looked helpless. Even Kronos couldn't track him. To the rulers, Adam is nothing but a legend. Her expression darkened, yet Kronos is obsessed for reasons. He actually knows Adam's true, terrifying identity. Zhu flinched, heart racing. Did he know the secret? Sudong turned grave. Adam is God's physical flesh. A vessel created by God for a dire emergency. You've seen the truth, so you must understand. She stated firmly, God has no physical form. Mrs. Hesuk agreed he exists only as pure spirit. Adam was the spare body, a container for divinity. Ziggy hesitated, reeling from this massive lore drop. That's why Adam is the perfect divine vessel. Naturally, Kronos went insane trying to find him. She recounted, but in the end he failed, and that failure drove him into deep madness. Lowering her voice, Sudong said, he concluded this, if I can't find Adam, I'll build one myself. Zhu was skeptical. He tried to manufacture God's flesh. Is such a blasphemous thing even possible? Sudong tilted her head. Normally it's impossible. But Kronos had the perfect raw materials. Zhu pressed further, and those materials were... Sudong gave a slow, silent nod. Jupiter. Kronos used his own son as a lab rat. The descendant of humanity's two strongest warriors. He saw Adam's potential in the boy and experimented. Thus the first Adam project began with Kronos. Jigu froze, stunned, into a long, hollow silence. Thinking of Kronos' cruelty, Jigu lowered his head. You know what happened next, don't you? The tower rose and the chaos gods fell. Remembering Gaia's desperate eyes, Jigu whispered, Gaia betrayed him. Sudong countered, not betrayal, Kronos broke his promise first. Zhu realized Gaia knew what he did to Jupiter. Exactly, no one hides the truth from her. That's why Gaia became the tower's divine system. Once complete, she restored everything he had destroyed. She ensured Kronos was buried deep within chaos. He was dragged down into the infinite abyss. Mrs. Hesuk's face paled, but Gaia was wrong. She shuddered. Kronos actually crawled out of chaos. Deep in the darkness, Zeus secretly gathered his power. Shadows swarmed the heavy chains choking Jupiter's neck. Snap, every single link shattered into dust instantly. Jupiter stood frozen, staring at the wreckage in disbelief. Wait, what kind of crazy sorcery is this? Ziggy, you insane, why are you breaking my seal? He growled, glaring at Kim Gigyu with predatory eyes. Jigu didn't flinch, his face set like hard stone. He stepped forward and dropped a total bombshell. Team up with me, Jupiter. Let's roll. Jupiter blinked, his brain clearly short-circuiting right then. Say what? Gigyu didn't stutter, doubling down on his wild word. I'll handle your revenge. Consider it done, man. But in exchange, you're playing on my team. Stop the shady backstabbing and join me instead. Jupiter was totally floored. This wasn't in the script. He stood there buffering for what felt like forever. Then finally, something snapped inside his chaotic head. His expression twisted into a wild, wicked, demonic grin. A creepy, bone-chilling laugh echoed through the entire room. He lunged forward, shouting like a total battle maniac. If you really think you're that guy, then prove you can actually survive me first, kid. Boom. He threw a massive punch at Zigyu's face. Zigyu didn't even blink. He just took the hit. In a split second, that strike was totally neutralized. Jupiter went nuclear, unleashing a massive tidal wave of mana. He aimed a lethal strike right at Zigyu's heart. A world-shaking explosion ripped through the entire area instantly. Meanwhile, the cosmic mystery gets even more twisted now. Kronos hijacked Jupiter's body, merging with him like a parasite. Sudung explained Kronos had been able to gank Gaia's power. A legendary clash, a perfect vessel versus a restricted goddess. But Gaia won and the two were ripped apart. Dimensions crumbled and worlds died. It was basically the apocalypse. Surprisingly, only the Great Chaos remained silent through it all. Gaia rebooted the world, stitching it all to the tower. Zyu realized the truth. Wait, so that means... Exactly. The tower floors are just shattered world fragments. Every floor is a piece of a broken dimension. Zyu's face went pale. His heart skipped a beat. Sudung smirked. Gaia didn't connect every world, obviously. Two realms remained beyond even a goddess's absolute control. The divine realm and the world beyond their reach. She finally whispered the name, the spirit dimension. Heaven or hell, she claimed they were one and the same. Zyu's mind raced, his heart drowning in a sea of doubt. Gross. If those two are here, what secrets are they hiding? I have to demand the truth from them myself. Suddenly, Sudung's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. None of that matters right now anyway. The terrifying reality is that history is repeating itself. She trembled, fearing Kronos' inevitable and relentless resurrection. Zyu cursed under his breath, that old monster just won't die. Sudung let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Your father is quite the handful, wouldn't you agree? Zyu stood frozen, completely speechless at her biting question. Feeling the awkward tension, she let out a forced cough. Relax, just kidding, Kronos and your father are distinct entities. Her expression turned deadly serious as she pointed at him. The revived Kronos knows Jupiter's vessel is hidden on Earth. She leaned in, testing him. You know who that is, right? Zyu's face went pale, his true identity was finally exposed. A massive stone statue loomed through the thick, swirling mist. The entire horizon was swallowed by a heavy, suffocating fog. Jupiter emerged slowly. Not bad you've grown, Kim Gigyu. He smirked, especially for someone meant to be a failure. A failure, Zigu's brow furrowed as he glared at Jupiter. Inside that room, Hexup's words echoed a mere low-quality clone. She revealed your family was born from Gaia's twisted obsession. Zyu's head throbbed. What kind of madness is this? Hexup reminded him of his encounter on the 50th floor. Did Kronos mention anything to you about Kim Sijin? It clicked. Yes, he told me everything, Zyu replied. Those haunting words began to resonate within his soul. The man who loved Sujin and raised children wasn't me. Hexup nodded. It's exactly as that monster claimed. Kim Sijin is just a puppet king created by Gaia. She looked back to the days before Kronos shattered. The original Kronos, the one Gaia truly loved, was born from her desperate longing for a lost family. Jesus' voice suddenly became soft yet incredibly firm. But there is one thing I know for certain. Out of everyone here, you are definitely no mere copy. She spoke with a conviction that shook the room. Even if your parents were nothing but inferior shadows. The child born from their union changed everything. You are the one true and only Jupiter. Ezekiel's mind reeled as he struggled to process it. Wait, just hold on a damn minute. He couldn't stop questioning everything. If your story is actually legit, then that legendary Gale is my mother. No way both my parents were just normal everyday humans. Sujung cut him off sharply. Chill out, dude. I told you I'd explain it all bit by bit. She sighed. Kim Sijin. It feels weird using their real names. Let's just call him Dad for now. Sujung continued. Basically, Gale wanted to clone herself and your dad so everyone could live normally. A life without crazy powers or magic junk, just a boring, peaceful world. She emphasized that Earth was supposed to be their ultimate getaway. Sujung's voice dropped. But the day you were born, Kronos sensed your existence. He immediately started plotting with the other rulers to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. And just like that, Gale had to trash her dream of a normal life. Sujung looked at him. And that, my friend, is exactly why the tower appeared on Earth. You starting to get the picture now? Gigyu frowned. So the system and players, they were just built to fight those guys, right? Sujung nodded. Exactly. Gaia had no other choice but to link with Earth through the tower. Hisuk added, but even with all those defenses, Kronos' obsession was off the charts. Just like that, he completely obliterated the Earth. She noted that he couldn't even use his full power on Earth back then. A flash of deep sorrow crossed Hisuk's face. But in the end, Kim Sijin, who was just a clone, stood zero chance against the original true Kronos. Suddenly a forgotten memory resurfaced in her mind. You probably don't remember this at all, but back then Kronos actually kidnapped you once. That revelation hit Gigyu like a physical blow. Wait, so that means... He suddenly recalled a chilling memory. That terrifying look in his eyes that I saw back then. That gaze that looked like it wanted to end my life. A brutal shattered memory suddenly jolted through Jigyu's brain. How absolutely pathetic. Kronos muttered with pure unfiltered annoyance. So this is Jupiter's body. I finally managed to track it down. You've got power, kid, but it's all being suppressed. You're way too tiny to be of any use to me right now. He stopped and glared intensely at the trembling Gigyu. If that's the case, you're basically garbage to me. A battered man suddenly lunged forward, screaming Kronos. That desperate man was none other than Kim Gigyu. He let out a soul-crushing cry. Give Gigyu back to me. Lim Hisuk was in bad shape too, her entire body covered in wounds. Otegu painfully wiped blood from his mouth and forced himself up. Kronos scoffed mockingly. Give him back. Now that's a pretty weird request. His face darkened. This brat belonged to me from the very beginning. What's so wrong about me taking back what's rightfully mine? Sejin's blood boiled as he ground his teeth in pure defiance. Kronos loomed over him, his movements slow and terrifyingly deliberate. You think this is all you've lost? He mocked. Far from it. I'm reclaiming the scythe of time. It belongs to me. He glared with godlike arrogance. And the divine power, too. But in a heartbeat, reality fractured. Something impossible was happening. Sejin flinched, his eyes widening at the chaotic spectacle unfolding. Even Kronos hissed in doubt. Tegu's voice thundered, What is this? What the hell is going on? Haesuk sensed a deadly shift. A monstrous surge of mana erupted, forcing Kronos to look away. Xiu had awakened a power so immense it defied all logic. Sejin trembled. Oh no. The absolute worst-case scenario is here. Xiu's consciousness was forcibly colliding with Kronos' twisted mind. Fear gripped Sejin. This is bad. This is beyond catastrophic. Xiu's psyche wasn't ready to endure a god's mental onslaught. Panic flared in Sejin's chest like an unquenchable wildfire. At this rate, his very soul will be completely obliterated. Move, we have to do something before it's too late. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the madness like thunder. Sejin, he spun around, confusion written all over his face. His heart stopped. A silhouette from his past stood there. Gaia. The name felt like a ghostly whisper from history. The shock snapped Sejin back to his senses instantly. He shouted the name that haunted his every waking dream. No, Sujin, is it really you? Haesuk's voice dropped to a cold razor-sharp edge. The atmosphere grew heavy, suffocating under her chilling tone. Xiu, tell me, how much do you actually know about mercenaries? He frowned, his voice low and laced with newfound caution. They work with the Association for Perks, simple as that. She sighed, eyes half closed as if carrying the world's weight. In this era, maybe, but that's not why they were born. Her gaze sharpened, locking onto him with terrifying intensity. Every word she spoke felt like a heavy piece of destiny. Those mercenaries? They were once your own personal shadow guards. Xiu froze. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. His world stood still, his body turning as cold as stone. A group Kim Sejin built specifically to keep you alive. He looked down, the weight of the truth crushing his lungs. My father did that for me. Memories flooded back her voice, trembling with raw, unspoken pain. Tegu's stern face flickered in her mind, fueling her internal fire. Ghosts of the past began to rise within her fading memories. Countless warriors bled and died on the path to protect you. Haesuk clenched her fist, her resolve hardening into unbreakable steel. We're just mercs babysitting one kid. Why? Because if we don't, the world goes kaboom? Talk about a bad workday. Rewind Kronos was flexing hard, hoisting Gigyu into the sky. Wounded Sejin whipped around, screaming Gaia in pure, desperate agony. Smoke cleared, revealing Sujin clutching a baby. Sejin froze mid-breath. His eyes shook with shock. Wait, what the heck? Sejin whispered, trembling, unable to believe his own damn eyes. Gasping for air, Sujin choked out his name through tears. Sejin's jaw dropped. Sejin! She stuttered, her voice a ghost. Why are you here and Yuzun too? This sucks. His legs buckled as he limped forward, desperate for them. Sejin gripped his scythe tightly. He spun back, roaring loudly. Pure rage and agony. Run, Sujin, I've got this. Terror for them blazed in his eyes. His voice grew sharp, urgent. Begging, he cried, Protect Xiu! Sujin paled, eyes wide with horror. She screamed, trying to stop the unfolding nightmare. Sejin behind you. Sejin's brow furrowed in sharp alarm. Tensed, he whipped his gaze back. Kronos tore through the smoke, a demon. He lunged, claws out, ready to snatch. His face twisted into pure fury. Eyes bulging, he looked like a nightmare. Teeth gnashing, he radiated crushing death. I need the scythe and godhood. Chains exploded outward like a glowing spider web. They slammed into Kronos, binding him tight. He roared, thrashing against the cold iron. Kronos' seethed veins bulging in rage. His growls sounded like a trapped beast. Again, interfering in my plans again? He glared through Sejin's bloody face. He locked onto Sujin, screaming madly. Gaia! Sujin pinned Kronos midair. He howled, a god reduced. How much longer, Gaia? Only way to save Jupiter. Bloodshot eyes bulging, Kronos screamed frantically. Give me power, I'll save him. Sujin's cold voice cut his rant. That's not Jupiter. Kronos froze. Wait, what? She didn't answer, stepping forward with a chilling final resolve. Gigyu, once suspended in midair, slowly descended through the swirling gray mist. Sujin smiled warmly, catching him, while her soft voice carried unbreakable defiance. This isn't Jupiter. This child is Kim Gigyu. Her slender fingers traced his sleeping face as she whispered words of pure love. Sujin pulled both children close, her fierce gaze locked onto Kronos. Her voice rang out without hesitation. I'm not Gaia, I am Lee Sujin. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking in shock. What, impossible? He stammered. Suddenly, Kronos' face contorted, veins bulging as he trembled in sheer terror. Watching them bathed in soft light, Kronos' sanity finally snapped. A thunderous roar of pure, blinding fury erupted from his throat. Stop, Gaia, you'd use divine power to save that brat. In your weak state, that power will tear you apart. Sejin watched in horror, his voice trembling as he screamed, Sujin! Suddenly, his face went deathly pale, veins pulsing wildly against his neck. He clutched his chest, a pained, guttural cry escaping his lips. Sejin gripped his scythe body, shaking violently before he finally collapsed. Despite the agony, he looked up with clouded eyes toward his family. His voice broke as he choked out their names, Sujin, Gigyu. Sujin stayed silent, head bowed, before offering a tragic, whispered smile. I'm so sorry, Gigyu. Tears fell as she held the small child closer to her heart. Her voice rose trembling with a heavy, heartbreaking weight. I can't stay by your side much longer. My dear son and daughter, I love you both. With those final words, Sujin's eyes slowly drifted shut. Her lashes flickered as a single tear traced down her cheek, a silent reflection of pain that words could never truly describe. Her voice was now a mere shaky mumble. Forgive me, Juby. In that instant, an endless crushing void swallowed everything. There in the center, Jupiter lay curled in a fragile ball. A faint flickering light surrounded his small, helpless form. Kronos stared, paralyzed by a wave of unadulterated horror. Bloodshot eyes bulging and jaw dropping, he stood frozen in speechless shock. Nearby, Sejin clutched his heart eyes wide as he witnessed the nightmare. Sujin simply smiled, looking down tenderly at the two sleeping children. Her gentle voice pierced the darkness like a fragile ray of hope. Please wait for me, just a little longer. She didn't even notice his stunned, dazed expression. She just continued recounting the tragic events of that fateful day. Lee Sujin was ready to trade her life to save him. But then Kim Sejin suddenly lunged into the fray, even though he was already at death's door. He brushed aside Sujin's shocked gaze, moving with desperate resolve. Watch this, he poured every ounce in. A memory hit and her voice totally cracked. He traded his soul and life for Sujin. Sejin dove in, pulling them into a final embrace. Even covered in grime, he smiled with pride. Peace returned. He stopped Kronos just in time. Then came the memory of him turning to dust. He hung his head, his voice a broken whisper. The ultimate price? Sejin was gone forever. Suddenly, the watch on Sejin's wrist flared with light. Divine carving shifted, syncing perfectly with Zyu's hand. Stunned silence. His lips moved, but no words came. His eyes were a chaotic storm of raw emotion. Zyu clenched his fist, trembling with a rising fury. Still silent, she sighed and glanced toward Shudong. Her voice was soft yet heavy with dark truth. Wielding godhood in a dying shell has a cost. Even after Sejin's sacrifice, she remained broken. She gave a tiny nod, her expression eerily calm. That miracle medicine for your mom? That was the debt. Gigyu snapped out of his mental fog. He leaned in, his voice wavering with hesitation. Wait, so my mom knew all along, right? Zyu's brow furrowed as he shook his head. No, there is something way more important here. He pictured Zuzung's bright, beautiful, smiling face. His voice shook with doubt and total confusion. Tell me, what is Zuzung's real deal anyway? The elder's brows pulled together in a frown. Firm and direct, she dropped the truth bomb. She's human, just a girl, nothing more. Thinking back to them standing together years ago, she exhaled slowly, her voice dropping an octave. Sujin and Sejin just wanted a normal life. Remembering Dudung, her voice turned soft as silk. Their love created Kim Dudung a perfectly ordinary human. Jigyu's gaze fell, his reply a dying breath. Ignoring his gloom, she brought back the main point. About your question, does Lee Sujin remember everything? She paused, eyes darkening before the final explanation. Honestly, even I don't know. Her memory's gone. Then her tone turned ice cold and heavy. She winced as if the memories were physical weights. Yet some tiny fragment must remain inside her. Zyu just stared down, his brow knotted in pain. His face is a total wreck of pure chaotic confusion. Listen, I've got some weird family secrets to tell you, son. Hexuk's icy voice suddenly shreds Jigyu's messy trip down memory lane. Well, did that finally clear up your brain fog, kid? Silence drops like a heavy lid weight, freezing the whole room. He just mopes. Hexuk sighs, her voice drifting like sad wind. Still nothing. Guess you're still drowning in questions, huh? Ziggu stays dead silent, eyes down, hiding a dark, stormy sadness. After a forever long pause, Ziggu finally whispers into the dead air. This world's disaster? Yeah, my parents totally caused this whole mess. He looks down, his voice cracking like he's swallowing jagged glass. But they saved Earth. That was their final, tragic, heroic act. Ziggu stops, his eyes shaking before he slowly finds his voice. That day loops in his head, making his words catch painfully. My sister, my mom, and me? We were totally struggling back then. He stares into nothing, trembling. Why did nobody even try helping? He scowls in despair. We weren't even asking for that much. The room goes ghost quiet. It's like the air stopped breathing. No one speaks. Gigyu eyes the camera. Sounds totally bonkers, right? Those mercenaries died for me. I'm stuck with an eternal debt. He blurts it out, brows knit, looking like he's about to explode. Hexic cuts him off, eyes shut tight in a wave of sorrow. That's enough, just stop. Gigyu's eyes go wide. He's completely floored by her cold words. She stares him down, her voice dropping to a freezing chill. Your feelings are valid, but saying it must hurt like hell. Hexic goes silent, biting her lip before a forced apology drops. Sorry for dumping such heavy, soul-crushing questions on you, kid. Gigu's gaze turns heavy, shielding the storm of grief inside him. Seeing his absolute despair, she shuts her eyes to look away. The air turns suffocating, filled only by one long, dark sigh. Honestly, even we've pretty much forgotten almost everything by now. He gasps, his total shock written all over his face. Watching the broken Ziyu, Hexic sighs and starts the real story. I just remembered. Someone definitely did a rewrite on our memories. She stares into the distance, her voice rasping about his past. Li Shujin wasn't erased, but the vital parts vanished completely. He looks up confused. Was Chairman Otigu the same way too? She plays it cool. Yeah, basically just like me. Anyway, his son OT6 helped your family direct or not? Her words echo. Zigu strokes his chin, lost in deep thought. I'm not sure how much of that was Otigu's plan, but those leftover memories definitely played a major hidden role. He frowns, his mind spinning like a chaotic, messy tornado. Right. T6 was my old man's best friend after all. With all this crazy info coming at me, I gotta wonder, just how much does T6 really know? A sharp realization slices through my mind, and my gaze turns cold enough to draw blood. Still deep down in my gut, I'm desperately trying to shut that possibility out. No, the real kicker is why Gale went and rewrote everyone's memories in the first place. In that split second, the silhouettes of those two women flash before my eyes. My brain is a total mess now, like a calm lake shattered by a massive wrecking ball. Even if Gale and my mother are technically two different people, my entire family was basically built on nothing but Gaia's sheer will. So why the heck did she choose this path, even with the literal power of a god? Thinking about it makes my blood boil with a bitter, choking resentment. That one decision dragged my family through absolute hell for way too long. Sudung's soft voice suddenly cuts through the chaos in my head like a knife. Maybe she just wanted you to live as a normal human being for once. She leans on her hand, sounding totally bored, like she's just reading off a grocery list. Gaia? She just wanted her descendants to have a plain, ordinary life. Feeling my intense stare on her, she looks away, her voice suddenly trailing off. I mean, whatever. It's just a theory I have anyway. But I don't say a word. I just stare, my eyes swimming with pure, unspoken confusion. Seeing my expression, she pauses for a second before finally spilling what's really on her mind. I bet Gale and Li Sujin both wanted the exact same thing. They worked together to seal Jupiter away for good. And they locked away the memories of everyone involved right along with him. When you look back at everything that went down after that, her voice suddenly drops into a low, somber whisper, carrying a weight that feels way too heavy for just words. It was all a play to keep the truth from ever being found again. Basically, it's the same vibe as a penalty from the tower. I go dead silent for a long moment. My eyes waver with doubt before I finally squeeze out a question. Okay, I get that part, I really do. But why now, why of all times is this happening today? Why did Gale choose this exact second to break the memory seal? Suddenly, Hexic jumps in, cutting the tension with a cool and nonchalant answer. We started restoring those memories the moment you cleared the 50th floor. Her eyes lock onto Giyu's, which are practically popping out of his head. She calmly explains that it's because he's finally earned his stripes as a warrior. That's why Gaia decided it was finally time to spill all the secrets. Without giving him a second to breathe, Hexuk's eyes narrow into sharp, predatory slits. The entire system of this world, it literally exists just for you. Those final words hit Gigyu like a high-speed freight train. His pupils shrink to pinpricks and his jaw drops wide open. He's so completely floored that he can't even find his voice. You're the freaking main character of this entire world, kid. After a beat, he furrows his brow, lost in a spiral of deep, dark thought. If Du heard this, he'd probably laugh his head off at how cringe this is. Gigyu could practically see Du dying of laughter right now. Tears streaming, barely able to wheeze out some trash talk. Wait, you the hero, that's the best joke yet. He shook it off. This system was his destiny. No, perhaps this power wasn't meant for him alone. Every thought vanished, leaving only one name echoing Jupiter. A massive monolith stood under blue skies, etched with celestial light. White smoke spiraled through the dark as the heavens roared. Battered and bruised, Jupiter sighed, releasing a heavy, soul-deep burden. Lying in the haze, he spoke with a haunting clarity. So that's how it all ends, huh? Through the mist, Gigyu approached his blade, gripped tight. Jupiter lay there, ignoring the deadly threat closing in. In the end, I still couldn't take you down. Gone was Zigu's rage, replaced by a quiet, surging sorrow. Ziggu stood still, absorbing every jagged, pain-filled word Jupiter spat. Seal me or kill me, do whatever you want. It's your right, he whispered, fading into the swirling smoke. But Gigyu just stood there, letting the heavy silence answer. Finally, Gigyu broke the crushing stillness with a word. His voice was low-heavy with hard-earned courage. You once said, I am you and you're me. He remembered that arrogant, self-satisfied smirk clearly. A finger pointed at his chest, declaring, I am you. Back then, Jupiter had laughed at Jigu's stunned face. And you are me, he'd said with cold confidence. Looking at the broken man, Gigyu finally fired back. You're wrong. I am me and you're just you. He reached out, his expression turning dead serious. I'll say it once more, he declared with steel. Jupiter stiffened, his eyes filled with total confusion. A flicker of annoyance began to bubble up. Let's team up, Yubi. Right here, right now. Suddenly, the system pinged with a final notification. So trial cleared, the cold machine voice announced. Slowly, the massive doors began to creak open. A low rumble echoed through the absolute silence. Across the ancient stone-paved path, polished leather boots came to a sharp halt. A powerful figure stepped forward with total confidence. Floor 60 of the tower reached at last. Gigyu exhaled, finally free from that chaotic nightmare. Under a perfect disguise, he squinted at the sun, annoyed. 3 months felt more like a whole year. Suddenly, Brandhut's voice chimed in, making Gigyu freeze. Master. She panted, desperate for his attention before the world collapsed. Master, it is an emergency. You have to come right now. Just as her frantic, youthful voice shattered the air, Gigyu spotted a colossal pillar of light piercing the sky. Chaos erupted as the crowd surged. War had finally reached El. Every face in the mob was a mask of cold hostility. Eyes glued to the blinding light, waiting for the signal to kill. Grunhut whipped his head toward the exit in a panic, his voice trembling with pure, unadulterated dread. He urged them forward, fearing a single second's delay meant death. It is bad. We need to fall back immediately. The girl's desperate plea continued to echo in his mind. Yet Gigyu stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. His gaze darkened, his mind churning with cold, silent calculations. The flames of war were already swallowing the entire region. He remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin, unreadable line. He stood like a ghost, bearing every emotion deep inside. Suddenly, Gigyu tilted his head back toward the sky. A smug, triumphant smirk curled his lips. Everything was going perfectly. Under the golden, glowing sky, she eyed the silent monolith with dread. He prepared for the Floor 60A trial, ignoring his watchers. He gave the massive tower a simple, calm nod of confirmation, knowing this was the only chance to finally surpass Jupiter. Her brow-furrowed eyes flashing with worry as she stepped forward. But, Master, before she could finish, Gigyu coldly cut her off. Will you be fine alone? His voice rang out sharp as ice. Facing that monster head-on is nothing short of a death wish. Standing before the gate bathed in the glow of ancient stone, he slowly turned his back on the tower to face them. His expression hardened into steel as he began to speak. This is a burden I must carry with my own strength. And Gigyu continued, his voice chillingly calm and detached, slowly laying out his dark, calculated prophecy for them. His tone was steady, carrying the weight of absolute, terrifying certainty. Soon thousands of players will swarm El like a plague. Shock rippled across their faces at his cold, haunting words, their eyes trembling in utter disbelief of the coming massacre. The stern face of Rogers Han suddenly flashed in his mind, prompting him to recount every secret he had recently unearthed. Iron Kavan and foreign guilds, they are all coming for El. Gigyu locked eyes with Du, his face grim and unyielding, his voice resonating with an undeniable, heavy, soul-crushing truth. From this moment on, we are the enemies of all humanity. Imagine your Tuesday sucked. Now imagine a giant apocalypse portal over Seoul. He narrows his eyes, sensing something is definitely fishy here. Silence falls as he begins a tactical, high-stakes interrogation. Wait, didn't you say you lost Rohan's signal ages ago? Busted, a flash of pure panic flickers in his eyes. He stammers, desperately hunting for a halfway decent lie. Remembering Sudong's goofy, innocent face, Gigyu feels guilty. My bad, kid. He offers a silent, apologetic mental shrug. I forgot, plus that was like ancient history, right? Time to bail. He pivots the conversation before things get awkward. He quickly buries his hesitation behind a stoic warrior mask. Anyway, your job is simple. Stay here and defend El. Just hold the fort until I make my grand return. Brunhut scratches his cheek, looking totally lost and awkward. His eyes dart around, searching for the right words to say. Sir, I've got a weird feeling I've heard this before. Gigyu goes full stone-cold protagonist mode. No more questions. He shuts it down with a final commanding, don't argue tone. Enough talk. We're on a very tight schedule today. Grandheart ready to flex those shiny new muscles. Her fist clenches instantly. She was literally born for this. Eyes blazing with hype, she agrees without a second thought. Heck yeah, Vi and I both evolved during that trial. Reward box unlocked. The system notifications are going absolutely wild. The memory of that epic power surge flashes in his mind. Ego evolution initiated Brandhut and Vi are officially ascending. Gigyu scans the perimeter like a high-level assassin on duty. He mutters under his breath, checking for any nosy witnesses. Step 1, find a spot with 0 annoying humans around. We'll rip a gate open and warp straight to the coordinates. Grandheart snaps to attention, sharp and ready for action. Orders received, Master. Let's get this show on the road. Poof, Zigu vanishes, leaving nothing but a fading smoke cloud. Meanwhile, news anchors are losing their minds on live television. Breaking a colossal space gate is currently swallowing Seoul's sky. The camera cuts to a surreal purple-hued nightmare world. Chodford Tower stands glowing like a sinister alien lighthouse. Contact lost for 2 months. The association is panicking hard. Crimson cliffs burn under a sky made of literal fire. A heavy boot thuds. Damn it, we messed up big time. His gaze turns icy as he scouts the desolate horizon. We're walking in circles and the snacks are totally gone. A swirling wall of blood-red light blocks the entire path. The silver-armored knight stares silently into the swirling abyss. Great. Some magical barrier just sealed our only way out. Scouting, yeah, that is officially off the table. Through a desolate, bone-chilling valley of mist, the group trudges deeper into the unknown. Suddenly his eyes widen in pure shock. Something is wrong. He spins around frantically shouting. Panic laces his voice. Guild leader. Look, something is moving up ahead. The leader snaps to attention. He grits his teeth, hand flying to his sword hilt. Damn it, he growls. Not those undead bastards again. He bellows a sharp order to his squad eyes, scanning the shadows. Enemy spotted battle positions now. Draw your blades, prepare for war. But as he turns his head, the leader completely freezes in his tracks. His jaw drops. He is staring at something that cannot be real. Beneath the eerie, flickering light of the valley, silky long hair flows like a ghost, leaving a shimmering trail through the heavy, stagnant air. Then soft, rhythmic footsteps echo through the silence of the misty gorge. Approaching slowly, like the very shadows of the night are coming to life. The entire squad crouches low, hearts racing against their ribs. Every eye is locked onto the mysterious figure emerging from the deep gloom. A slender, haunting silhouette stands before them, perfectly still in the darkness. The leader blinks, confusion replacing his fear. A human. Wait, I know that face from somewhere. Suddenly it clicks. His brow furrows as a wave of pure terror washes over him. Voice trembling, he calls out her name. You. From the Mistflower Guild leader, Shinju Bisao. But it is Asmodeus. She tilts her head playfully and offers a sweet, deadly smile. Hello there. He stumbles back, his mind a mess of confusion and rising dread as he questions her. How is this possible? Word on the street is you went missing months ago. She ducks her head, fidgeting shyly as if searching for a totally normal excuse. Well, let us just say it is a very long story. Then in a heartbeat, her voice drops. It is cold enough to freeze your blood. Anyway, change of plans. From this moment on, I own every single one of you. The leader blinks, the words not quite computing in his stunned brain. Wait, what? Seeing his clueless, pathetic expression, she just sighs. She gives her cheek a little casual scratch, looking like she's actually putting some deep, serious thought into her next move. A split second later, Asmodeus looks away, acting all bashful and shy like a high school girl. She whispers softly like she's making a totally polite and humble request. If I start saying anything weird while I'm wrecking you guys, just try to ignore it, okay? But the moment those words leave her lips, the entire guild scowls, their patience finally hitting zero. They glare at her, convinced the woman has completely lost her mind. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, her hair ignites into a vivid purple glow, burning through the dark like hellfire. Then a heart-shaped tail sprouts behind her, flicking playfully as if mocking their very existence. Wrapped in swirling violet smoke, she lets out a wicked, seductive grin. A crushing black demonic aura explodes from her, making the very air feel heavy and suffocating. Resting a hand on her cheek, she smiles sweetly, yet terrifyingly, as dark horns gleam in the mist. A voice dripping with pure malice whispered, sending shivers down their spines. Feel free to scream your lungs out for me. Simultaneously, the king unfurled massive wings across the horizon, each powerful stroke warping the very fabric of the atmosphere. Zigu idly stroked his silver hair, his bored gaze drifting over the absolute carnage unfolding below like a calculating god. Perched nonchalantly on the beast's head, he clicked his tongue, acting like the chaotic battlefield was just a minor inconvenience. It turned white. Ugh, I seriously hate this look. Suddenly, a flash of Satan's long, flowing white hair flickered through his mind like a bad memory. Zigu narrowed his eyes, a flicker of genuine suspicion crossing his face as he began to wonder. Is this because of the vessel I reclaimed from Shinzubin? After all, that guy's human form had the exact same silver hair. They soared over mountain ranges currently being torn apart by a series of devastating explosions. Amidst the thunderous echoes of war, he spoke with a chillingly calm tone. Looks like the operation is actually going according to plan for once. His eyes scanned the exhausted players below, looking like a king judging his tired subjects. A cocky smirk played on Zigu's lips as he admired his own brilliant handiwork. Divide the enemy and bleed them dry. Simple as that. Cut to the scene where Asmodeus unleashed his hair like a living weapon. He ensnared the target, hoisting him high into the air with terrifying ease. Subduing the masses with minimal casualties. Talk about efficiency. On the other side, El surged with energy, literally choking the life out of a struggling player. Watching the display, he couldn't help but offer a silent, impressed whistle. Next up, El will move in to identify and purge the remaining filth. From his high vantage point, Gigyu watched the slaughter with nothing but pure, unadulterated boredom. He quietly tallied the results in his head, critiquing the performance of his pawns. Smooth. Everything is going way too smooth right now. But let's be real, stories like this never end without a massive headache. Right then, a violent surge of abnormal energy flared up, instantly catching his sharp eyes. A group stepped out from the blazing light, looking like they walked straight out of a nightmare. Each footstep thudded against the earth, announcing a presence that demanded absolute submission. Staring at the crowd gathering on the horizon, Zigu's voice dropped to a low growl. They're finally here. Leading the pack was Belphegor, radiating a murderous aura that felt like it could incinerate the entire world. He stood against the blinding light, a silent silhouette that signaled the arrival of a devastating storm. Lurking in the back, a shadowy figure let out a sinister, calculated chuckle. Leviathan just rolled his eyes, looking like a guy who had completely given up on the concept of living. But the moment his hood dropped, his expression twisted into something so demonic, it was genuinely disturbing. In the heart of the city, a massive golden portal erupted, threatening to swallow the entire sky whole. Inside, players were scorched by raw energy eyes rolling back as they writhed in a silent, soul-crushing agony. A sudden flash of light sliced through the air, mercifully ending his suffering with a single clean strike. Elle gripped her blade, watching the body collapse with eyes as cold as a frozen wasteland. Once the deed was done, she exhaled a long, heavy breath, trying to shake off the lingering weight. Her sharp gaze swept the area, pausing as a flicker of doubt entered her mind. Everything should be settled now, right? Suddenly a voice cut through the silence, calling out her name from the shadows. Startled, Elle spun around her hand, immediately going to her weapon as she faced the sound. Elle. Emerging from the field of fallen soldiers, a general in heavy armor stepped forward. His piercing, icy gaze locked onto her heavy with a weight that suggested the real fight was starting. Stroking his long beard, his eyes glimmered with pure admiration. Exquisite work, my side is completely handled as well. She panicked, stumbling over her words to reject the praise. No, you're the one who deserves all the credit. The general chuckled. I'm not even one of your people. Suddenly his smile vanished, replaced by a stone-cold expression. I asked the impossible of Morningstar. I should be thanking you. The general dropped to one knee upon the frozen ground. Shoulders stiff, he offered a plea filled with desperate loyalty. Please, I'm begging you. You have to save us. She remained silent, her piercing gaze weighing heavy in the air. Suddenly, Elle's instinct screamed with a sharp, jagged warning. A colossal wave of raw energy was closing in fast. Glancing at the distant wall, her brow furrowed in suspicion. What the hell is actually going on over there? Her eyes widened as chaotic thoughts began to race wildly. The demon invasion, it's happening exactly as we feared. Inwardly, she gasped as the horrific truth finally hit her. Her heart stopped. This reality was far worse than expected. The sheer numbers, this is absolutely insane. Even from this distance, the Dark Legion was clearly visible. Her chest tightened as if crushed by an invisible hand. A wave of silent, numbing terror washed over her soul. At least 10 god tiers and 3 literal demon kings. In total despair, she could only curse her own fate. Her mind felt like a funeral bell tolling in silence. Poor Jungin, he doesn't stand a chance. Through the thick, swirling plumes of ash and smoke, a dark silhouette drifted through the void like a reaper. Brandhut hovered over the endless carpet of fallen player corpses. He viewed the carnage like a beautifully twisted masterpiece. A wicked, chilling grin split his skeletal, bony face. Patiently, he waited for the next act of chaos. Footsteps echoed, followed by a voice dripping with dark praise. You've worked hard. Truly impressive results, my friend. Brandhut bowed low, pressing a hand against his hollow chest. I live only to serve your dark vision, master. He looked up, locking eyes with the void-like Votus. Hark, the crafty duke finally makes his grand entrance. Votus stood firm, eyes like shards of frozen steel. His voice turned the very air into heavy, suffocating lead. Gather the bodies. Make sure they stay perfectly intact. That little angel brat just fled the scene. Move. Brandhut responded with a sharp, obedient, and dark nod. Understood. It shall be done at once, master. The undead legion lurched into motion. Broken bodies bowed down in eerie silence, cleaning up the scattered player corpses from the bloodbath. But our guy, he just stood tall, totally unbothered, watching those losers retreat into the mountain shadows. A creepy glow flickered inside his hollow eye sockets. For there stood there a stone-cold statue in the gray fog. Then out of nowhere, a clock chimed, making him jump out of his skin. His hollow frame trembled in pure terror. Voda spun around, eyes sharp and cold. Suspicion flared in his mind, like, what's happening? A dark blotch started bleeding out from the side. Thick smoke swirled, fueling a nasty gut feeling. Something big was coming for him. 2 feet stepped out of that thick black smoke. Every heavy step made the very air vibrate. The atmosphere turned a heavy, sickening purple. Zeppa smirked like a total cinematic villain. His lips curled with a wicked, calculated plan. His eyes flared with a mystical purple light, like he was the absolute boss of the darkness. Seeing that familiar face, Vothus just lost it. He let out a cold, mocking laugh. Like Zeppa's entrance was just a pathetic clown show. Then he finally spoke slow and steady. His voice dripped with pure sass and disrespect. Long time no see, he mocked, sensing the trap. Zeppa grinned, looking totally self-satisfied at that moment. His smirk said he'd been waiting for this forever. Zeppa exploded into flames, scorching the entire room. He tightened his fist, looking like a terrifying fire god. Zeppa's arm emerged from the massive wall of fire. Clad in molten armor, ready to rip everything apart, suddenly he launched himself forward with insane power. He rocketed off like a literal fire-breathing missile, charging ahead with enough heat to tear reality open. Zeppa raised his blazing blade voice full of fire. "You look pathetic, Vathis," he barked with total disdain. Madness burned in his eyes, one of the 16 gods, charging like a rabid beast consumed by his own rage. Vathis just stood there cool as a cucumber. He acted like this was just a bad amateur play. "Yeah, well, you look like hot garbage, too." Through the mist, his cracked black eye snapped open. A crimson spark ignites in his gaze, burning with abyssal fury. Beneath a bleeding sky, hellfire rains down upon the jagged peaks. The air turns into a searing furnace, a literal hell on earth. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the world like the earth's own roar. Meanwhile, on floor 60 skyscrapers pierce a deceptively calm blue sky. Below, a rift tears open, swirling with chilling, mysterious energy. But wait, the gate begins to collapse. The light dies out, leaving a bone-chilling, suffocating silence behind. Gigyu stands frozen. Pure confusion and doubt flash through his widening eyes. He can't wrap his head around what just happened. What the hell? Brow furrowed, he questions the reality of the failed gate. Why won't this damn portal stay open? Brunhut's face darkens too. His voice drops thick with heavy anxiety. His gaze stays locked on the spot where the rift vanished. I don't get it. The connection was stable just seconds ago. Now I've completely lost the signal. A wave of cold dread washes over Gigyu. His heart hammers against his ribs. Something is terribly wrong. I can't reach any of the egos. Is the link failing because we've been apart too long? Jigyu's eyes snap sharp with resolve. No more waiting, I'm heading there myself. He prays this gamble doesn't end in a total bloodbath. Across the void, the tower stands like a lonely, jagged tomb. Two silhouettes face off the tension, ready to snap like a wire. Through the mist, Leviathan wears a smug, punchable grin. Well, looks like we meet again, he sneers. He lets out a twisted, shaky laugh as he says the name, Lucifer. Zigu's expression remains ice cold, his glare cutting deep. Suddenly, a violent crimson aura erupts around him. Zu mutters, I worked way too hard to get this power back. Veins bulge as his claws extend, yet his voice stays terrifyingly calm. And I hate wasting it on trash like this. Zu transforms, massive horns and black wings tear through the air. Glaring at that smug face, his words drop like frozen daggers. Consider this a final honor, Leviathan. He curls his hand as destructive energy swirls in his palm. His voice rings out, chilling the very air to its core. I'm going to rip every single tooth out of your head. Under the burning sky, the massive tower pierces the heavens. Its peak glows, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. Shadows dance on golden glass, flickering like ghosts in the fading sunset glow. Sudong swirls his wine, his voice cold as an ice-covered lake. So what's the move, Ban? Give me the update. Ban stands behind him, his reply low, sharp, and strictly business. Leviathan and Lord Lucifer made a deal. Honestly, it's the best-case scenario for us. He paws, his eyes shifting behind his glasses as a hint of hesitation creeps in. But below Leviathan goes full beast mode, a massive sea monster ready to swallow everything. Yet Zigu doesn't even flinch. He stands his ground amidst the raging madness. Then he smirks a cold, savage grin. His eyes flash like a sharpened blade. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts from Zigu's feet, shattering the ground and the air itself. The villain smiles, pulling back his hand like everything is going exactly to plan. But as the smoke clears, Zigu emerges with massive wings radiating an absolute titan's aura. In a heartbeat, Zigu flaps his wings, turning into a red streak across the sky. Leviathan tracks him from below while Zigu hovers above, looking down like a god. Zigu's gaze is razor sharp. Not a single movement below escapes his predator eyes. But then the monster wears a twisted grin, like he's hiding a terrifying secret. A split second later, a flicker of pure terror crosses his eyes, nearly swallowed by darkness. High above, Zigu spreads his wings against a sky burning with blood-red fire. Leviathan lets out a mocking laugh that ripples through the air like a cursed barrier. He narrows his eyes, sneering with ice-cold sarcasm. Getting a bit cowardly, aren't we, Lucifer? Since Zigu stays silent, Leviathan keeps baiting him. Is this the great Demon King's strategy? Hiding behind a shield and flying away like a scared bird? Zigu's only response is a look of pure frozen indifference. He's so calm it makes the villain's trash talk feel completely pathetic. Suddenly, thousands of glowing red energy blades manifest out of thin air. They swarm around Leviathan like a pack of hungry wolves closing in for the kill. The atmosphere screams as the air is literally torn apart by the sword strikes. A deafening, ear-piercing screech echoes across the entire battlefield. The blades dive, simultaneously aiming straight for the monster's heart. Streaks of red light slash through the sky in a cinematic display of power. Leviathan just laughs, raising his hand slowly as if welcoming the incoming destruction. Water dragons surge from his palms, glowing like the vengeful spirits of the deep sea. In an instant, Zigu's energy swords collide head-on with Leviathan's water dragons. The impact shakes the very heavens, burying the world in a storm of dust. Mid-battle, each dragon manages to snatch a sword in its jaws as they strike. Everything freezes in midair, a literal standstill as they guard the perimeter. Zigu's brow furrows his eyes, turning into chips of cold hard ice. Then he chuckles, as if he's finally seen through the entire pathetic game. So what exactly did you just swallow, you freak? He glances at the laughing maniac with suspicion, muttering under his breath. Trying to piece it together, he growls, "You've got a lot of energy to burn." Suddenly, Leviathan's mocking voice cuts through his thoughts like a jagged knife. The tension in the air spikes, becoming thick enough to choke on. "What's wrong, Lucifer? Didn't you say you'd break my claws into pieces?" Leviathan turns slightly, his voice a lethal challenge. "Come and get me then." His face warps instantly, eyes glowing toxic blue as veins pop everywhere. Fangs bared, he snarls like a beast. "Fine, I will handle this myself." Leviathan transforms into a massive water pillar, shooting into the sky, leaving his empty clothes to drift aimlessly through the dead air. He spams black spears at Gigyu, fueled by pure unadulterated rage. Each brutal strike makes the very air tremble with raw power. Across the tower, shockwaves spread, making the whole world spin. Violent crashes echo as the structure begins to give way. Ban looks up, watching the chaos with a totally bored expression. He acts like the world ending is just another Tuesday for him. The shield is rattling, it breaks in 10 minutes tops. Shudong just sips her wine unbothered by the unfolding disaster. And that 10-minute mark? Yeah, that is the worst case scenario. She glances back, asking, "So how's our little project going?" He adjusts his glasses with a cool, calculated flick of his finger. "Everything is proceeding as predicted," he says, sounding incredibly smug. The tension is thick, but Ban acts like it is all scripted. Lucifer is stalling perfectly. Our little puppet show is actually working. Shudong giggles, swirling her golden wine like a true villainess. "A show, please. Leviathan is just a simple-minded brute, really." She recalls Ziyu's temper, her voice suddenly turning sharp and icy. Playing weak just to bait his attack? How predictable and pathetic. Seriously, I have never heard of a plan this messy before. She chuckles to herself. And yet the stupid thing actually worked. He grins back, "Well, we just know his tiny brain too well." Ban watches the carnage, clicking his tongue in a judgmental way. Lucifer is hoarding energy while Leviathan is just burning through his. But before he can finish his genius analysis, he stops, spotting something that finally piques his dark interest. His calm voice echoes, "Ready up, it is go time, people." Magical circles ignite, making the heavy air feel totally suffocating. He looks up, his gaze cold enough to freeze hell itself. Time to light this fuse. Activate the magic circle now. Shudong drops the act, her face turning dead serious and lethal. Her purple eyes flare with a killer instinct ready to explode. From outside, the tower floor glows with a blinding, ominous light. Then boom! The tower erupts, sending debris flying into the sky. The earth-shattering blast makes the very heavens shake in fear. Mid-fight, Zappa frees his head, snapping toward the massive explosion. His eyes go wide with total shock and alarm. Elle spins around, heart hammering against her ribs in pure panic. She whispers to herself, "Is it really starting right now?" Unlike the others, Asmodeus just stares cold and unmoving as stone. His sharp eyes scan the flames, searching for a single weakness. Now the entire tower is swallowed by a sea of hellfire. Inferno unleashed, flames devour reality like a god's unstoppable tantrum. Boom magic chains slam shut around the tower in a heartbeat. Trapped in a spectral net, Shudong hovers right in the chaos. Her icy gaze scans the field, missing zero details. Even mid-scrap Zigu senses the vibe shift and looks back. "Oh, look who's back. Done playing house with your fans?" Cracked, the barrier shatters, leaking blinding, dangerous light. Suddenly, a massive water jet pierces through like a liquid missile. A raspy voice cuts the air, making it thick as lead. Your scent is completely off." Her eyes turn to ice, freezing the moment in pure terror. Leviathan rises, the beast's true form looms behind her. Massive scales coil around the tower like a living nightmare. Dragon eyes flare, sharp fangs gleaming with hunger. A thunderous roar erupts, sounding like a final death sentence. Shudong stares back, cold and unfazed by the beast. She takes the interrogation with total boss energy. "Are you even human anymore?" A smirk tugs at her lips. This is just a bad joke. Facing down those snarling prehistoric fangs, she stays chill, dropping a question with deadly calm. "Feeling chatty? Newsflash, I'm not your target." The monster freezes. "Come again." Instant transmission, Rue is already behind the dragon. So fast the air didn't even have time to scream. Sensing the threat, the beast whips its head around. Its killer gaze locks onto him instantly. Rue lets out a cocky laugh, sharp as a switchblade. "Told you, Leviathan, I'm yanking every tooth you have got." Snappy signals the beginning of the end. Pop Leviathan's head explodes like a massive water balloon. Now only chaotic waves remain. Floating in the watery mess is a single glowing eye. Then the water starts twitching with life. It is regenerating vitality surges through the liquid. The majestic dragon head reforms, dripping with suspicion. Its eyes dart around. What is this trickery? Lucifer should be out of gas by now. Transformation complete, and Leviathan looks absolutely livid. Panic flares in its eyes as reality sinks in. Did he get his real power back? To test the waters, Leviathan growls his name. A deep, gravelly voice calls out, "Lucifer!" But Rue just snaps his fingers again. Checkmate. A thunderous crack rips through the sky, stopping the Leviathan dead in its tracks. Boom, its head gets vaporized again, just like a bad sequel. Shards and sea spray fly everywhere, as the world literally shakes. The beast is basically a walking fireworks show, dissolving into smoke and ash. Tower windows shatter into a million tiny diamonds, glittering in the total chaos. Ban just chills there, calculating every move like a pro gamer. He knew Lucifer was the only one, who could handle this oversized sushi. He pushes up his glasses, his eyes flashing with some serious main character energy. Target acquired, he whispers, cool as a freaking cucumber. Alright, my lady, it is showtime. Sudong smirks, oozing pure confidence. Fine, let's end this. Suddenly, edgy dark energy surges out like a tidal wave. It blankets the area, like a storm ready to drop the beat. Shadow waves crash in from all sides, getting ready for the big reveal. A pitch black curtain wraps around Sudong, making her look legendary. Even as it tries to heal, the Leviathan is caught in the trap. Glowing magic chains lock it down, crushing the life out of it. The monster actually sounds confused, like it missed the memo. Its voice trembles, sensing something way above its pay grade. Wait, what is this vibe? Dark energy swallows the beast's massive frame, like a thick ink spill. The air turns toxic and heavy, thick with pure danger. Sudong raises her hand, and drops her ultimate skill. Black flame, the universe trembles as the darkness ignites. A massive magic seal glows overhead, looking straight out of an RPG. Below, the darkness gets even more intense. It is a swirling void, ready to devour every single thing. Zappa stops mid-swing, totally weirded out by the energy. He stares at the creepy power, trying to make sense of it. Whoa, what kind of crazy power is this? Votus just narrows his eyes, totally unfazed. They are here, so long, Zappa? The old man is stunned, completely missing the shadow creeping behind him. A hidden threat is closing in, ready to pounce. Say what? Dark energy hits Zappa hard, sending him into a total seizure. He is twitching like a broken robot, under the insane pressure. Votus just watches the torture, with ice-cold eyes. Zero emotion, just pure savage vibes. The darkness is everywhere now, seeping into every corner of the map. The whole atmosphere is suffocating, and totally gloomy. Ban looks out the window, taking it all in. He watches the beautiful chaos, with a smirk that says he planned it. He adjusts his strategy, treating the entire world like his personal chessboard. Alright, looks like things are finally going my way. Ban mentally checked off every name on his hit list. He carefully pieced together the fragments of this chaotic puzzle. Daichun and Che-in joined forces to complete this ultimate array. The plan hit Zappa perfectly, creating a lethal, enemy-only inferno. Even Asmodeus stood frozen, baffled that his allies remained untouched. Sudong watched coldly, fueling the black flames through the circle. Those pathetic demons are getting absolutely roasted right now. The carnage only proved his theories were dead on target. Taming King-class demons? Yeah, it is actually possible. They are writhing in pain, clutching their dying forms. Thick veins are literally popping all over their faces. Ruthless spasms of pure agony are tearing them apart. Suddenly, Ban's brow furrows in deep suspicion. His dark eyes are swimming with heavy thoughts. One massive unanswered doubt is still gnawing at his gut. But hold on a second. Back on the outside? Leviathan's cold gaze is locked onto Sudong's back. Those dragon eyes are sharp, icy, and totally predatory. After a long silence, he finally drops a mocking challenge. His voice is dripping with pure suspicion and malice. Is that the best a lowlife like you can do? He stayed stone-faced, silently searching for answers in the dark. His quiet gaze searched the void for hidden truth. Called it. This circle won't stop a true demon king. Ban's eyes turned sub-zero as a realization hit him. The air froze. The enemy's two heavy hitters are still missing. Slowly, a pair of boots stepped out from the shadows. Each majestic step made the very air stop in its tracks. Two cloaked freaks appeared, grinning like they had already won. Seeing those smug, evil smirks made Ban's skin crawl. Something lethal is definitely lurking behind that fake confidence. Who the hell are these two kings backing up Leviathan? Meanwhile, the Golden Gate still stands tall outside the city. The cameraman looked deep, sensing the gravity of the moment. He sighed, bored out of his mind, but still curious. 2 months of nothing. What am I even supposed to watch? Suddenly, the wind howled like a storm was about to explode. A streak of light zipped past him like a falling star. He blinked, confused, trying to track that insane blur of light, but a massive shockwave instantly sent him flying backwards. He scrambled up, groaning. Wait, what the heck just happened? A swirling vortex of crushing pressure formed in the sky. They bolted for the gate while he just ate dirt. The cameraman's brain just lagged. He's staring blankly at the absolute chaos. He bolts up, eyes scanning the scene like a high-stakes survival game. What just happened? He mutters through the thick, choking smoke. Glowing wires snaking toward the gate. He's completely paralyzed. Total disbelief hits him. What kind of freak show is this? Beyond the gate, that tower is drowning in straight-up dark magic. Eerie energy is spiraling around the walls like a spectral storm. It's glowing with a creepy, otherworldly light. Leviathan's gone full beast mode, bearing those jagged, nasty fangs. It roars at Lucifer like it's ready to swallow him whole. The monster charges headfirst, completely reckless and out for blood. Its muscles are rippling like waves, ready to crush everything. Lucifer just scoffs, clicking his tongue like he's bored of this. He looks totally over it, but his eyes stay razor sharp. Man, talk about a boss fight that just won't end. Suddenly, boom, Leviathan literally explodes into a million pieces. Water and blinding light erupt everywhere. It's total terrifying carnage. But she's not cheering. Inside, she's actually freaking out. She's playing it cool, but her mind is racing with dark thoughts. They might have the lead against this monster right now. Well, at least it looks that way on the surface. Watching these two monsters beat the life out of each other, Sue is calculating, her move eyes gleaming with a deadly authority. If this keeps up, Dude's gonna gas out first. I've heard this story. Leviathan's healing factor is honestly just broken. It's cheating. Seeing the beast constantly respawning, she's getting suspicious. Her gaze turns ice cold. Something here definitely smells fishy. How can a creature be this ridiculously jacked and durable? Suddenly, Vu's hand starts twitching like it's possessed. His fingers curl instinctively. Something big is about to go down. He senses the shift, his brow furrowing as his eyes darken. He's questioning the sudden instability creeping into the air. Is my gas tank finally hitting zero, he wonders. Guess using just a fragment of Satan's body has its limits. Watching the beast flex, Vu's mind goes cold and analytical. His inner voice rings out like steel hitting frozen ground. Yeah, holding a mere piece of Satan's flesh comes with a price. Existing on Earth like this, there was always going to be attacks. This isn't a fight anymore, it's an endurance race to the death. Just then his eyes lock onto a fang glowing with a weird light. Inside Leviathan's maw, a sharp theory begins to take shape. That fang is the key, and it's incredibly dangerous. If that thing can actually regenerate the satanic body I gave him, then this crazy plan might actually have a shot. But Vu shakes his head, instantly killing the thought. Too risky. Jumping in now is suicide. Way too many wild cards left. Feeling those twin monster auras, his brain hits high-speed overdrive. His eyes go cold, sharp enough to cut through steel. He starts plotting moves like a grandmaster playing chess in hell. Let's not forget those two king-tier freaks still on the loose. I can't go wasting my precious mana on small fry here. Suddenly, El's voice snaps him back before he loses his mind. It's a soft lifeline keeping him from drowning in his thoughts. Amidst the absolute chaos, her worried whisper reaches his ears. It's a wake-up call hitting hard against the rising storm. Things look trash here. We're done. Need a hand, big guy. That bruised his ego. Dew's face turns into a total thundercloud. He grinds his teeth, eyes blazing with pure stubborn pride. El just stands there, catching his salty, grumpy attitude. She's totally shocked and actually feels a bit bad for him. Zip it, bird brain, I can handle my own business. She gets the vibe. She closes her eyes and backs off. The air around her turns heavy, dark, and super pensive. Then Vu's voice snaps her back, making her eyes pop open. Her gaze sharpens with insane focus. Wait, what's he doing? Guess he's giving up Vu face palms, mumbling like a tired clerk. Fine. He peeks through his fingers with a killer look. Fine, I'm asking, I might need a little help here. Elle freezes. Her eyes are wide with total absolute disbelief. A cheeky, confident smirk creeps onto her face. Copy that. Meanwhile, Leviathan is strangling the tower, roaring like a total maniac. But Du and Sue have it locked down with energy chains. Suddenly, a holy light nukes the darkness, signaling the ultimate twist. The beast stops mid-roar, staring at the light with pure terror. What is this? Is that divine power? It stammers. Blinded by the glow, Leviathan freezes as a buried memory resurfaces. Oh crap, I totally forgot she was actually here. That annoying little sparrow brat, it whips its giant head around in a heartbeat. Its evil eyes lock onto Elle. The urge to kill exploded. Leviathan suddenly switches targets like a heat-seeking missile. Behind it, Du starts laughing like a complete psycho. His eyes gleam like a predator found its lunch. He lunges forward with zero hesitation, ready to strike. Gotcha, this big bastard is finally distracted. The beast feels a deadly chill crawling up its spine. It cuts a sharp, murderous glance back in total panic. Meanwhile, Vu is charging up a massive nuke in his hand. Dark energy swirls around his fingers, compressing into a lethal orb. Next second, red-hot chains burst out like flaming serpents. With one flick, he lashed out glowing crimson chains, binding Leviathan instantly, without a single hope of escape. The chains erupted, shredding the beast's massive form as it let out a blood-curdling roar of pure agony. Rue sighed, eyes narrowing with exhaustion. Your turn, Elle. He barked with a look of grim, serious urgency. Elle nodded, fingers dancing with divine sparks. Ready when you are, she whispered, her eyes blazing with power. Suddenly, streaks of blinding radiance tore through the sky, raining down like holy fire arrows upon the monster. Boomel's decisive snap triggered a chain of massive explosions, turning the very air into a roaring furnace. The beast's frame shattered, torrential waves erupted from its skin like a massive dam finally giving way to pressure. Deep within the chaos, Leviathan's pupils flickered with a sudden chilling realization that stopped its heart. His gaze wavered in total disbelief. A silent, frantic question began to gnaw at his very soul. Lucifer, teaming up with a filthy angel. The mere thought was a slap to his demonic pride. That arrogant lord of hell, actually working with the light, it was utterly impossible and absolutely insane. His mind spiraled while his fingers trembled. Dark, heavy shadows cast over his twisted, horrified features. He spat out denials like a madman desperately clawing at the reality threatening to crush his sanity. No, this can't be real. This has to be some sick, twisted hallucination. Then the monster went dead silent. It was the terrifying calm before a world-ending storm. His jaw clamped shut so hard his teeth sounded like they were grinding into fine dust. Pure, unadulterated fury radiated off him thick enough to choke the life out of the surrounding air. He unhinged his razor-sharp maw, revealing a throat that looked like a gateway to endless darkness. A thunderous roar shattered the atmosphere, making the very fabric of space and time tremble violently. Lord Lucifer would never stoop so low. I refuse to believe this filthy angelic heresy. But before the beast could even blink, a terrifying shadow loomed over his fading vision. Ru charged like a vengeful hurricane, wreathed in a terrifying obsidian black aura of pure destruction. "Shut your damn mouth!" His voice hit like a physical shockwave, rattling the monster's very bones. "Who the hell told you I was your Lucifer anyway, you overgrown goldfish?" He raised a single hand, compressing every ounce of his power into one terrifyingly bright point. His expression turned cold as a grave, his voice echoing like the final judgment of a god. Ru's roar summoned a crushing force that gripped the beast's skull. "The name is Ru. Stop calling me Lucifer." He lunged through the beast, shattering its form while snatching its glowing core like a hard-earned prize. In an instant, Ru's grip tightened, warping the captured heart with a display of terrifying raw strength. He smirked at the glowing blue core, letting out a thunderous, triumphant laugh. "Gotcha, you slippery bastard." Floating in the void, Ru gazed at the heart, whispering the name Leviathan like a dark, unbreakable vow. As the pressure peaked, the heart dissolved into magical crystalline streams, dancing beautifully in the air. In a flash, Ru's hand clamped around the human form Leviathan's ankle like an inescapable iron shackle. He held the monster's life and death in the palm of his hand, dictating its final fate. Leviathan gasped out a few desperate shaking words, freezing Ru in his tracks with sudden, sharp confusion. "No, I see it now. You aren't him. You aren't my true Lord Lucifer." Leviathan's face contorted into a mask of pure, unbridled terror as a new realization struck him. His eyes bled strange colors while thick veins popped across his face like cracking dark glass. His body convulsed violently as he threw his arms high toward the darkening, shattered sky. A name tore from his throat, echoing through the abyss like a scream, Belphegor. Ru gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing in absolute mind-bending confusion at the sudden turn. His gaze darted around, searching for a logical explanation. What the hell is going on here? But as Elle and Sue heard that name, every drop of color drained from their terrified faces. Their voices caught in their throats as they echoed the name in pure dread. Belphegor. Atop the tower, Bond froze mid-spell, the entire magical matrix flickering out in a moment of shock. Pure terror etched onto his face as the unthinkable unfolded. Across the battlefield, as if answering a dark summons, like an unstoppable phantom, he flickered toward Ru's chains. His jaw dropped in pure horror. How? That twisted, scarred, demonic visage choked the words in Ru's throat. A ragged whisper escaped, still breathing. Belphegor. Ziga's ice-cold warning echoed, making the air feel like lead. Either he's dead or he found a bigger toy to play with. "Lord Lucifer, watch your six," a scream shattered the silence. Another assassin lunged. Lucifer was trapped, ambushed by a second shadow. Ru spun around, heart hammering against his ribs in shock. A new nightmare had just entered the chat. His pupils shrunk to pinpricks as he saw that face. Words of pure, unadulterated trauma spilled from his lips. The hood slipped, revealing a bald head with twin tattoos. Those ink-stained marks radiated a chilling, murderous energy. Ru froze, stammering at the impossible sight before him. His gaze flickered wildly. Wait, 2 Belphegors. Inside the spire, Bond stood amidst the mana eyes narrowing. Unbelievable. A double dose of Belphegor, he muttered. A dark realization hit Band like a freight train of doom. A clone, no. How could he even duplicate a demon lord? His brain was spinning. Copying a high-tier demon impossible. Rage flared in Bond's eyes. "Andras, you bastard." Imagining Andras' smug smirk made him want to break something. What kind of twisted game are you playing now? Meanwhile, a massive golden portal loomed over the city streets. Suddenly, a Titan-class vessel breached the spatial gate. A skeptical voice cut through the hum of the engine. So this is how they're moving their pawns. He gazed down at the players lined up like statues. Then the voice wavered, dripping with newfound unease. These players, they haven't been harvested by the demons yet. They're being saved for something far worse. Tao Chen stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. The atmosphere grew so thick you could cut it. It's time we jumped into the fray. We only need a skeleton crew to pull this off. He shifted his piercing gaze toward Vothis. His eyes were razor-sharp, burning with lethal curiosity. He demanded answers, and he wanted them 5 minutes ago. "Talk to me, Vothis. What's the play? You're the big boss here now, aren't you?" He stroked his chin, lost in a sea of calculation. His eyes scanned the room, weighing every single word. Guess it's time for the next play. Game on. Meanwhile, Grand Herd is just chilling in the shadows. Smash that sub button, don't miss the epic heat. Mana Circle's live. Hey, you even listening to me? Brunhert whips around, eyes popping like he's seen a glitch. Seeing Ji-chun's scary, serious face, he gasps, "Yo, administrator." He stares at Bound Chain, looking absolutely livid. Weren't you supposed to be mana-sitting that magic circle? No bugs in the system yet, mostly. His voice gets sharp, sounding seriously stressed out. Something's glitching at point L. Nobody move a muscle? Ji-chun goes silent, his brow knitting tight together. Shadows swallow his eyes, making him look straight up ominous. Back off, this mess is way above your pay grade. Belphegor's charging in like a total beast on a high. Eyes glowing, breath heavy, he's hunting for fresh blood. His clone's there too, cackling like a total psycho. He throws a haymaker meant to delete everything. Two massive fists fly in from opposite sides. They're aiming for you, but at the last millisecond, poof, he teleports, leaving their attacks to go boom. Rue leaps back, still death-gripping Leviathan's scrawny neck. His fingers are like iron claws, there's no escaping that. Belphegor smirks back with a look of pure dark evil. His eyes are glinting with some seriously shady plans. Rue growls in rage while his captive just gasps. Just the sound of choking and desperate broken breaths. Belphegor, what kind of circus act is this? Rue's talking tough, but his brain is totally melting. His thoughts are spinning. Nothing makes sense anymore. Belphegor's the weakest of the 6 Demon Kings, so whatever. But seeing those two together, his stomach just flipped. A heavy dread sets in, making every breath feel like lead. The King's buffering, trying to make sense of the chaos. Our entire game plan? Yeah, throw it out the window. Copying a high-tier demon like Bell is literally impossible. Leviathan's turning blue, drooling and wheezing for his life. He croaks out, "Lucifer, you're a fake. Not my boss." You sighs, looking bored. "Lame, I can't kill you? Yet?" He raises a hand-dark aura swirling like a storm. His voice drops to sub-zero sharp as a blade. "How about I just rip you into confetti instead?" He squeezes Leviathan's neck until the bones start groaning. A sickening crack rings out as he screams in pain. His other hand inches closer to finish the job. A bone-chilling, malevolent aura radiates, freezing the very air in terror. His eyes snap wide beneath the crushing dark depths. Reflected light exposes his raw horror and utter soul-crushing despair. Then before his stunned gaze, Leviathan erupts into a massive water dragon. Its violent twisting coils shatter the grip with legendary power. Elle and Sujung stand frozen, jaws dropping in pure cinematic shock. They can't believe the impossible is unfolding before their eyes. High atop the tower, she flinches from the terrifying spectacle. His gaze trembles, witnessing the legendary beast's sudden dragon awakening. Rue's grip falters as water ascends. "What the hell is this?" he mutters. Now a monstrous freak, Leviathan struggles wildly to break Rue's iron control. Its massive eyes scan the chaos, desperately hunting a way out. Locking onto its target, Leviathan pivots left with a murderous final glint. A thunderous roar erupts as it lunges to swallow Belphegor whole. The Belphegors freeze, stuttering in shock as their world completely implodes. Leviathan's fangs close in its breath, hitting like a violent dark cyclone. Just as the jaws snap shut, he narrowly slips past death. He feels Leviathan's suffocating, murderous intent rising like a tidal wave. Belphegor's eyes bulge in panic. Total disbelief masks his face as reality falls apart around him. Then he explodes in a fit of furious, blinding rage. Thick veins throb violently across his distorted, angry forehead. His features twist into a mask of pure demonic wrath. "Leviathan? What the hell kind of game are you playing?" Nearby, she scowls, her eyebrows knitting together in deep confusion. Her gaze reeks of pure sharp suspicion. She stammers, unable to process the absolute madness before her. Seriously, what is actually happening right now? Watching the two former allies clash in a brutal, bloody frenzy. Sujung tilts her head in confusion. Suspicion swirls in her eyes. What is the real deal here? Wait, weren't these guys supposed to be on the same team? Suddenly, the beast's pupils ignite with a blinding divine light. Brilliant blue energy surges outward like a devastating blue tidal wave. The entire sky is swallowed by Leviathan's radiant, overwhelming azure glow. The brilliance is blinding, erasing everything in its path with power. Rue staggers nearby, fighting to stay upright against the crushing energy pressure. The water barrier shatters, cracks, webbing out with a terrifying loud snap. The tower groans and crumbles, forcing Ji-chun to shield himself quickly. He frowns, his voice low and sharp. "What's the meaning of this?" Meanwhile, he hovers above, draped in a thick, suffocating mantle of darkness. Rue looks up, his pupils shrinking as raw, primal panic takes hold. The massive shadow reflects in his eyes, fueling a deep, overwhelming fear. Right now, the entire situation just took a nosedive into hell. He grits his teeth, hissing out a string of heavy, angry curses. That absolute jerk actually did it. He has reclaimed his peak power. Suddenly, through the swirling smoke, two glowing eyes snap open, piercing the fog like cold steel. Leviathan rises like a floating titan, eyes burning purple with the raw fury of the abyss. 6 flaming eyes, jagged horns, and a maw of death. The demon dragon Leviathan is here. Elle and Sue are completely floored, their jaws literally hitting the ground in shock. Their faces say it all. This level of chaos was definitely not in the script. Hold on. Did Belphegor seriously just get swallowed whole by that thing? Rue stands nearby his brain working overtime to figure out what just happened. He is hunting for any clue, any reason for this absolute madness. Bottom line, that annoying villain is finally back to his Golden Age glory. Up on the tower, the Lord of the Abyss watches the carnage and mutters to himself. He looks half curious and half annoyed, just trying to read the room. Staring at that massive dragon, everyone's heads are basically spinning right now. It is a mix of terror and awe. The Demon King Leviathan has arrived. Snubbed and fuming, Belphegor looks like he's about to blow a total fuse. He lets out a primal roar, veins popping as his eyes turn bloodshot with rage. That scream shakes the very sky, pure unfiltered fury aimed right at Leviathan. Suddenly dark and sinister flames ignite within Belphegor's eyes. An eerie, ghostly glow starts swallowing every inch of the surrounding space. He coils his body midair, every muscle tightening like a loaded spring. He is prepping a strike so powerful it might just delete the whole map. A second later, a surge of cryptic energy explodes from his core. That wicked light wraps around his entire body like a cloak of shadows. The very air shudders with every heavy, jagged breath he takes. The pressure is so insane that Rue has to shield his face and back off. He is totally overwhelmed. This kind of power is just on another level. Sparks of pure electricity practically shoot from Belphegor's eyes now. He is vibrating with rage teeth, grinding so hard they might actually shatter. The tension in the air is getting so thick, it is literally suffocating. His body shifts as he slams his foot down, cracking the earth beneath him. Every stomp sends shockwaves through the soil, splitting the world wide open. Belphegor glares at the beast with eyes full of pure dark hatred. He drops the ultimate threat, "I am going to end you." He unhinges his jaw, screaming that name into the void, Leviathan. The roar echoes with enough power to swallow anything in its way. Elle and the others are just frozen eyes wide as dinner plates. They can't wrap their heads around the sheer violence Belphegor is unleashing. Everyone is frowning now, throwing out questions faster than they can answer them. Why are they scrapping? Have these two totally lost their minds? Down below, Rue just rubs his temples, looking totally over this drama. Typical kings, all ego no brains, and currently zero chill. But then a realization hits him, a spark of risky genius in his eyes. If they keep fighting, this is our perfect chance to swoop in. Then Rue spots the barrier is starting to crack and splinter. We gotta move fast, and because that barrier is not going to hold much longer. Just then a sharp shout rang in Dejat's ear, making him snap his gaze toward the source. Startled and on high alert, Lu knew that if things continued like this, everyone was doomed. Inside the trembling tower, Di-chun roared in panic as the overwhelming power began tearing everything apart. The barrier is failing. At this rate, Barrier L will be completely shattered in no time. Suddenly, the city gates groaned and shook, sending a wave of chaotic, ominous energy through the air. Below, a reporter's eyes went wide, realizing he just stumbled upon the scoop of a lifetime. His face was a mask of pure shock and morbid curiosity at the madness unfolding. Caught in the middle of the frantic crowd, the boy stood frozen, staring into the abyss. Reeling from the shock, he wondered, did anyone else just hear that bizarre, chilling sound? Meanwhile, a kid is grinning at his phone, waving to his livestream fans like it's a parade. It was a total vibe clash against the literal apocalypse happening right behind him. Yo, what's up, guys? I'm currently standing right in front of this massive, terrifying gate. The chat went wild. Comments flooded the screen in a chaotic blur of hype and pure disbelief. Laughing, the kid scratched his head. Relax, it's not clickbait. Kevin Guild members are fighting here. With a mischievous grin, he pointed back. Check it. That's the Korean branch leader of Iron Guild. Suddenly, he stiffened. His eyes widened as he sensed something sinister creeping up behind his back. From within the gate, a massive foot stepped out, each heavy thud, radiating an overwhelming, crushing pressure. The air turned electric with curiosity. Wait a second. Look at that legendary, rugged face. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd as people recognize the Titan standing before them. No way is that Tao Chen, China's highest-ranked legendary awakener, is actually here. Tao Chen joined the raid. The news hit like a bomb as camera flashes began exploding. Blinding lights turned the plaza into a strobe-filled war zone as the frantic media swarm closed in. Reporters surged forward, desperate to catch a glimpse of the top-tier powerhouse. It was total mayhem. Cameras were clicking nonstop, and questions were being screamed out. A wall of microphones and voices filled the air, creating a scene of high-stakes tension. The buzz of the press and the mechanical clicking of shutters created a deafening roar. Everyone was losing their minds over the sudden epic appearance of the legendary Tao Chen. Sir, over here, please give us just 1 minute for a quick interview. Mr. Tao, tell us what is actually happening inside that high-level dungeon right now. Why did you come out alone? What happened to the rest of the raid team? They bombarded him with questions. Is Kim Gigyu still in there? Give us an answer. The relentless shouting made him pause. He looked dazed by the sheer volume of the mob. His gaze froze for a second, overwhelmed by the tidal wave of desperate, hungry questions. Visible confusion crossed his face. Wait, was that about Kim Gigyu? You idiot, ask him in Chinese. Amidst the flashing lights, Tao Chen stayed silent and stern. He frowned, scanning the chaotic crowd with the sharp, calculating eyes of a veteran warrior. Then, before the stunned crowd, he threw up his hand and roared a command that echoed. His voice boomed with such raw authority that the entire area fell into a deathly silence. Everyone shut up and listen to me. I only have one thing to say. The situation is beyond dangerous. It's a total catastrophe. Tao Chen barked the order, his face hardening into a mask of pure, uncompromising steel. His dominant aura forced everyone to stop breathing and pay attention to his every word. If you idiots stay here any longer, you are all going to die. Clear out. Everyone needs to evacuate this entire area right this second. The barrier is about to blow. This place is going to be a graveyard. These reporters looked like total idiots. Just blank stares and zero brain cells. They ignored his order like complete losers. Rut, he screamed, but they just sat there. Tao Chen's jaw dropped. Seriously, idiots. They ignored the danger to write headlines. He fumed. They didn't understand a thing. His eyes narrowed. Time to act. No choice now. Everything is on the line. Suddenly, a neon streak ripped the sky. It blurred past, making the air tremble. It slammed into the gate above him. Tao Chen froze, paralyzed by the speed. Panic exploded. Everyone watched in total horror. They backed away as the ground shook. His heart stopped. Death was right there. Meanwhile, on floor 60, the gate loomed. Zigu was busy unlocking a legendary chest. Light poured out as the box opened. System Alert Ren has finally evolved into Fenrir. He bared his fangs, eyes glowing gold. He lunged, tearing Belphegor's throat. Pure carnage. The demon shrieked in absolute agonizing pain. What the hell is that monster? Rue watched, trembling at the brutal sight. Nobody could even move an inch now. Io stammered, his voice shaking with dread. He was speechless, caught in a nightmare. The master, he's back and he's hungry. The beast roared, shaking the entire room. His eyes widened. This was totally impossible. Pure rage surged through his entire body. Like, what kind of madness is this? In the shadows, red threads began spinning. The trap tightened with a sinister glow. Leviathan realized too late he was trapped. The strings bound him. Game over, buddy. System Brunhild's consciousness is finally evolving now. Her power surged into a new form. Blood sprayed everywhere, blinding the enemy's vision. He gasped, his life fading in seconds. Zigu swung, decapitating the beast with ease. Blood rained down. Zigu is a beast. He glared, his blade thirsty for more. Notification: Brunhild is now the Dragon Slayer. A cold, robotic ping echoed, snapping Rue back into this living nightmare. His gaze sharpened as the synchronization with his true self locked in. Elle froze, eyes wide, as the system called out their name. Tension gripped their body, half terrified, half obsessed with this sudden twist. Connection to Elle fully established. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, things were getting wild. A massive notification popped up, stealing everyone's damn breath. Link to Elle has been successfully restored. Lethal red threads exploded across the sky, weaving a web of doom. The air turned heavy with pure, unadulterated dread. Boom Zigu just deleted the Leviathan with one casual sword swing. Steel flashed, blood sprayed, and the world went silent before his overwhelming flex. Zigu's eyes narrowed at the system's chime, ready to hunt the next notification. Runhurt just smirked like a total boss. Don't worry, the hero's finally here. Ren lunged, sinking his teeth into Belphegor's neck in a glorious, bloody mess. The beast shrieked in agony. What kind of freak attack is this? Suddenly, a hand shifted to his hip, revealing claws that screamed game over. Belphegor snapped, swinging a rage-fueled fist through the blinding pain. Sensing the heat, Ren ignited his core, unleashing a literal storm of fire. He swung at nothing but air, his face twisting in confusion. Belphegor gnashed his teeth, voice trembling. How is this even possible? No mercy, Ren doubled down, turning his entire body into a molten volcano. The sky turned orange as a wave of devastating heat swallowed the battlefield. In seconds, the Titan was mummified in glowing lava, totally paralyzed. Molten rock crushed Belphegor's throat, his eyes bulging with pure rage. He threw his head back, letting out a final pathetic howl to the heavens. That sound was pure despair, making the atmosphere crawl with goosebumps. As he screamed, the Leviathan's head literally disintegrated into dust. Shards rained down, turning the scene into a chaotic masterpiece of destruction. Even as a pile of scrap, the beast's mind was still ticking. It stared blankly, wondering which cheat code just ended its whole career. What was that? Did I seriously just lose to a human? Then Ziyu appeared with those epic wings, triggering a core memory for the beast. Its eyes flared with shock as the trauma of that moment flooded back. Wait, some random guy sliced me while just passing by. Refusing to die, the monster desperately tried to stitch its soul back together. Its body twitched in a sad, desperate dance against the inevitable. Move, I need to regenerate before I am history. But then the Leviathan felt something was seriously broken. Its eyes bugged out. Wait, why is my healing factor not kicking in? Down below, Rue watched the decapitation in total, jaw-dropping awe. He stood there like a statue, unable to process that level of god-tier power. His brain stalled. That strike happened before the system even synced up. That single image burned itself into Rue's soul forever. He was left speechless, drowned in a sea of pure shock. That feeling, it's burned in forever. He just wrecked Leviathan like it was nothing. Didn't even need our help once. Just pure solo-leveling greatness. Then he flashed that cocky victory smirk. His eyes were literally screaming, "Winner!" Absolute confidence written all over his face. Rue stared at Ziyu's stone-cold expression. He was totally floored by that legendary resolve. He's back, and he's a total beast. Master. Eo's practically fangirling with those sparkly eyes. "My lord?" Sudong just smirks, acting all mysterious. Talk about perfect timing. Then Ziyu's low voice caught everyone's attention. Everyone turned, looking totally shook and curious. "Rao, miss me punk." He chucks the Leviathan's massive fang. With a sharp look, he gave the order. "Catch this monster weapon." Rue catches it, looking completely lost. His eyes were just full of confusion. He hesitated, not sure what Ziyu wanted. But once he saw the prize, his pupils shrank in pure raw terror. He realized just how scary that thing was, gripping that giant tooth like a boss. Rue stammers out a question. He's vibrating with shock from the heavy vibes. Ziyu shuts him down. Just absorb it already. He's smiling, but those eyes mean business. Swallow it whole, no excuses. Seriously. Rue gives him the side eye, half joking. Then he cracks a wild, relieved grin. He crushes the fang, laughing like a maniac. "Yeah, that's the spirit." Spot on. Eo rushes in, looking all worried and stuff. "Master, let me back you up." But then Ziyu drops a total truth bomb. She froze like the world just stopped. "Yo, I've got a special mission for you." He looks ahead, eyes glowing with hidden plans. Panic was practically dripping from her voice. "People are still out there. Bring back the Undead Legion. Use the Griffins and Mandises, evacuate everyone right now." He locked eyes with Ella, dead serious. His gaze was so freezing it stopped time itself. Every word cut the air. "Can you do this?" She just smirked, tilting her head with total confidence. "Of course, my master." Instantly, Ella unfurled her wings, dominating the sky. She became a streak of light across the heavens. She vanished, leaving only a sonic boom and stunned faces. Trapped in a prison of searing, agonizing red magma, Belphegor endured, gritting his teeth in pure agony. His flaming eyes darted around desperately, scanning the battlefield. Even the slightest movement threatened to shatter his body. Fueled by blind rage, he raised his hand. Every muscle coiled ready for a lethal counterstrike. He let out a roar dripping with pure hatred. "Think you can actually run from me, Brett?" Belphegor lunged his massive, terrifying hand toward her. Those giant fingers clawed at space as his roar echoed. A final warning boomed. "You arrogant little bastard!" Suddenly, a meteor shower of sword ki pierced his body. Every blade sliced deep into his demonic flesh. He recoiled in terror, eyes darting to avoid doom. His heart stopped in that moment of pure horror. Belphegor's massive frame was now anchored by burning magma. The lava surged, binding him like living demonic chains. Hundreds of icy blades remained buried in his charred skin. He looked like a beast crucified in a burning hell. Reality sliced through his mind like a frozen dagger. Paralysis took over. "My limbs, they won't move." He gnashed his teeth, glaring hatefully at Ziggu. His pupils flared with a chaotic, vengeful thirst for blood. How could a mortal master two opposing elements like this? Watching the kid's stone-cold face and effortless power. Belphegor froze one question, screaming, "Who is he?" Suddenly, Sudong's voice snapped Ziggu out of his trance. She gave a mysterious, chillingly calm smile. "Ziggu! Need a hand? Is there anything I can help with?" Sudong bowed slightly, clicking her tongue in annoyance. "Since when did I start asking permission to act?" Memories flashed back, forcing a dry laugh from her. Bitter and mocking, she whispered to the shadows. "Only last year one tap would have shattered this weakling." Sujung's eyes flickered with a sharp pride. Who knew Gigyu could flex this hard? Amidst the total wreckage, Gigyu stood tall, looking like an absolute unit. She sighed. Seriously, does the whole world just revolve around Kim Gigyu now? Staring at the monster's severed tail, Sujung asked, "Hey, need a hand or what?" Gigyu didn't blink. "We need to juice up this barrier fast." Space was buzzing with electricity. Once the real party starts, L can't hold it. Assessing the disaster, Gigyu called the squad together for a quick huddle. "Ban eyes on me. Here's the plan. Elder Zichin, quit standing around. We need your backup right now." He turned to Sujung with a look that said, "Don't let me down." "You in or out?" She gave a helpless smirk and just shrugged her shoulders. "I can toss you some mana, but don't expect a miracle, kid." Zichin chimed in, sounding like a total buzzkill. "This isn't going to be easy. Even with our help, you've got 1 minute max. Don't waste it." "Scratch that. You've got 30 seconds. Make them count." Gigyu just smirked. 30 seconds. That's plenty of time to wreck shop. He scanned the floating monster chunks, doing some quick, deadly math in his head. Leviathan literally in pieces still talked trash. Lowly monkeys playing with fire. Suddenly, gross blue goo started oozing out, acting like some forbidden superglue. The monster's parts began snapping back together like a twisted Lego set. In seconds, that massive tail was looking good as new. Talk about hacking. Leviathan roared, sounding like a total sore loser. "One lucky shot doesn't make you a hero, you pathetic little hairless apes." Meanwhile, in the city, a massive pillar erupted like a giant signal. A portal ripped open and 2 figures stepped out looking ready for war. Then an entire squad followed behind them, looking cold and dangerous. Plot twist, they were all skeletons wearing clothes. Fashionable, but definitely dead. The locals took one look and absolutely lost their collective minds. Bone soldiers, and Griffey too. Run for your lives, people. The guys in the back were just confused and totally wigging out. What the heck is that? Is that a monster? Someone call someone. Total chaos erupted as everyone tried to bail from the splash zone. Above the madness, a figure watched the streets turn into a complete circus. Stop pushing, move it or lose it. She reached out, itching to dive in and save the day. But a voice in her head hit the brakes hard. Ignore the peasants. We've got bigger fish to fry right now. I'll handle the wounded. Just keep your head in the game. Everyone else get the heck out of here while you still can. The mysterious stranger stared her down. Got it, Hammy bowed, totally submissive. Crystal clear, boss. Below, Zubin and Tao Chung gave the thumbs up. Roger that. Loud and clear. Even the skeleton army acknowledged the order with a ghostly salute. Since the big boss said so, I'll play nice, just this once. But the nightmare wasn't over. Out of nowhere, a savage mantis swarm charged in. Leading them was a suit-wearing rep looking ready for a fancy wedding. High above, a massive eagle clutched a terrified human. Absolute chaos. Say what? Those overgrown bugs began their hunt, treating puny humans like snack-sized appetizers. People screamed in total despair, "Save me from these freaking monsters." Zubin yelled for everyone to fall back, but his warnings were ignored. Panic ruled the streets, yet two idiots were actually busy gossiping. Is that Chairman Sinzena? Or maybe it's the famous Miss Flower? High above, Elle struggled to stabilize the escalating chaos. The air was thick with the nonstop chatter of the terrified crowd. What's happening? Forget it, just keep running for your life. Mid-mission, she suddenly froze, hit by a massive shockwave of energy. Ella glanced back, her instincts screaming that something big was approaching. A skyscraper-high pillar of crimson fire erupted, swallowing half the city. It clicked instantly, her master's true battle had finally ignited. Inside the inferno, Ziggu gripped his massive blade, ready for blood. Violent electrical surges tore through Leviathan's disgusting, tangled mass. Smirking, he shouted, "By return now." The binding thread tightened, making the beast howl in agonizing pain. Then just like that, the rope uncoiled and set the monster free. Suddenly, the necklace around Zigu's neck flared with a blinding light. The beast glared, thinking, he stopped, is this brat looking down on me? Veins popped as its rage exploded. How dare a lowly human mock it? Cut to a dark room where a mysterious tail slammed against the wall. The support team inside was locked and pouring every ounce of power. Sudung sighed, exhausted. 30 seconds, that's all I need? Glancing at Zigu's handsome face, she realized he'd finish it in 3. Don't overdo it, guys, Sudung warned her teammates sharply. She knew if they pushed too hard, the barrier would definitely shatter. Like a storm blades impaled the monsters, leaving them screaming in agony. Belphegor dazed as a light flashed between its eyes, binding them both. Time itself seemed to grind to a halt in that instant. Inside the barrier, a dark skill awakened absolute cannibalism. Meanwhile, Hemin was carrying a guy who was blushing like a tomato. Man, I never thought I'd be in this situation, he thought. Staring at her face, he couldn't help but feel totally starstruck. First time being princess carried, and it's by literal angel in human form. But his heart stopped when he spotted something terrifying behind them. Trembling, he pointed a finger and yelled out in pure fear. Angel, look out right behind you. Hamian whipped her head around to see what caused the panic. Sensing her sudden movement, everyone else froze and turned to face the new nightmare. Yo, they finally caught on. The barrier is totally toast. Everyone's freaking out, thinking the same thing. Is our master even alive? The shimmering veil is getting blurry. Check out that hidden blue sky. Even the bone spirit's rubbernecking now. Citizens and bugs are just frozen. Eagle snatch victims are literally jaw-dropping. The soldiers below are losing it. Her eyes are literally glowing, man. Inside, that big baddie just poofed. Total smoke show in the air right now. Fog's lifting, the battle's officially over. Those two monsters are straight up ghosting. Boom, the barrier is officially deleted. That sunset is hitting different today. Zubin and Taochen are stunned. It's literally raining blood out here. A heavy boot just stepped out. Ziu landed, wings vanishing like smoke. Stone-faced. System says he ate them. His sword is literally growling. Edgy. That 2-month soul raid was brutal. Global players flocked to the chaos. Plot twist, they all freaking disappeared. The only evidence left behind was shaky vids from a glitched barrier. That's literally it, nothing else. Just 60 seconds of pure terror. Looks like a nightmare's playground in there. Huge tracks from some mystery beast. Most wanted Kim Gigyu. Big yikes. Cold eyes fading into the rift. That city barrier is back again. Someone's kneeling in total soul-crushing despair. Guards are like, Cap, you good? Captain's just staring, brain totally fried. Panicked shouts are echoing everywhere. Rohan, James, and Roger are shook. Rohan's crying. The master's back. He's like, Rohan, you killed it. Now he says, it is time. Rohan is straight up sobbing right now. He's smiling like he won life. Finally, Rohan sensed it the perfect moment to crush Iron Sun forever. Cut to a massive skyscraper home to the elitist Global Player Association. Inside, a suit-and-tie geezer slams the desk, absolutely losing his mind. Are you even hearing yourself right now? He screams, veins popping. Turns out the European Council president has a massive bone to pick. In that single European raid alone, he bellows, voice cracking with rage. Nearly 1,000 players were sent home in body bags, and yet you're already thirsty to trigger another bloodbath. He leans in, dead serious. Have you finally gone insane, Chairman? The big boss, a white-haired fossil lost in thought, barely flinches. Meet the chairman of the Global Player Association, the ultimate puppet master. Kim Gigyu is a terrorist pure and simple. The old man counters. He is a viral threat. We do not negotiate with monsters. The European rep snarls, that's just your twisted narrative, old man. I'm not even sure he's actually the enemy here. Am I the only one who thinks his most wanted status is suspicious? We've got eyes everywhere, Chairman. Your secrets aren't safe anymore. Stop thinking you can play puppet master with the Central Association forever. Silence hits the room like a physical weight. The tension is suffocating. The Emperor finally speaks, his voice cold. So what's your price? Dialogue, the rep demands. Recognize Kim Gigyu as a sovereign power. We need a way to coexist before everything goes up in flames. The Emperor scoffs. Coexist, that sounds like a coward's white flag. Where I'm from, we just call that being rational. The rep retorts. Or did you forget the millions of lives currently on the line? The negotiation hits a dead end as diplomacy crumbles into pure spite. Suddenly the Pope clasps his hands, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Let us all take a breath and think this over, shall we? The Emperor stands. Fine, this circus is adjourned for today. Just like that, the high and mighty suits scramble out of the room. The Emperor sits alone in the shadows, watching them flee like rats. His mind is a dark labyrinth of schemes and hidden agendas. He locks his fingers together, eyes shut tight in deep calculation. Suddenly his eyelids snap open and the atmosphere shifts instantly. A sinister crimson glow blazes from his pupils, pure, unadulterated evil. Down in the parking garage, a forbidden energy vortex screams to life. A mysterious woman's hand triggers a device igniting the dark basement. Golden radiance explodes, washing over a man's unconscious, sleeping face. He slowly wakes, tasting the thick, magic-drenched air of this world. Realization strikes like lightning. Susanoo bolts awake, gasping for air. He's surrounded by rows of people lying silent just like him. Two strangers stand over him, grinning like they've found a new toy. Susanoo sits up dazed and confused. What kind of hell is this? Ao stares at Susanoo, eyes wide with a creepy, intense curiosity. Is this the one? Tao Chen smirks. Yes, the very one. Meet the ultimate heavy hitter of the game, Susanoo. But honestly, the dude looks completely clueless right now. Yeah, that is him, the legendary powerhouse Susanoo. El is not wasting a single second on small talk. Move it, my master is waiting for you. Susanoo steps out rocking those classic Japanese wooden sandals. He leads his squad right through the shimmering rift. Susanoo scans the room, totally baffled by the vibe here. Like, did he just portal into a luxury car showroom? What kind of crazy place is this anyway? Rows of shiny high-end cars are parked everywhere. Susanoo's brain is basically one giant question mark. Even those fancy rides over there look totally suspicious. He narrows his eyes, sensing a potential trap nearby. And check it, that is Captain Delaware America's pride. Plus Siva India's top-ranked beast is in the house. Even the big-shot Korean guild leaders showed up today. Susanoo starts wondering what is actually going down. Why gather all these world-class elites in one spot? The elevator dings and the meeting room doors fly open. Delaware's crew enters to find three figures already waiting. Gigyu welcomes them, checking if the audio's working. Everyone is confused. It sounds Korean, yet they understand. Must be some high-level translation magic covering the area. Susanoo knows this is no basic skill, nothing here is normal. Gigyu welcomes them, ready to drop some serious knowledge. He gets serious warning them this news is massive. He drops the hammer, the truth about Iron and Kavan. Once they are settled, the real briefing finally begins. Demons the Iron Sun Alliance, it is all laid bare. Fake players, demon infiltrators, and that whole elixir scam. Since they are floor 50 vets, Gigyu keeps it brief. Reactions range from total shock to pure cold suspicion. Finally, the pieces click, heads start to slowly nod. Doubt ripples through them as the meeting wraps up. Gigyu signals L to escort the VIPs out now. The players leave their heads spinning with unanswered questions. Once the room clears, Liu turns to Gigyu. You sure about this? Just letting them walk away. It is fine, I just planted seeds of paranoia. Gigyu knows rumors have a way of spreading fast. Now they will watch those guilds instead of us. More importantly, how is the demon digestion going, kid? Still processing. Those two were a lot to swallow. Suddenly a strange light glimmers from Jigyu's chest. Suddenly Brunhut struts in glowing like some sparkly little fairy. She's trolling Rue. Kid Rue is way cuter, she teases. He snaps back furiously. Shut up, you annoying little fly! Zhu locks back in. Rue playtime's over. Start explaining everything. What really went down at L, don't tell me nothing happened. Rue just gives a cocky smirk before finally speaking up. Master treats a massive world war like a casual grocery run. Seriously, Master went full beast mode, then returned like it was nothing. Lim Hisuk is with Grigory now acting as an elite tracker. The room goes dead silent as Ziyu delivers the intel report. That fake Demon King is currently building massive barriers with allies. While angels handle the exorcisms, the heavy hitters are brawling. Oh, and Tao Chen mentioned he wants a private word later. Zhu looks confused. Wait, he wants to talk with me? Flashback Tao Chen begged him to save the nation of China. Cut back to the chaotic swirling vortex inside of Grotto. Thanks for listening, Tao Chen says, acting all humble and polite. Zhu shrugs. Don't sweat it. You helped us, so we're even. But then Zhu spots something weird behind the old man's back. It's Votus staring at a chessboard like some sort of genius. Just a quick match with Lord Votus, Tao Chen explains calmly. Zhu's brain is lagging. Since when were these two best buds? He lets out an awkward cough to break the weird tension. Anyway, enough small talk, let's get back to the main mission. The real problem, something dangerous fell into the wrong hands. China's been a powerhouse since long before the towers even appeared. It's not just their size, it's their legendary ancient martial arts. People used to think those skills were just fiction and myths. But once the gates opened, the whole power dynamic totally shifted. Turns out those ancient moves were powered by pure raw mana. Zhu starts connecting the dots, his mind racing with possibilities. Back in the day, it was just a wild conspiracy theory. But now the truth is finally clicking into place for him. Cronus and Gaia's ancient war literally forged the Earth itself. So their leftover energy still lingering here was basically a given. Still, he realizes it's mostly just a working theory for now. Regardless, there are a million reasons to head toward China, especially with that shady Kavan guild causing trouble in the shadows. Plus, I owe a favor to a guy with a cool beard. And that's exactly how the China Association fell to the demons. Honestly, even the chairman's probably been body snatched by those creeps. Tao Chen is desperate. He's gathering a squad of loyal players. A rebel army to take back their homeland from the abyss. Tao Chen, I'm begging you join our badass rebel army. Together, we'll kick them out and finally free China. Zhu went silent for a moment, his brow furrowing into a deep, intense frown. Then came the bombshell. Getting into China was basically a suicide mission now. Since you're compromised, everyone thinks we have already joined at the hip. Tao Chen stroked his legendary majestic beard and finally spoke up. He was right, using planes or standard warp gates was asking for trouble. Can't we just pop a gate like you did when you arrived? No can do. I haven't locked down a stable anchor point over there. Luckily, Advisor Kim has tipped me off about a hidden back alley gate. Take that route and we will land right where we need to be. I can mask my identity easily, but you are a walking neon sign. Tao Chen countered, asking if simply covering up was out of the question. Like, what if I just wear full plate armor and a helmet? Zhu shut it down. That is just going to make people stare even more. They might skip some IDs, but looking that suspicious is a one-way ticket to interrogation. He locked eyes with the most iconic feature on the old man's face. If only you did not have that massive beard of yours. The old man's face went pale, looking like he had just seen a ghost. Tao Chen scrambled back like a cornered animal, clutching his facial hair protectively. Not my precious Blackie. We have been together for decades. She is worth more than my life. The air turned stone cold as the two just stared at each other in silence. Moments later, a trembling Tao Chen finally gave in with a heavy heart. Fine, I will do it. I will sacrifice everything for the sake of our nation. With tears streaming down his face, his entire body would not stop shaking. Just please shave it clean and try not to make it hurt. That is when Zhu realized he might have pushed the old guy too far. He finally found his voice and spoke up. Sorry, man, I had no idea that beard meant the world to you. In the end, Zhu decided to head into China solo first. He would secure the perimeter before opening a gate for the rest of them. A brand new day dawned over the city skyline. Crisp morning light flooded the towering skyscrapers under a perfectly clear sky. Deep inside the Association hidden hub, the Gregory Underground Base. A cheerful, high-energy voice echoed through the massive multi-purpose hall. Yo player ZGU, it has been ages since we have seen your face. Shang-hun, the slick secretary, waved a pair of meat tongs in greeting. You have been blowing up all over the internet lately, haven't you? Cho Sang-ryung, the Blue Stream Guildmaster, chimed in with a grin. Yeah, it really has been a long time. Morningstar co-leader Kim Seong-bi couldn't help but join the conversation. Seriously, ZGU, we have missed having you around. Meanwhile, the player paparazzi Go Hyung-chan just focused on stuffing his face. Zhu stood there totally baffled as he stepped into the room. What is all this? Are we having some kind of meat party? Shung-hun flashed a bright smile as he answered. Well, it has been nearly 3 months since the whole gang was back together. Where's the grilled pork belly yet? The whole crew roared in hungry approval. Even Grigory's elites were feasting like beasts. Hey, filling bellies is a top-tier buff. Shang-hun stood up totally hyped. He grabbed a chair like a throne. All right, listen up, you animals. The boss is picking up the tab. Zugu-man, take a seat already. Eat first, then we talk serious shop. Time flew and the BBQ massacre ended. Every plate was licked clean. Pure heaven. Hun wiped his mouth. Business time, boys. Sadly, no world-shattering news to report yet. We're still ghosting the Kavan Guild's tracks. We've neutralized a few of their rat holes. But they're scattered and paranoid. Tough targets. Plus, there's one more headache to report. The government's been blowing up our line. They've always wanted the guild on a leash. Chairman O kept them happy, but that's over. Hyung Cheon chimed in while picking teeth. The game's changed, the suits are sweating. With L rising, they're scouting our allegiance. They haven't crawled to Iron or Kavan yet. I ghosted their HQ personally. They're clueless. Cheon scoffed, shaking his head in pity. The nation's security is thin as wet paper. Zigu processed the intel and barked orders. Hun China's eating my schedule. Take this. I'm putting this circus in your hands. Copy that. How much do I leak? Zigu smirked, plotting. Bring Lohan along tonight. Time to play some of our hidden aces. Show them which side actually holds power. He turned his gaze toward Trang Rong. What about Blue Dragon and the Morning Star? They ghosted the raid on L right. We got benched from the front lines. They think we're traitors for surviving L. Xiongpi sighed, remembering the tense meeting. Of course, Lohan set that trap perfectly. Zigu nodded. We'll clear our names soon. Stay low for now, don't trigger alarms. I see, the other guilds got lucky. Guess that puts his suspicions on ice for now. Cheon leans over. Yo, Gigyu, you actually heading to China? Does Noros know too? He asked, leaving Gigyu totally clueless. Cheon's blunt. I thought you knew. I was waiting for proof. Then the bombshell in China, they're actually cloning Belphegor. Purple light rips through the sky, humming with eerie power. Ella stands by Rue, her heart racing as she asks, Master, is it really okay to leave us behind? Zigu sighs. The future here is just too unpredictable, El. You two stay here where it's safe. With the gate on one jump away, don't sweat it. Gran Herd flexes. I'll guard him, relax your pretty heads. Rue smirks. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm actually worried. Who you calling Kid Rue? You're just a brat too. Jigu just laughs at their petty bickering bromance. He plays peacemaker. All right, enough, play nice you two. Mask on the mission officially begins. Final check, disguise protocols are fully engaged. Jigu waves off, catch you guys on the flip side. The scene shifts to a desolate middle of nowhere wasteland. Towering mountain peaks pierce the clouds in majestic glory. Jigu lands and gazes up, totally awestruck by it. Welcome, Tao Chen announces smoothly. This is the front line of our glorious resistance. Standing before endless stairs, a sign reads, Shaolin Temple. Run hurt gasp, whoa, intense! Zigu is equally blown away. Shaolin Temple. No way I'm actually standing here right now. An eagle soars down. Follow me, my team is ready. Sunlight dances through leaves under a crystal clear sky. The Grandmaster asks, so you're the son of Kronos? Zigu freezes at the name brain, totally short-circuiting for 5 seconds. A mob circles him in the courtyard. Tension is peak. Zigu frowns. What gives? How do they know Kronos? Every face around him is a mask of cold stone. The monk stands perfectly still in a solemn ritual pose. Years ago, your father graced China with incredible blessings. Kronos and the pioneers are our greatest eternal heroes. I am the abbot leader of this sacred Shaolin temple. Zigu blinks. He's talking about my old man, huh? Brunnet exhales. Phew, totally thought we were about to scrap. The abbot bows. It is truly an honor, young man. Zigu bows back. I'm Gigyu, a player from South Korea. The blue-haired girl chirps. And I'm the one and only Brunhut. The monk's tone shifts. We owe your father everything. But trust that's different. We won't hand our future to a stranger. Tao Chen snaps, barking at the master. Listen, I've told you a million times this is no way to treat a VIP. The master stays chill. Nice try, but I trust my gut. Without total proof, bad things usually happen. He drops some truth. Trust isn't a gift you just hand out like candy to strangers. Tao Chen starts whining, but the master shuts him down instantly. Relax, it is perfectly fine. Zhu gets the vibe and asks, so what is the price for this absolute trust? Then the master smirks. Glad you asked. To convince us, you will need to prove it with... He growls, brute force. No more talking. Only martial arts decide the truth here. Right here, Ziyu just lets out a massive, tired sigh at the predictable request. Of course. Why is it always a fight to the death with these guys? Grunhut, though. She is absolutely loving the drama. Oh, jackpot, this is going to be gold. Fun fact, everyone who talks like that usually ends up in a pine box. Ziyu rolls his eyes. Grunhut, do me a favor and back up a few feet. Facing the master, Ziyu shrugs. All right, fine. I am in. Let's do this. But then he points at the whole squad. But let's leave everyone here out of it. He smirks with pure savage energy. Just take me on all at once? The master blinks. Excuse me, what did you just say? The entire crowd just freezes. Their brains have officially stopped working. They look at each other with pure total confusion and shock. Even Tao Chen is tripping. Wait, did he really just say that? Say what? The master finally lets out a dark chuckle. That is a bold move, kid. He unbuckles his heavy brass bracelets. Veins start popping across his muscular arms. His voice turns into a low growl. Seems you never learned? The difference between confidence and a death wish have you... Clang. The heavy weights hit the floor one by one. They smash into the stone, echoing like a funeral bell. Ziyu stares at the metal chunks. Wait, what are those things? Heavy training weights? The master surges with raw power. These are mana-suppressing shackles, boy. We do not just rely on flashy moves, we forge our spirits. We ran Luya in both body and mind with these heavy iron rings. He clearly states, we will not hold anything back. Prepare yourself. Ziyu does not even flinch. He just lets out a bored "oh" in response. A sharp grin spreads across his face. I get it now. So is everyone here wearing those things? He throws his hand out into the open air. Reality itself seems to shake. Pressure fills the entire room. Ziyu's weapon manifests in a roar of wind tentacles, whipping around everywhere. The energy tendrils snatch the bracelets off every single soldier in an instant. The guards stumble back, shaking. What is this? What is happening? They stare at their bare wrists. My bracelets? They are gone. Scores of heavy metal rings fly high into the air like birds. They rain down like a hailstorm right into Ziyu's waiting hands. He catches them all and clenches his fists tight, ready for war. If you are going all out, then I will use your handicaps too. Game on. Those rings on Ziyu's arms started rattling like a total death knell. The Zen masters, watching, their faces completely hit the floor. Even Tao Chen was sweating bullets, stammering, "Oop, wait, what's he doing?" Behind him, the other monks were just as clueless, exchanging confused looks. Finally, the head monk snapped, "Fine, you want it? You got it." He began charging his ki, snarling, "Prepare to pay for your insane arrogance." His eyes flared with light veins popping on his forehead like a map. Then boom, he lunged forward, moving so fast he literally tore the wind apart. He flew straight at Ziyu's face, but our boy just stood there like a statue. The master's face was a total mask of demonic rage. Teeth gnashing and fist cocked back, he was ready to end this kid. He threw a lightning-fast punch, a massive wave of energy exploding towards Ziyu. It was a sonic speed strike, but Ziyu just leaned back and dodged it effortlessly. Then Ziyu snatched the master's arm, killing his momentum instantly. With one casual shove, he sent the master flying as the air itself shook. The ground literally shattered under the force, sending debris everywhere. The monk gritted his teeth, trying to swallow the massive pain, but his eyes still burning with a desperate need to win. Ziyu didn't even move an inch from his spot. He just sighed and made a loud, clear demand. "Listen, I told you, all of you need to come at once." Then he flashed that classic cocky main character smirk. Pure confidence. "If you finally get the picture," he announced, "then quit stalling and attack me together already." Deep in those majestic ancient mountains, right where the birds used to chirp peacefully, everyone suddenly swarmed Ziyu like a pack of hungry wolves. But our guy was chill, totally ready to dive into the chaos. They unleashed everything. Dark snake sword styles were flying everywhere. Triple slashes, mountain crushing fists. It was a total skill spam. One guy even whipped out the 13 lotus spear strikes. Another monk's blade was glowing with a blinding holy energy. Every single one of them aimed their ultimate moves right at Ziyu. Longhair led the charge, swinging his blade like a total maniac. Ziyu just smirked, spinning his arms to prep the counterflex. Then with just one casual flick of Ziyu's wrist, Longhair was sent into orbit. "See you later, bro." He gritted his teeth, refusing to stay down like a stubborn NPC. Too bad he got smacked again and went flying for real this time. Another monk didn't even see the hit coming before Ziyu's strike landed. All he could do was scramble and try to dodge the pain. Then it hit him. Ziyu had predicted his every move from the start. Wait, was this whole fight just a calculation to him? Steel clashed against steel, making sparks fly like crazy fireworks. They broke apart, but the spear tip was still smoking from the heat. "Get out of my way, damn it. You're clogging the path." The guards scrambled in panic. "Why can't we even touch him?" "Scatter move. If you get close, he'll read your every breath." Tao Chen watched the carnage, his brain completely short-circuiting in shock. I knew Morningstar was cracked, but this is god-tier power. The Zen Master's eyes ignited with a fierce, unwavering battle resolve. He unleashed a barrage of heavy bone-crushing strikes at Jiyu. But Ziyu didn't flinch. He dropped into a perfect counter stance. His eyes tracked every micro-movement with absolute cold-blooded focus. The two titans collided head-on, sparks flying from the sheer impact. Jiyu wound up a fist packed with pure, unadulterated disrespect. One heavy punch sent the master flying backward like a ragdoll. The force was so raw the old man could only gasp. Gritting his teeth, the master broke into a frantic cold sweat. This monster? It's not just talent, he's something else entirely. Staring at that smug face, the terrifying truth finally clicked. He's downloading our moves. He's absorbing them in real time. Little did they know Ziyu was playing a much darker game. I'm this strong because I devour my enemy's combat skills. Every loser I beat becomes another weapon in my arsenal. He recalled the brutal words that defined his entire journey. If you fight with your very life on the line, those skills will be engraved into your DNA forever. Suddenly, the rings on Ziyu's arms flared with blinding celestial power. But the light vanished as quickly as it had appeared. As his fist clenched, the energy was forcibly sucked dry. The rings turned dull, their stolen essence completely consumed. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the heart of the Shaolin Temple. Thick smoke billowed, masking the absolute wreckage he'd just caused. Jiyu shrugged. My bad, master. Didn't mean to break your toys. He stepped through the haze looking way too cool. Anyway, that's a pass right. I've reached the top tier, haven't I? The tension evaporated as golden sunlight warmed the stunned grounds. One quick beatdown later, everyone's attitude did a complete 180. The monks bowed low faces, glowing with newfound holy respect. Fine morning to you, great hero Morningstar. Thanks for the lesson, great hero, they echoed in unison. Every eye in the courtyard was locked onto the living legend. The title Great Hero rang out like a victory anthem. Grunhut poked her head out. What's a great hero anyway? Zhu chuckled, giving her a smug, satisfied little grin. It's basically a fancy way of saying I'm the boss. Under his gloves were the secret translators built by Huang Chun. Man Golden Hero sounds cooler. Why this weird name? Guess I'm stuck as the Morning Star Hero forever. Cringe. Inside the Shaolin Abbot's private chamber, absolute peace and silence reign. The old master solemnly lifts his tea, breaking the heavy stillness. Welcome, great hero Mai. Zhu sits opposite him, cringing hard. That title, total overkill. Closing his eyes, he sighs. Just skip the formalities, okay? Without missing a beat, Zhu cuts straight to the chase. Why my hair must be a secret if old me isn't invited? The abbot's voice is firm. This is about Shaolin's greatest secret. He asks calmly, Hero Mai, have you heard of the great Bodhidharma? Zhu shrugs, yeah, only by reputation. He is the progenitor of Shaolin's divine martial arts, the abbot explains. The true ancestor of every martial art under the sun. Bodhidharma's image flashes eyes like Deep Well's face carved from stone. As the abbot explains, Zhu suddenly interjects with a sharp realization. Chinese martial arts? They're actually fueled by pure mana, right? The abbot calmly sips his tea before offering a slow nod. Precisely. The closer to the source, the stronger the mana resonance. Take our Shaolin fist passed only to those of true blood. Through training, one can grasp the very essence of power. Zhu ponders. If that's true, then this great Bodhidharma guy? He must have been an absolute monster, a god of domination. A mysterious shadow of the legend looms in Zhu's mind, putting aside the mystery of the man himself for now. Why create such power only to leave it for future generations? The abbot turns grave, looking directly at the young hero. Legend says Bodhidharma once lived in this very chamber. Zhu freezes, his jaw practically hitting the floor in shock. The abbot's steady voice cuts through the temple's heavy silence. Shaolin has been rebuilt countless times over the many centuries, yet this room remains untouched. Not one single brick has moved. Shaolin exists today solely to protect this one room. Finishing his tea, the old master slowly stands up. He turns toward a massive ancient bookshelf behind him. His hand hovers over the scrolls as he speaks. Great Hero Mai, I have something incredible to show you. He grabs a specific tome and pulls it from the shelf. Suddenly, the massive shelf splits opening like a secret gate. Zhu is absolutely stunned by the spectacle unfolding before him. The wall opens, unleashing a blinding wave of emerald spirit energy. The pressure is so intense, Zhu literally leaps to his feet. His eyes are wide as saucers locked onto the hidden light. That's... He stammers, staring at the opening wall. Pure awe washes over his face as his mind races. There's no mistaking that insane level of raw ancient power. Light floods from the secret vault, consuming the entire room. Holy, this divine power is totally cracked. The abbot reveals this vault is top secret. Built by the legend Bodhidharma himself ages ago. Zhu's like, why show a total stranger this? The abbot's blunt, because my young friend, only those with the chosen vibe enter. Still confused, the kid reaches for the gate. His hand hits light nothing. The abbot retreats now. See, even as abbot, I'm not allowed? He admits that after their duel, he knew that Zhu was the one meant for this. Zhu steps up to the swirling energy vortex. Under the abbot's gaze, he reaches out slowly. Boom, his fingers phase right through the wall. Zhu looks back. The abbot gives a nod. With fire in his eyes, Zhu dives in. Alone now, the abbot whispers, Morning Star Hero. Whatever's inside, you're on your own now. Outside is quiet, but his voice still echoes. Until today, only one legend ever made it. Inside the vault, Zhu is already scouting ahead. His gaze turns icy. He's in total focus. A corridor darker than a nightmare appears. This hallway is huge, no way it fits. It's so dark there is no end visible. The path plunges into a deep abyss. His brain starts racing, calculating the weird space. Is this a spatial distortion trick? No, it's this. He glares at the glowing portal and realizes a teleportation gate. They link this room to a hidden realm. Zhu goes silent. Building this when mana was scarce, truly impossible. And this divine pressure, it's totally cracked. Bodhidharma wasn't just a monk, he was a god. Suddenly a voice booms, are you Kronos' son?
This kid always dreamed of life becoming a video game, but now that it actually happened, it absolutely sucks. Take his best friend standing right next to him. A floating title reveals his name is Sun In, from the prestigious Chunbu Mun clan. And get this, he is already a level 25 player, but looking in the mirror, our main character Jihan is stuck at a pathetic level 4. All thanks to his bizarre awakened ability, literally called the Gamer. This absolute joke of a power turns his entire reality into a literal quest log. Even something as lame as buying tofu for his mom triggers a system alert. Annoying holographic windows pop up every single day. And honestly, Jihan still cannot wrap his head around this glitch in reality. He has zero clue how the world broke, or why fate suddenly turned him into a real-life game character. No matter how hard he racks his brain, the answers just do not exist. But one thing is absolutely certain. He possesses a totally unique, game-breaking power. Lost in these wild thoughts, he finally secures the legendary tofu. Everything feels like a massive fever dream. Honestly, half the time Jihan wonders if he just completely lost his mind. But realistically, This chaotic new life does have a few hilarious perks. The funniest part of this whole mess? The absolute absurdity of grinding experience points. In a normal role-playing game, you would be out there slaughtering goblins for experience. But for Jihan, it is totally different. For some stupid reason, he gains experience points just by surviving daily life, way safer than hunting bloodthirsty monsters, right? He literally levels up just by doing push-ups or surviving a math test. However, escaping the beginner zone is insanely hard. Why? Because these boring daily quests hand out embarrassingly low experience points. It has been forever since his weird awakening. But after an eternity of grinding, he finally leveled up and scored those sweet stat points. And like an absolute idiot, he dumped every single point straight into strength, a rookie mistake that haunts him to this day. Because let us be real, in the modern era, is not intelligence infinitely more overpowered than brute muscle? He totally should have hoarded those precious points for a massive brain upgrade instead. Returning to his base of operations, Jihan heads to the kitchen to deliver the quest item. His mom, Han Dong-suk, might be in her 40s, but her anti-aging skincare game is so legendary, she seriously looks like she is barely 20. What freaks him out though? Her level is literally just terrifying question marks. Clearly, the final boss of the house hides dark secrets her own son cannot even scan. Shaking it off, he helps prep dinner. And of course, washing dishes is mandatory. Does he want to do these awful chores? Heck no. But experience points are experience points, so the grind never stops. Honestly, if you asked him about his life, he would say it is trapped in an endless, exhausting tutorial loop. And the nightmare gets worse. Every single afternoon, he faces an absolute mountain of brutal homework. But the second that final boss is defeated, he feels the euphoric rush of true freedom. It is not like he has bad grades or is secretly a giant nerd. Heck, he does not even know if this torture improves his scores. He only survives the study grind because the system demands it. Turning in this quest to his teacher tomorrow guarantees another tiny drop of sweet experience, so he keeps farming these pathetic beginner tasks. Sure, it beats risking his life in a dungeon, but this endless cycle of boring repetition? It is literally driving him insane. Fast forward to today, homework demolished. He boots up his computer for some real gaming. Suddenly, a blinding system alert pops up. Reward unlocked. Hardcore studying just permanently boosted his intelligence by 1 point. They say everyone has a hidden potential waiting to awaken. It is all about grasping that power. But tragically, our boy Jihan is nowhere near protagonist level yet. Which brings us to the current absolute disaster. Caught in a terrifying life-or-death crossfire, Jihan is fully convinced he is about to face a game over. Up on the roof ahead, a menacing figure stands beside a massive, bloodthirsty three-headed wolf. Across from him, a fierce red-haired woman glaring with absolute killing intent. Jihan desperately prays to every god out there. Please, no combat quests. If the system drags him into this nightmare, he is getting sent straight to the afterlife. Wait, was not he just celebrating an intelligence boost from studying? He desperately tries to formulate a genius escape plan, but his mind draws a complete blank. His terrified eyes lock back onto the rooftop showdown. That woman is Kwon Shin-jun, the legendary Fire Fist. Level 32. Meaning she could instantly obliterate 8 Jihans without breaking a sweat. But her opponent across the roof, the man with the hellhound, is pure nightmare fuel. Known as the Summoner, Hwan Sungon is an earth-shattering level 46. Suffocating bloodlust floods the entire block. Jihan is literally paralyzed, too terrified to even breathe. Forget analyzing their power levels. The real mission is sneaking away before he gets vaporized. Activating a dash skill he grinded since childhood, he silently prepares to sprint for his life. Suddenly, Sungon breaks the terrifying silence. Fire Fist, an art that burns enemies from the inside out. I hear the recoil is devastating, but the destructive power is absolute. However, I highly doubt those pathetic flames can even singe my demonic beast. Cut the garbage. Why the hell did you ambush me? Shinjun roars back, flames dancing in her furious eyes. Why? Sungon echoes with a twisted smirk, slowly raising his hand. The answer is quite simple. I am merely preparing the stage for the inevitable chaos to come. Consider this a fatal pop quiz to test your limits. Tension skyrockets as Shinjun violently clenches her fiery fists. His cryptic warning makes zero sense. But one thing is crystal clear. This lunatic is out for blood, and diplomacy has officially left the chat. It is time for pure, unadulterated violence. The Dark Summoner unleashes his grip. Without a second of hesitation, the three-headed monstrosity lunges straight for Shinjun. Aura erupts around the fierce warrior as she violently braces for impact, ready to crush the beast and claim absolute dominance. Before that ugly mutant beast could even get close, Shinjun blasted straight into the sky. She unleashed some dangerously sick flaming punches, and honestly, I completely stopped running just to watch the fireworks. Seeing this insane superhero movie play out live totally felt like some wild adrenaline-fueled fever dream. But reality check. Hanging around meant getting squashed, so I desperately needed to bolt like yesterday. I whipped right around and hit the absolute gas, ready to sprint out of this nightmare. 2 steps in, squelch, my sneakers sank right into this super gross, sticky black demonic sludge. It yanked my ankle and catapulted my entire body into the sky. Just my trash luck, it dumped me right between that 3-headed freak and Shinjun. Dangling upside down like an absolute idiot, I helplessly watched Shinjun and that mutant wolf crash land back to Earth. That creepy Sungon dude sneered at us. Fire Fist Shinjun, planning a pathetic little escape route? Try it, and I will rip this random street rat into a million pieces. Cue my total internal panic attack. Seriously? I am just a guy minding his own business. Why am I suddenly the hostage in their edgy villain drama? But wait, something was totally sketchy. That weird demonic sludge started pooling right under the villain dude's fancy boots. It was the exact same gunk grabbing me, but it was not attacking him at all. That psycho was actually controlling the slime. I had zero clue what his evil master plan was, but I could not look away. Then boom, a shiny new system skill randomly popped up from my hardcore staring contest. Skill unlocked. Observation. Stare hard enough, and enemy stats are revealed. Still hanging upside down like a bat, I squinted at the glowing blue text. The heck is this? A new power right now? Cool, but seriously, system? I am literally about to die. Give me something useful. Like, I do not know. A super punch? Whatever. Beggars cannot be choosers. I crunched my abs up, glaring daggers at the black sludge to scan it. System alert. Level 15 break slime, 1200 HP, and 500 MP. Basically, a stretchy demonic booger straight from the underworld. Sungon smirked, bragging that while Shinjun could handle it, my weak self was totally doomed. Our fiery redhead did not like that one bit. You absolute coward! Using a random civilian as bait, her fists sparked with blazing righteous fury. Relax. Go all out. The kid will survive. And hey, this idiot stumbled into my trap himself. I did not invite him. Sungon totally deflected the blame. Naturally, Shinjun bought 0% of that garbage excuse. But honestly, why would the villain lie? Sungon was actually super tripped out. How did some powerless high schooler wander into his ultra-secret pocket dimension? Whatever, nerd mysteries could wait. That edgy psycho snapped his focus back to his main boss battle, extinguishing the fiery girl. Trash talk over, he commanded his mutated beast to strike. But Shinjun? She did not flinch. 3 ugly dog heads just meant 3 times the fiery beatdown. Honestly, her blazing martial arts combos were totally outscaling that flea bag. After a sick, high-speed brawl, Shinjun channeled all her raw aura into one ultimate strike. Bam! The mutant wolf went flying, but no victory dance yet. Sungon sent his creepy slime slithering right for her blind spot. Ugh, what a tryhard. Shinjun yelled, totally fed up with this guy's cheap tricks. She slapped her hands together, flashing a complex magic seal. Fire Art First Form, Flame Soul. The moment her aura spiked, that demonic slime swallowed her whole, trapping our fiery hero in a nasty black cocoon. I freaked out, screaming for her to dodge. But the gross slime dome snapped shut before she even heard my warning. Panic mode activated. Was she actually done for? But suddenly, that pitch-black slime trap started bubbling like a toxic volcano. Kaboom! The trap exploded into a million gooey pieces, and standing right there in the epicenter, Shinjun, looking completely flawless. That Flame Soul buff was no joke. Sungon just clapped sarcastically, totally unfazed. Not bad, sweetheart. Give me a real show. But spoiler alert, this psycho was not even close to done yet. He rolled up his sleeves, flashing some wicked magical gear. Cue the sinister metallic chimes as a massive, glowing, dark summon circle ignited above his head. Oh, we are so cooked! This edgy dude practically screamed evil dark summoner, and he was definitely about to drop another nightmare monster on us. Survival instincts fully kicking in. I desperately needed to snap out of this gooey hostage situation, but breaking this demonic slime was practically impossible. It was literally tougher than solid industrial rubber. I struggled like a fish on a hook. Hello? I invested 5 whole system points into my strength stat. What gives? Refusing to be utterly useless, I flexed every single muscle in my body, yanking desperately at the cursed bindings. But nope, the slime did not even budge a single inch. Just as I was about to dramatically accept my doom, ding, the glowing blue system screen flashed right in my face. Notification alert, repeated desperate actions unlocked a brand new skill. Active skill acquired, Tear. Level 1 granted an insane 30% boost to pure ripping power. Time to literally rip and tear through this mess. Way better than that lame observation skill. Jihan fired it up, and boom, immediate results. He actually ripped that freaky invincible slime to absolute shreds. Man, that felt insanely satisfying. But right after shredding it, reality hit him hard. Dude was literally floating in midair. Breaking free from that slimy grip meant one thing: total free fall. Game over! Jihan slammed on his back, and his spine basically screamed in pure agony. Hey, plot armor exists. A main character does not just die from a little fall. Surviving is winning. Suddenly, something violently erupted from the pavement. Instincts kicked in, and Jihan instantly dodged away. Getting a good look, it was another freaking slime. These nasty blobs were insanely persistent. It just kept chasing him relentlessly. Running was not an option anymore. It was absolutely do or die. Jihan felt his legs shake uncontrollably. That monstrous blob was shattering solid asphalt like brittle crackers. One hit would instantly delete him. Plus, that wicked beast targeting Shinjun finally crashed the party. He caught a glimpse of some giant mutant mantis. No time to stare, though. Sprinting for his absolute life. Mid-sprint, it suddenly clicked. This monster moved with a predictable system. The game literally changing right now. A wickedly rebellious smirk crossed his face. Figuring that out just leveled up his observation skill. The system notification confirmed it. Cracking the enemy attack pattern triggered an instant skill evolution. Time for a quick test drive. Jihan instantly locked his leveled up gaze onto that creepy slime. The hidden stats violently popped up, revealing a massive new piece of tactical intel. The slime moved slower than a human, but its close-range lunge was terrifyingly fast. Plus, that freaky blob was missing exactly 100 hit points. His tearing attack actually dealt massive damage. Perfect! Just 11 more hits and this thing is totally dead meat, though pulling that off would not be easy. Strangely, unstoppable confidence surged through his veins. Once this slime was history, he was definitely bailing out. Problem was, he had zero clue where he was. Glasses guy claimed this was his illusion barrier. So weird, right? Shinjun and that summoned beast were completely wrecking the place, yet not a single bystander peeked outside, like they were totally alone in this world. The illusion barrier was actually real. Escaping normally absolutely would not work now. His brain was totally blanking on a solid escape plan. No time to stress over that anyway. First, he had to feed this slime 11 brutal combos, 11 hits to delete it from existence, while one hit would instantly send him straight to the afterlife. A real hardcore survival mode. He was terrified, but cornered prey fights back. Going all out, stance ready. The slime violently launched its assault, aggressively stretching its gross body, spawning multiple arms for a massive barrage. Luckily, its ranged speed was absolute trash compared to humans. Jihan barely danced past the deadly strikes, then he noticed the lag. It needed time to recharge its form. He had to verify that golden opening. Jihan slyly closed the distance. Bingo! The slime struck again. By keeping perfect spacing, Jihan easily sidestepped the fatal blow. The blob aggressively retracted, churning just like dough, rebuilding its slimy form. Theory perfectly confirmed. A wickedly rebellious grin hijacked his face. He swaggered toward the monster, cackling. Rest in peace, you ugly blob. He unleashed a devastating tear, then instantly dashed back. Hit-and-run tactics were absolutely shredding its health. The creature trembled pathetically. Jihan felt his ego explode with absolute power. Get ready for doom. This main character is taking you down. With that first flawless execution, fear completely vanished. He masterfully exploited his speed against its pathetic lag time. A relentless barrage of strikes. Zero room to breathe. 11 back-to-back tearing combinations. The impossible boss was finally slaughtered. The adrenaline rush was completely intoxicating. Jackpot, 1,290 experience points secured. A phenomenal double level-up flash. Total gamer satisfaction achieved. Grinding those lame daily quests gave absolutely zero gains compared to this. 2 massive levels from one boss fight. Forget daily chores. Hunting elite freaks was the real path to godhood. While Jihan bathed in his glorious victory, an earth-shattering boom abruptly erupted from behind. Oh snap, he completely forgot there were actually other players crashing this chaotic battlefield. Whipping his head around, he caught Shinjun literally tearing Sungon's summoned beast apart with a single, devastating punch. Her face was completely deadpan, but that strike packed insane, monster-shredding power. Jihan swallowed hard. his throat suddenly incredibly dry from the sheer suffocating tension rolling off her. There was absolutely no denying it. This girl was terrifyingly overpowered. He seriously wondered, if he ever grinded his way to level 30, would he become an absolute menace like her? But then another glaring, problematic issue slapped him in the face. That shady dude rocking the dark shades had completely vanished into thin air. He frantically scanned left and right, confirming the guy was totally miraculously gone. This whole vanishing act left our hero scratching his confused head. Sunggon's combat level definitely crushed Shinjun's stats, so why on earth did he chicken out? Whatever, not my circus, not my monkeys. Brushing it off, Jihan turned back around, only to immediately slam into Shinjun's icy, dead-eyed stare. She was way too close. Jihan stumbled backward in pure panic, his heart doing terrified backflips right out of his chest. He kept frantically backing up, but she matched his every step, radiating an invisible, bone-crushing pressure. A freezing sweat completely drenched his trembling body. No clue what this powerhouse wanted with his life, but every alarm bell screamed pure danger. This awkward little tango continued until she finally snapped and aggressively broke the silence. What the heck are you exactly? An ordinary, pathetic human could never, ever take down that bizarre monstrosity. How did you manage to crush it? It instantly clicked in his panicked brain. She was definitely talking about that nasty slime he had just utterly obliterated. Talk about a massive, dangerous trap question. Obviously, he couldn't just casually confess that his insane gamer system powers were the epic reason he pulled off that flawless win. And even if he spilled the secret beans, this brutal brawler would never believe him. One guy summons beasts, while this crazy girl throws literal fiery death punches. Honestly, if he possessed some crazy hidden mutant power like this chaotic duo, it wouldn't even be the absolute strangest thing happening today. Still, spilling his biggest survival secret to an intimidating stranger was a massive rookie mistake. So, our brilliant hero boldly decided to deflect the entire conversation. Hey! Jihan aggressively thrust an accusatory, trembling finger right toward her intimidating face, firing back with sudden rebellious attitude. Why the heck are you ruthlessly interrogating a poor guy who practically just knocked on heaven's door? Funny you ask, because I actually have my own burning questions for you. How about we play a little game and take turns answering? Shinjun fiercely scowled, but her total silence meant this terrifying negotiator had actually accepted his rebellious terms. Naturally, the absolute powerhouse gets to blast the very first question. Locking eyes, she dropped her ultimate demand. Just who exactly are you? Nailed it. Way easier than the last nightmare question. Jihan cockily declared himself as Han Jihan, an 18-year-old high schooler rocking some mildly special quirks. Shinjun's frown severely deepened, brutally judging him with utter, crushing skepticism. A clueless, goofy-looking scrub like you actually possesses a hidden magical talent? Yeah, right. Critical hit. Jihan's fragile teenage ego shattered into a million pathetic pieces as her ruthless, public disrespect absolutely roasted his entire soul. But picking a fatal fight was pure suicide against her monstrous stats. Meeting his completely defeated silence, Shinjun simply gave a curt nod and dropped her final verdict. Fair enough. I have permanently locked your goofy face and name into my memory. Without another word, she spun around and completely vanished into the swirling, empty air. Wait a hot, miserable second. He totally got played. That slick brawler bailed before answering a single question. She fought dirty, leaving our boy absolutely scammed out of his rightful turn. Her imposing, terrifying figure was completely gone, leaving him totally stranded without a single clue about what the heck this crazy, nightmarish illusion barrier even was. Dropping to the dirt in total, dramatic despair, Jihan clutched his head, practically sobbing. His brain throbbed trying to figure out an epic escape route from this trap. Suddenly, a deafening crack violently shattered the sky above. Snapping his head upward, Jihan watched in total awe as massive, spiderweb fractures ruthlessly ripped through the very fabric of space. The cursed illusion barrier was finally collapsing, shattering like cheap glass. Instantly, the vibrant, noisy symphony of the real world flooded his ears, including annoying birds chirping on power lines. He even spotted some random lady casually power walking down the street in her neon tracksuits. Hallelujah, he was definitely, finally back in the boring, beautiful reality. Reborn into the real world, our main character launched into a desperate life-or-death sprint straight to high school. He survived magical monsters, only to face his teacher's terrifying wrath for being incredibly late. He didn't even get half a second to passionately explain getting brutally kidnapped by a magical barrier. And his absolutely ruthless teacher clearly didn't care about his epic fantasy excuses. Instead, whack! The man delivered a merciless, soul-crushing smack right to Jihan's backside. Our hero squealed in spectacular agony. "Quit your pathetic whining, you dramatic little punk. What are you screaming for? Am I passionately smacking you because you are naturally foolish, or because you actively choose to perform absolutely idiotic stunts on my watch? How can you consistently fail the absolute easiest, most basic quests I assign you?" Jihan could only dramatically sigh at his instructor's blazing fury. This guy was a permanent rage monster. This terrifying classroom executioner was Jo Ji-hun, a 42-year-old menace who unfortunately reigned as his dictatorial homeroom teacher. The student body legendarily feared him as the brutal enforcer of justice. Ji-hun commanded only one absolute law from his terrified victims: just don't do stupid, forbidden garbage. Simple as that. Sounds like an absolute cakewalk in theory, but surviving his iron-fisted rule was a completely different sweaty nightmare. Cross that sacred line, and he would instantly detonate into pure wrath, serving up painful beatdowns to rebellious punks, exactly like Jihan casually strolling into class unacceptably late today. Thanks to his legendary brutality, even the toughest teenage delinquents instantly morphed into terrified, silent kittens around Mr. Ji-hun. The man literally feared zero souls because his combat stats were absurdly maxed out. Rumor has it, a gang of reckless punks once tried to mercilessly jump him for revenge. Plot twist: the entire squad woke up in the emergency room, utterly dismantled and wrapped in humiliating bandages. Mr. Ji-hun's current overwhelming power level sat at an intimidating 15. Compared to standard, weakling students hovering between levels 3 and 6, this absolute beast was casually 3 times deadlier. With a massive, terrifying level gap like that, the entire classroom lived in constant, sweating fear of this absolute tyrant. "Are you seriously spacing out on me again, you rebellious little punk?" The teacher's brutal shout shattered Jihan's thoughts. Suddenly, the wooden ruler slashed through the air. Smack! A merciless second strike instantly demolished his rear end. Tears streamed down his face, but then a digital system window flashed right before him. System alert: a brand new skill unlocked from a special action. The requirement: enduring pure physical agony and bodily trauma. Physical endurance acquired. Unlocking a passive skill sounds epic, right? Nope. Jihan was absolutely furious, mostly because his butt cheeks were currently on fire. Still, it was completely insane. He had rapidly learned several new skills in such a short time. Things were finally looking up compared to before. But first, the teacher delivered 5 agonizing whacks before finally letting Jihan return to his seat. Physical endurance just gained 15.78% experience at level 1. It literally reduced all physical attack damage by 3%. Jihan clutched his stinging backside, limping awkwardly all the way back to his desk. Wait, does that mean every time he gets brutally beaten, this physical endurance proficiency will keep leveling up? He totally hated it. What an absolute joke of a masochistic gamer skill. After finishing Jihan's punishment, the teacher dropped a massive bombshell on the classroom. It was news that brought both thrilling excitement and crushing anxiety. In just a few short days, the glorious summer vacation would finally begin. Anyone dreaming of a top-tier university seriously needed to grind their studying stats. Those giving up on college should just find some dead-end job. With that harsh reality check, the homeroom session ended and the teacher stormed out. Jihan slumped into his chair, sighing heavily. Why was his luck so ridiculously cursed today? First, dodging literal mutants on the way to school, then getting his butt whooped, all for just running a little late. Suddenly, a familiar hand slapped his shoulder. "Looks painful, dude. Is your rear end surviving?" Without even looking up, Jihan knew it was his buddy, Sunil. Jihan angrily swatted the hand away. "Of course it hurts, you idiot," Sunil chuckled loudly. "Why were you late anyway? You know how that teacher is. I had my reasons, man." Jihan shot back, staring at the glowing level 25 floating above Sunil's head. Honestly, even after leveling up and gaining power, Jihan never truly believed this crazy reality. Life turning into a video game seemed impossible. But today, everything completely changed. After barely surviving a real battle, his level skyrocketed to 6, unlocking 3 epic skills. He never expected to gain new powers, but now he wielded Observe, Bash, and Physical Endurance. This wasn't just some crazy daydream anymore. Triggering special actions definitely unlocked new abilities. Seeing these stats in actual combat, Jihan finally accepted that this insane game system was absolutely real. And if reality had truly morphed into a gaming universe, that meant Sunil's massive level 25 status was totally legit. Holy crap, his best friend was an awakened mutant too. He might not rival those terrifying monsters Jihan faced earlier, but level 25 was still an overwhelmingly intimidating powerhouse. "What are you staring at, weirdo?" Sunil teased, noticing his friend intensely glaring at the air above him. Nothing, man. Jihan sighed heavily. When would he ever reach his friend's legendary mutant tier? Right on cue, the loud school bell pierced the air. Jihan quickly shooed Sunil away, blaming the start of first period. But honestly, he had absolutely zero motivation for boring teenage schoolwork today. From this moment on, Jihan swore to avoid those deadly illusion barriers. He needed to seriously investigate his own ridiculous gaming powers right now. Looking back, he had recklessly ignored his own strange abilities. He just blindly accepted the automatic level-up alerts and random skill pop-ups without ever questioning the magic behind them. But here was the ultimate glitch. How could he actively check his skill menu? Games always had a controller button, but this was cold, hard reality. Jihan's gamer brain started calculating. Wait, voice commands. During that chaotic slime battle, he definitely activated the bash skill just by screaming its name. He had done it entirely on sheer instinct. To test his theory, he sneakily hid behind a textbook and whispered, "Status window." Instantly, a glowing holographic screen materialized. Talk about a lucky critical hit. The very first thing Jihan inspected was his personal dimensional inventory system, just as he expected. The digital grid was completely empty. He looked from the void to his pen. A wild, rebellious thought crossed his mind. Could he actually stash physical, real-world objects inside this virtual space? Time for a science experiment. Jihan pushed the pen toward the glowing panel. Flash! The pen vanished from his fingers, instantly reappearing as a rendered item icon inside the inventory. Jihan gasped in pure shock. His awakened ability was insanely overpowered. It wasn't just basic quests and leveling. This system manipulated reality itself. His eyes widened like saucers in total disbelief. Whack! A devastating knuckle sandwich from the teacher shattered his focus. Jihan, what kind of nonsense are you pulling during my class? What a totally cursed day. For spacing out again, the teacher ruthlessly sentenced him to 5 brutal strikes across the palms. His backside was already ruined, and now both hands were practically on fire. Jihan wanted to howl like a kicked puppy. With every vicious strike, his physical endurance leached more experience, eventually soaring up another level. But Jihan just gritted his teeth, secretly cursing this utterly masochistic trash-tier skill. And so, our hilariously unlucky hero survived a pointless school day, learning zero academic knowledge. Seriously, skipping class to grind his new gaming skills would be way more productive, right? However, despite taking 10 brutal beatings, Jihan discovered some crucial cheat codes. First, spamming a specific action definitely unlocks hidden skills. Second, the real grind had just begun. Jihan's current body was literally glitching like a video game protagonist. He still had totally hidden skills. He figured out the first clue through those crazy abilities he unlocked during his daily high school hell. But that second clue? It was a total brain breaker. Honestly, Jihan was totally clueless about his own freakish new anatomy. When he ripped himself free from that nasty slime and crash-landed hard, any normal dude would be drinking through a straw with shattered bones. But Jihan, he barely even felt a sting. He totally ignored it then, but his wounds instantly regenerated. It was exactly like today, when those 2 sadistic teachers completely wrecked him. Taking those hits hurt like actual garbage, but the agony faded in seconds, leaving 0 bruises behind. Not even a single red mark. This crazy glitch convinced him he was living as a literal RPG character now. Taking a brutal beating just drained his HP bar. But with a full health potion, all that pain and damage would instantly vanish. But the real mind-blower was his skill window. Opening it for the very first time, Jihan freaked out seeing 5 entire abilities, not just the 3 new ones from today. 2 were mysterious hidden stats. One was straight up called Gamer's Mind. Completely maxed out, this busted passive skill kept him terrifyingly chill. Cold logic, 0 panic, totally immune to any psychological mind games or mental breakdowns. The second maxed out passive was Gamer's Body. This was the absolute game changer, turning his pathetic mortal flesh into an indestructible virtual avatar. Seeing those stats, it all clicked. It explained his ice-cold nerves against that gross slime monster, and why he didn't wet his pants chatting with a terrifying mutant like Shin Jun. He should have realized this way sooner. If reality was a hardcore virtual reality RPG, he was the main protagonist. Those 2 epic passive skills were literally driving his entire rebellious existence. Stepping back to look at the big picture, Jihan was a walking cheat code in the real world. Fatal wounds? Whatever. He could just chug a health potion and instantly heal, flexing a god-tier power nobody else possessed. Sure, being a freak of nature was kind of messed up, but Jihan had to admit, the universe totally blessed him with this absolutely epic superpower, especially useful for surviving deadly accidents. However, there was still a massive, annoying headache to deal with. How the heck could he avoid getting sucked into another illusion barrier? And even if he dodged that trap, what would he do against insane mutants like Sungon or Shinjun? As a literal walking video game character, how could he totally abuse these glitchy powers to completely wreck his enemies? Sunday morning rolled around, but Jihan was already up, ripping his room apart. Digging through the absolute mess, he grabbed a slick baseball bat. Firing up his observation skill, he easily scanned its core stats. Solid aluminum, way lighter, yet brutally stronger than wood. Even the brand name popped up. Jihan took a few aggressive practice swings. The weight felt perfectly deadly in his grip. But wait. Normally, epic weapons show their attack damage numbers. This bat displayed absolute zero stats. How was he supposed to gauge its destructive power? Was it because this was still reality, meaning normal objects weren't coded like sick video game loot? Whatever. He chucked the bat into his magical inventory and went hunting for more useful real-world loot. Target locked. The family medicine cabinet. He found a tube of healing ointment, basically designed to patch up hardcore cuts, severe burns, and nasty bleeding. But the system scanned it as absolute garbage. Plus 5 HP? Are you kidding me? Jihan was super disappointed, even though he totally saw it coming. A so-called vitality booster giving only 5 pathetic health points? Would he need to drag around a literal barrel of this stuff to heal? That was insanely impractical. Besides, Jihan had already hit level 6. His max HP was pushing 200. A measly 5-point heal was like spitting on a raging forest fire. Completely useless. He threw it in his bag for now. But moving forward, he desperately needed to find some god-tier healing items to replace this trash. Then, a crazy idea sparked in his brain. True gamers craft their own epic gear. It was a legendary survival skill, right alongside grinding mobs and looting drops. Since spamming weird actions unlocked his new powers, he could absolutely grind out a blacksmithing skill from scratch. It was totally foolproof. Well, maybe unlocking that was a bit too hardcore for now. He shoved that crazy plan on the back burner. Right now, prioritizing brutal attack skills was the absolute move. Marching straight into the suburban woods, Jihan started viciously beating a tree trunk with his bat. After relentlessly spamming the same aggressive strike, boom, a shiny new skill unlocked. Smash! This absolute beast of a skill stacked 15% extra damage and boosted base attack by 50%. But wait, there was more. He triggered a second skill called Blunt Weapon Master. This beauty granted instant mastery over heavy-hitting crushers like hammers and maces, plus a sweet 10-point attack buff and 5 extra speed points. Jihan practically screamed with hype. Dragging himself out here to grind was totally worth it. Unlocking 2 epic active skills at once? Absolute main character energy. Now that he had the power, it was time to grind that proficiency meter to the max. Fueled by sheer teenage adrenaline, he gripped his bat and went back to mercilessly destroying that tree for sweet experience points. He swung like an absolute maniac. Exactly 30 brutal strikes later, his smash skill officially leveled up. The leveling speed was insanely fast. Hooked on the grind, he decided to push for a few more levels before heading home. However, as he raised the bat for another epic strike, his entire body suddenly shut down. His arms dropped like wet noodles. Panicking, he flashed open his status window. Just as he suspected, his health bar was totally full, but his MP bar had flatlined to 0. Running on empty mana meant absolute paralysis. But hey, silver lining. Jihan just calculated his max mana output, 30 consecutive smash attacks. Now the only question left was, how agonizingly slow was his mana regeneration? Like any self-respecting gamer knows, tossing out epic skills means burning through your mana pool. But who could have predicted this absolute garbage regeneration rate? 1 pathetic mana point per minute. Jihan stared at his 100-point mana gauge. Recharging this thing would take an agonizing hour and a half. This was a complete disaster. He desperately needed a mana regeneration buff. Otherwise, he was stuck spamming basic passive attacks. To survive in this twisted new reality, Jihan had to level up and become an absolute beast. Soon, a breathtaking sunset painted the evening sky. He slammed his heavy baseball bat against the unforgiving concrete. Gasping for air, Jihan let out a breathless scoff. My arms feel like I have been swinging this thing for centuries. Is my body actually reacting like a video game character now? I can swing until my bones ache, but 30 minutes of rest resets my stamina. A wicked, thrilled smirk crept across his face. That cheat-like stamina let him grind his weapon mastery like a madman. Right now, his power strike hit level 3, and his blunt weapon mastery reached level 5 at a ridiculously satisfying pace. However, the system rewards did not just stop there. The real jackpot was unlocking 2 insane passive skills after mastering his blunt weapon: a massive 30% attack boost for strength-based gear, plus a 10% speed buff. Power strike damage skyrocketed by 150% at level 3, with a juicy 17% critical hit rate. Strolling through the trees, he was absolutely lost in the intoxicating math of his new powers. But the best part? If his base attack stat was 10, the mastery buff pushed his damage to 13, and triggering Power Strike added that glorious 150% multiplier, 32.5 total damage. He felt utterly invincible. Stacking all these buffs together literally doubled his base power. Absolutely broken. Right now, Jihan wore the cocky grin of a top-tier boss monster, and that was without distributing his unused stat points. Dumping everything into strength would turn him into a complete wrecking ball. Despite his giddy excitement, a sharp frown suddenly broke his arrogant expression. He had to strategize his other build paths. With barely 100 mana, he could swing maybe 30 power strikes before running dry. And here was the agonizing reality. Sure, he recharged in 30 minutes, but his total stamina pool was laughably tiny. What if monsters swarmed him in a mob? What if there was zero time to rest? If an enemy was too fast, should he dump his points into agility instead? Having zero real-world combat experience was truly terrifying. Jihan exhaled a heavy, frustrated sigh. There were way too many fatal variables. Better hoard those stat points for now and not do anything stupid. Under the flickering, dreamlike streetlights, his mind drifted to a far more dangerous boss battle. Mom is going to interrogate me about disappearing all day. What kind of epic excuse can I even invent? His heavy footsteps echoed eerily across the dead concrete. Suddenly, as if sensing a fatal trap, Jihan froze dead in his tracks. Raw tension paralyzed his entire body as a sharp gasp escaped his throat. A suffocating, unnatural silence had swallowed the entire neighborhood. This was completely wrong. Sure, it was late, but this absolute deathly quiet was impossible. A chill crawled down his spine as he scanned the street. Every single house window was pitch black. No way. The horrifying reality finally crashed over him like a tidal wave. Damn it, do not tell me I stepped into another illusion barrier. Gamer instincts hijacked his nervous system, instantly summoning his iron bat from the inventory. His battle aura flared up, ready for a brutal fight to the death. Gripping the icy steel with white knuckles, he took a defensive stance against the freezing air. Cold sweat instantly drenched his newly dried shirt. I should have just stayed locked in my room. Swinging a bat at home would have been safer, even if Mom thought I was losing my mind. He gripped his newly summoned weapon tight, because a spine-chilling groan suddenly tore through the silence. The blood completely drained from Jihan's face, pure dread replacing his gamer confidence. Swallowing his rising panic, he exhaled sharply and whipped his head around. And right there in the shadows, the dragging, heavy footsteps crept closer and closer. Finally, the nightmarish figure stepped directly under the flickering glow of the street lamp. At that exact moment, Jihan braced himself, his fierce eyes locked dead onto the approaching threat. Then, his pupils violently contracted at the terrifying horror before him. All hope shattered instantly. The grotesque, decaying humanoid made him scream out in pure shock. A literal zombie. Its rotting flesh, combined with echoing growls from every single direction, made the mentally prepared gamer jump completely out of his skin. Out of absolutely nowhere, an overwhelming horde of monsters began to surround him. My luck is absolute garbage today, stuck dealing with a massive zombie wave. Thankfully, his almighty gamer's mind passive kicked in, forcing his frantic heart to immediately calm down amidst the deadly chaos. His brain switched into tactical combat mode. How do I slaughter this mob? First things first, a brilliant strategy suddenly flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. In the next fraction of a second, he triggered his core skill. Observe. The system interface glowed, revealing a level 8 zombie, 800 max health and 500 mana. They despised the living and devoured human flesh. Pathetically slow, but boasting twice the physical strength of a normal human, Jihan instantly analyzed every single weakness of his enemy. This scouting ability was seriously an overpowered cheat code. Unlike his last chaotic encounter, he actually had a lethal weapon equipped. If only he had some health and mana potions in his inventory right now. His current health regeneration was a miserable 5 points per minute. With a max health pool of 200, healing naturally would take 40 minutes, and if one of those zombies grabbed him, he would lose way more than 5 points. While his brain ran endless tactical simulations, the monster horde multiplied. Deafening growls and heavy footsteps closed in from all sides. He forced his gamer brain to overdrive its processing speed. What is the winning move here? Wait! His eyes widened as a sudden realization hit him. Ah, well then. Jihan's hardcore gamer instincts totally kicked in. Pro tip, always find a narrow choke point to spam your skills. Despite his legendary bad luck, our boy spotted the perfect escape route. Bingo! Channeling everything into his legs, he bolted like a literal rocket. There is a classic gaming strat called corner camping. Monsters cannot jump you if your back is to a wall. But talk about rotten timing. Just as Jihan slid into position, he bumped into a stray zombie. No more running, no more backing down. He gripped his baseball bat with a white-hot intensity. In the next split second, he unleashed a sky-shattering strike using his newly upgraded level 3 skill. Smash! Boom! The monster's 800 HP bar instantly vanished by half. Jihan's jaw dropped to the floor. Wait, one hit dealt 400 damage? Oh heck yeah, time to loot this trash. Real gamers never hesitate. While the zombie was totally dazed, he rained down a merciless combo. The loot goblin inside him awakened, his mind buzzing with chaotic glee as he swung that baseball bat like a total pro. Is this all thanks to my new skill? Whatever, no time to overthink this madness. After a grueling brawl, Jihan successfully sent that freak packing to the afterlife. But since he was still a total rookie, he was left panting like a dog. Then, the system chimed with sweet music. You gained 350 experience points. But Jihan knew the stakes were way too high. This was no time to celebrate. He busted his gut and sprinted toward his chosen safe zone. He thought he could finally catch a break, but fate had a twisted sense of humor. Waiting inside was a whole new squad of brain-dead freaks. His loud footsteps instantly dragged their creepy gazes toward him. Ice-cold sweat dripped from Jihan's hair as pure panic set in. 3 zombies! Not a single ounce of hesitation. He ruthlessly swung his baseball bat right at their ugly mugs. Smash! He totally headshot the first one with a brutal crack, ripping away 400 HP in an instant. But a true survivor never stands still. Cocking his arms back for round 2, he roared, "Smash!" He delivered a devastating follow-up to the monster's crumbling body, ensuring it was utterly wiped from existence. Like a boss, Jihan relentlessly spammed his skills on the alleyway creepers. Smash! Smash! The final zombie did not even get to groan before it was pulverized into dust. It probably cried in its final moments. Bro, I got mugged. Surviving that chaotic mess, he finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Done. Time to catch my breath. But no matter how many he crushed, that bone-chilling moaning from the horde behind him just kept creeping closer. Ugh, creepy groans. Watching those shadowy freaks shamble into his trap, he stood in eerie silence, waiting for the perfect moment. He gathered every ounce of his teenage rebellion for one epic battle cry. Holy crap! Come get some! Daddy needs that sweet XP. His mind was spiraling at the absolute horror show before him and his own exhausted body. Damn it. Looking at my mana bar, I guess I am stuck spamming basic attacks. Refusing to be a sitting duck for those rotting biters, Jihan gritted his teeth and charged straight into the madness. He raised his weapon without a shred of fear. Even with 0 mana blocking his smash skill, he bit down hard and absolutely home run swung the zombie in his face. Naturally, he followed up with a ruthless finisher, pinning it flat against the cold, hard concrete. But another freak instantly lunged from the shadows, either looking for a midnight snack or avenging its fallen bro. Luckily, Jihan's gamer reflexes were totally cracked. Creating distance in a flash, he delivered a savage blow right to the back of its neck. Clean, brutal, and perfectly executed. He effortlessly clapped 2 zombies without even relying on his system skills. In the very next heartbeat, they crumbled into ash and scattered into the dark wind. Seizing the brief pause, Jihan wiped the cascading waterfall of sweat from his forehead. Okay, chopped up the trash mobs. What is the next play? Right now, the eerie silence meant no more zombies were creeping up on him. Though a random jump scare bite wouldn't even surprise him at this point. Jihan had not leveled up yet, but doing the XP math, he only needed to frag 1 more mob. Regardless, survival was priority number 1. First things first, do not die. Moving with desperate agility, his newly upgraded stats made vaulting the fence a bit clunky. But hey, nothing could stop the unstoppable momentum of a fired-up, rebellious teen. But then, his pupils violently shrank as he witnessed the absolute nightmare unfolding before him. This was on a whole different level. His previous fights were just a joke compared to the massive sea of monsters roaming the pitch-black night. Pale as a ghost, Jihan could only scream internally. Are you kidding me? With that ridiculous swarm, it is absolutely game over. And the madness did not stop there. High above, the moon had morphed into a terrifying, blood-drenched crimson sphere. But the real horror struck a second later. Something incredibly eerie was floating his way, leaving Jihan furrowing his brows in utter confusion. Hello? I need an admin to explain this. The bizarre energy radiating from that floating anomaly sent raging alarm bells ringing through his brain. Man, this gives me the absolute creeps. As he stared intently, the soul return eye suddenly crackled with intense purple lightning and teeth-gritting zaps. Looking frantically around, Jihan had zero clue where this weird orb came from. Just seeing it completely paralyzed him. What the heck is that demonic thing? Suddenly, the eerie eye fired down beams of incredibly ominous red light. They moved like they had a terrifying mind of their own, locking purely onto the wandering zombies. Before the monsters even realized what hit them, their bodies were aggressively consumed like acid eating through paper. In mere seconds, they melted into gross liquid and shot straight into the floating orb. Witnessing this nightmare firsthand, Jihan turned completely pale. Is it literally farming the zombies? The cursed eye relentlessly sucked up the horde like they were just cheap fertilizer. It didn't leave a single scrap of flesh behind. His gamer's sixth sense screamed at him to bail immediately. I don't know what that glitchy nonsense is, but it spells bad news. But just then, an even worse anomaly triggered. Down below, the surviving zombies started sprinting chaotically. Every single one shrieked with ear-piercing, blood-curdling screams. Hiding behind the wall, he cautiously formed a wild theory. Are they totally losing their minds because of that spooky orb? As if hearing his inner monologue, the horde snapped their heads toward him and sprinted fiercely in his direction, flailing in pure panic from the surprise ambush. Holy mother of fudge! Talk about terrible luck! He wildly snatched up his steel baseball bat for self-defense. Trying desperately to calm his racing heart, he boldly swung his weapon to assert dominance. By now, the ravenous zombies were already crawling up onto the roof. Jihan suddenly realized one was right at his feet. Without a second thought, he planted a fierce strike directly onto its skull. The zombie's head twisted sickeningly to the side. But seconds later, it violently snapped back into place like it was nothing. It even let out a gleeful, bone-chilling cackle that caused goosebumps. Seeing this insane glitch, Jihan raised his bat high for a fiery, devastating swing. Smash! This time, the bat landed perfectly, exploding its head into a burst of dark, scattering bone fragments. With one monster finally dealt with, Jihan spun around, heavily gearing up to brawl with the next freak crawling over the wall. Right at that epic moment, the system's pale blue LED screen popped up. You have leveled up. But amidst this chaotic crisis, he mentally shoved the notification aside. I will check my stats later. Jihan braced himself to thrash these monsters. But suddenly, the guy ahead was engulfed in a familiar, blood-red glow. He glanced down. The entire undead horde was caught in the exact same creepy phenomenon. Jihan instinctively looked up. The crimson orb had grown massively. Was it absorbing the zombies? Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Sungan watched silently. Everything was going perfectly. Spotting him, Jihan quickly ducked behind a wall. Wait, that guy. It was that creep from before. He hasn't noticed me yet. The red eye drained the horde's energy completely. Then, it shrank down and shot through the air. Sungan, acting all cool with one hand pocketed, caught it effortlessly. He gripped the glowing core. His face was deadpan, but his voice betrayed a twisted excitement. Perfect! Sungan simply waved his hand. Spiderweb cracks instantly fractured the air. The sheer force shattered space into countless glittering shards. That crazy move destroyed the illusion. Jihan was slammed straight back into reality. A stray cat hissed, annoyed at the intrusion. He ignored the cat, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Holy crap, I actually made it back alive! But his relief was short-lived. He snapped his head toward the roof. Sungan had vanished into thin air. He was left completely clueless. What the hell was that shady summoner actually trying to do? Seriously, what is my life right now? He mentally reviewed the insane anomalies. He was swimming in incredibly dangerous waters. One thing was crystal clear. That psycho was dropping illusion barriers everywhere. Inside those domains was a pure death trap. First, those freaky martial artists. Then, a literal zombie apocalypse. I need a survival plan for this horrible luck, and I know exactly who to ask. Jihan spotted his buddy walking into class. Simple solution, just interrogate Sunin. His friend waved energetically. Hey bro, is the sky falling? Since when do you show up to school this early? Jihan ignored the banter. He was too focused on the glowing text hovering above his buddy's head. Heavenly Will Sect, level 28, Sunin. Looking at that goofy grin made Jihan boil with envy. He was literally level 25 just days ago. Did this punk eat an experience boost? Jihan played it cool. Got business today. Come to the cafeteria with me first. Clueless as always, Sunin dropped his bag. Oh? Buying me breakfast? I am totally down. But his buddy Radar started pinging. The cheapest guy I know is actually paying. What kind of scheme are you plotting? Jihan looked away. Just shut up and walk. Inwardly, his resolve hardened. We have been best friends since elementary school. He never once mentioned being the heir to some crazy martial arts sect, but he is still my ride or die. He is the only one I can trust right now. Later, on the sunny campus steps, Sun-in happily held a warm pastry. He probed one last time. All right, what is the million-dollar question? Spit it out already. That carefree attitude made Jihan curse internally. You arrogant punk. Let's see you act tough after this. He leaned in seriously. I need to ask you something. Sun-in chewed happily. Yeah. Shoot, my man. Jihan didn't beat around the bush and went straight for the kill. How exactly do you escape an illusion barrier? Hearing that, Sun-in answered instinctively. To break an illusion barrier, you just channel your aura and focus on. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Wait a second. Sun-in's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Jihan by the throat. The goofy friend was gone, replaced by a stone-cold killer. What have you done to my friend? His grip was an iron vice. Jihan choked, completely unable to force a single word out. Holy crap, never knew this idiot was so terrifying. Fighting for air, he forced out a classic insult. I am your daddy. Jihan desperately jabbed Sun-in's ribs to prove it was him. Incredibly, that stupid inside joke worked. Sun-in immediately released his death grip. He casually dusted off his hands without a shred of guilt. Okay, it is definitely you. Still talking like a total psycho. Jihan rubbed his neck, cursing up a storm. You crazy bastard. You trying to murder your best bro? Damn it. That freaking hurt. Despite his angry rant, he felt a strange warmth. He really went berserk trying to protect me. It is kind of touching, honestly. I hate that he kept secrets, but he clearly has his reasons. The two finally sat down peacefully. Panic suddenly struck Sun-in's face. Wait a damn minute. Why the hell are you asking about that stuff? How could you even know about barriers? That was exactly what Jihan needed to confess. Honestly, I did not know jack about this world, until a few days ago. And just like that, the hidden truth was finally out. I even know your secret identity. Sun-il froze in absolute stunned silence for a second. Jihan's next words dropped an absolute bombshell. Sun-il, eldest son of the Heavenly Will clan. Ignoring his best buddy's completely lightning-struck expression, our guy just kept dropping those massive truth bombs. Outside, clueless students were already swarming the schoolyard, completely oblivious to the epic drama unfolding. But hidden in a dark, shady corner, Sun-il's voice echoed out, dripping with total disbelief. So, you can actually see gaming levels and learn brand new skills? Jihan smirked with absolute confidence. Yep. He instantly popped open his system interface just to show off his crazy new powers. Here, watch the master work, he bragged, magically pulling out his trusty, battered old baseball bat. Jihan shoved the bat right into Sun-il's face to prove his insane story was totally legit. His buddy blankly categorized this ridiculous gaming power as some kind of high-tier spatial magic. Is that your freaking game inventory? Annoyed, Jihan shoved the weapon back into the void, grumbling with an overly dramatic pout. Man, I have zero clue how this happened, but my luck is completely trashed. Thanks to that stupid illusion barrier, I almost completely died. Unexpectedly, hearing this crazy rant, Sun-il just face-palmed hard and let out a massive sigh. Wow, who would have thought? You actually became a natural ability user. Jihan just blinked, his face completely covered in giant, floating question marks. Sun-il awkwardly scrambled for the right words. Explaining this insane hidden world was going to be complicated. Jihan smirked dangerously. I have got plenty of time. Internally, he knew his actual life depended on this lore dump. School could wait. Gaming survival was priority number one. Knowing his stubborn friend would not budge, Sun-il reluctantly spilled the tea. Fine, I will spell it out for you. Have you ever heard of the living Earth theory? Jihan's eyes went wide. The Gaia theory? Then, the massive infodump officially began. The Gaia theory claims the Earth is a living, breathing organism with its own absolute will. Despite having zero actual scientific proof backing it up, this wild concept is usually just used in fantasy novels or video games, basically pure pseudoscience. Sun-il dropped a massive bombshell. You game 24/7, so you definitely know it. What if that crazy theory was actually real? Jihan's jaw literally hit the floor. Knowing this truth was absolutely mind-blowing. His buddy carefully broke down every single word to explain. Simply put, this world possesses a supreme consciousness. Some call it destiny, others call it absolute law. Some say it is the ultimate truth, the root of all things, or a transcendent will. Jihan dramatically scrunched his face. Man, that sounds exactly like a crazy cult. Sunil helplessly continued. Just listen, idiot. Everyone names it differently, but one word sums it up perfectly. God. Those heavy words completely shattered Jihan's teenage worldview. Wait, God? Like, right here? You are pulling my leg, right? Sunil just shrugged, ruthlessly peeling back the curtain on this hidden magical reality. I have no idea if God is actually real, but some kind of transcendent will definitely controls the earth. Oh, and ghosts totally exist too. Obviously, you already know that. This reality check hit so hard that Jihan just stood there, completely speechless with his mouth wide open. Sunil patiently waited for his brain to reboot before continuing. Then there are the superpowered ability users. The most famous psychic trick is basically bending spoons. It is a classic form of telekinesis. Telekinesis is literally just using your mind to toss heavy objects around. Beyond basic telekinesis, there are crazy mental powers like instant teleportation and shooting deadly fire. People born with these insane superpowers are officially called natural ability users, simply because they got those epic stats right from birth. Jihan's gamer brain finally caught up to the massive lore dump as he stroked his chin in awe. Whoa. Sunil summarized everything, circling right back to the main quest. Now, let us get back to our original topic, the Gaia theory. Natural ability users are essentially empowered by Gaia herself. You could totally call them the chosen ones. Those epic words sent serious shivers down Jihan's spine. Chosen by God? Or in other words, Gaia. This very planet gifted us these superpowers. Jihan squished his face like an angry dumpling, mentally screaming. Then why the heck did I get such a totally embarrassing trash tier ability? Sunil also fell into a brief, brooding silence for a few seconds. He carefully organized his thoughts before explaining how these legendary natural-born powers were actually handed out by Gaia. Usually, it directly depends on whatever the person is most deeply obsessed with. That absolute obsession literally shapes their unique power. For example, someone who almost tragically drowned might suddenly awaken the epic power to completely manipulate water. Jihan confidently nodded, totally acting like his galaxy brain had grasped everything. Then, his eyes bugged out in pure, unadulterated horror. Wait a freaking minute, does that mean? Sunil shook his head in absolute pitying despair at his childhood buddy. Yeah, dude, you are such a hardcore, hopeless game addict that you literally manifested a video game ability. He let out a soul-crushing sigh. Have I not told you a million times to stop gaming so much? Totally busted. Jihan violently choked on his own words. Shut up, man! Basically, Gaia handing out superpowers is totally random, directly matching whatever you value the absolute most. The brutal truth hit hard. Jihan was literally a real-life role-playing character purely because he was a massive, incurable gaming nerd. That hilariously savage truth completely shattered Jihan's teenage ego. What the actual heck is this? He groaned, desperately trying to shut his smirking friend up in sheer blazing embarrassment. Fine, whatever. I get why my stats are like this now. He frantically pivoted to save his dying pride. So what the heck is an illusion barrier anyway? Sunil instantly locked onto the new question. It is a hidden magical dimension specifically created for brutal combat. This lore gets ridiculously complicated, so you better listen up closely. Remember that natural power Gaia gifted us? Well, newsflash, it has its limits. These random cryptic words mashed together left Jihan completely dumbfounded. Limits? Then, Sunil casually dropped a brand new mind-bending terminology into the mix. He called it the law of intervention. If your crazy superpower boldly defies basic physics and causes massive chaos in the real world, Gaia will ruthlessly track down and eliminate the user. Hearing this, Jihan's face instantly tightened in absolute panic. The law of intervention? Eliminate? Seeing his buddy totally spaced out, Sunil sighed and tried to break it down into idiot-proof terms. Look at it like this. Imagine you rigged the lottery jackpot using your crazy abilities. From that exact moment on, your luck totally tanks and your life is basically over. For example, you could get struck by lightning on a sunny day, or suffer some cursed tragedy, like getting smashed by a freaking truck. Jihan grimaced, entirely unable to digest this brutal reality. What the heck? That is terrifying! Completely ignoring his massive freakout, his friend kept lecturing. This basically means that if you recklessly use your powers to mess with the real world or normal humans, you are dead meat. It is totally out of our hands. Because the very world you live in will sentence you to doom. Terrified, Jihan could only sputter out, "That is freaking insane." Sunil beamed with a ridiculously bright smile and replied, "Exactly, so try your absolute hardest not to mess with reality's balance." I heard some guy enchanted ocean currents, making his seafood sell like absolute hotcakes. Jihan jumped up, totally shocked. And he didn't get punished for that? Sunil answered casually. Nope, because that minor trick barely affected the grand scheme. The definition of interference is super vague, but basically, you cross the line when normal people witness something undeniably supernatural and freak out. Slumping against the wall in defeat, Jihan whined, Dude, that is way too vague. It is an artificial space where we can unleash magic and superpowers without any annoying limits. Because no matter what crazy stuff you pull in there, reality remains completely untouched. Honestly, setting that up is the absolute most basic skill for awakened ability users. This unbelievable revelation made Jihan's eyes widen in sheer, absolute shock. He quickly shot up straight, intensely questioning the logic. Wait, why is that? Sunil smiled brightly and explained, because Gaia actually creates these illusion barriers. The more he heard, the more his teenage brain spun. What the heck does that even mean? The painful feeling of information overload became brutally real. Why do I feel like I am about to cram a ridiculous mountain of lore into my poor brain? Sunil finally stood up, deciding that flashy actions spoke louder than boring words. Let me just show you. Since you are an awakened user too, you can freely create or destroy these illusion barriers with total ease. Watch closely. I will manifest one right now. Overjoyed, Jihan screamed out loud. Wait, what? Seriously, dude? He stretched his eyes wide to witness this epic practical lesson. You are going to summon an illusion barrier? His friend smugly waved his hand, signaling him to focus. Watch this carefully. I am bringing one out right now. The unbelievable truth finally smashed into Jihan's mind. Hold up, so people can just casually summon or shatter these illusion barriers? This cruel reality made him pity his own existence. Why the hell have I been suffering like a stray dog? Sunil flashed a sly, wicked grin. Well, now that you know, you better start learning immediately. Watch this. He abruptly thrust his arm skyward, his palm instantly radiating a mystical, faint blue aura. Instantly, all of Jihan's heightened senses detected a massive, bizarre shift in the atmosphere. The mundane scenery seemed totally identical, but only the two of them knew they had crossed into a completely alternate dimension. Jihan froze slightly, intensely feeling out his eerie, isolated surroundings. All the background noise has completely vanished. We are already inside the illusion barrier. Sunil stretched his hand forward, delivering his magical instructions. You can forge one by channeling raw energy through your hands while fiercely focusing your entire mind on constructing a solid barrier. Want to escape? Just do the exact opposite. Jihan nervously stuttered, hopelessly repeating those cryptic instructions. Escape, you said? His friend nodded with absolute certainty. Just think about breaking out while blasting energy from your hands. Give it a shot. Seconds later, Jihan embarrassingly turned around for a hint. How do I even blast energy? Sunil aggressively face-palmed, completely and utterly exhausted by his friend's stupidity. Despite the heavy sigh, he still spoon-fed the instructions. Damn it, do I seriously have to hold your hand through everything? Try channeling your strength into your arm, then mentally chant, Power bursts from my hands, power bursts from my hands. Understand? Frowning slightly, Jihan muttered, Fine, I got it. He then decisively swung his arm toward the sky, relentlessly chanting in his head. Power bursts from my hands! Power bursts from my hands! Right at that epic moment, several system notifications suddenly popped up in midair. New skill acquired. Direct mana usage. Active energy bolt. A skill that fires raw mana to attack enemies, with a lethal range of 10 meters. Jihan's teenage attention span was instantly derailed. Whoa, I actually scored another awesome ability. Annoyed, Sunil hurriedly barked at him. Hurry up, what the heck are you doing? Jihan mumbled his lame excuse. I just unlocked a sick new skill, but I will bench it for now. Retracting his wandering thoughts, Jihan channeled his intense focus entirely into his palms. He squeezed his eyes shut, diving deep into his own consciousness. I want to escape. Answering his fierce desire to break free, the deafening, cracking sound of spatial fractures began echoing loudly all around them. Moments later, the massive illusions successfully shattered into millions of dazzling glass-like fragments, and the glowing system triumphantly announced its presence once again. You have acquired a brand new skill, Illusion Barrier Dungeon Escape ability unlocked. Active Dungeon Escape technique has reached level 1. Jihan stared blankly at the glowing message window. Escaping a farming zone actually counts as a freaking skill? Not giving him a single second to rest, Sunil barked his next command. Now try creating one yourself. Left with no choice, Jihan prepared to cast his newly acquired ability. Manifest right now, you epic illusion barrier. Come on, show yourself, illusion barrier. His hand ignited with a blinding flash. A streak of pure light sliced through the air. Jihan felt the entire world shift on its axis. Wait, did I just spawn an illusion barrier? Suddenly, a wild discovery appeared. A shiny new system prompt slammed into his vision. Ding! New skill acquired. Skill unlocked. Illusion barrier creation. Active monster spawner. The power level of these mob spawns completely scales with your current rank. Jihan blinked at the clunky name. An illusion monster zone? What the heck? He instantly turned to his overpowered bro for answers. Hey, are there different flavors of these illusion barriers? Sunin gave a cool nod. Yeah. Why are you asking? Bro, I literally just unlocked a mob spawner skill. Sunin completely lost his cool and burst out laughing. He snickered with total sarcasm. A mob spawner? Man, that screams your name. Jihan seriously wanted to punch his smug face but swallowed his raging pride. Whatever, man. Thanks for teaching me how to glitch through dimensions. Sunin dropped the joke, his vibe turning dead serious. No sweat. But what is your next move here? Like, do you even have a survival plan? Seeing Jihan completely clueless, he started his lecture. I told you about natural aura users, right? Sunin smirked, his fist sparking with crackling blue energy. If there are innate talents, then there are the self-made beasts, awakened who grinded through literal hell to gain superhuman abilities. I am one of them. Suddenly, he threw a devastating punch, blasting a massive crater straight through the solid concrete wall. Jihan turned ghost white at that terrifying display of raw power. Sunin calmly pulled his fist out from the thick rubble. He revealed the truth behind his insane stats. I am not just a purely trained superhuman. I was born with an overpowered key sensitivity. I just grinded to sharpen it further. You noticed I jumped from level 25 to 28, right? You were absolutely dead on with that. I cleared a brutal special training arc last weekend, leveling up my stats. Jihan was still sweating from the shockwave. For real? His mind was completely shaking at his best friend's monstrous potential. This dude just casually obliterated concrete barehanded. He literally exists in a totally different dimension than me. Am I just a useless NPC in his epic storyline? His spiraling thoughts were snapped by Sunin's voice. Are you terrified? Jihan snapped his head up to see a warm smile, yet those sharp eyes betrayed a deep, gnawing anxiety. His heart skipped a beat. Wait a second. I am literally his only friend. That is actually kind of bizarre. He is an awesome guy, but since day one, he only ever hung out with me. Jihan suddenly grinned with that classic teen arrogance. Scared? Hell no. I am gonna grind my levels and leave you in the dust. The heavy tension instantly melted from Sunin's face. Damn right. But first, you still need to answer my actual question. He threw the heavy interrogative back onto the table. What is your endgame here? You realize the techniques I showed you are just beginner tutorials, right? Jihan completely blue-screened for a second. Wait, seriously? Sun ripped the band-aid off, revealing the brutal, pitch-black truth of this hidden society. Let me drop some hardcore lore on you. Awakened users, both innate and trained, abuse their powers for all sorts of crazy agendas. And honestly, almost all of it is highly illegal. Since you have awakened the system, those shady syndicate freaks will definitely target you. You already tasted this nightmare. You literally got trapped inside that dark summoner's death trap. Jihan frantically nodded like a terrified bobblehead. Sunin's gaze turned ice cold, delivering his final grim warning. If you actually want a normal life, completely abandon your system right now. But if you choose the path of power, steal your soul, or you will be slaughtered. This was the ultimate survival law of the Abyss. Jihan burned every single word into his very core. Having dropped that heavy reality check, Sunin violently shattered the illusion dimension. He turned his back, leaving behind a chillingly badass promise. Stay inside tonight. That rogue dark summoner is about to get completely erased. Pure, terrifying bloodlust radiated from those words. Jihan instantly panicked. He tried to stop his crazy friend, but Sunin just waved back casually. Catch you tomorrow at school, man. Jihan stood absolutely frozen in shock. Massive regret slammed into his very core. Hey, I seriously should have kept my mouth shut. Ominous shadows blanketed the quiet rooftops. Back home, Jihan just sat there, totally blanking out at his monitor. He let out a massively depressing sigh, whispering the cursed name. The Abyss. Still, Jihan's eyes stayed glued to the monitor. He stared intensely, as if trying to burn a hole right through the screen. Sure, that is the dictionary definition, Jihan mused, leaning back with his hands behind his head. But the Abyss could also mean hell, the forbidden zone, or a world of total chaos. That Abyss Sunil mentioned. It must be a hidden world built by ability users. Is that jerk actually worried about me? Maybe he is terrified I will get shredded in a place where people fight to the death. Honestly, I want absolutely zero part of that mess. I love my peaceful, boring life way too much. But whatever, I still need to wake up and grind my levels. Even if I get dragged into the abyss, leveling up is my cheat code to success. Jihan clicked his tongue in frustration. Stepping toward the window, he whispered to the pale moon outside. I just hope that idiot does not do anything too reckless. But for some reason, his gut was screaming. A heavy, sickening wave of anxiety washed over him. Meanwhile, high above the city on a desolate rooftop, another figure bathed in moonlight broke the deafening silence. Sung Gan began to speak, his tone dangerously calm. Did you know? He murmured. Aside from Seoul, not many capitals in this world are completely surrounded by mountains. From the pitch-black shadows, a sharp, youthful voice bluntly cut him off. No, I do not. Sungan finally turned around, unleashing a heavy, suffocating aura as he locked onto the boy. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. So, what exactly brings you here tonight? Is this territory not under the absolute control of the Chunbumun? Stepping out of the darkness, Sun-il glared with piercing eyes. You are exactly right. Consider this very ground our front yard. Yet, Sungan did not flinch at the fierce provocation. He simply pushed up his glasses, a cold glint flashing in the lenses. Slowly, he broke down the fragile balance of power between the factions. The Spirit Guild, the Heavenly Will Clan, and the Life Eaters, we all share this land. Therefore, the overlapping zones are strictly neutral territory. Am I wrong? Sun-il furrowed his brow in rage as he issued a dark warning. Correct. But we will not let rogue outsiders run wild. Sungan smirked, completely unfazed by the threat. I already secured permission from the Life Eaters, or rather, the irregular sorcerer himself. So, what exactly is the issue here? The young martial artist's voice dropped to a deadly register. If you truly believe that old man's word guarantees your safety, then you have made a fatal miscalculation. Sung Gan let out a mockingly arrogant chuckle. Oh, really now? I could not care less either way, because a little brat like you cannot even leave a scratch on me. Sun-il refused to crumble under that crushing arrogance. Whoever said I came here alone? The moment the words left his lips, two massive shadows materialized behind him. Bolstered by his fierce comrades, Sun-il laid down the ultimate trump card. My two senior brothers, the Wind Demon and the Rain Demon, have joined the hunt. Hearing those legendary titles, Sungan instantly calculated their combat power. Wind and Rain Demon, you say? I heard the Heavenly Will Master of Chunbuman ranks his disciples into 4 distinct tiers based on pure strength. Human, Phantom, Demon, and Divine. Looks like they sent 2 demon-class beasts to face me. The Wind Demon aggressively jabbed a finger toward the Dark Summoner. Let me ask you straight, are you Huan Sungan? The sinister man nodded without a shred of hesitation. That would be me. The Wind Demon immediately unleashed his blazing battle aura. I heard you have been dabbling in the dark arts of summoning, but let me give you a fair warning, amateur. If you cross us today, there is absolutely no escape. Suddenly, Sun-il cut his hot-headed senior off. Senior brother, I was not finished talking to him yet. The Wind Demon snapped his fierce gaze to his junior. What the hell is there left to talk about? Can you not see this rat creeping around our sacred grounds? Sun-il shot him a glare sharper than a freshly forged blade, silently warning him. Senior, please, the towering Wind Demon grumbled, clicking his tongue as he reluctantly backed down. Sun-il then locked his razor-sharp focus back on their enemy. Huan Sungan, I will say this exactly one last time. Reveal your true intentions right now. Back away from this madness, and we will let you walk out of here alive. They expected a tense negotiation, but instead, the Dark Summoner hunched over, bursting into a fit of maniacal laughter. His completely unhinged reaction left the Chunbumun trio frozen in stunned silence. The laughter abruptly died, replaced by a dead, hollow stare. Out of nowhere, he posed a chilling question. Tell me, what would you do if you found a purpose far more valuable than your own pathetic life? Sun-il narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly skyrocketing. What kind of twisted game are you playing? But the sinister man refused to drop his morbid interrogation. Answer me, he growled. If something in this wretched world mattered more than your very breathing, and you had to throw your life away to protect it, what would you do? Met with heavy silence, Sungan answered his own deadly riddle. There is only one logical conclusion, is there not? You risk absolutely everything. The instant he spoke, the concrete shattered. Horrifying waves of pitch-black mist exploded from beneath his feet. Sungan flashed a sinister, blood-chilling smirk. Bring it on, you naive brats. Fools of your caliber could never force me to retreat. In a flash, a new day dawned over the city. Jihan dragged his feet away from the school gates, heading straight for his cram classes. His legs moved on autopilot, but his mind was racing, completely consumed by his morning chat with Mr. Ji-hoon. Wait, seriously? Sunil actually skipped school today? The teacher claimed he caught a bad flu. But Ji-hoon knew that was the most pathetic excuse ever. There is just no freaking way. How could a literal superhuman ability user, the direct heir to the Heavenly Will clan, ever catch a common cold? That is statistically impossible. Ji-hoon could not help but curse under his breath. That absolute reckless idiot. You totally went and picked a death match with that crazy dark summoner, did you not? The more the puzzle pieces clicked, the harder his heart pounded in sheer panic. Sunil's combat level is glaringly lower than that monster, Hwan Sung-gon. Messing with the Heavenly Bow clan? Hard pass. They've got to have high-tier masters backing them up. But since he bailed on school today, Ji-hoon stopped dead, making a total boss move. Time for a house call. But first, he whipped out his phone for the mandatory check-in. Back home, his mom's phone shattered the silence. The second she picked up, Ji-hoon fired away. "Hey, Mom!" Her voice dripped with instant suspicion over this totally random midday call. "Ji-hoon? What's going on?" He dropped his most innocent tone. "I'm skipping cram school today." The phone speaker nearly blew out. "Excuse me? Say that again. Do you have any idea how much your tuition bleeds me dry?" Ji-hoon hit back with brutal honesty. "Nope," but his excuse stopped her cold. "Sunin is super sick, he missed class." Instantly, her terrifying aura vanished. "Oh, Sunin?" Ji-hoon played the good boy card perfectly. "Yeah, so I'm heading over there right now." A quick back and forth later, the mission was cleared. "Fine. Thanks, Mom." Click. Then, a wild realization hit him about his mom's hidden stats. Her title was completely blocked by question marks, too. Something was definitely off. She was hiding some insane secret. All this crazy system glitching was seriously messing with his head. What if his entire boring, normal reality was nothing but a massive, fabricated lie? Shaking off the Matrix-level paranoia, he arrived at Sunin's massive traditional estate. He slammed the old-school buzzer. Ding dong! Dead silence. Not a single peep. He hovered his finger to spam the button again. Place is basically a castle. Better give it a sec. Seriously. This compound was ridiculously massive. Oh, wait! 5 years ago, they didn't even have electricity here. Flashback to middle school days. Sunin was the only kid completely surviving without a gaming PC. I literally had to teach the guy how to game. Back then, their anti-tech vibe made zero sense. Until right now. 3 epic words flashed in his brain. Heavenly Bow Guild, whatever that actually meant. It totally screamed secret clan setup, just like those overpowered Esper factions in web novels. A literal guild, an underground society grinding out special abilities and lethal martial arts. Basically a hardcore martial arts sect. That explained the total tech blackout. Guild stuff aside, his family was led by a literal grandmaster, a master teaching Taekyon, the brutal ancient Korean fighting style. Plus, the top Taekwondo dojo nationwide. 5 absolute champions trained here, including his dad. Naturally, Sunin swept the high school nationals too. The sheer legacy gave Ji-hoon chills. Any thief breaking in here? Instant death wish. This bloodline was ridiculously overpowered. Suddenly, a familiar female voice cracked through the intercom. "Who's there?" He leaned in quickly. "Hey, Seyun, it's Ji-hoon. Is your bro around?" She instantly switched to fake casual mode. "Oh, hey kiddo. Sunin is super sick right now, so Ji-hoon cut the act immediately. He got wrecked by Hwan Sung-gon, didn't he? Just let me in. I already know everything." Total, absolute silence from the speaker. Finally, the massive wooden gates groaned open. "Get in here." Ji-hoon strolled inside. Disciples were sweating bullets, grinding their martial arts under the blazing sun. He followed the stone path cutting through the vibrant lawn. Near the courtyard, Seyun was already standing there, waiting like a boss. Rocking a casual tracksuit, Sunin's sister was no joke, an Olympic Taekwondo champion, boasting a level 32 Heavenly Bow Phantom aura. He jogged over. "Long time no see." His gamer senses instantly scanned her stats. "Level 32, slightly higher level than Sunin," she smirked back. "Yeah, been about 2 months, right?" He immediately shifted to his best bro. "Pretty much. Where's the idiot hiding?" She spun around with zero hesitation. "Follow me." He blindly trailed behind her. Looking up, her athletic, weapon-like legs were right in his face, still rocking those insanely short athletic shorts. Total distraction mode. He violently shook the thirsty thoughts away. "Focus up, man." But the second his foot hit the floorboards, ping, ping, system alerts exploded. Warning. You have entered a monster area. Welcome to the Heavenly Will Sect's Cloud and Rain Peak. All stats reduced by 30%. Wind God magic is missing. Cloud and rain magic buffs are gone too. Jihan stared at the system windows, absolutely paralyzed with shock. What? What in the world is this? Did I just accidentally stumble straight into an illusion barrier again? This feels completely different. The Three Emperors zone of the Heavenly Will sect? He swallowed his rising panic, venturing deeper into the cloud peak. But with every step, the atmosphere grew terrifyingly dark, making his gamer legs turn to jelly. But it was not over. Pitch black clouds suddenly swallowed the sky. In mere seconds, a torrential downpour left him completely drenched like a drowned rat. Suddenly, Sejan's sharp voice cut through the rain. Han Jihan is just a clueless, game-addicted teenage loser. Yet you dared to mention Huan Sunggan. She glared down at the boy below, her eyes burning with lethal suspicion. You are incredibly suspicious, aren't you? Jihan's survival instinct screamed that his fragile little life was about to be snuffed out. This crazy lady acts first and thinks, never. Is she seriously going to murder me without letting me explain? He desperately waved his hands to protest, but she ruthlessly cut him off. Shut your mouth. Sejan flashed a chilling, absolutely deadly smirk down at him. Let us find out who you really are first. That terrifying expression made his inner voice scream in sheer terror. Please do not smile while saying such scary things. Ignoring his desperate pleas, she raised her hands and summoned a massive storm. Dark clouds, gather now. Jihan trembled like a leaf, frantically stumbling backward. Somebody please save me. Answering her divine call, storm clouds rolled in like a conquering army, completely devouring the entire sky. Mysteriously, the heavy downpour slowly began to ease up. Jihan clearly sensed this bizarre supernatural phenomenon. The rain actually stopped. He looked up and realized the center of the massive clouds was rapidly splitting off in all directions, revealing Sejan's imposing, godlike silhouette standing majestically amidst the swirling fog. But soon her lower half vanished into the dark mist, like some forbidden occult magic. Suddenly, system alerts flashed, catching his frantic eyes. Movement speed decreased by 50%. You are afflicted with the slow status effect. He dismissed the glowing window, cursing his own terrible gamer luck. A slow debuff? Any smart player would keep debuff potions handy just for this exact situation. But what the heck do I know about magic? Meanwhile, the pitch-black fog slowly slithered around him. Trapped without an exit and completely blinded, he spiraled into a total panic attack. What do I do now? He blindly reached out to feel his way, only to hopelessly realize his vision was cut to less than an arm's length. In this desperate crisis, a genius gamer idea sparked in his brain. That is it, I have to do that. Remembering a freshly learned skill, he threw his hand to the sky and screamed, "Escape dungeon!" But the system heavily outsmarted the player. A massive error window popped up. Cannot escape this zone. His confident face instantly deflated like a sad, popped balloon. Wait, what? Refusing to accept this glitch, he bolted for his life. But after just 2 steps, an invisible, crushing force violently smashed directly into his back. He was mercilessly kicked through the air, his body flying several feet forward. Ah! Jihan face planted hard into the dirt, groaning in pure agony, entirely unable to stand up. The system relentlessly chimed again. You took 150 damage. Physical endurance skill proficiency has increased. This devastating news made him cry absolute rivers of tears. I can literally hear my health bar draining to 0. But surviving that brutal attack only proved Sejan's deadly theory right. You are definitely not the real Han Jihan. He pathetically crawled up from the dirt, desperately trying to clear his name. I really am, sis. But she completely ignored his crying, taking a bone-shattering strike and walking away without a scratch. Jihan felt incredibly wronged and absolutely miserable. I just recently leveled up my body, I swear. Sejan's piercing eyes glowed in the darkness, locking onto the boy with killer intent. She followed up with an iron-willed roar. Shut your trap. Where is the real Jihan? Are you one of Huan Sunggan's lackeys? Being constantly denied his own identity ignited his rebellious gamer spirit. I refuse to get player killed like a totally helpless noob. He roared loudly. Inventory open. He quickly calculated his odds. This bread restores 10 health points. He decisively reached into the void. Bread, spawn right now. Jihan furiously chomped down on the bread, panic healing like a madman. His gamer brain rapidly did the math. If I chug some milk, my health will bump up by 50 points. 1 bite of crusty bread, followed by a massive gulp of milk. A chug of milk, then another desperate bite. Just like that, his health spiked. +10, +10. Sejan blankly watched this pathetic, totally unappetizing mukbang unfold. She did not even try to interrupt, curious about what stupid trick he was planning. After stuffing his face to restore half his health, Jihan turned around with peak confidence. I will prove to you right now that I am the real Han Ji-han. His suspiciously cocky, totally punchable grin made the hidden warrior sweat drop with utter confusion. Under her silent, extremely judgmental gaze, Jihan took a massive, exaggerated breath, puffing his cheeks out like a bullfrog. Lungs filled to the absolute brim, he suicidally screamed out her most guarded secret. Sejong has been wearing black silk underwear since her sophomore year, but before the echo even faded, she instantly assassinated him with a brutal chop to the neck. Her voice dripped with demonic, hellish fury. Han Ji-han, how many times did I warn you to keep your big mouth shut? She smiled sweetly, but terrifying veins bulged wildly on her forehead. You absolute pervert. Ever since you snooped through my room, I swore. Jihan turned as pale as a ghost, frantically waving a mental white flag. Please calm down, sis. Well, at least you know I am the real deal now. Her iron grip crushed his trembling shoulders. Yeah, looks like you actually are. So, let me give you a little reward. Jihan instantly panicked, stammering out, Wait, hold on a second, ma'am. I know my stats leveled up recently, but her freezing glare violently cut him off. Shut your mouth. You can enter this zone, but you cannot ever leave. He finally realized his dialogue options were completely locked. Moments later, Jihan's blood-curdling screams echoed through the entire block. Fearing for his absolute life, our boy truly thought it was game over. Recalling the sheer trauma, Jihan could not help but violently complain. Both her and Sunin. Why did she suddenly go full boss mode and mercilessly beat him up? What a violently toxic family. Hating that remark, her face darkened as she menacingly growled. What did you say? If anyone hears you, they will think I am some crazy violent hag. But our hero's dangerously low intelligence stat proudly flared up once again. Well, you are a literal tigress. The brutal result? A devastating strike draining -5 HP. Instantly regretting his life choices, he wailed over his lost health. Suddenly feeling a piercing, sinister gaze stabbing his back, Jihan nervously gulped. What is it? Sejong's intimidating face flushed an incredibly suspicious shade of crimson. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A few seconds later, she suddenly closed the distance. Flashing a deceptively angelic smile, she purred. Say, Jihan, listen closely. How about we go out on a little date together? His immediate internal reaction? Pure, unfiltered terror. Sejong beamed brightly, intimately pinching the terrified boy's cheek. Well, what do you say? Are you actually rejecting a total knockout like me? The phantom pain from her recent critical hit still lingered. Trembling, he quickly declined. No, never. I would never dare. Internally, his brain raced in overdrive. Give me a break. This psycho just wants to apologize for totally thrashing me earlier. Smoothly pulling the ultimate evasive maneuver, he used his mom as a human shield. Ah, I desperately need to study now, or my mom will absolutely unleash her wrath. Knowing this was a painfully obvious bluff, she let out an icy scoff. You glue yourself to your console all day. What's studying? Jihan fiercely crossed his arms, ready to aggressively defend his gamer pride. Wow, shots fired. Who exactly fed you those vicious lies? Ignoring his pathetic defense completely, she cut straight to the terrifying point. Stop. Tell me exactly what happened to you. Slightly caught off guard, he awkwardly asked, I already told Sun in the lore drop. Did that dude not brief you yet? Sejong looked completely clueless, tilting her head. No, I am completely in the dark. Sighing heavily in absolute defeat, he realized he had to explain the whole tutorial again. According to him, I somehow awakened as a so-called natural ability user. Hearing this massive plot twist, her jaw practically hit the floor in utter shock. What? You awakened as a natural ability user? For real? How did that happen? Her intense reaction instantly triggered Jihan's suspicion. This was wildly different from Sunin's totally deadpan response. That guy did not even blink. Keeping up his casual facade, he just shrugged. Beats me. My stats just randomly evolved like this. Burning with intense curiosity, Sejong interrogated the boy. So, what exactly is your class ability? He honestly confessed with one single, legendary word. The gamer. An unbearably heavy, awkward silence instantly nuked the room. Seconds later, the paused conversation finally rebooted. What? Does that mean you can grind and level up? Exactly. Gaining experience points and unlocking crazy skills. Sejong was still visibly glitching out from this shocking system update. How is that even remotely possible? Jihan perfectly quoted his best friend's brutal roast. According to Sunin, it is because I obsessively hardcore gamed day and night without ever touching grass. Hearing this absurd origin story, she frantically covered her mouth to stifle her giggles. The mocking laughter of the ultimate boss lady echoed ruthlessly. Ha ha ha. Hardcore gaming birthed the gamer ability. Oh my god, ha ha ha. His expression instantly darkened like a corrupted save file. Burning with sheer humiliation, Jihan snapped back. Hey, laughing like a maniac makes me horribly embarrassed, but she completely ignored his collapsing ego. No, I am literally crying tears here. Haha! After fully depleting her laughing stamina, Sejong finally regained her serious composure. Listen up, kid. Natural ability users are insanely rare in this server, and nearly all of them are overwhelmingly overpowered. This massive lore contradiction instantly short-circuited Jihan's brain. He frantically questioned her. Seriously? But why? She slowly dropped a heavy philosophical question. You have heard the legends about heavily trained ability users, right? He instantly and eagerly fired back. Yes. Seon totally flipped the script with her explanation. Those hardcore trained espers? They only hold the title of psychic. Beneath all that flash, they are just regular humans who forged their raw strength through pure, bone-breaking grit. But here is the kicker. Natural-born espers can grind too. Combine their God-given talent with hardcore training, and boom, total overpowered beasts. Jihan slapped his hands together, echoing like a massive critical hit. That is literally just min-maxing your starting stats, grinding massive experience points right at character creation. Se-yeon just stared at him, completely deadpan. Why does your brain only process reality through video games? Whatever. Guess that explains your totally broken gamer powers. Before he knew it, they had reached the sickbay. She casually pointed at the heavy door, dropping a warning. You want the hardcore details? Go ask Sun-il. He is resting right inside. The gamer boy instantly dropped the jokes, eyes locking onto the door with absolute gravity. He gave it a respectful knock. Glancing back, he finally asked, Are you not coming in? She just offered a soft smile. Nope. Catching her drift, he kept his mouth totally shut. Got it. The automatic doors hissed open, revealing a blindingly white hospital bed anchored right in the center of the gloomy room. The exact second his sneakers crossed the threshold, the system went absolutely crazy. Ding. You have entered a special instance zone. Heavenly Will Sanctuary. Health, stamina, and mana regeneration boosted by a massive 100%. His jaw dropped straight to the floor. Whoa, real-life healing fountains actually exist. His gamer brain spun wildly. Could he craft insane buff zones like this at higher levels? Suddenly, a painfully weak, familiar voice sliced through his thoughts. You finally made it? His head snapped up instinctively. A completely shattered, mummy-wrapped arm resting on the blankets hit him like a physical blow. Then, he met Sun-il's eyes, offering a ridiculously gentle, broken smile. The IV bag dripped steadily, pumping fluids straight into his best friend's veins. The sheer devastating reality of the scene totally paralyzed him. Seconds ticked by before he choked out a whisper. This is insane. Snapping back, he dashed to the bedside, unleashing his teen rage. Hey, is you finally made it really all you have to say, you absolute idiot? Despite looking half dead, Sun-il just kept that infuriatingly chill smirk. Chill out, dude. It looks super brutal, but I am totally fine. Pretty sure that Psycho Juan Sungon was not actually trying to end my life. One single chilling word violently ricocheted inside the main character's brain. Kill. How could he drop that word so casually? Kill or be killed. Was that the twisted law of this hidden world? He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth as he hissed. You really are. Sun-il just sighed, flashing a bitter smile. I warned you, bro. The Abyss is a pitch-black nightmare way beyond your wildest gaming fantasies. People get permanently wiped out here every single day. It is literally hunt or be hunted. Reality crashed over him like an ice-cold wave. Is that why you desperately tried to keep me out? The beaten-up teen only offered a silent, knowing grin. Guilt and fury burned in his chest like battery acid. His knuckles turned white, gripping the metal bed frame. Sun-il. My ride-or-die best friend almost caught a game-over screen just to protect my neck. My childhood bro got completely trashed because of me. Tell me I am wrong. Sun-il desperately tried to defuse the ticking time bomb of a teenager. Hell no. This is absolutely not your fault. This entire zone belongs to our clan, but... His voice suddenly dropped into a terrifyingly dark register. Cut the crap. Hearing that bone-chilling determination, the injured fighter could only swallow a heavy sigh. A massive wave of total helplessness and raw frustration crashed over the room. I am furious, but I am also a pathetic coward. I do not even know what the hell the Abyss actually is. But screw sitting on the sidelines. If my homie bleeds for me, no way I am just going to lay low in the safe zone. A chaotic storm of rage pushed him to his absolute limit. Abyss, or whatever this garbage is, I am already locked into this quest. Panicking that his friend might do something insanely stupid, Sun-il yelled. Yo, wait. But the gamer boy just shoved a dramatic finger right in his face, delivering the ultimate vow. Therefore, I must grind my level up. That blazing anime protagonist glare combined with his dead serious face completely short-circuited Sunil's brain for a solid second. Then, he completely lost his mind, laughing until tears streamed down his face. You freaking dork, you drop a line like level up looking like an action movie star. Ha ha ha. The absolute disrespect left the main character blushing furiously with pure teenage angst. I am dropping a legendary oath here, show some respect. But his idiot best friend just kept howling, ha ha ha, that was so cringe. It made him curse under his breath. This clown literally has zero emotional intelligence. After completely laughing his lungs out, Sunil finally switched back to serious mode. I 100% support your epic grinding arc, but stay out of the boss fight. The high-level clan elders are moving in to crush this problem themselves. He raised a highly skeptical eyebrow. The elders? He decided to drop some much-needed reality on his newbie bro. Yeah, man, those guys are monstrously overpowered. Hwan Sungon might be an insanely broken mini-boss, but he is flying solo. A single player cannot wipe out an entire guild. Hearing that logic, a massive weight finally lifted off his teenage shoulders. Well, obviously. Then I am going totally goblin mode on grinding my levels. How long until your HP bar is back to max? Sunin squinted hard, probably a whole month out. Jihan stressed over his attendance. You think faking sick is a joke? His buddy smirked. Should have said a dump truck wrecked me. Suddenly, Jihan's eyes darted sideways. A massive, chunky book sat right on the nightstand. He stepped up for a closer look. What is this giant textbook, bro? Sunin blinked. That thing? It is a manual for... Before he could finish, Jihan touched the cover. Boom! A glowing blue system screen popped up. You found a skill book, the Flaming Soul Spirit Art. Would you like to learn this skill? Jihan froze completely. What the actual heck is happening? He stared intensely at the system prompt. Would you like to learn this epic skill? Yes or no? Seeing him frozen like a statue, Sunin raised an eyebrow. Dude, what is wrong with you? Jihan snapped back to reality, testing the waters. Yo, is this ancient book super important? Clueless but confident, his buddy nodded. Yeah, totally. We got that manual from the Flaming Soul faction. A while back, both clans actually did a massive martial arts exchange. Jihan tilted his head, totally confused. A martial arts exchange? I thought this was a top-secret clan manual. Sunin casually spilled the core truth. Well, nobody trades their totally exclusive killer moves. But swapping basic combat techniques? No big deal. It is a total win for both factions. Jihan nodded, everything finally clicking. That makes total sense. Then, grinning like a madman, he asked, Yo, can I learn this stuff? The crazy request caught him totally off guard. You? How could a scrub like you learn it? To learn that, you need the Flaming Soul Spirit Art, a rare inner energy only taught to their direct disciples. We just grabbed it to study the combat theory. We cannot actually use it. Sunin suddenly slowed his talking speed. So basically, hear me out. There is this epic thing called inner energy mastery. At its core, the world is flooded with mystical energy called ki, and inner mastery is how we hoard that absolute power inside our bodies. In the West, gamers call this stuff mana. Over in the East, they call it chakra, and webtoon fans call it shinsu. People harness this crazy energy in a million different ways, but in real martial arts, you channel ki using pure inner mastery. Finally, the puzzle pieces snap together in Jihan's gamer brain. Ah, I have totally heard about this. Different inner energies exist. Mix two random types, and your body practically self-destructs, right? Sunin was low-key shocked by his buddy dropping deep lore terms. Yeah, spot on. Did you learn that from a video game too? Jihan sweated slightly. Yeah. A martial arts game. Seeing the hype, his buddy casually nodded. Try learning it if you want, but your brain will reject it. Jihan practically vibrated with excitement. Hey, what if this book magically vanishes? Is that cool? Sunin rubbed his temples, totally exhausted. It is just a copy, so whatever. Just do not take it outside. If this leaks, my family's honor gets completely trashed by the Flaming Soul faction. Why are you asking so many weird questions? Think learning this will make you an A-rank player or something? Jihan totally ignored the jab, locked in on his goal. Here goes nothing, right? He instantly smashed the yes button on the floating screen. A brilliant flash blinded him. The system reacted. Of course, since my life is a literal video game, I can just consume skill books. I cannot believe my dumb brain never thought of this cheat code. Honestly, it makes perfect sense. He thought he was about to get insanely overpowered, but the system brutally rejected him. Warning, you cannot learn this awesome skill. Intelligence requires 15 plus. Vitality requires 15 plus. Getting denied only made Jihan's gamer blood boil with pure hype. There are actual stat requirements for this. This reality is becoming a hardcore RPG. My current player level is only 7, but I have 15 unspent stat points saved up. My intelligence and vitality are sitting at 8 and 9. Dumping points to meet the absolute bare minimum leaves me with 2 extra. Grinning like a villain, he rapidly tapped the glowing interface. A completely perfect fit. His bizarre ghost-tapping movements made Sunin insanely curious. Yo, dude, what are you even doing? But Jihan just smirked, clearing his throat. Chill out, bro. Just watch a master at work. He furiously mashed the stat button. Time to max out that intelligence. Jihan smirked with total gamer arrogance. All set. Check this out. He slammed that accept button. Time to learn this epic skill. A blinding flash erupted instantly. The sheer radiance forced their eyes shut. The system chimed in. You learned Soul Burn Recovery, Level 1, an active healing skill. With a Soul Stone, it restores 50 mana, cures all nasty status effects. No stone? Restores 50 health points instead. Still clears all debuffs. The physical book vanished into thin air. Golden particles drifted toward the ceiling. Jihan bathed in that magical glow. Pure knowledge flooded his brain. The ultimate healing art. Sunil was absolutely speechless. What the heck? Jihan just laughed like a maniac. Bow before your new god, mortal. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the master gamer. Han Jihan reigns supreme. Sunil stared like he was crazy. Listen up, you total noob. Let me drop some basic knowledge. In any real game, right? You gotta learn the skill before you can spam it. Games run on crazy complex systems, and one of those is the skill book mechanic. You read the magical book, boom, instant power. But then the book goes, poof. Sunil's eyes went wide. Wait, are you saying? Jihan flashed a cocky grin. Bingo! I just mastered the Soul Burn Recovery, so the ancient text is gone forever. Sunil scoffed in total disbelief. That is incredibly sketchy. Time to test this bad boy out. Hey, watch what I can do now. Sunil panicked instantly. No way he was becoming a test subject. Dude, back off. But the cast speed was way too fast. Soul Burn Recovery. A radiant golden aura enveloped Sunil's battered body. He felt the miraculous healing energy firsthand. Jihan threw his head back and cackled. You can call me your majestic king now. We are totally bros. Meanwhile, Sunil stared at his completely healed, flawless hands. I am instantly cured. Jihan snapped his fingers proudly. Instant cast skills are totally overpowered, man. Got a healing item? Boom, good as new. But Sunil caught a weird detail. Wait, isn't that practically cheating? Jihan completely brushed off the question. Who cares? Anyway, let me finish patching you up. The brand new overpowered skill activated once again. Soul Burn Recovery. He spammed the skill relentlessly. Sunil stood up, looking perfectly healthy. That crazy visit took up the whole afternoon. Strolling back home, Jihan glanced up. The sun was already setting on the horizon. His buddy was absolutely shocked by the healing. Jihan hyped up their hangout tomorrow. After school, it is game on. His heart raced with pure gamer adrenaline. I finally snagged a legendary skill. Soul Burn Recovery, a top-tier healing ability. Simply put, I am officially a healer, the ultimate lifeline class in any party setup. Usually, healers are super squishy. They desperately need tanks for protection. But not Jihan. He instantly summoned his system interface. Status window. There are 0 limits on what I can learn. He analyzed his unique core attributes. My class is the gamer. This default setting is my absolute superpower. But what does being a gamer actually mean? Obviously, it means someone who plays games. All these gaming terms were spinning in his head. What is the catch? He counted off his fingers, running the math. Let us review the facts. Fact 1. My daily chores turn into skills. Fact 2. Normal objects become epic loot. Fact 3. My physical body runs on game logic. Fact 4. Random books become magical skill manuals. That sums up the madness for now. Plus, he noticed one more epic detail. Soul Burn Recovery is level 1. Leveling up brings massive buffs. But wait, what other hidden system perks are secretly messing with my real life? Seriously, what insane cheat codes does this gamer class actually hold? Overthinking fried his brain, so Jihan angrily swiped the skill window away. Total headache. He rushed toward his cozy home, but reality suddenly warped around him. Jihan instantly recognized the source of this creepy, ominous dread creeping up. An illusion barrier. The street morphed into a pitch-black nightmare crawling with undead zombies. He wanted to cry absolute tears of pure frustration. Huan Sungan, is that psycho spanning barriers everywhere again? The familiar horror twisted Jihan's guts into knots, and great, freaking zombies again. Wait, why are there only a few this time? Whatever the reason, less mob density means an easier raid for me. This is a total cakewalk. He smoothly summoned his life-saving weapon from inventory, a literal baseball bat. Maybe he should find a crowbar instead? You know, for that classic Half-Life vibe. Whatever, focus. Hello there, lovely angels. Jihan sprinted headfirst toward the nearest bald zombie. Power strike! He swung his bat with god-tier force, smashing right into its gut. The monster's HP bar instantly plummeted down to 0. The recoil left his hands trembling, but an adrenaline rush electrified his brain. No critical hit text, but that damage was absolutely legendary. Did sprinting actually grant me a hidden momentum damage buff? He unleashed another brutal swing, forcing the monstrous zombie to fold into the dirt. Power strike! It completely folded under my epic might. Jihan smirked with supreme gamer confidence. 4 solid strikes, and these scrubs are getting totally wiped from the server. Suddenly, pale, rotting hands crept toward his blind spot. The zombie grabbed his ankle and chomped down hard. Jihan shrieked like a totally terrified dying chicken. That utter panic instantly ignited into blazing fury. He furiously kicked its jaw into oblivion and roared at the top of his lungs. Are you kidding me, you stupid zombie? Finishing off this trash mob left Jihan gasping for air, totally exhausted from the wild fight. He rapidly checked his current character status window. Thankfully, the sharp pain in his leg completely vanished. But damn it, 20 HP gone. Guess my actual fighting skills remain somewhat pathetic. Still, he hyped himself up to hunt more monsters. If I want to level up, I have to grind these undead freaks. He felt his stamina rapidly draining away. Even as a game character, this physical brawling was draining his energy way too fast. How do I wreck these mobs without getting bitten? Suddenly, an absolutely brilliant game-changing strategy flashed right into his racing mind. Oh right, Energy Bolt. The memory of that epic magic skill suddenly surged through his chaotic thoughts. Yes, I just unlocked it recently. A long-range mana attack skill to totally blast enemies from afar. I boosted my intelligence stat to 15, so this magic blast should hit like a truck. He quickly navigated the system interface to test it. The tragic part was finally locating the exact formula. Energy Bolt, active skill level 1, 0 experience, a devastating ranged attack firing pure mana. Damage scales insanely with the intelligence stat. Range 10 meters. But Noob Jihan had absolutely 0 clue how to actually cast the magical spell. How do I activate this skill? How exactly do I shoot pure magical energy out? Guess I must just test it. There, catch that freak! He gambled everything entirely. He locked his hands into a finger gun pose and aimed straight ahead. Energy Bolt activate. His palms instantly glowed with blazing turquoise mana. Unexpectedly, the volatile energy backfired, exploding right in his hands. Jihan shrieked in agonizing pain, but ironically, that painful fail taught him the casting mechanics. It fires from the open palm. Bending his fingers caused the massive blast. Jihan learned his lesson, firmly straightening his hands forward. All right then, let us do this. He locked onto the target and confidently chanted the ultimate spell, Energy Bolt. Instantly, a blinding sphere of pure mana materialized and shot forward like a blazing missile. The magical bullet blasted straight toward the stumbling female zombie. She had 0 survival instincts. The magic explosive slammed into her body, making her shriek, but it was far too late. Watching the undead freak collapse hard into the dirt, he cheered with absolute gamer triumph. Awesome. Jihan finally grasped the raw, destructive power of his new magic. This mana blast could easily knock these monsters out cold. He approached carefully to inspect the epic loot. Let us see what dropped. Looks like spamming 10 magic bolts will totally vaporize one. I have enough mana to host a lethal fireworks show. He noticed the zombie aggressively crawling back up. Jihan ruthlessly fired another glowing blast for the ultimate finishing move. Take this, Energy Bolt. It sprawled pathetically on the shattered ground, yet he still mercilessly mocked the fallen mob. This zombie is so incredibly weak. But that easy victory made Jihan's gamer blood boil with intense thrill. Time for the ultimate monster farming spree. He gleefully gripped his baseball bat, unleashing a savage combo on the undead. Unable to counterattack, its HP bar rapidly plummeted to 0. Moments later, the monster dissolved into blackened ashes and vanished. Jihan proudly absorbed yet another massive dose of priceless combat experience. Okay, I got the perfect combo. Zap them down with an energy bolt, then bash their brains in. Suddenly, a shiny little spirit stone sparkled right by his sneakers. Pure gamer instinct kicked in, and Jihan snatched it up. Weird. Did that brain eater just drop loot? Reality was starting to glitch. Mobs dropping loot in video games is just standard logic. But seriously, I might have gamer powers, but this is real life, right? The second he grabbed it, a massive system prompt hijacked his vision. Item acquired. Staring at the tiny rock, Jihan absolutely lost his mind. No freaking way. A literal soul stone! His brain furiously scanned his skill list. If I remember right, totally ignoring the walking dead around him, he screamed like a massive fanboy. This is the exact material for my spirit skill. These ugly undead actually drop good loot? A zombie lunging straight at his face violently snapped him back to reality. He tossed the stone into his inventory and smirked. Time to grind some levels. With his mana flow finally unlocked, the energy surged through his fingertips perfectly. Energy bolt. The blast slammed dead center, knocking the zombie completely off balance. Without hesitation, he swung his bat like a madman. Another monster brutally crushed. It instantly dissolved into pitch black ash. The system happily registered the kill. Level up. The pop-up fueled his teenage rebellion. Bring on the horde. Explosions and brutal smashes echoed through the entire illusion barrier. Then, that sweet ding chimed. Another level up. Jihan gasped for air, totally wiped out but hyped. He crashed onto the dirt, exhaling a massive sigh of victory. Cleared the whole damn zone. Let us check those sweet stat points. Boom. A giant notification blocked his face. Title acquired. Trainee Zombie Hunter. Jihan blinked, completely dumbfounded. He knew exactly what this gamer garbage meant. A title? Any decent role-playing game has a reputation system. Equip a title you earned through crazy conditions, and you score some seriously overpowered buffs, like squashing 100 bugs to become the legendary Bug Slayer. I cannot believe I actually unlocked one. Might as well check the stats. Let us see here. The holographic panel displayed the epic details. Trainee Zombie Hunter. You possess a twisted talent for slaughtering the undead. Eradicate them all, plus 30 damage, plus 30 defense against the undead horde. All stats plus 5 during zombie combat. Jihan clicked his tongue in absolute awe. This flavor text goes incredibly hard. Did the goddess Gaia actually code this? Either way, these buffs are completely busted. 30 flat points to attack and defense, plus 5 to everything else. Heaven literally wants me to purge zombies. Equip it right freaking now. Instantly, blazing neon text materialized above his head. Trainee Zombie Hunter. Level 9 Gamer. Han Jihan. He threw his arms wide, soaking in the insane power rushing through his veins. He snapped his eyes open, practically vibrating with newfound strength. Exhaling deeply, he surveyed the empty battlefield. Time to bounce. Escaping the dungeon. After surviving that epic chaos, Jihan finally returned to his normal, boring house. I am home. Today was such an absolute roller coaster. His sense of time was totally fried. Feels like I survived a week-long war out there. Jung-suk's voice drifted lazily from the living room. Oh, you are back? He awkwardly shuffled inside, looking around. Yeah, I am. God held up a bit, but her reaction was super suspicious. She did not even glance away from the screen. Jung-suk completely ignored her son, asking with terrifying casualness, Is Sunil doing okay? Jihan gave a quick, obedient nod. Yeah, he is totally fine. He will be dragging himself to class in a few days. He thought he was safe, until she dropped the interrogation act. Oh, really? Jihan froze mid-step. A giant, glowing question mark literally popped up above his mother's head. My ability is flawlessly accurate. Could my own mother be hiding a massive secret? What if there is a hidden reason I cannot see her level? Jihan brushed off the looming mystery for now. He turned around, announcing, I am heading upstairs. His mom called out. Did you eat yet, honey? He muttered a lazy yes just to escape. Yeah, I ate. Hitting his room, he instantly ditched his heavy jacket, collapsing right into his glorious gaming chair. Before his brain even registered it, the monitor was already glowing. Oops, booted it up out of pure muscle memory. Jihan stared blankly at his familiar setup. But soon, a brand new day dawned. The sky was obnoxiously blue, the weather totally perfect. In class, everyone was goofing off, except Jihan, who was brooding like a tragic hero. Bam! Mr. Jihoon kicked the door open. Quiet down, you absolute menaces. He signaled the class president, Yujin. She snapped to attention. The usual boring morning greetings echoed out, but Jihan's radar pinged. A mysterious shadow was lurking outside. Mr. Jihoon finally dropped the bombshell. We have a fresh transfer student today. Due to some family circumstances, she relocated here. Aura instantly threw her hand up. Is it a cute guy, sir? The teacher's answer instantly divided the room. It is a girl. Jihan acted totally unimpressed to save face. Dudes are so incredibly simple-minded. With the intro done, Mr. Jihoon called out, "You can come in now." He casually glanced at the door, but the familiar silhouette that stepped in, cold sweat instantly exploded across his forehead. That unmistakable fiery red hair flowed with every step. The horrific truth crashed into him. The blood completely drained from his terrified face. The girl at the podium was definitely Kwon Shin-jung. Even in a normal school uniform, he could never mistake that intense, doll-like face. This unannounced ambush had his whole body trembling. Why the hell is she here? Mr. Jihoon nudged the new girl. "Please introduce yourself." She gave a perfectly stiff, polite bow. "My name is Kwon Shin-jung. I transferred due to family business. Please take care of me." The teacher immediately pointed out her new desk. "You can take that empty seat in the back." Jihan heard the footsteps getting dangerously close. His heart was basically doing parkour in his chest. The inevitable nightmare had arrived. Their eyes accidentally locked. His soul practically left his physical body, but Shin-jung just stared blankly for a second, then casually looked away like he was totally invisible. Shaking, Jihan instantly buried his face in his desk. Shockingly, she breezed right past his row without a single word. Her flawless, ignored, "You completely act" left Jihan utterly bewildered. Did she really not recognize me? Maybe she actually forgot who I am? Being completely overlooked bruised his teen ego more than he wanted to admit. This is ridiculously weird. And why is no one else noticing her deadly aura? New transfer students always grab insane attention, especially a girl looking like that. There has to be some dark magic at play here. Jihan's paranoid gamer brain kicked into overdrive. Is she using some high-level illusion or mind control skill? The more he analyzed it, the more frustrated he got. But seriously, how could she just wipe me from her memory? First period dragged on miserably, then the second period rolled around. Did she seriously forget everything, even after that insane life-or-death incident we shared? Jihan shook his head, trying to toss out the chaotic thoughts. Whatever, man. She belongs to the terrifying abyss world anyway. That makes her a walking hazard. Her forgetting me is honestly the best-case scenario for my survival. Exactly. She ignores me, I play it cool. Problem solved. Suddenly, the classroom door was violently yanked open again. The sharp clack of heavy leather shoes hit the floor. Jihan's relaxed face morphed into absolute terror in 0 seconds flat. What the actual hell? The massive man slammed his fist on the desk, his aura crushing the room. "Silence, everyone. My name is Hwan Sung-gon. I am your new chemistry teacher starting today. Your old teacher was hospitalized after an accident. Open your textbooks now." Sung-gon barked out an order. "Class President, Yujin, what page are we on?" She stood up rigidly. "Page 102, sir." Playing the strict teacher perfectly, he commanded. "Turn to page 102. Jihan's brain was completely short-circuiting. No, seriously, why is absolutely nobody questioning this dude's hardcore mafia outfit? That brutal class felt like an entire agonizing century. After school, he dragged his exhausted body home alone. Jihan frantically pieced together the absurd events of the day. Hwan Sung-gon is my chemistry teacher, and Kwon Shin-jung is the new student. Something massive is definitely going down in the shadows. Shin-jung's face was practically radiating murderous intent when that guy walked in. Okay, maybe Shin-jung actually transferred for normal family reasons, but what the heck is Hwan Sung-gon's excuse? An abyss mobster getting a legit day job is wildly suspicious. And why did his supervillain wardrobe cast a blind spot on everyone else? Mind totally fried, Jihan smashed the doorbell at Sun Eel's house. "This whole day is a fever dream," he muttered. A familiar girl's voice answered. "Who is it?" "I'm right here, Seijin," he answered quickly. The door flew open instantly. She flashed a massive, welcoming grin. "Get inside." Stepping inside, Jihan blinked at the completely empty training courtyard. "Wait, where is everybody else?" "Place is totally deserted." Seijin threw him a mischievous wink. "I banned everyone from coming today. We have some top-secret business to handle." Jihan just blinked, utterly clueless. "Wait, what? What kind of crazy business?" She scanned the area like a ninja, then pointed dramatically. You and that insane gamer ability of yours require maximum priority." Jihan's face flushed bright red from the intense spotlight. "Hey, what exactly do you mean by maximum priority?" His anxiety spiked instantly. Why did that sound like a total death trap? Saijin leaned in dangerously close, whispering, "Did you forget you completely restored Sunin to full health yesterday?" Her praise felt unreal. Literally nobody else could pull off a miracle like that. Jihan stood frozen, utterly stunned. Wait, am I actually that overpowered? One compliment and his ego exploded to the stratosphere. Guess standard healers just cannot compete. A healer is absolute VIP status. Seijin just stared at him, totally deadpan. What nerd garbage are you spouting now? Skipping the small talk, she ruthlessly dragged him inside. Get moving! Seijin locked onto Jihan's arm like a vice grip, dragging him down the hallway so he could not escape. Reaching a specific room, she aggressively slid the door wide open. A shirtless, sweating Sunin immediately caught Jihan's eye. But something else entirely triggered his gamer instincts, that bizarre smoke-like aura radiating off him. Was that actual martial arts ki? Suddenly, a painfully familiar, grumpy old voice snapped Jihan back to reality. So, the brat finally arrives. He immediately slapped on a perfectly polite fake smile. Greetings, Grandpa. The old man scoffed, petty as ever, refusing to even look. This is what happens when brain-rotting video games ruin your generation. Jihan instantly fired back with his trademark cheeky charm. Oh, chill out, old man. Gaming is peak modern culture. You are just out of touch. By the way, this boomer is Shin Suno, the ultimate elder of the household. He absolutely despised Jihan for corrupting his grandson with video games. But ironically, all their bickering forged an unbreakable bond. Basically, this boomer and zoomer were secretly besties. One compliment later, Jihan's rebellious teenage attitude flared right back up. Keep trapping him here, and Sunin will become a total antisocial weirdo. You gotta adapt to the modern meta, Grandpa. Plus, I noticed you finally upgraded this dusty place. Stop being so stubbornly stuck in the past. This absolute teenage disrespect instantly ignited Suno's legendary fury. You insolent little punk. But Jihan did not flinch once. Instead, his gamer brain activated to analyze the threat. Boss music is playing, same classic rage mode as always. But what is his actual player level? Jihan activated his system, glancing above the old man's head. The floating text shattered his confidence entirely. Grandmaster Shin Suno, level. Unknown. Wait, what? What a glitch. His level is completely hidden. So he really is the Grandmaster, but why are the stats invisible? Suddenly, Jihan's hardcore gaming logic provided a terrifying answer. I get it now. In RPGs, a boss's level turns to question marks when the level gap is astronomically huge. My system works the exact same way. This boomer is insanely overleveled. Seeing the brat standing completely frozen, Suno barked a strict command. Why are you staring into space like an idiot? Get over here immediately! Jihan snapped out of his system panic. Yes, sir, moving. Throughout their entire chaotic bickering, Sunin remained locked in a flawless horse stance like a literal statue. Burning with curiosity, Jihan questioned the master. Is Sunin back to hardcore training already? The Grandmaster's eyes held a deep, calculating wisdom. I am simply testing his limits, to verify if your ridiculous healing magic actually worked. Feigning casual indifference, Suno finally dropped the real question. Rumor has it, you randomly awakened as a natural superhuman. Reading the old man's trap perfectly, Jihan played it totally cool. Yeah, word on the street says I am pretty amazing. Suno aggressively scoffed at the teenager's absolute lack of traditional humility. Has the apocalypse finally started? How does a slacker degenerate like you just magically awaken superpowers? Instantly triggered, Jihan dramatically crossed his arms in protest. So what if I am basically a superhero now? Refusing to engage the brat's giant ego, the elder turned back to his grandson. Sunin, report your condition. Sweating profusely, the disciple finally spoke up. My ki flows perfectly, master. Satisfied, Suno gave a firm, reassuring nod. Very well, end your stance and rest. Then, spinning back around with eyes blazing like a seasoned detective, he cornered the teenager. Now speak, you little punk. How exactly did you trigger a natural awakening event? Jihan flipped his expression faster than lightning, smoothly playing dumb. How should I know? It was just a crazy coincidence, old man. Seriously, you complain way too much. Why hide this from me anyway? Hook, line, and sinker. The old geezer completely forgot his previous question. Like this is anything good. Why would I tell you? Unbelievable. I spoiled you rotten just because you are Sunin's buddy. Then, he suddenly barked out an order. Sejan. Yes, grandfather, she answered instantly. Bring it out here, he commanded. Sejan immediately darted out of the room to execute his orders. Suno seized the chance to pry. I have heard rumors about your crazy ability. You just touch a book and instantly master its secrets, right? Since it was not exactly a top secret, Jihan did not hide anything. Yep, the old man pressed on, fishing for limits. No weird side effects from this superhuman quirk? The teen answered honestly. Not that I know of. Suno stroked his beard thoughtfully. Give me your hand, kid. Clueless, but obedient. Jihan extended his wrist so the elder could check his pulse. He held his breath, eagerly awaiting the Grandmaster's epic power analysis. Moments later, Sun-O clicked his tongue. It is not internal martial energy, but raw power definitely lurks inside. Jihan tossed out a wild guess. Could it be mana, old man? The sheer absurdity of that claim made the elder deeply skeptical. But how could you cast our sacred spiritual arts using simple mana? Sunin chimed in from behind with his own geeky theory. I think his unique ability acts like a cheat code. Suno narrowed his eyes, catching the profound meaning behind those words. You mean the universe itself is buffing this kid's power? Sunin smirked, proudly confirming this insane hypothesis. Sure looks like it. The elder nodded slowly, the pieces finally clicking together. I understand completely now. If that is true, then this brat's ability must be at the legendary heaven rank. Naturally, Jihan was the only clueless noob in the room. Heaven rank? What is that? Sunin eagerly stepped up to educate his buddy. My clan ranks every awakened ability into 5 distinct tiers. Heaven, immortal, demon, monster, and human. But literally nobody has ever reached the heaven tier. Jihan blinked, offering a hilariously dry response. For real? Sounds pretty badass. Right on cue, Sehon returned lugging a massive, ridiculously heavy crate. Jihan flashed a cheeky thumbs up. Wow, you are absolutely jacked. If I had to carry that, my spine would snap. Talk about brutal teenage honesty. Bam. The heavy crate smashed directly onto his foot. The Grandmaster and grandson could only watch in stunned silence as Jihan hopped around screaming, Holy Mother of Pain! The mystic carton was sealed with bizarre, swirling magical runes. His newly upgraded gamer senses screamed that this was no ordinary junk. I can actually feel some freaky aura radiating from that box. Unbelievable. I can literally sense spiritual energy now. Every single day, I realize just how much of an absolute genius I am. After Sejong ripped away the seals, 2 massive tomes appeared. The Heavenly Will, Mental Art, and the Breathing Technique. Jihan leaned in close, completely intrigued. What are those? She proudly showed off her clan's ultimate loot. The foundational mental and physical arts of our sect. Outsiders can technically learn them, but we do not teach just anybody. The teen immediately connected the dots. So, these are super rare, right? He received a dead serious nod. Spot on. Sejong leaned down to grab the mystic manuals. Let us see here. Suddenly, her baggy shirt slipped, revealing a dangerously distracting, heart-racing view. Jihan turned beetroot red, but his rebellious teenage eyes absolutely refused to look away. Seriously, she needs to wear tighter clothes around guys. How is the old geezer not yelling about this? Meanwhile, she remained blissfully unaware of the cinematic drama unfolding. Here you go. He desperately tried to play it cool. All right. So what is the next step? Suno dropped an absolutely insane quest on him. Try learning them right now. I know you are telling the truth, but I need to witness exactly how your crazy system operates with my own eyes. Absorb those manuals for me, Jihan sweated nervously, demanding a solid guarantee from the artifact owner. If these books vanish into my inventory, you cannot force me to pay for them. The Grandmaster nodded confidently. Do not panic, kid. Those are merely backup copies. Hearing that, the teen ditched all hesitation and went all in. They are basically just magical textbooks anyway. All right, time to devour these skills. He dramatically extended his hand, cautiously touching the cover of the legendary tome. He gripped the Heavenly Will mental art tightly, waiting for the inevitable system ding. Seconds later, a holographic pop-up exploded into view. You have acquired the skill book, Heavenly Will Mental Art. Do you wish to learn this skill? Without a single second of hesitation, Jihan smashed the yes button. Obviously, I am learning it. Instantly, a blinding, awe-inspiring light erupted, swallowing his entire body in epic aura. A highly detailed system window materialized in midair. Heavenly Will Mental Art, active and passive skills acquired. The foundational internal martial art of the Heavenly Will clan. The aura cleansing technique actively rewired his own memories in real time. This ancient martial arts knowledge is permanently burning itself directly into my subconscious mind. I swear, this is just as broken as my gamer powers. Except for my luck stat, every single attribute just spiked by 10 points. The most insane glitch? When my mana scales up, my bonus stats piggyback right along with it. Who knew cultivating internal energy meant skipping the endless level grinding entirely? Talk about an overpowered skill. Did I seriously just score a cheat code like this? Sun O watched the whole spectacle, his lingering doubts completely shattered. The ancient tome had literally vanished into thin air. Hand the kid that other volume. Seihan whipped out a second text, tossing it straight to Jihan. Aside from a shiny new technique name, that exact same system prompt flashed again. You have acquired the breath control technique skill book. Do you wish to learn this skill? The teen paused, glancing at the original owner before locking in his choice. Should I absorb this one too? She urged him on with a hearty, confident nod. Yeah, give it a shot. Jihan smirked, casually smashing that accept button on the left side of his interface. But this time, absolute crickets. No magical glowing lights anywhere. Instead, a blazing red warning violently popped up. Warning. Severe backlash possible if overlapping with the heavenly will mind art. Do you still wish to proceed? He immediately dropped the unexpected bombshell. It says I might suffer some serious debuffs if I learn this. Sejan's jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, what? What in the world is that supposed to mean? Jihan held his tongue for a second, shooting her a skeptical look. Oh, that makes sense. You have never touched a video game before, right, Sejan? Son, Oh chuckled, completely validating the teen's suspicion. Spot on. She has never played a single game. The gamer teen instantly burst into relentless, mocking laughter. Oh my gosh, you absolute Neanderthal boomer. Sejan flared up, radiating pure murderous intent. Do you have a death wish, punk? Jihan instantly turtled up, his rebellion fading. No ma'am, definitely not. He quickly pivoted to explaining basic gaming mechanics. Look at it this way. I have a built-in notification system. It drops crucial intel on me during specific situations. Kind of like a pop-up window. For instance, if I am about to do something stupid, it calculates whether the outcome will be an epic win or a total disaster. This magical utility genuinely impressed the old master. That is actually quite brilliant. So, what exactly did this invisible oracle just tell you? Jihan glanced back at his glowing status screen. It warned of adverse effects if I absorbed this technique while already possessing the heavenly will mind art. That is the gist of it. The old man stroked his beard with a sly grin, eyeing the boy like a priceless artifact. Just as I suspected, this strange power of yours is absolutely extraordinary. You are saying it predicted a severe clash between the two internal energies. He dramatically gestured toward the pile. All right, let us test this specific volume next. Sejan caught the signal, tossing a heavy, dark brown manual straight into his hands. Jihan scanned the floating text, confirming the loot. You have acquired the Heavenly Will Divine Art skill book. Do you wish to master this skill? I am going to absorb this one too. Suno gave a firm nod of approval. Do it. But if that warning bell rings again, abort the mission. The teen confidently smashed the accept button once more, but this time, the system window ruthlessly shut him down. Error, you are fundamentally incapable of learning this skill. Intelligence stat requirement, 90 plus. Intelligence stat requirement, 90 plus. Jihan stared blankly at the absolutely unhinged system prerequisite. He swallowed hard, awkwardly breaking the bad news to the master. It is locking me out. It says my intelligence stat needs to be at least 90 points. Internally, he was screaming at the game's insane scaling. 90 points? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to grind that high? Plus, this is not just some basic mind art. It is a divine technique. This has to be ultra-rare tier loot compared to the garbage earlier. The old man blinked, completely baffled by the gamer slang. Intelligence stat? What on earth does that mean? Jihan instantly shifted into tutorial mode, breaking it down for the boomer. Basically, a gamer's raw potential is measured entirely through cold, hard numbers. For example, if your strength stat is sitting at a pathetic level 1, you can probably only lift a tiny pebble. But if you crank that stat to level 100, you could bench press a massive boulder with zero effort. Suno's brain practically short-circuited trying to process this bizarre digital logic. It seems I must plunge into this digital realm to truly comprehend the depths of your power. The teen instantly seized the opportunity to recruit him. Then you should definitely start gaming with me. There are some epic new martial arts titles that just dropped, like The Legend of the Green Woods or The Wandering Vagabond. Just hearing those cheesy titles gave the master a massive headache. He quickly waved him off. All right, that is enough. But tell me, if you boost this intelligence stat, do you actually become a genius? Jihan flashed an incredibly smug, confident grin. Honestly, yeah, I am pretty sure I do. Son, clicked his tongue, utterly fascinated by the absurdity of it all. What a spectacularly bizarre power. However, I finally grasped the mechanics of your gift. You possess what the martial world calls a late-blooming physique. The roles reversed, and the gamer teen was suddenly the clueless student. Wait, a late bloomer? The Grandmaster eagerly dumped some ancient lore onto the confused kid. Among natural awakenings, some individuals possess catastrophic power from birth, but others? They possess a terrifying, infinitely scaling potential. Just like your system, Sejan dumped the rest of the manuals on the kid. Pure gamer instinct kicked in as Jihan caught two massive, ridiculously thick grimoires. But Sehon was not done. She aggressively shoved yet another legendary volume into his arms. Take this one too, she barked out, her tone leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. You are going to absorb every single one of these. The teen started sweating profusely, terrified his mental hard drive was about to crash. Am I actually allowed to just spam learn all these clan secrets? Sun-Oh sensed the boy's panic and instantly calmed the stormy atmosphere with a warm, grandfatherly smile. While our deepest martial secrets are strictly forbidden to outsiders. Passing on these foundational cheat codes to you, I see absolutely no problem with that. No sweat, kid. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jihan confidently locked in his epic choice. I'll take it. He totally smashed that accept button with his index finger. Boom. System Windows spammed his vision like crazy. Heaven's Will sword arts, active and passive. This legendary beginner blade technique uses the divine mind mantra, perfectly fusing the unstoppable cosmic energy of the high heavens, the earth, and humanity. It passively buffs blade speed and raw damage by a solid 10%. Unlocking the divine aura mantra adds a sick 20% damage boost. Next up, Heaven's Will brawler style, active and passive. The ultimate beginner hand-to-hand combat technique powered by the divine mantra. A perfect, badass harmony of the heavens, the earth, and humanity. Passively buffs punch speed and raw striking power by 10%. Unlocking the divine aura mantra triggers another insane 20% damage spike. Next, Heaven's Will phantom footwork, active and passive. The sect's signature beginner movement skill, fueled by the cosmic mantra. It passively boosts base agility by 5%. Activating it triggers an insane 50% speed burst, plus an extra 5% mobility buff from the mantra. Finally, Heaven's Will Iron Body, a pure passive. This absolute tank class beginner skill brutally hardens the physical form and skyrockets baseline defense. It completely buffs his raw power, agility, and vitality by a solid 10%. Health and stamina regeneration also shot up by 10%. His stats were totally skyrocketing, making Jihan burst into absolute maniacal laughter. These skills are insanely overpowered. This is freaking legendary. Finally, the ultimate completion screen flashed before his eyes. Ding! You have successfully mastered all beginner arts of the Heaven's Will sect. As a set bonus, raw strength, vitality, agility, and intelligence all went up by 2 massive points. He smirked to himself, knowing his base stats were getting incredibly stacked. Standing nearby, Sun-Oh noticed his wild grin. Well, how did it go, kid? Scratching his cheek, he smirked. I just got stupidly strong, old man. The master's eyes went wide with pure shock. Incredible. It seems you can instantly execute these legendary arts the moment you learn them. What?